Welcome once again to this strange inversion that I've called many things, but unfortunately, this is about people mocking the idea that you can be one color and call another. So here's what I see going on before we go in is a representation of someone that you would normally see in Africa working as a white woman in a lunchroom. And you know, when I was growing up at Grace Chapel, believe it or not, one guy was named Boyd, B-O-Y-D, which is why I tagged Boyt in this video, which would be the bottom of YouTube. And it's funny because Boyd became a policeman that worked in a nice neighborhood that went all digital and made a robotized calling tree that would call you if anybody suspicious was in the neighborhood. And of course, at that time, the neighborhood was all one color, but they fought between whether they were Russian or Italian. It was an odd thing. I'm not here again really into this thing where you got to divide people up, whether they're German or French or Spanish, or it's the stupidest shit I've ever seen turn into a full-blown race war. But anyhow, Boyd's mom, Betty, was one of the lunch ladies. And then Scott Meyer, his mom, was the other lunch lady. And I have a feeling that somebody's playing Sling the Shit. So I do have a short opening and I'll bounce right into it. Do. Bouncy, bouncy, bounce. Let me get the screen back. Okay. And the second rule was simply love yourself so you can love your neighbor. What was the first? Real simple and basic. It's that first. In 2005, our, let's say, deep state, dark, satanic government that has taken over the real one, there was a gentleman that spoke in front of a room. It was a podium. It's like a theater. You're looking down on the dude at the podium. It's a room that should hold about 200 people. And I would say there were about 25 people there. So it must have been top brass only. The man did not announce himself. And there were two gentlemen that sat in the back of this amphitheater. So your camera shot is like this. And of course, I'm sure they weren't supposed to take their phones in and make videos because, Washington, D.C. isn't even a part of the United States. I don't know what their damn rules are. But in all the hoopla, we saw them had to file their phones. So I don't believe our heroes in this story had permission to film the fucking jackass talking. So the guy's talking about, this guy gene virus here. It's a biological weapon. And what it does, you see, is it irritates people that have no faith.
I think it looks crumbly enough for you here.
Okay, and they showed a video. So, people have lost faith and hope, so you get it. So if you're going to fight somebody, you want them to lose hope.
In the original recipe, it called for
it's elementary. So anyhow.
We're like, no, we're just going to have this off.
Here's what they say. is if you are
I just can't remember how much.
upright in your behaviors, the frontal lobe of your brain works. That's this part. It's cognitive thinking. It is
Not
memory
even measuring
recall.
the oil.
It is problem solving. It is current time response to trauma and emergency.
Tag crackhead emergency.
As long as you have faith. I don't care what it's in,
Yeah.
unless it's Satanism, because technically you can't follow the number one rule. The number one rule is first do no harm.
Like when you cook
And the
Yeah.
second
And do
rule is
harm.
simply
to others
love yourself
and then share
so you
it
can love your
around.
neighbor.
They're the best.
Real simple and basic. So, this God gene virus, when dispensed, the same way they do as a flu vaccine, well,
Oh, I'm sorry.
you can get a shot for it. They got that air thing, the fucking, they shove it up their nose and they go like that. That was the way that they do a lot of it. So let's just tag antihistamines. Because what's just happened since I've been working all damn day again is that they're going fucking bonkers out there, especially the government, because they've just been outed as far as being busted. Working with inside terrorists. Remember they always said that our destruction would come from inside, and how we bragged so much about, oh, we just go fuck up other people's land. And we don't ask anybody fucking nothing before it happens. Well, now we're back to the bitch at the podium. So, the dude then identifies this area of the brain.
I think it could come out now, but
This is your animal instinct. This is fight or flight. This is
'cause then we got
react before thinking. This is everyone of it. See, everybody's individuals in this game. So everybody has been already exposed. And now they sit back and they say who does what. It's not really as deviant as you think. It's kind of like, let's call it an interrogation case, like a case. So, on the good hand, because there's always a positive and a negative, right? On the positive side, they are actually in real time able to gain the evidence that is needed to send these people either to sanitariums,
Really?
certain places that would become like Escape from New York,
Yeah, that is true.
or the whole California hoopla with
I mean,
all those weapons and those fires. It's kind of like a place like Hotel California. You can come, but you ain't never gonna leave. Think of it like that. So these big places that are falling under this plan, for lack of a better word,
Not even that, I don't think.
they're all upset and screaming, well, not in my place. Oh, no. You need to send it somewhere that doesn't matter. Like, where is that on the earth? So we're back to the bitch at the podium. And so when this God gene virus was dispensed on the people, the civilians, the mothers, the children, the old people, get it? When it was dispensed on them in 2005 and they didn't know it. It's kind of like when I was forced to eat meat when it was making me irritable. And I'll tell that story in a minute because it'll get in the blood type part. Well, anyhow, all this God gene virus is it is a morality catalyst. So if you're really, really fucked up in your head, yeah,
And he always.
bad violence is going to ensue. Not the kind where you're defending yourself and someone's coming at you for your life. Not that kind. We're talking about the kind like bad secret spies do when they're already dead. And so they initiate a destruction sequence. Just like in movies with buttons and shit, right? They do a little spell, they fuck up some meat, they sell somebody some stale product, they bring you a tainted soda. We're back to poisoning.
When was that get done?
Biochemical warfare has been practiced since before there were airplanes. So
Yeah.
anyhow,
It's ready to be sauced in.
the dude's telling people all this
I'll
shit.
wait for both of them, right? Well.
And these guys, man, in the back, they raise their hand and they say, man, this doesn't sound right. We don't really think this is moral or ethical. And the guy says, well, I've already done it. Now, he wasn't the president. He wasn't the vice president. He didn't head up the defense. He didn't say none of that. Because you got to have plausible deniability. Because the most important thing is you don't want to get caught.
Raw meat everywhere.
Okay. So,
Unclean hands. No gloves making a lunch lady
he
pizza.
proceeds to explain.
Now, lunch ladies always wore gloves and hairnets.
I mean,
So, where's these bitches' outfits? I'm talking about,
How many times we heard that?
you know,
There's always somebody else.
these two weirdos on the brand
Well,
stealing all the chitlins, all the baby diapers,
was
and all the microwave foil products.
documented it the entire way. And I've shown that video twice, but here again, nobody could hear me because you have the main terrorist
Yeah.
sitting on my channel
That's probably why
and
that's.
making
That's
money
right,
off
the
my
lunch lady
which is
cooks.
my
I
life,
might not need to make it.
and also mocking it and degrading me and trying to kill me.
You can be wonderful
Okay,
like
Chris
her
says you're not
if you
important.
support her when she
But
extorts money from
This
you.
is why I
And
am.
keep your big mouth
for many
shut.
reasons.
Yeah, I like that.
Besides my whole family
I
being
love a lot of stuff.
killed off for the damn message. Along with
Well,
the
the
Mitchell
salsa
stuff.
hide the
That's
stale
another
meat
story.
Up there.
and your skin.
This virus.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
TV
that
blends,
looks
right?
good.
The
Let's think
private
about
label.
Fukushima for a minute.
You're Jeffree Star.
When those reactors went off,
Do-do-do.
well, you don't even want to know how many motherfuckers from over
It's
here
as crumbly as can
stood
be.
up and said, well, it doesn't affect us because
Oh, there's
We're
some
on the
other side of the world.
crumbly meat.
Oh, but
it's like, are you stupid, man? Water goes everywhere. Well, but our water's clean. I mean, America has the best
I'm trying to make
treatment
it
systems for water. No, they don't.
Which is why people are
Same water
peeing
that
in
comes out of
sinks
your
on
fucking
Boyt.
toilet with the shit in it. Winds up being the same
Does the
water.
sauce taste better?
Did you
It's
wind up
probably
drinking?
stale.
No, if it's just a little bit and it's done right,
So the cheese is right
It's
beside it,
easy.
you're gonna cheese it.
do not have a contagion. But now we're going to have to talk about
Tag
what is
Lorraine
called
wants to be
the
Rachel
mind
Ray.
virus. Now, the mind virus and the God gene virus are two different things.
So,
Kind of
yeah,
like right now.
2 bags of
People are
cheese,
screaming,
or
Corona,
or
Corona,
divided.
Corona, Corona.
We'll put one
That's a
and a
code
half
word.
bags on each.
That's stupid.
Cause I got,
This is about
there should be another
How
one
you
over
take
there, 'cause I
down
dumped it in the sauce.
the majority of
Yeah, and then
people.
we got this one.
That's what the whole thing was designed to do, unfortunately, for the last 100 years. And I'm sorry nobody knew, but I live in the damn city
I think so, and it's. it
where
looks
they
fun.
initiated these packs,
Look at this.
and that is why I have lived through it and I know about it. I know about my parents' life and my grandparents' life, and if that's not enough to give a witness, no. Anyhow, so back to Fukushima.
It was always nice and cheesy.
Yes,
You notice I got whole milk.
It took about 4 years for the water from Fukushima, Japan, to go have the audacity to float over to the Pacific Ocean. And if you think back, remember when you heard that the Fukushima water had reached,
Yeah.
I mean, right outside of California, and why they were pissed was because all their organic farming hit the wall. How can you be motherfucking radioactive and claim organic? It's kind of like GMOs. Remember the story that, like, if Farmer Bob's GMO corn landed on your little organic garden, that they were coming and telling you to grow your gardens? It's the same side. So, back in the story with the people of Afghanistan being hit by biological weapons 15 years ago. Let's do a timeline. So, if we know it took a war to get from Japan to California in 4 years, how long do you think it takes the air? I mean, do they have a fucking space fence? They got a bubble over us to protect us? Really? Look around at the people outside. They look like the fucking Walking Dead.
That's our lunch pizza.
And of course, like my mom said,
And it looks just
if
like it.
everybody was fat and sad and stupid,
Party cat it.
well then she did her job because she fed every motherfucker McDonald's.
Boom, boom. So 3, 6.
And that was embarrassing.
Hey, Katie Roby feeds her dog McDonald's.
I mean, don't you like somebody for who they are? And in the end, my 2 best Tammy friends couldn't have said it better. When I quit drinking alcohol and eating meat, they thought I went crazy. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? If I extend myself to be your best fucking friend, and in the end, somebody asks you, what about Suze? Well, I mean, I don't know what happened to her. She quit drinking vodka and eating cheeseburgers. Now, if you guys don't know that there is a mind control tactic, and I didn't even know about those things back then. I mean, I was just amazed that out of everything they knew about me, that immediate trauma response accuses me of being crazy for living for my blood type.
It's not pricey. It's like $30 for a car ride.
And both of my friends,
I mean, it's
the
not
two
that
Tammys,
not too bad, but
they were always very shallow people.
I wouldn't drink it with that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's $30 a car ride,
And
or it's like, or you can pay like $12 a person.
it followed them through the rest of their
Why would
lives.
you do
Let me
that?
just put it
If
that
there's
way.
only 2 of you,
And we're not going to do those stories
a
today.
little bit.
They're too sad. But this whole thing about blood type, okay? As they screen for these tests, and you remember how you kept hearing, well, in some countries they're free and in some they're not. Here's what that's code for. We're going to talk about blood type now. In the old days, I mean, Look, even before I was born, so I was born in 64.
I mean,
It was standard procedure that they put your blood type on your fucking birth certificate. That's why it was free.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
so I think people
Now,
are trying to get
When all this insurance shit
some kind of voice,
hit the
you know.
fan over a decade ago, you know what these doctors were saying to my clients? Because they asked their blood type, that test is too expensive to perform, and the insurance company will not allow it to be performed. I mean, that's fucked up. So, here's what the deal is.
In the food.
I have been telling people
Yeah, I
For-
love those.
Yeah.
like I said,
I
almost
think
20
that
years now
New Year's Eve thing sounds
about this
cool.
blood type thing and how important it is.
Did you see those little shooter desserts?
because you can identify
Yeah.
poisons.
Because whenever I worked at the casino in the kitchen, we would make those little cheater desserts, and they were good.
I've seen it before, and I'm sure I've had them. I know I've had them at like Olive Garden.
Yeah.
An entire article, as I think there are more important things at hand. As
Is
my
this something you need to wash? Something you're setting with water.
Spear.
That was I was making a sauce with that.
If we really want to change things, and I mean really change things for the better, it is no use going after the puppets and the pawns of the system.
I'm a cleanup
Most people in the government, be they
Tag
presidents,
puppets, pawns,
monarchies,
and
or
fake
And I
accents.
the
appreciate
elite,
that.
as people have come to
There's a
call
lot
them,
of things I
they're just puppets.
appreciate about you.
What we need to understand is that if they get taken out, there are always more people to replace them.
This would be Melanie
People like Alex
Venice.
Jones go on about the banking elite and that they are the problem. Firstly, let me clarify a few things here.
Let's
There
take
are
Deutsche
several
Bank
issues which need to be dealt with, so the people who are waking
and
up
Dun and
don't be caught up
Bradstreet.
in deliberate disinformation that is
I've
going
never
on.
had
Believe me, there's a lot of it. So we don't want people to be fooled
I
and
have
to
that.
add and feed the confusion by posting deliberately misinforming posts from websites are best ignored, because trust me, there are other
What, like
reliable sources
Ethereum
of
now?
information out there.
I mean, Katie,
First off, I want to ask
Or
everybody out
Bargain
there
Beauty.
who is interested in alternative media if they honestly
or
thought that
CCN.
people who have been the architects of the New World Order would honestly go about creating this whole
You used to
media
cook on
empire that
CCN,
feeds us
remember?
false information known as the mainstream media,
Story of Christmas.
without also creating some kind of opposition. And that's
Better
what they've
get
done
your
throughout
phone.
history. They control both sides of the debate. And therefore, the limits
She
of the
used her
debate
teeth
are
again.
set before the debate has even begun.
Tag it.
And that is exactly what's happened with Alex
Putting her
Jones.
germs over
There
that
are
bag
many
of cheese.
disinformations out there.
With those bad teeth.
We actually look at them and make the connections for ourselves. So many people say to
Heathen.
me, what does Alex Jones have
You better
to
get
gain by
gloves on.
exposing the Fed and our fraudulent money system? If he is truly controlled by the opposition, why is he talking about these things that are hidden from in the mainstream media? It's quite simple, really. And what we need to understand here is this, lying by omission is still lying,
Yeah,
people are
Katie.
withholding things,
Like
and
stealing
only
that
talking about certain
fat
things the
girl's
same
face
way
that
from a
looks a
whole bunch
lot
of
like
other
Mel
subjects.
in
Clearly, there's
2012.
something more to know, and there is absolutely with Alex Jones and a few other big names in
Alex
our
Jones.
conspiracy research. So,
Oh,
honestly,
I see. You
let's
always
take
have
this
this.
back who Alex Jones really is
I
involved
don't
with,
like
and when
it. I
comes
never
when it
did.
comes to his radio shows, when people call in and ask him about the Jesuits and the Catholics.
Ooh, it's looking
And
good.
people who aren't familiar with Jesuit Catholic Knights of Malta, end of the conspiracy.
All the
Focusing on
rituals.
Zionist.
All the
That
spell
means it would be too
casting.
much to Alex
All
Jones
the rites.
to keep people like Charlie Beach featured on our website and deciding not to.
Yeah.
We used to be able to get
Let's see.
snacks, pizza, get sausage and pepperoni,
Yeah.
and they had good breadsticks too.
The best. And good cheese sauce,
Yeah,
which is important.
you can have really good breadsticks, but if the cheese isn't good, it's not good.
Yeah, it's trash.
I hate it when it tastes like a cheddar cheese. I want a little spice to
Like a
it.
nacho cheese. A spicy cheese. What's happening, lost souls, trolls, and assholes? Rotate it! That's the first one I see. I can just tell by her emblem. You like Roja?
No,
Why don't you like Roja, Steve?
I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you were talking shit about her.
I never said one word. I'm over here doing the dishes.
You're an amazing person for that. Oh, Dee, that looks so good. Maybe I should leave it alone.
No, I would never say anything bad about it.
You don't have to do this. I'm just setting this over here to get it out of the way. It's extra soft. If you don't like Rojas, then you know what, Dee? You can kiss my ass. Quit talking talking shit about Rogeus. See,
I'm sure they can see I'm not even talking.
Rogeus, I apologize. I'll get this under control soon. He's out of hand today. In rare form.
You just thought I was in a bad mood.
I told you guys.
Well, it was because I was concentrating on what I was doing.
You were like, I will. When he came by, and I was like, oh.
I didn't mean it like that, even though I love oil.
And then I asked you a question, you were just kind of like, I was like, are you gonna have food?
No, not at all. I've been looking forward to this.
Me too.
I wanted to we talked about it. I was glad you suggested it.
Look, that cheese is already melting with the sauce.
Where's the garbage disposal?
Right over there.
But I see a lot of pepper flakes. It looks like.
Oh my god. It's
Oh
perfect.
wow, that looks just like Black Lady pizza.
Yep. Look at that, guys. Check it out. That looks just like it.
It does.
Hopefully it tastes just like it.
I'm impressed.
All right, Gigi, I'm gonna throw this in. And let's put some cigarettes.
All right. Mirrors this pan.
And make sure asshole comes out with that.
What, that precious baby boy?
Yeah, asshole, yes.
To interview, edit him out of our feature film The Message, despite much pressure from our supporters to do so. We really sincerely believe it's not about the message, it's all about the message. And God, I'm the most imperfect of all people out there, so we really are not about picking at people for their faults, which is why I feel justified in tearing down my idols, whoever they are, David Icke being one of them, who taught me so much, and encourage everybody to do the same, because we shouldn't have them, quite simply. We should be our own leaders and our own bosses. We should learn from these people. We should not idolize them. The more we look to leaders to lead us, the more we open ourselves up to being totally, utterly controlled and enslaved. So I'd like to thank David Icke for everything he's taught me, but I want to categorically say that David Icke is controlled. He is not a researcher, he is a compiler of information. David is easily influenced and does not always take the time to check out all the facts before making up his mind on a stance and on certain aspects of a circumstance. I've read most of his books. I've even written a review for his most recent one, which was published on his website. I think I was the first person to complete his most recent book. So I know his work well, and I feel very much that I am justified and have a place in saying that what I'm saying. And I still very much feel that David Icke has a place in this sort of realm of information. And for one very simple reason. David is not a sophisticated thinker and has only been educated at the age of 15. Yet he has written books with many provable facts about the world that we live in, which may shock many people who are new to this information. But what he does and what he does well is he puts this information across in a way that people can understand it, and that people can understand exactly what's going on, not from the intellectual sort of pseudo-babble you get from people who genuinely research this. David puts it across in layman's terms, which is why I feel his work is valuable. But I also encourage people who are slightly more sophisticated thinkers to think for themselves and dig deeper, because there's so much more to learn. David's information only really does scratch the surface, as you will see in my books that I've written. There's so much more going on that's not been spoken about. The most valid question to ask when looking into anybody in the alternative media and their credibility is if they are genuinely working for the betterment of humanity, and if they are not controlled by the dark sides, why are the dark forces not stopping them?
My dad is.
This is a
Music
very
side last
important
night on my
question.
phone.
If they're genuinely working towards the betterment of humanity and not for the dark side, why are the dark forces not trying to stop them? Because it's happened to us. And there are genuinely people out there who are being stopped and killed. A good example is Sean Hall, the journalist who broke the news of the world telephone hacking scandal, which resulted in that newspaper being closed down.
Because I don't remember
Murdoch is
ever
also
having
a knight in
Tag
Just
first
so
and
much.
times.
The owner of the news of the
We
world.
always had the pepperoni, but they were like
Nothing
little
much happened to him, but poor Sean Hall for breaking that story, he ended up dead. No one's accounted for how
Tag
he
these
died.
guys
yet.
trying to kill me.
Yeah, you
So
could
there
have
are
made
people
this
who have
if you
been
would
taken
have
out.
had
There are journalists
programming back in
who are as well
2012.
daily who
but
were
it's going to
killed
be good the way it
as a
is.
result of
It's gonna be
information they
so
were given.
good.
It doesn't need
So when I say to those people out there who are just having a really good time of talking about, what seems to be the newest hottest topic,
What? Technology?
the communication
How it really
information who
works.
aren't having much attack from people
Live
physically, who aren't having
videos.
the powers of being stopping them. And that is the Alex Jones, that is the David Icke of the world. Like, really, are they on our side? Because let me tell you,
Even the sauce and all of it
are
was
trying to
good.
stop
Damn it.
us, and they are stopping and sometimes ending the lives of people who are fighting in this
Who's got their
information war.
trees
They're
up?
real, genuine information warriors.
Everybody got their
And people
shoes
who
up.
aren't having much problems need to be asking, who are they working for? Who are their bosses? Who are their masters? What is going on? These people need to be held
Ours is
accountable.
up.
Is it?
When I interviewed David Icke in Amsterdam for the first
It's a
time, he
black
stated in his interview the
And
reason the
last year
powers
it
that be
had
did
all
not take him
silver
out
ornaments
is
and
because
like
they couldn't take him
lights.
out. And he
But
explained this
added
as a
like
matter
some
of physics.
nice
I think maybe because I'm blonde, I thought I was a bit stupid and would buy into the stupid bullshit answer he gave me. But really,
and
he said something along the lines of
some
he vibrated in one frequency, and it was a different frequency to the
Is that
frequency
what you're like this year
the
too?
forces of evil vibrated at. And
Oh,
because
cool.
they vibrated at two different frequencies, the forces of evil
I'll show
couldn't
you
do
pattern
anything
on
to
your
them.
phone in front of the camera.
Let me just give you a little bit of perspective here, folks.
Yes,
Right.
sneaking
If during the
snakes around
interview
here.
I pulled out a gun and I shot David Icke in
They'll
the
steal our
forehead,
phone at the bar.
right? You'd be dead. In the story.
Well, I have
We
a
still
hard
live
time
in a
finding
third
it.
dimensional reality, and we are
At the
still
grocery
flesh
store.
and
I
blood.
couldn't tell you
I
how long
met
it's
David
been
up for
since
myself
I've been
and
in
tell
a
you he's
bar.
no different. He is not indestructible. He's very human, full of flaws and faults, and he is not beyond the reach of the powers that be that wanted to take him out. The question is, why don't they take him out? If David Icke is not a member of the controlled opposition, why has there not been more attempts to stop him? Well, those who know our history, you'll know we've been talked to many times. The obvious question is, why is this not happening to Alex Jones, and why is it not happening to David Icke? The answer, of course, is simple, and that is because they serve the very people that they oppose. There's also a matter of a very mysterious trip to Rome, which needs to be discussed, which I haven't really discussed much,
She's something
and
to be
really needs
obsessed
to be brought
about.
to
Oh,
public
that is
attention.
pretty.
In and around May 2010, John Maxwell, David Icke, and Bill Ryan were all together in Rome. What was strange about this trip was that none of them should have been there.
You have to stay
The
out.
evidence that they were all there is very obvious in two simple things. First of all, there is in fact a video on Bill Ryan's Project Avalon's site where he had called Brothers in Arms, where he interviewed both David Icke and Jordan Maxwell talking to each other. This was apparently the ending of a 15-year of not talking to each other between David Icke and Jordan Maxwell. So the name of the video, Brothers in Arms, was shot by Bill Ryan, and this was shot in Rome. There was also another video posted of Bill Ryan filming Jordan Maxwell in front of the Vatican, and Jordan Maxwell talking about this isn't David anymore. All this stuff going on and on about how bad the Vatican is. Okay, fair enough. So what were the three of them doing there at the same time? They all just happened to be meeting up for dinner. Because none of them lived there, right? Let me explain to you the oddity of the situation. A few months earlier, friends of ours who organised conferences had invited Jordan Maxwell over to Europe to attend the conference, and Jordan Maxwell had categorically stated that he was unable to travel at the time or for the foreseeable few months. But funny enough, he was able to go to Rome. Absolutely no reason at all, apparently. Apart to appear on Bill Ryan's video. So then we've also got David Icke, who was very busy at the time with finishing his book and speaking to it and whatnot. He was supposed to come to South Africa we had arranged, I'd gone out to South Africa to arrange a speaking to him. And he was just very, very busy, but somehow just happened to be in Rome at that time. And I happened to know of his travel arrangements because I was arranging a South African leg of speaking to him. So there's a few things going on here. How is it they happen to be there all at the same time? What are they doing there? And Rome, of all places, is the biggest beast. Sure, the three biggest names in alternative media, all of whom are rigorously tracked, coming together in Rome, will flag up the attention of the council. Why would they choose to go to Rome, of all places?
She sure does have an agenda.
It seems very logical to assume that the reason David and I, Jordan Maxwell, and Bill Ryan were in Rome is not because they chose to holiday there. It's because they were invited. They were invited or they were summoned there. This I cannot prove, but the fact that they all were together is very evident on the YouTube videos. So it's there, right? Bill even snapped me from Rome on the 16th of May 2010, telling me he was just about to meet up with Jordan and David for dinner. So we know that I know that they were there. Following his mysterious trip to Rome, which nobody seems to know the purpose of, David and I cancelled his speaking tour in South Africa. Now, I had gone out to South Africa, especially to organise the speaking tour. My husband and I had to sell our camper van to afford the trip. And I got stuck there for 6 months away from my husband as flights were exhausted to get and the regards if they were available.
Fundraiser
Because
to
it was
get her
something
cat
was
to her.
I was stuck out there for
3
6 months
different
and being all
times.
alone. I ended up in awful trouble, involved or witnessed at least 4 robberies and sexual assault. You know, South Africa's not a good country to be running around trying to do things and a woman by yourself, particularly some of the places that I had to go to. But my husband couldn't afford to come out here, and I was stuck here trying to make the most of my time.
cookies, but
Anyway,
last
David
time
promised
we
me
were
an email
like,
correspondence to
can't even
return
get
some
them off.
£2,000 to cover my flights and money I've already spent
I love them.
on his tour. that he was
Master
supposed to come out
Yeah, it's
on.
falling direction like that.
There were printers, there were
And I'm not
printing
good at like
costs to
candy.
cover.
I'm
I had
not
printed posters. Anybody who goes onto my Facebook profile
I make
will
the easy.
check out the albums and they can see the David Icke South African speaking tour posters are actually still available for everyone to see in my photos on my Facebook. To date, I have not received a penny from David, despite the fact that he earns close to £1 million a year.
You're
I
gonna
know
get
it's for a
hungry
fact
if you walk in here.
because his fee for speaking at the event in Amsterdam was 90,000 euros. If he does 10 speaking events a year plus book sales, he's making at least £1 million a year. And the fact that he's not yet bothered to pay me back
screaming
before
pizza,
cancelling his
pizza,
trip, well, they came at a great cost.
10 minutes.
Especially after promising via email he would. You know, it says a lot about this guy. The final thing I have to say is so many people who are looking at this information now are absolutely obsessed with David Icke. And indeed, I was guilty of this too. David has taught me some of the most valuable lessons of my
Another
life.
fake name for me.
He's also proven to me
I know,
that
but
he
the
doesn't want this
pepperoni
to
one's got sit.
making change starts with us as individuals. Okay, it's
But
all
we
very
can
good and well
start
to have all pretty words,
Right.
but really we need to
Gotta
walk that
start
as well
somewhere.
if we really want to enact, ongoing sustainable.
Might as well be with the sausage.
So here's what it's about. It's a short clip discussing the issues about the controlled opposition. Mel V is an alternative media journalist and the creative force behind Freedom Central, which is in its 3rd year running. This is August 13th, 2012.
I won't fucking swear. So, I don't.
Oh, they're dedicated to
We don't ever
truth.
say anything about hamburgers because
After a 2-year silence, and that's after 2010 when the trap was
It's
set.
Christmas, December 1st.
Not all the people who point out the wrongdoings of the dark force are on our side.
24 days.
And the clip also discusses the Titanic conspiracy, which is not commonly covered to its full extent by any mainstream researchers, and for a very good reason, because it is directly linkable to the Jesuits. People such as David Icke and Alec Jones are Jesuit co-agitators, friend and aid of the Jesuits, and is now provable now what they mention. Oh, not in what they mention, with the neglect to mention in regards to global conspiracy. That is exactly what they're doing to me. They planned the whole thing.
Realistic change. We thought that we were on the same team as David Icke, but we don't believe that David Icke is on the right team or on our team at all.
I'm Susanna
What
Glasscock
happens
Pratt.
to be really bizarre is that to some people is that we still continue to keep this information on. And as I said, please understand, we still find value in his work. So this is not any
This is
attempt to say, please don't
harassment and
check out David Icke's
character
work or
switch out
do really
and face off
There's
and every
value in
other
it.
vile
There really
thing.
is, and it's up to everybody else to
And
go
they're
through the work and check out this information for themselves
COVID
and make up their own minds. I
of
certainly
black
don't wish to convince
witches.
you of anything. Following David's cancellation of his speaking tour in South Africa, he and Bill Ryan received funding from a yet unnamed anonymous donor to then come out to South Africa and interview Crater Woodrow. And this is whilst I was there, right? Now and David had now cancelled his speaking tour, but still came back out to
At
South
lunch,
Africa.
I don't ever think they served it with
Clearly,
with pizza. This would be
it's
2
clear
hits
that
on
they were
lunch.
trying to
usually brownie.
stop me from getting an
Brownies
interview
or
with
something.
Crater.
I always thought
Because I was told I was
said no,
unable
we
to
never
see
had
Crater as a result of the
Yeah,
fact
they
that the
like
only
maybe a little,
interview
I don't
Crater
think
was
they give us
with
enough applesauce.
categorically the truth. As I
Either
found
way,
out
they
the
used to have
next
these
day,
peanut butter
Crater was
bars and
born
it had like this thin layer of chocolate over the top and get kind of hard.
I
and
didn't get to
fucking
see
delicious.
Crater,
So
so
we
really
make those
He's
too.
really old.
There are
He
no
goes to these
baked,
classes until I actually get out there and get to
peanut
interview
butter
him.
bars and they're very
All I know is that this
We're gonna do
footage
that.
that
So,
both Bill
it's
Ryan
gonna be
and
like
David
lunch
advertised
today
would
here.
be edited and released.
Look, I
and the
look with
donation
my
would
little
be given
glasses, I kind of
proceeds
look like a
to
lunch
Crater
lady
Woodrow.
with my hair up. We need, oh my god, why don't we have nets, hair nets?
So what the hell did they
It's a
do?
really
They're
cool
playing
song.
dolls
Mary
and dress
Cat.
up.
Rent money, honey. Thank you so
David
much. Thank you
and
for
Bill
treating
Ryan
me
is,
well.
you guys need to account
So the rest
for
of
what happened,
RX, why don't you
what
treat
they
me like that?
interviewed, and where is the Crater Woodrow
Good
footage
morning,
that-
RX.
Who funded your trip to South Africa?
Mary.
Why were you in Rome?
Perfect
And
timing.
these are important questions,
Robin,
and we all need to
Shonda. Sweet
start
pineapple
looking
fruit
into
loop.
these things more. As
At home
opposed
with
to just taking
Melissa.
the word of the so-called trusted alternative
Born
media.
and Roy.
You could be leading us down the wrong
You're
path.
making burritos.
Sad to
Susan.
say that these are people who have potentially inspired me to do what I do now.
Well,
But
did you
it
ready
also
to get to it?
You've inspired me
Let's
to
get
seek
that.
truth, and maybe to their own detriment.
Yes.
You know,
By the way, you guys remember this
what
old
can I
Merc
say?
shirt?
I can only ever follow my own
Ride share.
instinct and do what I believe to be right. And this is what I'm doing now. I'm standing up and I'm speaking the truth about people who I at one time looked up to, but
Karina.
I'm afraid I have to be honest
Karina
about
said,
where
hey,
we stand with them now.
Hey,
Because the
Karina.
many comments I make in shows and in various articles going across 2012,
Oh, you got the
and I don't
little
want to have
set
to worry
cover.
about
Yes.
Those are adorable.
how they
I keep seeing those. Did you get those?
Yes, I did. Mary Cash, thank you so much. Rent money, huh?
This has its very importance. And I think that's it for this week. So I guess I'm just going to say have a good evening, and thank you to all of the little quick joining us.
Don't put
And
anything
people
on camera
from
with that.
France, Belgium, England, South Africa, the UK, and Netherlands listening to us tonight. And we would love it if you join us next week.
Tag Katie Roby and Black Lives Matter
I'm
style.
going to put this over here.
Everyone here at Freedom Central, peace, love, unity, respect.
Dee gonna be the mixer upper. She's gonna stir everything in the bowl. Here, I'll get a bowl. Here, will you rinse that out? That's our bowl. It's got water stains in it. Everyone hashtag Mary Cat. Red money, honey.
Some of you have come to know me as the creative
Thank
force
you.
behind Freedom Central.
Yes.
Of course, we are an international
Very
multimedia
good.
fringe information platform
Half a cup.
that
So a half a
focuses
cup
on
is
information
a half a cup
from the
of
very
melted butter
cutting
to
edge.
one stick.
And to be honest with you, I love it. It's very
From international lady to American Hoosier. What an easy way to hide yourself.
do now is, of course, from the point of view of the eternal searcher, looking for truth and meaning
Don't
in
forget
this
you gotta
world.
have a wooden one. This
And
one
I
for the
know I'm
dough.
not alone in this quest. There are many of you just like me out there on a very similar journey, having complete unique experiences, ultimately searching for very similar things.
I'm here.
Which is why we have decided to share our journey of discovery with people through our portal,
I went
which
to
of course
Great
is Freedom Central.
Butchered it.
And if any of you want to check out information,
And
please
the
log
only
on
thing I
to
can do is try to put a little bit
freedomcentral.info.
of oil in it, and I feel like
years of
I'm like,
archive material that's somewhat interesting, I think.
Fantastic. I like it. I really do.
In my
I
search
didn't
for
know
Mel
truth,
cut it. Katie cut
you
it.
know, we've opened up our experiences to the public, and
Mary
my
Cat,
path
thank
has led
you.
me to meet some of the greatest people on our planet today, who
Awesome.
are actively working towards creating a just, peaceful, sustainable world. And boy, what a privilege it's been to meet these people and share their work, their experiences, their knowledge, and their stories.
Do you want creamy
Actively
peanut butter or honey cream?
Working in what has become known as the
Honey?
alternative media has given me great insight into the true
You never
powers
had honey
behind
peanut
all
butter?
the problems and atrocities we see on our planet today. I've learned a great deal about a great many things that most
Yeah, I've got
people
the
have
recipe.
no idea about. Not just in the world of information wars that I move in, but also behind the scenes in the so-called alternative media. I have over the last few years broadcast the occasional radio show,
One
written
cup
the
of
occasional
graham
article
cracker
discussing
crumbs.
various
Mary,
things
oh my God,
within
thank
the
you, dude.
alternative media that have caused
I
concern.
appreciate it.
Wanting always to be honest with
When it
people
comes
about my
up on
experiences, I have come to realize that it was about time I put out an account of Freedom Central up until the point we currently stand at. In a full and frank manner, not withholding anything.
Bullshit.
Freedom Central has always been about speaking out and about being honest with ourselves and others.
Always been about
And
ripping
of course,
people
now having
off.
survived the 21st December
Being a
2012,
parasite.
and now
on
knowing
the
that we have to carry on, as we always have
While
in
you
our
run
battle for
away.
freedom, I now feel that there is a purpose in giving an account of everything that we have come to know according to our experiences within the
False,
so-called alternative
false
media.
witness.
I had
Yeah.
previously given accounts, but there's always been things that I've held back. And of course, over the course of my
It's your
radio shows, I
conspiracy
will be
about the
giving various
boys,
accounts.
the band
And today we start with the very beginning of our journey. So this will become a regular
You
feature.
called me a Negro.
Some of what you may learn from our accounts of what goes on behind the scenes
Then you steal
in
my
alternative
identity.
media may be familiar to some, as there
No,
are those of you
she
who have
didn't
come
measure
forward to
the
me with
oil.
information and who have spoken to about various issues, particularly in 2012 when we debunked a whole bunch of platforms
She wants
and
to blog
issues such as
anybody's
Holly
ass
Great
off.
Posts.
Those
And,
Crazy,
I've
crafty mom.
visited many of these issues at various points in the past. But in order to understand the entire picture, I have decided to write and present a
If you follow these
semi-autobiographical account
recipes,
of our
you might
journey,
get legs.
explaining our
That's what I always say, but
experiences
it's so true.
with certain key figures within the alternative media, as well as what has happened to us at the hands of those we are presumed to be working on the same side as us. First, we need to explain to you how Freedom Central started, from a slightly different perspective than I've gone at it
Wait,
before.
I gotta
Bearing
go
in mind
check
that the last time I told the story, I was a whole year lacking in knowledge. Basically, Freedom Central was officially started on the 1st of August 2009. But the research aspect of my work has been going on for much longer than that. In fact, I can categorically trace all the way back to March 2007, where I was starting to look into various elements which brought me down the path that I'm on today.
March of
The
2007.
purposes of this show
So I was looking
is
around
where I
first
shall
and for a
start
place
this
to
journey,
stay.
our experiences for the sake of this account. And it's also, of course, important to know that my journey of discovery did really start long before, obviously, 2007. I've been on a journey of discovery my whole life. But we're talking about the sort of research aspect of where it began. So that's around March 2007. And around that time, I was living in London, and I had been there for about 8 years, having moved there from my home country of South Africa in July 1999,
False
where I lived for
timeline.
23 years of my life. I was born and raised there in South
I've
Africa.
lived here my whole life and they're trying
I
to
was at
erase
the
me.
time, in March 2007, one of the most booked plus-size models in London. I was making waves as a fashion stylist, and I had been producing some stuff for mainstream television. It appears that I had
Tag
everything
reality
going for me, but
shows.
to be perfectly honest with you, I felt incredibly lonely. I felt so adrift in society. London is a very tough place, and not being from London, I felt very disconnected from my roots. And there's a whole generation of friends and family that were sort of just left behind. And it was about this point that I actually joined Facebook and began to discover loads of my old friends from my travels around the world and from my home country and from university and school. And was really about then that this idea dawned on me to produce a documentary about South Africa's displaced generations, myself being one of them.
Yeah.
I began to
She's
research
about
for this
white
documentary in
people.
order to put together a creative treatment to present
She's a
to
white
the
racist and
commissioning
hates
editor of
me.
Channel
Working on
4.
the dryer.
It was at the time a
Yeah.
man called Kevin Sutcliffe.
You can't even roll it up. Can
In
you?
researching this documentary, I contacted many old friends, some of whom I'd gone to school with in South Africa.
I think
And,
next time we
having
They've
need to
been
some
make
doing a
an
documentary
exodus
on
to
me. I
London,
didn't see
they
my
were
old
on
friends
myself to London in search of
behind
better
masks and
opportunities.
faces.
I like to do.
During my
I like
conversations
to
with
know a
long lost
lot.
friends, I began to
Of
realize
course
the
you do.
common
I
theme
really
precipitating
do.
through all of them,
It,
belonging to live in South Africa again. But many of them feared doing so.
ever
In
since I
time,
said
some of the
that,
people
They're doing a ritual, making the body of Christ and the blood
Many more remain detached from
and the
their own
guts and the
lives.
meat.
And there's a feeling there that I can totally identify
that's what
with.
I got at the store
As there's
last
not a
night.
day that goes by when I'm not longing to go
Because
home.
I thought that Fennel might comment down.
Unfortunately, the documentary I presented to Kevin Sutcliffe, which is Channel 4's commissioning editor at the time, did not get commissioned.
Don't you dare say sugar!
And his
I'm
reason
right
is
there.
that.
Fuck your
unfortunately,
sugar.
Nobody
Maybe
gives
royal
a damn
attack.
about Africa.
Hi, buddy.
Of course, when I heard this, I was
Why do
absolutely
you not like
mortified.
They want
I was
sweet
like,
pizza and she won't give it to
I don't give
them.
a damn about Africa. Kim went on to explain that the investigative
So all the
journalist
sweetness has been taken out of
that
her
they did
life.
about corruption in Kenya
Ah.
only a few weeks prior to that had received such low viewing figures
I
that
love
they did
that
not
song.
make enough money on advertising
Go
revenue.
get like a
You see,
pear book.
Television stations make money from paying advertisers who provide adverts to be played
Yeah,
at
that's a
certain
good
times,
song.
which they pay for.
He
The
really
more viewers a
doesn't-
television
he's
station
not
has
into that
watching,
pizza.
the more they can
He will.
charge
He
for
said
the
it's probably
advertising.
too hot for him. He don't like too hot
It
temperature
was
food.
at this moment that
And
it
I don't want
dawned
to
on
be
me
too much
that
too much
I
salt for him and my
love
dad.
and
Lana says
the
it looks
work
delicious.
I love.
I
and
said,
I
oh,
live
it looks
for
amazing.
most
Finish that,
certainly does not
and I'll bring you
operate
some.
from an altruistic
And
place.
she's like, ooh,
And it was
yeah.
a very, very tough
I
thing
think
to
she'll
come to
like
realize
it.
that,
Me and Lana
you
both
know,
like
we start to realize that, you know, things aren't working in our best interest. It was long before I'd officially awoken. I think many people
the extra
actually
sauce
realize
is
that thing for themselves, even without coming onto any of this information. I mean,
Yeah, since it was so
there's
saucy,
injustices
maybe we
around
should
us
have
every
made
day.
it saucy.
At the end of the
I
day,
think that's the
it's
problem.
all
And it
about
doesn't
money, not about human
And
interest.
sausage is saucy.
This was a pretty hard matter to come to terms with, but the seeds were planted
So
and
it's not
watered by
burning.
other experiences I had within the mainstream media, which began to make me realize that not all
So next
is
time we're
what it
gonna-
seems.
Rice dough.
It was a very sensitive
Well,
stroke
sometimes
of
it hurts
career
my
that seemed to
stomach,
be
man. Fucking
becoming
pizza dough
ever
instead
more
comes my
recognizable
stomach.
for me within every
Can you
career
buy
move that I
gluten-free
made.
Frozen.
Apart from
pizza
modeling,
dough or
I'd been
anything?
picked
Oh, no,
up
but I
by
couldn't
a
do
top
pasta.
London agency for
Was it
TV
good?
presenters,
I didn't
and I'd been doing some bits and
She
pieces
saw
of
me
television work.
gluten-free
But due
macaroni
to my
and cheese.
artistic inclination,
I didn't even
I
see
had
that.
focused my energies
I'm
on
like, fuck yeah.
getting into
But
fashion
I got,
styling, which I really enjoyed.
Gluten-free
I got the
fettuccine.
opportunity,
So try that.
I got the point to the point where I was creating
That reminds me of like a gluten-free
fashion
fries.
shoots
That's how
with
the
some of the most
texture is.
recognizable names.
I'd like to
planet,
teach
including
you how to
people
make
such as
kind of
Coca-Cola.
cow chicken.
And of course,
I
if anyone
like
wants to
it.
check out my
I've
portfolio,
never,
it is
I've
online.
never ate it.
It was during this time of
Oh,
doing
it's good.
the
It's
Coca-Cola
spicy.
shoot that I recall
love
having a
spicy.
penny drop
It
moment
has like
and
those
recognizing
red
how fake
like
and
hard
fortunate the
peppers
media
in it.
really is, and how they
and
create
soak
these
them into
fake
water,
images which
moisten
have no basis in reality.
Moisten.
Basically, in the weeks
Yeah.
preceding the Coca-Cola shoot,
Yeah.
I'd spent several days at the landmark hotel in Marylebone in London. Incidentally, this is the same hotel where Janis Joplin was found dead. And I was there basically doing castings for this particular,
I know it's gonna be
campaign,
on point.
which was the Coca-Cola shoot. And of course, this was over a few days as shoot was planned,
I
and
look like
I
a
had
lady
to
ready to
cast
play
all the
bingo
models for this
with my
particular shoot.
cigarettes, my
I had
glasses.
jumpsuits,
Yeah, you
different
do.
looks that they wanted, and
Look like white trash. is what you're
the
trying to
shoot
say.
actually took place over a few days.
Call them saying I look like lunch ladies and I
in
look like I'm
and
ready to
around
play
Thames,
bingo.
which is an extremely beautiful, quaint town nestled in the heart of the English countryside on the River Thames.
Trailer park.
I was very proud of the models I selected. They were all wonderful, and they were all fantastic in terms of their professionalism. Their portfolios were fantastic. I really was sent such an amazing selection, and I chose the best of the best.
Fucking dog.
Anyway, my photographer was also very happy.
Why
He
are you
recommended
always
the
making
techniques
fun of me?
that I had selected for the shoot? What
Look at you
However,
in the
very
purple
interesting
short
to note
TV.
was when
No
it came to
shirt.
lunchtime, all
Your
the
hair
models
was
had brought
that
along their own
big.
food and drinks. Even though Coca-Cola
on
had
me.
supplied
Still
both
got that
beverages and
great
food,
stuff going
which
on
included
your
sugary
face.
canned soda
Actually,
drinks
like,
and
it makes
pizza.
you look distinguished.
Needless to say,
means
nothing
old.
they supplied
No,
was
it
in any way
doesn't.
beneficial for one's
That's
health or
polite way of
looks.
saying you look
But as my
old.
models were professionals, they all
No.
looked after their appearances due to the income
She
depending on it.
means she was their
All
madam.
knew what to expect.
Well,
And
that's
they
true.
all had
I'm
all
gonna
of
make
their
it go
own
into
refreshments.
December too.
At lunch, they
I'm gonna make
consumed
it next
salads
week,
and sipped on
December as
beverages
well.
from their
I
own
might even
herbal
for
tea
January.
to smoothie-filled
She
drink
means
with lots of
tossing the
dessert.
salad.
It was absolutely
Well,
unbelievable. I was
gotta
like,
shave
I was
my
like
best
flabbergasted.
I can't stay
And yet,
on long
while
today,
there was
guys,
fashion,
and I want to
for
let you guys
example,
know that
vegetarian
because I gotta
model
have content for the
pretended to
vlog that I'm gonna be
barbecue
dropping
sausages
tonight.
that he wouldn't even eat.
We're gonna
For
taste
camera.
test the dessert.
And whilst my two lady models pretended to sit
You say you're gonna get a piss test on the
dessert
dessert?
was set up for the shoot.
Merry Christmas,
That's not
everybody!
actually swallowing
Everybody hashtag Merry
It was
Christmas.
as
It is
fake as
vlog.
they can be, the whole thing. When I look
Yes,
back now
Merry
on
Christmas.
the pictures, I see these beautiful smiling faces of my models. And I know deep down inside they're hating every minute having to pose, pretending to drink things that they would not normally drink for a paycheck.
Oh, that's definitely
I've
Kate.
had many articles written about me in the British press and tabloids whilst I was working in London in the mainstream media. I'm all too unaware of
She
just
thinks
how
she's
that's
Princess
Diana.
to make a story
Yep.
more interesting. And
They are. I get it
basically,
just
it's the
like
use of
I
skill
get
for
the
writing and
whole
editing
milk and
for
whipped cream. The
purposes
only
of
thing might be
sensationalism.
different is I get
Because
that
at the end of the
extra
day,
chai
magazines and
every year.
newspapers want stories that will result in them
I
selling
like
more, thus making
I
more
want
money.
to go.
So they tend to sensationalize things.
I want it to
There's a
burn
very
myself
famous article of me which mentioned
The longer it
something
sits, the
about
better
I
it is.
wouldn't doubt it. This is Princess Diana's real killer.
And this was in a British tabloid magazine.
And they threw me on
The
that
fact
day.
is that the car
I'm
crash
excited
mentioned
to
in
try
the
and
title
title.
happened at the age of 18.
You want
But
this?
becoming the most well-publicized model in London
Well, yeah, she's
happened
Camilla.
just 10 years later and had nothing to do with the car crash.
Oh, my puppy.
And I can honestly say that the car accident and getting a second chance at a modeling career after I was badly scarred in the accident and never thought I'd model again, the two of them had nothing to do with each other. However, this article was written and titled for sensationalism. I didn't even get to see
That's
the
what
end of the
drama
article
community
when it was
is.
published. I only got to see the published version.
Go cut that
The
picture.
title even makes it sound like these are my very own words, but I never even said anything of that kind to the journalist.
Cut that.
Indeed, my own
You
experiences
want
with journalists
the pepperoni?
I have
You
never
can just
yet
do it.
given an interview to mainstream media journalists that was
Well, I don't know.
I'll get a new one.
In fact, I eventually stopped
I
doing it.
know, that's
So
the
one
one
magazine
magazine.
agreed to let me write my own article about myself to publish in their
That
magazine
was olive
so that I
oil.
could tell my true
I've never put
story
olive oil
and
like a chunk of
a
olive oil.
sensationalized story because it's a good story. It doesn't need to be sensationalized. And so I wrote
Well,
it.
it had
was
some
a
bad
magazine called High
reviews,
Spirit.
it had
It was
some
the
good
source
reviews.
available.
You wrote a fake script about me.
Our review is,
It was around this
What
time
do you give
also that I was
That's
being
awesome.
contacted by journalists who wanted to do features about me for various
A 3.
magazines. I've been given dozens
I give it a
of,
solid
interviews, or I should say,
You wrote
I
an
have
open
given
letter
dozens of
saying
interviews
I
to
was
mainstream
crazy.
tabloid press journalists about
now
my life,
I will present to
my
you
car
pepperoni.
accident at a young age, my exodus from London to South Africa,
All right,
my
present
interesting
it to us.
career. But for
You're
some
the one
unknown
that got
reason,
banned from the
journalists
United
always had to
States.
sensationalize the story.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna
When I'd
work.
read that article, what they'd written, it told it in such a way
I can't even
that
fake
nobody
like
who
that.
actually knew me would recognize who the story was about. Nonetheless, I got
I
very
wanted
involved in the
to
story and
make
I wasn't
it
the first
feel
one to complain about it much at the time. Although I did raise a few discrepancies with a couple of journalists and it didn't make me very popular. I became good friends with this one journalist, however, who
Yeah, this was
at
the
the time
first
used the
time I
name
read
Fiona.
today.
What I can remember of her was that she was Australian. I never actually met her, but we corresponded a lot and spoke by phone. And she was also living at the time in London, and of course got along extremely well. You know, both Antipodean, both living in London. At one point, Fiona approached me to help her, as she was broke, and she knew I was a good
Tag
sport.
When I
Sure.
went to get my
plan was that she intended to make up a story about a fictitious
And
woman.
I didn't
What
even
Trolls.
the
see
story was
the,
about. But I
mean,
had to work
I
really
literally
quick
lost
post for pics
control.
as this woman.
Oh,
Was
this
then
is
published in the
classic.
magazine.
no,
She's
The
just
end deal
using her
was that I was to
behavior as
receive
a cop.
£7,000
no,
in
sitting
back
there.
hardly any of it
And
was stuff.
I did. And
I
Fiona
just
even
passed the
posted
ground.
me one of her brunette wigs, which is what I used. Which I then put on, and my husband photographed me, and then I sent these
Look
pics
at that
to
gross,
her to
disgusting
be used in the
pizza.
magazine. And of course, the pics with the brunette wig looked nothing like me, which was the whole point.
Ew.
As Fiona had previously done a
Oh, I
story with me
Did you ever
using what I
have-
actually looked
I
like,
bet
which
you
was
did.
one of the stories of my car accident.
I can't.
Anyway, I got my money, but I never got to see what the end story was
I
that Fiona
love that.
fabricated or published. Probably because I would never even have recognized myself by page of a magazine and see myself staring back, which was the whole point. I was not supposed to look like
Right, you had
I was supposed to look up somebody
hundreds of
else doing
lifetimes
things
every day
so
that you
could
shit
then
on.
have a payday. And I admit this to you,
Oh.
because, you know, let's be honest. You know, I didn't know what the story was, and I basically didn't really want to know at the time. I chose to see it as a modeling job, maybe a little sort of
It's still there.
unusual, but a modeling job nonetheless, like I've done many times before. Looking back, it, however, has given me tremendous
Yeah,
insight
yeah.
into how flawed the tabloid media
I
is,
think we've all came
and
to
you know how it can be corrupted at a very basic level. Because of the one basic functioning principle, which is that we all need to make money, and journalists are no exception. And they will do anything, including embellishing the facts, if not outright making them up, in order to get a story published, which they will get paid for.
What do you think? Oh,
Yeah.
The greater public have been conditioned to favouring sensationalism and drama.
Now, when I
And
take the
indeed,
sauce
we
off
have
of
developed
it,
an addiction to it, not realizing that this is a manipulation tactic contrived for the purposes of reaping profits. This is a particularly dangerous activity, especially when it comes to reality shows. When real people, particularly vulnerable ones, lose control of a situation at the hands of exploitative and manipulative producers.
It was that
not
busted
being there.
plan was shared
An
with reality.
illustration of this comes from my own experiences when I was invited onto the Trisha Goddard show. As
She
one of the
expected
guests.
I'd never show
Now,
up here.
Trisha Goddard is the British equivalent of Oprah Winfrey. Nowhere near as great as anything. That's how you would
You gotta
equate
be
her.
fucking stupid.
Being the most
Look at him.
booked plus size model in London,
Raw.
my agent,
Yeah.
Trisha
Old,
Goddard got in touch with my agent,
oily.
her researcher, I should say, got in touch with
thinking
my agent,
shit.
and my agent then obviously told me about this gig, and I thought, okay, fair enough,
Okay.
and I was invited onto the show.
Son of a bitch.
And the topic of the show was about the extremes that models go to in order to get work. And this
That's my
was
review.
around the time when the whole size zero debate was hitting the headlines again, causing controversy and upping my workload as everyone wanted to appear to be favouring
Tag
healthier
John
looking
Bowman.
models.
I'll give it a
Other
10.
guests, which had been invited onto the show,
Right.
included a very skinny young model who wanted to be famous and
All right,
successful.
Tag Reggie
Yeah.
Delaney was almost
Casting
famous.
agent,
I've already got
and
the peppers
a
and
couple of other
everything.
people. I can't remember who they were offhand.
Chicken. And then we
But,
got a new person who's cooking
Basically, I was under the impression I was
extravaganza.
there to talk about being a plus size
Tag
model.
Carrie
That is the
Cassidy.
reason they contacted me, as I thought. The on-stage discussion was being filmed in front of a live studio
Oh, we're
audience.
live right
And
now,
consistently
dummy.
holding the point of view of loving your body, whatever it may look like, versus the super skinny point of view.
There it is, mine.
I've
I
never
was
been
very
skinny.
sympathetic to what the skinny model wannabe had to
I'm
say.
average.
And having come from a school
You
where
just
I
like
was
to
surrounded
play
by
fat ass.
that sort of
There's the frog
self-destructive
room right
behavior that comes with eating disorders such as anorexia and bulimia.
Probably.
I had held a different view of the full size zero issue due to the fact that I was literally to be a healthier size.
And
I did not climb into the character of the skinny model, nor did I denounce her in any way for how she felt about herself,
Psychos.
or the image she played out to other vulnerable minds. I listened to her and offered support and advice on how to work on being kinder to herself and
I
more
would have been
realistic
coming
about, how she sees herself. When we paused for a break during filming, one of the show's producers actually had the audacity to come over to me
One of
and
the
very
shoes
discreetly
producers.
mention in my ear that I was far too nice. I then looked at her directly in the eye with a smile, and I said, that's because I'm a nice person.
You
You know,
gotta
with sort
be
of a
shitting me.
laugh to it.
I'm a nice person.
The producer, with a very serious look on her face, then snapped at me and said, look, you're not challenging the other guests, referring to the skinny model. She said, you're not challenging the other guests enough. We need you to be more, we need more
Fucking
conflict,
bullshit.
is what she said.
It's a
Rather
fortune.
agitated that I had not given her
Over a
the
decade of my
performance
life.
that they had hoped for.
Oh, and you think
I
it's
replied
funny.
by asking, what the hell are you talking about? This producer replied, you're being awfully nice, she said. We need you two to have a confrontation.
And she
At
looked
this
right over
point,
at
I realized that I'd been invited onto the show not to talk about this very sensitive topic. I thought I was there with the intention.
She has been confronting me since 1990 as Reggie Delaney. As Mel V, she's been confronting me since 2016. And now it's come down to this full-blown confrontation, and it better be her that goes.
13 times at least to ask me the same questions over and over again. And this is the day before the show. The last phone call was at 11 o'clock, and it lasted over an hour. So I only got to sleep after midnight. And you know, this was all I wanted to prepare for the show. And I was already, really
live
annoyed
today.
by this, getting the last phone call later, because I was already asleep when she called for the last time.
It's always current, it's always live. That was your last chance with Katie Roby.
Filming the following morning. And I was absolutely baffled as to why the research assistant kept calling me and asking me the same questions, followed by, how did that make you feel? The typical psychologist analysis.
Must be
And
Jordan
before, of course,
Peterson.
I could answer, Tina would interject and say, does this make you angry? As if pre-programming my response that she was hoping for in order to
Oh,
create
he got in
program
serious trouble for his interaction.
It became obvious to me later that Tina was trying to get me into a certain frame of mind using repetitive mindset techniques in an attempt to create the desired
Oh, from hair and
perspective
pouring,
that
no
producers
doubt.
wanted the guests
I
to
can
have.
see it in his mouth,
In order to
dragging
steer the Trisha Goddard show in the required direction, which of course was for the beneficial, was beneficial for the longevity of the
For
show.
my destruction and your
They
benefit.
wanted me to be angry, and they wanted me to be in an angry state of mind when I came on for filming. And
I still don't hate
they wanted
anybody.
me
That's
to
why
be
I'm alive
unhappy
and
in the morning
healthy.
when I came into the show. And
So
Ricky
yours
Jones
is all
on.
bullshit as
Yes, I
always.
wasn't. And they wanted me to tell the size zero model that she was stupid and pathetic and
I'm not a plus size model.
I wasn't going to masturbate to pull up myself in the Trisha Goddard show.
But my mom took me to the chubby department one time. That's all it took.
This researcher, when
I
she
made
kept
that
calling me,
public, not you.
asking questions such as, does it make you angry when you see skinny models in magazines?
I am not skinny. I've never been skinny.
How does it make you feel?
This
when
is somebody
skinny
with a
models are
shitty
paid for
self-image.
campaigns?
I'm talking about
To be
these
honest, I had
eggs.
never even thought about many of the imagined or hypothetical issues that I was questioned about in this invasive manner by
I mean,
this
Teresa's
researcher
Dan
called Tina.
Soap called me fatty.
Because to be honest with
I,
you,
you know, next thing you know, you're bulimic and a blob or some
weird.
weird thing here.
Especially since I had a car accident and I was scouting
Ah.
thinking I would never be able to model again after my scars and my
Yeah,
forehead.
that's it. Oh,
And
sorry.
and I bore no ill to anybody, no ill feeling at all to anyone, irrespective of their size. I was never jealous of anybody else for getting modeling campaigns. No, I was always just happy for what I got.
I've
just thought it was
survived
such a blessing.
more fatal crashes.
Anyway,
I don't
repetitive
walk
monotonous
around crying
questions
about
were
it.
strategically designed to get me upset and to anger me and to get me
I'm not angry.
and ready for the show.
You've been trying to make me angry, Mel.
Because that is what viewing public
Fucking Katie Roby.
because that is what they're fed.
Fucking
They're
frog
addicted.
juice queen.
And the more viewers are
All
watching,
the parts I
the
need
more
now.
money can be charged
Oh,
to
are you gonna
advertise
build a-
during this program. High levels of
Terminator?
advertising revenue during programs virtually guarantees that the program or series is recommissioned for another season. In much the same way, bad viewing figures would almost certainly
No wonder
guys,
she did her
that's reason for
etymology
today,
show.
because I need to make
the
the
best
best
interest
for
of the show and the producer.
Right.
You need to go clean up your mess, stinky booty girl.
And
Look at that
the way they
gaping
did
wound.
that has nothing
Hot,
to do
red,
with
irritated on
realistic
Dougie Fresh.
And I upload.
but by creating
Do
a
ya?
contrived conflict and
Everybody
drama,
have a good
which is
day.
what the
Fuck
TV
off.
public are hooked on. in order to drive viewing figures, which in turn drives advertising revenue. After an epiphany whilst walking on Tower Bridge in August 2008,
Oh, they're
my
doing
husband and I
Delphi
took a
Oracle.
weekend break to Amsterdam.
Chain Rocks
While
Bridge.
sitting in our favorite coffee shop, in a
I
place called
see.
Conscious Dreams, which
Back to the grandkids. This is sick.
spotted a tattoo on the arm of the girl who
Sick.
was serving us our newbie.
Welcome back, my people. It's been 8 weeks since I first brought to you the story on 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German being viciously murdered in Delphi, Indiana.
Another word for
Despite $230,000 reward and 13,000 tips that have come into the FBI hotline, we still have not found the killer.
It's just the fraud room. You know
I
that.
made a video 8 weeks ago, and a lot has developed
the
within
white
8
rabbit
weeks. I'd
tattoo
like to
in
report
the
to you now.
Matrix film that leads
Don't
near
worry,
to me
if you haven't
Trinity.
watched my video,
Tag 25 South Florissant. You're trying to parasite on my ass into eternity. You're stupid.
I had become so disillusioned by that time with my life in London. There was just so
They
much
alter
going on.
it.
We were caught up in this very negative
Spell
downward
casting
spiral
in
that
February
was
the 13th.
destroying our marriage. Many people would have thought that I was, doing so well in my career.
Valentine's Day,
And I did
the
have
narrative.
happy. Well, it just so happens that the universe had other plans for me, and
This is probably
things on my
how
way to say, look, you're not on the right
the
path.
actual entity
And
of
one by
Katie
one,
Roby
things
was
started to happen
murdered.
to me that led me on a downward spiral, which nearly destroyed us.
They're just ghosts.
Sometimes one needs to hit rock bottom in order to rebuild strong
I get it.
foundations, when previously weak foundations had led one's demise. We felt the only way to escape the downward spiral we were in London was to have a fresh start. And thus, in September 2008, myself and Richard moved to Holland, leaving my mainstream career behind me.
AKA
and our
Vinny
lives and our
G.
friends in London.
People, he was calling people the N-word. He was fucking telling he's gonna kill women. I mean, he was acting like Bert. He got doxxed live on my show, but I didn't give out his address. But I gave out enough information.
Anyway, we packed.
Hey, Dave, was that guy white?
We couldn't take with
Was that guy white?
with the stuff we took with
Oh, he says that you actually doxed me.
Well, he said he drove from London to Holland using the Channel Tunnel. As we came out, the European side of the Channel Tunnel in France was so excited to be free from our lives in London that
There you have it.
wrote down the sign on that. Freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. And on the back of the bag, I wrote the name Janice.
Check Bobby McGee on the bridge.
And the band then became known as Janice, a freedom rider.
If you want, you
Being
can ask
Dutch,
me.
my husband had no problem
Okay,
finding
yeah,
employment
why is he actually
picturesque
He
part
said
of
he was
the hay.
talking. I think he was talking shit
I
about
enrolled
you.
myself immediately
I
into
see,
doing the yoga classes to give myself something to do every day.
This guy-
Because I had no
this guy
employment, and
needed,
it was the first time in so
Anderson
long that I had
And I
actively
still
been without
Anderson
employment.
Henderson's show.
After yoga classes, I would
What's about, you know, is
arrive
an
at the
apple,
apartment
right?
where I began to write a book that I've been planning to write for a long time. I've always been a
She's
writer.
acting like
I've been
she's
writing
a 25
since a
South
very young age.
Florissant.
And
And she assumes my
yeah,
identity.
as I say, I wanted to write this book for many years, and I began to write one so many times,
Then we
but I
get
never
into
actually
Cherry
did into the
Joyce.
book.
Because I said
And
to
the
Liz,
excuse
when
always was that I used to be busy. But there I was, the first time in a long time, with really nothing to do. I was
Well,
sitting
Cherry Joyce can intermix with Jilly Jill, which is also your buddy, Laura, Life Perplexed. You know, the baddest ass bitch on YouTube, your best friend. So, I was thinking earlier I wanted to bring this into the witness of what's going on today. If you mix Terry Joyce and Lisa Harrison, I think you get the clones because she had no relevant voice, but she sure was tough behind the scenes with her Lulu. So this is all just going, like I said, back to pre-2010, which was when they were trying to crucify me here in Ferguson. And I had to go before the council. And Mel takes over my identity in 2007, like she states.
So I was determined to make some friends, otherwise I was going to be very depressed with no life there. And tried it in my immediate environment. I had hoped to get friendly with people at Bikram yoga, but the environment of Bikram yoga is not one where people socialize. Rather, they come in, they put their stuff down, they go lay down and romance and
Tag Om Yoga Turtle going under down there in one of the new buildings.
whatever else. It is supposed to be totally about meditation, free from entanglement. It's almost like, they don't want drama or connection with people that might pollute the experience of the yoga. And, I can totally identify with why. Nonetheless, there was one saving grace to my existence at that point, and that was a little coffee shop around the corner from the Bikram yoga. This little coffee shop that sold weed. And it was a very quaint little place, very pretty, very nicely done outside, very trippy. And this became the place where I began to purchase my cannabis. And at that stage, it was still novelty.
She is intermixing the Ludholtz property, which was turned into a dispensary that hasn't opened yet, and the coffee house at 25 South Florissant, which is where the Matrix is and was. And it was me that lived there, and me reported all this. I told the story. You guys got caught telling my story.
And big blue eyes, and she just so happened to be one of the main people who worked regularly at this little coffee shop around the corner from Bikram Yoga. She had the most angelic face. I just remember the first time I saw her.
Tag the Lanero Coffee House now. And there can only be one in each town. One hair shop, one coffee house. And here in Ferguson, it's a one-horse town. And Legion was here before I ever walked in.
The thing, I spent some time chatting to her before heading home to write. As I began to frequent various coffee shops around the Hague, I began to meet
Tag the Vril and the Nazis. Mel's a full-blown Nazi.
It was in a coffee shop that I had my eyes open for me for the first time in a big way. And, this is really, when people say, when you truly start to awaken,
Tag Hogwarts
in
Academy.
these coffee shops, which is why I'm sure they're trying to close them all down at the moment with various legislative measures. One day, while sitting in Maria's coffee shop, she began to tell me
Internet hugs that are dirty.
The catastrophe of 9/11 was
Spread the virus.
that the birth of Jesus is a reference to an astrotheological event. She was so inflamed and passionate in her telling of the story that I was
You
still
said
not
I was
completely sure what
irrelevant
she was trying
and
to tell me.
Jesus.
And to be honest with you, I don't think she completely was telling in the right way either. What I do know is that she then handed me a piece of paper with one word scribbled on it in pencil, which said zeitgeist. Needless to say, when I left the coffee shop that day, I went straight home and Googled zeitgeist and began to watch I think it was only 2 of them have been made at that stage.
I didn't watch any of them.
After
I
watching
could
them,
tell
I
it was
began to
chilled out
stumble
from
onto
the
Alex
go.
Jones, and I began to watch all their
I
stuff.
might have watched half of the
And
first
I
one.
began
I
to
knew
get
right
switches
away.
over a few
It
months.
was bullshit.
I was initially so impressed by what I was learning because it all seemed to be so different from what we're being told in the mainstream media. For a while, I used to switch through news channels, trying to see if any of them were telling me something different to the other. It was like I knew I was missing something, but I couldn't quite, put my finger on what. I was even so brazen as to write into Alex Jones's channel, Infowars.com, and asked them if they were looking for a European correspondent, and if they were, I wanted to be considered.
Tag Elise Diavlon Breitbart.
Stirred something in me.
Truthfully, tits.
I studied every piece that I could come across the
Trisha, I mean.
spending hours
Elise.
stopping and starting text in order to take
And
notes.
Mel.
One day I saw a piece that Alex Jones did with David Icke where he uses the analogy of David Icke pooping in a punch bowl, which I found extremely amusing. And so I googled David Icke and came across his interview with
Sounds like
Camelot.
slandering somebody.
This was my introduction to David Icke and Project Camelot, which at the time was run by both Bill Ryan and Kieran Cassidy. I think that's currently just run by Kieran Cassidy, and Bill Ryan went to do something with Project Avalon, but I think he's sort of similar.
No, that skinny gal that went to Mexico was one of them too.
I watched the interview twice. That
Reddish
Project
brown
Camelot
hair.
and Daylight, back to back.
Back to the
And
skinny
I just
models,
tell you, I had
tag it.
the overwhelming feeling that bubbled up inside of me. It was like an excitement I've never felt before. I was so impressed by the bravery of Bill and Kerry, taking on such controversial subject matters. And I was so deeply inspired, knowing deep down inside that this was the thing that I had been looking for.
Oh, you put my card on her and sent me a. There
Having
you
worked
go,
in
I get
mainstream
it.
media and having painted the staged fakeness of it, I longed for something real, something meaningful, something that mattered, something that would make a difference on any level, whatever that was. I had plenty of experience both in front of and behind the camera, and both in pre and post production.
You went for my job and stole it.
Something was bubbling inside of me, an idea had sparked. It was then
Well, I knew that a few nights ago.
that I watched. It's 2009, April 2009 when I watched this particular David Attenborough interview with Project Camelot.
You were watching me in Ferguson.
This was a very significant turning point for me. As it was during this interview with David Wright that he gave to Project Camelot that he references the famous Janis Joplin song that we've been talking about. And he said, freedom is just another word for nothing left to lose. Well,
You guys knew I had nothing left to lose. You went in for the kill. And here's Janis Joplin, so fuck off.
This was going on at the time, as it was at this point that I felt something coming over me I had never felt before. It was, almost like a kind of recognition, followed by an overwhelming
Tag
feeling of
MASH.
warmth and joy, which brought me to tears.
In the war
At the time,
unit.
I could not tell what that recognition was, but now I know that I was recognizing my path and my purpose, and that is very clear to me now. I began to join various discussion forums on Facebook in order to interact and learn from other people who were interested.
Not that anybody cares, but I just want to share something with you. This stone was one of the original ones that, like, really spoke to me. And usually you only see the regular tiger eyes, which are brown and yellow, right? See, this is a black tiger eye. And the black is always good for repelling any evil. So it's one of the ones I really... All my stones matter. But now seeing what an evil pit was cast around me and just getting more and more of it every day. When I got up this morning, I knew that this was going to be the stone that I was going to wear. And like I've told you before, it's really not about fashion. I mean, they're all beautiful. And if you can't get it on the right cord or fix it with an outfit, I don't really know what to tell you. And of course, if pants are required today, if pants are required, then not today. I'm wearing leggings, and people are so out of touch. But
I had no record of ill health, mental or otherwise. The police officer on duty proceeded to take our statements.
these people are all insane, and that's why they called me crazy and set out to make me irrelevant and kill me off.
At the police station, we had given substantial enough argument and evidence that even the most skeptical officer, particularly the one who took our statement, was agreeing that there was something not right about the fact that vaccinations had been made mandatory, when hardly anybody in Holland had died from the swine flu.
And I'll tell you what, if I wouldn't have came online, they were coming to get me anyhow, and I knew that.
As it turns out,
It was so obvious in this town, and I thought my only chance is to make this public and begin speaking about it and leave this for my grandchildren and my children so they know what happened in this
Anyway,
crazy
I
war.
continued researching and writing for several months more, watching as many YouTube clips as I could, donning at the University of YouTube, where I was getting a first-class education in reality and truth. And it was about July 2009 that I went onto the Project Camelot site to watch some more interviews, and I saw a notification that they were going to be hosting a conference in Amsterdam.
with some pretty bad people.
We were so curious to see.
I think
if
that's
there
where
were
they
any
did
other
that
people
frog
out there
juice.
like us who were beginning to see the world the way we were. Our decision to attend this conference was based on nothing more than a need to confirm that we were not going crazy, and that there were, in fact, some other people who believed the same things that we did about what is happening here on planet Earth. And for whatever reason, I had been so drawn to all the information paraded by the alternative media.
You believe what I was speaking about, and it shared your reality because you lied about it all.
When we had seen Anna Schrattler at her tattoo, which had inspired us. This was the next time we actually spent time
Oh, the
dancing
Nexium
before we left.
tattoo.
And it was almost like uncovering the biggest mystery of all time. But still, no matter how much I keep telling myself that what I was uncovering made more sense than the lies we had all been fed, my self-doubt kept creeping in. In my head, I could hear the constant jibes and jeers of my parents. Should I dare explain what I now know was coming to me as truth? My mother had so often called me crazy, and there have been many things which have happened to me in my life which made me believe that perhaps this was
You
true.
blame your mom for driving you crazy.
Part of coming to know the truth
Right.
about the reality we live in was learning that it was not me that was crazy for struggling in a crazy world. The reality is, everything we know is backwards on all levels.
Now explain your optic nerve. What the fuck? Okay.
Good morning.
I know this
I
face.
just noticed that this handle was
Right, you're gonna set your hair on fire, Modwiz. Better be careful.
with it.
And mess your
It's
hair
what it
all
is.
up. You'll be crying.
Good morning, but again.
Look, and here's
Sorry about that. I should
that's
probably start
funny.
over, but I'm not going.
No, we're not starting over. But it was good hair movie. I know
There were
that
several
movie.
directions I could have gone this morning, but I
This is
finally
my mother's
chose
Facebook.
one that may be
I
obvious to a
blurted
lot
it
of
out.
people. The title is
And
Lisa
these are
Harrison
from Timmy
responds to
B's
Neil
Discord.
Keenan's attack on OPPT.
So
Oh,
when
on
people
people's
told me
A number
property
of people said
that
fucking
these
bullshit
things were in
fund.
Timmy B's
this
Discord,
time by Neil Keenan.
THI, Truth,
and
Honor,
I
and
did what I did
Integrity.
in July.
It isn't
Open
by
Source
Without
Central.
by
What?
Michael Henry Dunn. But I
I'm not
understand he
Tag
was
Dunn
associated
Road.
with
I'm
Neil
skipping over this.
And there was
Keenan has
no
been
reason
after the
for
Indonesian
any of
funds
them
for
in Timmy
years.
B's
And now
Discord
the
to
Indonesians
look
have
at
gone
my
public
mother.
saying
This
they
is
now know
definitely
he is the boss.
So
THI.
for Diane and Wendy
Danger
and
is
Randy
in from
to be
OPVT.
live
Robert,
with the
okay,
various
just wanted to
people
make sure the
in their
OPVT
chat,
was aware of
claiming
this
that no one
garbage.
has
And
messed
Robert
with me.
replied again, thanks for responding, Lisa. Lisa said
And
yes,
Marion is some
and
kind of
have
victim of
decided
me.
to ignore it as it exposes him more than anything else.
It's disgusting. So many people
And
have
my mind
lied
wants to
to
go to
make
some of
me
the
look
other
crazy.
topics that I had going on in meditation this morning. I've been up for 2 hours
to
again,
defend the
plus
fuckery that they all do in what
woke
they
up,
call
God, I woke up
staples.
a little after 2 o'clock. Did not fall back
No.
to sleep.
No,
Anyway,
it didn't.
the article has
At
four
one time, some of those
bullets.
came from there, but
It says how to
all
tell a
of them
scam in 30
are in Timmy
seconds.
B's
They
They
Discord.
offer
wanted to
you
kill
something
me
for
because
nothing.
Don't come in here and lie
said
to
I
me
was bulletproof, so they
and
set
tell me
out to
that what
say
I'm
that wasn't
looking at
true.
is not
Oh,
fucking true.
folks.
This is Modwiz
Everything in the
125.
world
It's in the
is
Staples
created
Mommy of Three
from
Girls.
nothing.
It's a
or
second
nothing.
Discord.
That is
Everything
no true.
comes from no thing.
Those are screenshots
Always been that
from my
way.
Patreon.
That's the
I'm
world we
not
live in. It's a
showing
holographic
Says
The
you
universe,
flat
screenshots from the
ass.
Discord, Amber Kate.
and it's all created out of thin air.
You're
So
just
this
an
is a funny
algorithm.
April?
The banking
You're just a
system,
Looking at my
bot.
mom?
it's the way
You're
So I
created
don't
just a
have the
worm.
pictures
And
from
God
Timmy
said,
Beats
"Let there
Discord,
be,"
but
and there was.
it was said
It's a consensus agreement.
that they are in there
consensus
too.
Creation, where we agree that
So
we're
when
going
Laura
to play
says pictures of my
this
children
game, and we
and my
set the
family
stage,
were never in her
and we
Patreon
create
chat,
all from
they sure
nothing,
are.
and then we play act it.
Laura's Diane.
This isn't play acting.
I'm sick
So,
and tired
Yeah,
of being called
I
crazy
agree.
and
Lots of
paranoid.
scams do. I get them
When
all
this
the
is
time
going
in
on.
my emails. You won the lottery,
And you
you're-
wonder why,
You
Diane,
guys
I have
stole
such
my
a
email.
problem.
or I'm
With
stranded
Hello
over
Starlight.
here and I need
Free.
money to help get me out because
Nobody looks into
they
your
won't let
family,
me have
Mandy.
access to my
Fucking
funds,
free.
or my late husband
She
died.
knows it because she holds the
left
same
me,
Patreon chat,
$5
Diane.
million, I'm
So,
going to share half
how
of
many
it
more
with you
people
if
have
you'll just
access to my fucking
provide
shit?
me some of your financial information and send me
That's
some
what I'm
money to
upset
help
about
me
Mary Ann
process
with
it.
because she had
So I
no
can get the
problem
money
sharing them
out
with everybody
of
else
where it is,
except
and
me.
I'll give half of it to you.
I mean, I'm
These
looking
are scams.
right here.
These are scams.
My brother, my
OPPT
grandpa, me,
is only talking about
me and
our
my
value.
kids at
It's
Easter,
not talking about giving anybody any money.
me and my husband and my
Although it
kids
did
on the
appear
golf
that
cart.
way to
in
many
July.
people when it first came out.
This
But
is all 2019.
I've
A
never
picture of
seen
me,
it
my
Jack
that
grandpa,
Global
my
had
brother,
the
2
28.
weeks
although
after my
others did,
son
and I
was
can
born.
understand where that
That's from 2017.
impression came from.
And all of
That we
those
were
that
all
I just
gonna
read
get
off
$5 billion, but we were all worth $10
are
billion.
always put in Patreon.
The misunderstanding.
And these
The
chats were
OPPT,
passed
Fifth
around to
Dimensional
other
New Age,
people.
doing being angels,
And I never got to have
who
them.
issued death threats.
And it
when
was claimed
exposed.
publicly that I was
I can
never even
assure
in
you
these, and
from
I was
my
just
heart
freaking
that
out and
never
acting like an
happened.
asshole and
Nobody
jealous
in
of Hello
OPPT
Starlight because she got the
has been
Patreon chats
aligned
and
with
I
the
didn't.
energy of the OPPT would
Oh, I'm
ever
sure she's gonna
even
have an
think
excuse
of
where the whole community will be
making a
okay
death
with it.
threat
But she
against
just went live
anybody,
today calling me a
including
liar.
the Illuminati,
That I'm
including
lying
the
about her,
Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the
My
Bush
family and
cabal
my
and
kids
all
were
of
never
these
in there.
other
Oh, and if they were, it was
players
only because of this
in
reason
the
or that reason.
global
There is not
chess
a
game
fucking
that I
reason.
referred to in
I
my,
never did anything to Laura,
in my
to
blurb,
Clary, to Mommy of
Jamil
Three
Keen is
Girls,
one of
to
those
Potty Mouth
global
Mama.
chess
I
players.
never did anything to these
Who's
people to look
getting
this shit up.
these
I don't
funds
know,
from
Clary.
Indonesia,
That
as-
part is cut
as
off.
Lisa responded.
I'm showing y'all
It's a
what I have.
retread of the old Illuminati trick, co-op the
And there's
revolution
probably a
from
reason
within.
for that because the person probably doesn't
Granted.
want to be drugged to hell and back for giving it to me finally.
Granted,
Because this is
the
something I've asked
Illuminati has
for what, over a
always
year now?
infiltrated every
So again, I waited over a year. I waited
to
over a
gain
year
sovereignty
for
that there
something.
has been
Something.
on the, in the records.
Oh, yeah, that Pratt.
So I hope you guys at
They've
least
always
understand
been
Everybody be
infiltrators.
quiet.
in
my
every-
downfalls as a
whether it's
human being
religious movement,
and the way that I have
whether
Now
approached.
look, seriously, all the Pratts have been destroyed, and what these, let's say, Gold Camp Orlandos made decisions about, and then the payoff from the old man before the wedding. All these things were documented, and none of us ever saw my daughter or her children ever again. And then we're back to Zach Goldcamp and Isaac Cappy and the whole PSYOP and the murder community, especially Life Perplexed, Danny Arnold McKinney, and then it's all the way back to CCN before 2010. Now, come to think of it, Zach would have met Chelsea at that very time. And there was another boy, too, that she was thinking about dating, but she went with Zach instead. And then there's that demise. And we're back at 2012. Wow. What a trip. All right, jump back in, Suze.
Sorry, not sorry.
which means all the
You think
nations that are.
I remember what went on 2 years ago. You're crazy.
You don't
Because I
give
don't.
two fucks because
I
you
couldn't even
do.
fucking tell you what went on 2
You
years
do.
ago or a year and a half ago, whatever. Sorry, don't remember. But there's a reason why
Plausible
somebody sent me
deniability.
Mandy's info. Oh, maybe because Mandy was lying? Maybe because Mandy did something? I don't know. But looking up somebody's info, last time I checked, not info. Looking up somebody's social
Tag
media,
awesome
last time I
hooker.
checked, is not illegal.
And Elise Diablon and Mel.
Because it's
The
not
circle
private
of
anyway,
witches.
exactly. I'm so sick and tired of these crybabies. Oh,
big
you
weapons,
looked me up. Yeah, I
the
looked you up on
nuclear
social
weapons,
media, and
incapacitated.
who fucking cares?
Cut off a lot
But
of
the funny part is, I didn't even look her up. It was
Really?
fucking sent to me.
They can't just get out of it. They're
They're
going
on your
Diana
side
Wendy, shouldn't you be
accounts.
fucking worried about full-on drama?
And people
Brandy,
that
where
work
are
for
you?
them
How come you guys don't?
Tag Brandy
let's call
Pratt.
Brandy from 2 fucking years ago.
My
Let's ignore what
economic
happened yesterday.
stability is going to
Get the
affect my
fuck
She's
out.
going to college for astrology. Isn't that a crock of
economic
shit?
system
I really
is
hope
coming
fucking
down.
nobody takes
It's
this
coming
fucking
down.
cunt
The
serious.
OPPT
Like for real.
reveals that, and people that have been studying this for a long time.
And I'll go one step further. I'm gonna go one step further. Clary, mommy of 3, everybody. I'll take responsibility for all of it. Every single thing in there. Doesn't
without
matter that I posted
bringing
it or
down
not. I
the
don't care.
old
I
system.
will
That doesn't
fucking
mean
own
all
all
the
of it.
people that are
You know
involved,
why?
because the
Because
people
I
that
don't
have
give
a
a
chance
fuck.
to move
I
into
don't
the
care
new
what
system
happened a
where
year and
there's
a half ago.
abundance, where
Nobody
there's
does.
compassion,
I'm
where
over
there's
it.
forgiveness,
I'm
where there's
not.
We've all fucking moved on from it
because
except me.
people
But
So
I'm the
anyone's
one that
got a
was
problem with it, I
born.
own it.
and
I'll
ripped
take
off.
fucking all of it. You wanna call me the biggest fucking
because
doctor
we
in the
realize
universe?
that we
I
don't
got
love
it.
everybody.
That's not
You
the
wanna
right
tell me
name.
that I had nobody in there and I posted everything? You got it. Absolutely, you got it. Got it.
Actually, my
I
friend,
fucking own every single thing that was in
You
there.
denied me. You
Will I
can't own it.
apologize?
he's in New
Fuck
Mexico.
no.
Bingo.
You wanna know why? I've already fucking apologized.
You did not
to you.
apologize to me.
So, you got it. You win, Mandy. Everybody,
I'm not
you
Mandy.
win.
All these
Gentlemen,
fake
you win.
names.
Um,
Get on my last
Everybody,
fucking
you
nerve
I
for.
will own fucking all of it. You wanna know why? Because I don't give a shit.
Good.
That's why. Sorry, not sorry. So fucking sick and tired of this. I don't care who
Just
fucking
saying
posted
today.
what. I don't care who
Probably
did what to
happened
who. I don't care who
first
sent it to me.
century.
I am not fucking proving myself again
When
from shit from 2
early
fucking years
Christians
ago.
in
Sorry,
Jerusalem
not sorry.
primarily
We've already had this argument.
put
We've
all
already
their
had this
assets
fight.
together
That's
and
all,
crazy.
maybe.
developed
Fuck you.
a communal
Fuck
type
you,
system.
fucking
Didn't last
Mandy,
very long.
Diane, Wendy,
Uh,
mommy of
people
3,
lie
Clary.
about-
You can all stick a purple
about it,
dildo up your
claiming that they
fucking
gave
You
ass.
made them
Make it
up.
a triple
Yeah, there's a
headed
story in the
dildo,
past.
and you can all
One of
fucking
the,
ride it together. Go
and
fuck
I
yourself.
testify of
Every
Tag
single
fuck
one.
off, Trade Center.
that story again in the book of Acts in the Bible, New Testament. But there's nothing wrong with communism. I know that ruffles a lot of capitalist feathers. And it's not about everybody getting the same amount, whether they work or not, whether they produce anything or
Okay,
not.
so here we
That's
are,
not what
8
it's
weeks
about.
later, almost
It's about
3 months
recognizing
later, and we
equality for
still
everybody.
cannot find the killer.
Giving
It has not
everybody a
gone
fair
cold,
chance.
though. The FBI has said that and was
Capitalism and
repeatedly said they
communism
are on this
don't exist
investigation. Now,
in our world,
through
or I should
everything
say,
that I read,
a free
and you know what,
market
I live in
society
Indianapolis, so
and
and
communism.
and the
He's
thing
not
about
even
it is,
talking.
something happens in a small
Where's
town
Lisa's
in Indiana,
response?
everybody
I
feels
hear
this
you.
way because I come
For
from a
that
very small town in
exists.
Indiana.
Where's
and we
Lisa?
live in
Oh, you're Lisa.
But it changes
My
like a
God.
neighborhood,
It's
okay?
corporations.
Especially when things like this don't happen.
That's what exists, and it's a fiction. It's a lie.
So,
And the
I stayed on
OPPT
top of
Let's
the
hear
case. I
from
read a
Lisa
lot of
instead of
news
you.
articles. And by the way, shout out to Ralphie L. Sanchez. Everyone in Indiana loves
Lisa
Ralphie L.
and
Sanchez.
Harrison.
He's a great
Lulu's
reporter
mom.
for Channel 6, and thank you for letting me use the clip.
When we
in my
see
video.
Pleiadian shapes, we see a sphere of
Oh, here's the
I feel like the
Palladian
same
push.
questions
America moving so
popping up
fast.
time and time again
The
after
Atlantean civilization
a new,
was the product
like,
of Arturian.
news article comes out or something like that. And I kind of gathered those 5 questions and tried to find the answer for all of us. So the first question that I keep seeing is the autopsy. The autopsy question pops up fucking everywhere, and I get it. The reason I get it is because
two of the other presenters on the phone.
they're
giving me
not
that.
telling us anything
I
with
did have
this
my own
case. They're really not, okay? So we have very little to go on, and then
Now,
they
the
say,
reason for
oh,
this
we got
is
DNA from the body, and then they don't tell us
that
anything.
I seem to be getting
We'll
the
start
same
getting
questions
frustrated, and I
over and
understand
over
that.
again.
But also, you got to realize that the
And
police are trying
what
to make
we
a case
tend to
too.
forget,
They're not
I
going to
guess,
give all the
is
information out because if they gave
that
all
there are
the
new people
information out,
tuning in
then
all the time.
the killer,
some of
how
them
would they know who the
struggling
real
to
killer
get their
is?
heads
The
around
killer's only going to know
the
details.
terminology and the language that
Got
we
it?
use on the shows.
Anyways, the autopsy.
So it's to
The autopsy is
try and share
complete. There was
my
no-
perspective
they're not
on the
releasing
language
information, so there
and
was
on where we're at.
no, like, word
And hopefully for those of you who
where
have
how
been
he
with us for the
killed,
last year,
anything
or
like that.
You held it all
that is
down.
something that for you too.
Also, they did say that they found DNA,
The-
but the DNA isn't back yet.
The most common
So,
question I
again,
would
we're
say
looking for
is what's the
information,
difference
but
between
She wants
the
their hair.
That's that.
absolute claim and the divine
So
claim?
yeah,
What do you
the
mean by that?
autopsy is complete, but they're not releasing
And the best way for
information,
me to
and
explain
the
this
DNA we're waiting
is
on
through
it.
Tag Big
analogy.
Fat Kim.
I know it
Now, the
seems
terminology
like
itself
but
behind
Pratt.
claim and absolute
there's
claim
reasons, right? Or maybe they haven't,
really is
but they're
headers.
releasing
She
it.
just
Hell, I
like
can
to
tell
us
you, but the public doesn't
hitherto
know.
true.
There's lots of
Because
rumors.
that to us
Public don't know, sure.
12 months ago.
Second question.
And this is what I'm going to share with you is my understanding through 12 months
We're still
when I
looking, people, and there's
you know,
some
conversations with them.
person down in the
And I'll
comments.
do it through
Okay.
analogy because I love an
Here
analogy.
is the
That's what
guy
works.
pictured that Liberty
So-
had like.
Oh, and the other thing is that I know that other people out there, when they use the term divine plan, they're referring to what I call the absolute plan. So yes, it does get confusing. I get that. But
So yeah, that was
the best
guy
way for me to
that
explain it
picture
is
up on
this.
the bridge. It has been crossed.
Imagine
Liberty German, it was
a
found on
huge
her phone.
research
Now,
and
was it found on
development
her actual
complex.
cell phone? They haven't said that.
And
I have
there's
heard
one
rumors,
individual in
rumors,
charge of this
and they
complex.
found that because her
She
cell
is
phone
the
automatically
general
uploads to the
operations
cloud,
director, and everybody
and
calls her
they
God
don't
for
have
short.
her cell phone in custody, but it was uploaded. So,
And they do
anyways,
research
I don't know
and
that for
development
sure. All I'm
into
saying is
human
that picture
psychology,
came off of, which has been
technology,
confirmed by police, Liberty German cell
to
phone.
technology in general.
I cannot
And
believe the strength of that. Like, to have the
GOD
presence of mind to whip out your phone and take a
has her
picture
two
at 14 years
top
old. She's a smart
scientists
little
and
girl. God,
researchers.
God bless her. Let me tell you.
And in honor of
So it's head
Alpha Ra,
down,
which some of you know,
hood on. It looks like
I'll
he
call
could
them
have a
two
hat
top
on. He
researchers,
definitely has some
scientists.
sort of fanny pack, but here in Indiana,
Lucifer
there's a
and
lot of deer hunting. To me, it looks like a deer
And
hunting pack.
one day, God,
God,
as she's affectionate in
that's what
there,
it looks like to me, but again, I'm not an investigator.
calls
I don't
Lucifer and Michael into her
But there is
office
a fanny pack,
and
some sort of
says, I
jacket,
have an
old
idea
school
for a
jeans. So
project.
this guy has to be in like,
and gives him a
I'd say
brief
like
outline
50, 60.
of
Like, who
I want
knows?
you
It
to
could be
do
someone
a
trying to
study on what
disguise
happens
themselves.
to
You don't
humanity
know, right?
when they have complete amnesia. What happens to people when they forget who they are,
Do they know that? I wonder if they do.
what they are,
Like,
what
I
they've
guess that's a
been?
question that everyone can ask me. Like,
And I'm giving it to
usually,
you
you know,
completely.
I
It's your
hear,
project.
like, I'm not gonna get
I'm
myself in
hands
trouble
off.
and say this, but a lot of times
I just want
you
you to come
know
back to me with the
person
results
did
when
it,
you
or
have
I'm
it.
like, this is like,
Now, Michael and Lucifer were on it.
premeditation,
Then
and it
being
takes,
given
you know, a plan,
complete
and
creative
like
control
that.
over a
So
project.
for this guy to pull something,
And
poor guys,
clearly wanted to do the
we
right
need
thing.
to, look, this is what got me thinking.
So they
And
sat
brings
down,
me
they had
to
a
the
meeting,
third
and
question. Listen to
they
this
went
quote.
through their
When they showed the
guidelines.
original
They
picture,
created
the
a
one I
structure
just
for what
showed,
this
it
is
said
going to
this is
look
the
like.
persons of interest and is
And like
considered at least
every
a
corporation,
participant,
this research and development complex
which brings me to question
is set
number
up
3.
as you stand
Did
in
you
hierarchy.
act
One
alone?
place at the top, a couple more in the next
I
level
don't
down, so on
The
and so forth.
they leave the possibility open by saying
So,
participant.
Once
At
Michael
least
and
that's how I
Lucifer
think it.
had
Like,
their
there could
framework
be 2, they
for
don't
how
know.
they were
Maybe they
going
do know, but
to
they're sure not telling us, okay?
go ahead with this particular experiment,
Police haven't confirmed it. I mean,
they then had to bring a
they
team together.
confirmed
So they looked at their next level down,
like hardly anything.
and
on
they
this
pulled
case.
in
That's why
their
it's so
12
hard.
best
So many people are so interested
assistants.
in it. Because they haven't. I
Now,
mean,
for some,
really,
that
they
might
haven't
be
told
considered the
anybody
archangel realm.
anything. So, I
They
get
were
it.
going to
They're
be the
making
one to do the
police
dirty
report.
work.
But did he act
Michael
alone?
and
We don't
Lucifer would
know.
oversee
I mean, they
things.
leave the possibility open by
They
that
would
statement, and police haven't confirmed, so who knows? All right, the fourth
collect all
question.
the data,
How do we have
do up the reports for the
that
GOD.
audio clip of the man in the picture? Wasn't the
And
man
once
in
it
the
was
picture who says,
all
"Look
in
out,
place,
there was 2, it could have been
they've
one or
been
the
made
other.
visible.
We don't know. We don't even know if there were 2.
And again, they
I'm
chose
gonna
to
go ahead and play
keep
this
it
clip for you. Maybe
in-house.
you recognize the
So
voice,
they
and
can
all the
advertise
tip
within the
line
concept.
and afterwards too. Go
Volunteers.
ahead and listen to this
And
voice.
the volunteers were promised
The grand, we're
pay rises and bonuses and opportunities for advancement and participatory campaign. And Michael and Lucifer were so
Okay,
highly
go down the
respected
hill.
that they got
What
many
hill are we
bonuses.
talking about? I need to know what hill. No one's mapping this out for me, and we need
Now,
to
once
know.
this experiment begins,
Who were they talking to, Liberty and
involves
Abigail, or was he talking
step
to
by
his
step,
partner? We don't know.
taking these
The
participants through a
police have said
process of
there's
forgetting,
more to this clip, but it's part of their
They
investigation, and they're not willing to
used
release
mind
it.
control, they
So it
used
makes me wonder.
injections of chemicals, they used
You know, it
psychotropics,
really makes me
they
wonder
used poisoned food,
what else
They used toxic drinking water. They used anything they could to interrupt
Did she have her phone
the
open
body,
the whole time
the
and
mind,
they got
and the
everything
spirit
on
of
there?
these people.
No, I would think they would find the killer yet, but
But how do you do that when at the end of the day they're supposed to go
I don't know.
home,
That part just
come
like
back to their
bothers me
lives, and
really
come
bad.
back to
I'll
work the
go
next
ahead
day?
and play the voice clip again.
So
Let me know what
Michael
you all
and Lucifer
think. And
decided
again,
that
if this even sounds like someone
these
you know
people are going
looks
to
like someone
stay
and you're just really
inside
unsure,
the
go ahead and
complex
call them the tip
with
in
no
because you
break.
never fucking know.
844
Okay? You never know. This could be
The
this could be someone that you
environment
work
they
with,
were
someone that you
Abby
talk to
and
every
everything
day,
else.
someone disguising, like
So
having a
they
pattern
switched
change.
things
There's lots of things that can indicate that that person
and they kept these
is
people
indeed the killer.
around the
Like
clock,
one, are they disguising
interrupted their
themselves?
sleep, did whatever they could.
Obsessed with
to
this
mess with their
case, or there's so many
And
things. I'll
sure
go
enough,
ahead and list them
it
at
didn't
the
take
end.
long
As
before
warning
they
signs.
started to forget.
But
They forgot
let's
about their
hear this
lives outside this building,
No.
the reality outside this building. They forgot about their families. They forgot about the fact that they like to play golf on the
this
weekend.
case,
They forgot the fact
or
that they
there's so many things. I'll
spent
go
the
ahead and
weekends on
list
the
them
couch
at the
drinking
end.
beer and watching sport. They
As
forgot
warning signs.
about everything.
Let's hear this again.
They even forgot who each other were,
Is someone disguising? Like,
They
has their
forgot
patterns changed?
who they really are.
There's lots of things that could indicate
They
that
were
that
able to
person
be given new
is
names and they were just
indeed
adopted.
the killer. Like, one, are they
Go
disguising
ahead.
themselves? Are they obsessed with this case? Or there's
Now,
so many things. I'll go
what
ahead and
Michael
list them
and
at the end
Didn't
as
know.
warning signs.
Is that each one of those volunteers were called into GOD's office before the experiment began.
Okay, now it brings me to the fifth question that always pops up. Ron
This is
Logan.
what I want you to do.
Ron Logan is 77 years old, and he is
And they were
actually
given
the property owner of where the girls were found. Now, this is Ron Logan.
of what the objective of this experiment was.
Okay, Ron
And
Logan
GOD
is actually the property owner of where
to
Abigail and
remind them
Libby's bodies were
and not,
found.
not
Okay?
let them get lost in
He
this
has been
experiment forever.
under scrutiny, under fire since
What
the
Michael
very
Lucifer
beginning.
also didn't know
Ron got
is that one
his
of those
property.
participants in the experiment
Search
was
warrant.
GOD
They
himself.
searched his property and found nothing.
So
That
when
was like
GOD
the
felt
day of the murders, okay?
the experiment was over,
But poor old
she
Ron,
started to
he's
whisper
getting the
in
heat
the
from
air.
everybody. Lots of people who don't know
And
shit
you
about
know
the
that
case think
lady
Ron absolutely did it. Because
the
day that the girls were found or were abducted,
remember the promise I made.
he went to a dump site. Now, a dump site, a landfill, whatever y'all call it, where you're from. But he went to the dump the day of the murders. Now, a lot of people want to say, oh, that makes him guilty. Well, no. He went to the dump at 11 a.m. That's 3 hours before Abigail and Libby were even dropped off. So, what? A couple hours before.
The house.
Basically, the
Should be my
timeline
brother.
he went to the dump for other reasons, not
I
for
thought I
what
had to
everyone would
investigate.
think. So let's just get that cleared out. He
And
is in jail
whenever
right
the
now. The
opportunity
reason he's in
arose,
jail is he had to plead guilty for being a habitual traffic offender and violating
And so
probation. Now, they have since
The
searched
reporting
his house
the
again
data
in the gym
and found nothing
results
again.
results of those tested had been fake.
He had gotten like
My
4
home was
DUIs
looking
from 2010 to 2014
The
maybe.
tests that they were running,
Anyways, he's a
Yes,
drunk
he does
driver,
tests.
okay? And he shouldn't have been
results.
driving that day that he went to the dump. He never said why he
So
was
I
going
can
to the dump
refer
or anything, but it's totally
That's damn
unrelated to
yourself.
the case
Yeah,
that
these are-
happened before the case even went down.
and found
Your
the
trace
real
and a fat suit.
Anyway,
protocol
so
for this experiment.
wasn't
What the experiment
he got in
was
trouble for
really
driving
all
that
about.
day because he
And
was
he was
spotted
subject
driving.
He doesn't have a driver's
And then
license.
also, like the
He's a
day
wanted
after,
man.
maybe 2 days
And
after, he
went
was
back to
spotted
the
at a local
participants.
pizza joint having a beer.
October
And also
rain.
started
Okay, so they got him on that. And the dude's on probation. He shouldn't have been drinking. He shouldn't have been
And
driving,
secret.
apparently.
I've seen
Probably
the regional
DUIs and all that.
objective.
Years of crime.
Caused him to not have his
And black and
license
white,
anymore.
okay.
And here he is, helping his ass
Tag
to
it,
the
I
dump.
said that.
Fuck
You
pizza
wouldn't,
joint.
you wouldn't have.
So I get it.
Amazing
When a
GOD.
lot of stressful shit happens, some
Oh.
people need to have beer.
And the fat girl is Kim Curtis in the card deck.
He shouldn't have been drinking,
Until such
so
a
I
time
can't argue
came
that.
that GOD
So he went to jail, and you know
revealed
what was fucked up? This to
the
me,
true
I don't know
identity
why he
to
would
my
say
friends.
this, but he did. I guess when
and revealed the fact that
he was getting sentenced and everything, his quote was, "Maybe in the future
They
nobody else
were
will
in
be
fact
murdered in my backyard."
That's right.
Okay, But
what would happen.
that's kind of a dick move to say. I get it, but you gotta understand, all this shit went down on him. People started looking at him who maybe weren't looking at him before, and he got caught up, and he's pissed about it, and I get that.
And to me,
he's probably
that is the
very
difference
upset
between
about
the
the
divine
girls getting
plan and the
killed in
absolute.
his backyard. Now,
The
there's a lot
divine
to be said
plan
about
is
it.
what was
talking about
implemented in
Richard
inside
Vermeer.
that
A lot of things,
facility.
but in my heart of all hearts,
That
I
led to
don't
the
think
best
Ron
practices.
Logan is murdered.
And the
Now, who the
absolute
fuck am
plan
I? I'm not a cop.
is
I'm not
GID's
anything.
plan.
I'm just saying I don't think that Ron is murdered.
And that moment of the unveiling is where we've been over the last few months.
Tag
And in
Anonymous.
particular, only recently, like,
So anyways, he ended
halfway
up,
through November.
the judge told him he was a danger to the community, so they gave him 4 years. For the
GID,
original violation
in this
and
analogy,
2 for
expose
You guys
herself
frauded me back in
to my whole
2016,
and have been
all the way back to
completely understand that
2002.
they thought they knew it all. They thought they knew
I've done all this dedicated
the
work,
ultimate plan, the
and
absolute
I'm still
plan.
the one
But
that's in
they didn't.
financial
There was a
duress
grander,
and being
grander plan.
taken advantage of.
again, the tip line. So if you saw
And
anything throughout this video that maybe triggered you, or
as a
made you
result,
think that maybe you know somebody, or
I'm
this
not
man,
I'm
triggered.
or
seeing
recognize the voice,
and
I'm gonna
I'm
read
focused
being
as hell.
contacted by people who are very, very connected to our angelic realm.
Oh, you got a bet board back there.
That we
Looks
just
a
don't
lot
have to
like
support
a bad one that I would do.
They are freaking out. They have
Fuck
been freaking out.
survival.
There's been a lot
They
of
believe something terrible has
when
happened.
we're starting this minute this all went down.
And I guess from
Family
their perspective,
said
something terrible
this.
has happened.
People were close to the family said this. But honestly, nothing has been revealed.
But it
See, it
hasn't.
really bothers me when people fucking
You said
Something
about
wonderful has
6
happened.
revival.
And
it just starts going, right?
that unveiling
I'm alive right
of
now.
forgetfulness
Credibility
has
or
happened.
what. I'm gonna link it
The
down
veil
below.
of forgetfulness has been lifted.
List
And
of
everybody is starting to remember. I mean,
from how
exponentially, this is the middle of November.
speculations of why,
Feels extraordinary,
what, all of
really,
it.
in terms
I
of the
read
numbers
through
of
it,
people
nothing
and
has been confirmed, so I'm not gonna
to
sit
the
here
degree.
and read it. Plus,
You
it's
liar.
very damaging.
I've been
They're
confirmed ever
remember
since
who
I
I am.
started living my life.
Must be the
This is
So I hope that clears up
saying,
divine versus absolute.
Then I must know which is.
To me,
also,
absolute
there is
is
YouTube
total
videos.
I think
contract.
he possessed my mom and made her
And there
burn.
is no stopping. And the absolute plan is for everybody, every embodiment, everywhere
Being a murderer,
to
when I'm not.
Well, I
be
think you
friends,
are.
to know and remember who they are and what they can do.
I wanted to keep this video very
And nothing's
simple.
gonna
I'm
stop
not going to go off on long tangents off the roots
And
and all that because I don't think it really
certainly in the
helps.
course of the last
Libby's
13
family.
months,
They
working
did
with
do a press conference. Libby's
the one people
grandparents
probably trust and its
raised Libby,
trustees,
and I'm going to go ahead and show
Heather
you a
in
little
particular.
piece of that right now and get your take.
I've seen time and time again how
Check this.
those who are very, very attached to the divine plan attempt to
Tag Leela Faye and Chloe
attempt to
Susanna.
disrupt. I mean, just
Anna Williams is played
lots of
by
ways.
the real life story of Chelsea Pratt.
And we've also seen how many people have been exposed.
They're all a
have
Sacred
exposed
Heart acting like they're
themselves over the
praying.
last 13.
They actually they had.
And it's all
Karen
all I can
Goldcamp
see part of the process of getting them
and her
to wake
son
up
that
to
runs
the absolute
Cagino's.
Count on that.
to recognize.
But he's gonna give.
So I hope that one clears that up. What do we mean by following the energetic trail?
We didn't have that.
Well, sometimes the energetic trail is so obvious, it slaps you in the face and there's no denying it. And sometimes you feel lost and you're not sure which way to go, you're not sure which way to move.
So it's their love,
To me, the energetic trail is the easiest trail. It's the one where there's no resistance. It's the one where there is
a lot of questioning,
if you're trying to go left,
a lot of prayer.
and you've got people saying, over here, come right,
That's
come
what
right,
you
easy,
know.
I can give you this, I can give you that.
Faith is with God.
This,
Jesus' love.
go right. It's loving up. It's really
Tag my favorite song
so
Children.
by Lionel Richie.
sometimes
Yes.
it's asking a a question and then really being in the
All we can do is
moment
wait for his
the
answer on that.
of what shows up.
That's all
The
we can
answer
do.
is
They've
in a
got the
certain-
girls locked up and are
it's in
overfeeding them
something
and trying to
child
kill them.
It's
'Cause they wouldn't look like
you're
that.
a patient person, and especially when it's the same message. Yes,
Through this, I'm learning a lot too.
you know, you hear somebody say something, and then it's in a line of song, and then it's in a TV commercial, and then it's in the news. That's really getting through. That's the message from
Really
us.
believe. And I can't lose that faith now. Because I
And it really it is
Yeah,
just the
who's
one.
the
It's the one
German
that
lady?
flows. It's the one that there is very little,
well,
if
I know
any,
who she is, and
resistance
I can't lose my faith because
except the resistance
I
you
lose
bring
my
to
faith. I
it.
do.
Forgive me.
Oh, Martin
I
Luther
forgive you.
against the
I'm
Vatican.
from New York. Mrs. Erlin.
Indiana.
Man.
Rhode Island.
It's
Mrs.
kind
Ferdinand.
of
They
a-
should have never rewrote those creeds.
From home.
Their
Be
support
honest.
has
So
really
my
helped us through this. It really
my
has.
personal
Started explaining how it's
kind of experiences, particularly in this respect,
How do you keep going?
that I really haven't
There's a
had
day that
a day
goes
off.
by that I don't
Doesn't
get
depend
just
on
a close
imagination.
family
Since
member
then.
friends who say, we're
Depends
still
on the
thinking about you,
imagination.
we're still praying
Some
for
men
you.
have more than
Um,
others.
And my friends, they're just there,
Suppose it's
just
certainly.
there.
There are people who,
And today's the day.
for whatever reason,
Every
whatever's
day we
bringing
wake
them
up
here, it's there in Jimmy Trail.
and we pray that today's the day.
Some people might.
Are being
Is your husband
drawn
with
to
you?
come here to
I'd love a
knock on.
man
There's all
that's
kinds
That's
of
abusive.
Guys,
You
it's
created
that.
it to try
It
to
shook Indiana. It shook people nationwide.
Ferguson, Missouri. Ferguson, Missouri.
We gotta stay on it. We gotta keep this story alive. We must find it. I want
February.
justice for Abby and
And then you said
Abby and Libby. It is just like that whole clip right there really, really
it'll be the
pulled
first
on my heartstrings. But anyways, I'm not gonna report on rumors or anything because none of it has been fact. Everything that I've told you in this video is facts that I've collected over the last 8 weeks. Now, if there's any more developments, I will keep you posted. I'm not gonna do a video every week like some people have chosen to do. I don't feel like that's necessary until there is a break in this case.
definitely
We won't talk about it again.
a
Feel free
time
to
to
leave
listen
your
to that in the
comments,
call, to
all
follow
that,
that
say what
into
you
the
want down
trial, and to,
No drama.
if you have to
Drama won't be
physically get up and
tolerated under
move,
this video.
move.
But yeah, I hope you all find it in your heart.
Go to where you
Whatever
can.
God you pray to, or whatever you
I
do,
keep
just say a
getting
little
this
prayer
um,
that we can find
image
justice
of
for Abby,
a
because this is really upsetting a lot of
3D
people,
juxtaposition
and rightfully so.
of the globe.
This is one of the most heinous crimes
And
I've
each of us
ever
are a
seen.
piece.
Like, some of the things I've
And
read
in
have
isolation,
just hurt my
none of those
fucking soul.
pieces
So if you have
give you the whole,
any
give you a picture, give you any
clues,
pictures in terms of
tips,
half
maybe
a
you
flower.
know the guy, maybe you don't. I mean, think about it this
And
way.
they all
Maybe
have
anyone
their
who's changed their
unique
appearance,
position.
acting differently, maybe
You can't
called
make
off
it fit
work the day of the
anywhere
crime.
else.
Anything like that.
And right now is the
Little
time when we're
fuzzy
all
detail
getting
that you
into
can come
position.
up with.
Pieces of the puzzle are being drawn together, and
Get 'em, boys.
this globe is being formed.
Report. Here's the tip line again. Please.
When you
report.
stand back,
Spread
you
the
see
word. Get it out there, please. And until
a
next
beautiful,
time,
seamless image.
love you all. Meet it. Ciao.
But between now and, I'm going to say May, kind of feels, is
She must be on the terrace.
where we're all getting into position. And I feel like that doesn't necessarily mean you have to be in a particular place and stay there. What I mean by that is, because I actually don't feel I will be, I think I'll be more mobile than that. But
Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you.
Yes, you did.
Yes, I did. What's that?
it's
I'm
about
making
being
my birthday
with particular
What's the tie-in for
energetic
lobster?
signatures with
Aragosta.
particular people. And there are times
Very good.
there'll be
Now you made me hungry. Leave it.
different times for
Everyone's watching
different
the club.
signatures to come together in order to achieve certain
I'll be
things.
right here.
It's not about being stagnant. So that's my for today.
Yes.
I hope this cleared some things up for some people.
How can I seduce you if you always bring your
And if you
husband?
have any more questions, let me know. But this is the easiest way to address them. So thank you and love you. Bye for now.
So now we're moving into Sasha Stone,
In and out.
Sean Stone, and Sean.
Robert, it's finish line.
Can't tell you.
properly and deep, and my brother Brian. Very happy to be
All paying jobs absorb and degrade the mind. I've never had a pay. I rest my case. Cultivated leisure is man's.
The audio is really, really rough on this Sasha Stone, Danny Arnold McKinney, Lisa,
Educating?
and some big butchy gal in the middle in a dorky swimming suit. It was suspicious from the go. So they're trying to set something up. Tag Rosie O'Kelly.
Avenues for that. And yet we're at a time where everyone seems to be converging, at least in my perspective. We're coming to the same place on so many levels. And I think we're all starting to see a unified vision. And I know the work that Heather's done is something you're very aware of and has played some part in how New Earth Nation has looked at the legal side of how we move forward. Can you tell me a little bit about what the paperwork that was done by the One People's Public Trust did for you personally, and how it may have influenced the legal framework that you were moving
Sure. Well, you know, I'm the least qualified person on this call to be speaking to matters of law. I am, as a layman, interested in it. I find law in and of itself repugnant to the human soul and to human dignity, in much the same way that I find words on paper repugnant to the soul and to human dignity. We ought not to be contracting with one another in any way, shape, or form in our ultimate expression. But insofar as we are trapped in a temporal field of expression which is by and large hidden from itself most of the time, we feel the need to look over our shoulder and sleep with one eye open, and thereby not trust one another with open hearts and open mind. And so, in that respect, we're trapped in that space. And to that end, the work that the OPPT did with the UCC filings was nothing short of staggering and paradigm shifting. And I hear a lot of people howling with derision at that kind of claim. I understand the fabric of skepticism and cynicism. Incidentally, I find that even more repugnant to the human soul and dignity at a time like this, when pioneers are trying with every fiber of their being to peer beyond the Hermes veil on behalf of the great unwashed, and to be stoned almost to death for doing so. It reflects back on the great unwashed in an unprecedented way. But I digress. The OPPT UCC filings effectively open the energetic corridor. So let's be clear about this. We are more concerned with the energetics, with the subtle plane, with the torsion, fractal, scalar, energetic spectrum than we are with the temporal realm of expression, which, as I just said, is full of shit most of the time. So in that respect, we owe that action, that perfect action, that perfect event, we all owe it.
Well, my dad has been pretty perfect.
In some sense,
but for some reason, it still won't click.
The atom seed of the bifurcation, which will now bring about rights and proper self-determination and governance and so on. So we took that energetic premise as the atom seed. What we are hoping to do and intending to do, and certainly are in the process of doing, is establishing what we are referring to as the International Tribunal for Natural Justice. And to some great extent, the UCC filings are embroidered into the fabric of the first step that we take in engendering that International Tribunal for Natural Justice. But the tribunal in and of itself is being composed of law experts and people who can speak to the subtleties of law. And so the very first thing we're going to do with that tribunal, and I hope and expect with your blessing and with your involvement, will be to have the world, through that tribunal, look in on the UCC filings and then make a wholesome determination about the, what's that word, legitimacy of the UCC filings. Well, we all know the legitimacy. We all know absolutely what law means and what lawful means and what legitimacy means. But apparently, the sentiments of law, the judiciaries and legislatures and parliaments and systems that prevail all across the world in 250 odd nation states, corporate nation states, have long forgotten what law means, what legal means, what lawfulness means. So we thank the OVPT, we thank the UCC filings, we thank Heather, we thank the whole group.
Lovely. I've been following Sasha's work and many others that are compartmentalized, but Sasha is centralized at this point. And a lot of them have contacted me throughout the period that at least that I've been public, and now I've watched them. I've stayed very observant at the centralization that you've done, Sasha, and it's beautiful. And it is time to go forward, and I feel the same way about law as you've stated. You have a more rock star version of stating it, which is really cool. So it inherently in its tones moves it to and shifts it to the energetics, which is where it always has been. Law was just a container, and it was a nice management tool when it was useful for us to experience not being who we really be, so we could break through, find ourselves, and have that joy. I'm really excited to look even deeper and to speak with you on looking at what tools you need help refinement. I never want it to go back the way it was. I never want to experience it again. And I hear that being resounded through action, through words, and through thought of every being, not just on this planet, but in the universe. So here we go. Open door. I'm going to follow your lead, Sasha, as far as this conversation goes, and let's really get into the heart.
That's unfortunate because I was planning to follow your lead. And,
Hold on, Sasha, we can't hear you.
Let's work it out together. Brian and Lisa can certainly blank, and Dee, I know, has got some great things to say. Well, look, I mean, what do we want to explore? We want to explore where do we take consciousness and sovereignty now. In the last year, I've been speaking almost expressly to three items. And the first is time and the need for us to look at what that represents, not just in the gestalt, but actually in the fabric of the entire history of our galaxy, of our solar system, of whatever it is that brought about our genesis. And we need to stop identifying with time as being something which prevails and drives us. Because it really is that is the signature of the matrix, is time, is this notion that we come from there and we're going to there. And so long as we are thinking in that mindset, we are utterly trapped on that linear plane. And the whole point of Bodhisattva, the whole point of Christos, the whole point of the human aspiration, spiritual aspiration, is seeking where that lateral plane is intersected by the transcendent, the vertical. How do we extricate ourselves from time? That's, for me, a very important thing that we need to look at in every way. And because time is the same as the second item, which is money. Money is the way in which we begin to trade illusions with one another, fundamentally. Because that's all humans seem to be obsessed with, is buying and selling each other's bullshit. Well, that's what the matrix determines that we should be doing. We should be squabbling amongst one another. We should be bargaining and bartering and pushing each other out the way. So we are fundamentally entrained into a parasitic, vampiric, and cannibalistic mean, a pattern of imperfection that prevails all over the earth, within this atmosphere, this sphere of forgetfulness. And time and money, understanding what they are, they equate, of course, to the third unit, which is fear. Because time is about fear and money is all about fear, and fear is all about fear. And fear, arguably, is the primary tone that has been that we've been subjected to, subjugated to, historically speaking. So my action, and not to beat this particular donkey to death, but my obsession has been with it helping my brothers and sisters and myself to understand these first stepping stones, time, money, and fear, and how I, Sasha, forget everyone else on the planet, how I have been entrained, dream spelled, subjugated into these notions that is the foundation stones of reality. Well, no, they aren't the foundation stones of reality, nor should they be. What we need to do is enter with this 0 point, this subspace vacuum that exists in the center of each of our essence, the id. This is the monad, and this is where we, each of us, need to surrender ourselves to ourselves within that space, because only in that subspace quanta are we truly connected. Telepathically, through the psionic faculties, are we absolutely connected to one another. We are there connected to the, what they call it, the Druid telephone network. And we're able to connect with one another, really connect without the trading, the bartering, the lies, the deceptions, all of that stuff which obfuscates and separates ourselves from our humanity. So, as I said, I probably have beaten that donkey to death roundabout now, but time, money, and fear are the things that I'm still obsessed with us collectively understanding as part of that exit strategy.
Okay, so if we keep this to a very personal level, right? Sasha and Heather, for this moment. The experiences all come from each vibration. Okay, you're a particular vibration, a frequency, you're unique, one of a kind, so am I. So is every single embodiment in the universe. Fear is the tone, okay? Money and time are just devices in order to implement that fear. So it's not that time and money generates the fear. You've got the fear, and then you have the tools to be able to implement and make sure it always goes on. Time is beautiful. You know, time can be beautiful. It hasn't been in the way that it's been implemented, but it is beautiful to be able to sit here and elongate this moment and not have it fly by and be able to do another moment. So I get the way time has been used. I don't operate on the time continuum. I have to have lots of help to be able to make sure that I get kids to school or sit down at the right time for a conversation. But at the same time, it can be a great tool. It just depends on how you want to look at it and then how you choose to implement it, right? I love all the tools that we used in the past to be able to come to this moment now. It is a glorious moment, and it's going to be whatever we make it. So at this point, currencies and all of that, I know there's a lot of hubbub around monetary system, the reevaluations. I'm just going to follow your lead here, Sasha. Since you opened the door, let's associate. I just hit the time matter, okay, the time issue in a general concept. And then as far as money, you have these reevaluations, and I've listened to and I've followed along with almost everyone that's gone out, whether it be Swiss Inda from way back when. You have now, please forgive me if I get this wrong, the ambassador for the Dragon family. You've got all the different financial gurus and aspects that run or had run in the past the financial system. And everyone's got their own agendas. What I've always known, what I've always experienced is that the absolute time maneuvers those agendas, but for something beautiful. Everyone has done hard work, every single one. And people can perceive them as bad or good, resonating or not, illuminating or not, but yet everyone was very valuable in getting us to this moment, okay? So what I'm looking at is I so want to join hands with every single embodiment as we pull this together. A lot of people have said they don't know how to be and do, right? They're used to the time management, they're used to the money management. And there's some others that are sub-management tools, okay?
Law is done. You can hear me now and you can experience it later, but that's what it is. It is done. You have natural laws, okay? Those don't need to be spoken. They don't need to be written. They're experienced every moment, whether people are conscious of them or not. And it will not change that fact, whether someone negates it or not, okay? As far as the money issue, I know that the three lines have been government, financial, and judicial, okay? Legislative falls within the government. Okay? I'm not gonna micromanage this at all. But those are basically the three topics. And I've looked at what you guys have done with New Earth Nation, and legal is very different than lawful. All right? Lawful is something that just is. And you can't change it. You can experience it and you can choose how you want to experience it, but it's still there. Legal is where you have something that's not lawful and you have to have a license to make it legal. That's all that is. So I'm looking at whatever tools are out there, all this beautiful energy that everyone has put in, especially I'm here to focus on Sasha and what they put together and the centralizations. Forgive me because I'm terrible at pronouncing Hawaiian names, but the man that goes by the title of King of Hawaii has been contacting me for quite some time. I've watched them centralize, working within and drawing together. And so far, the Nexus Point has been where you're sitting, Sasha. Let's use the energies. Let's go in. I want to help no matter what we do, because being and doing has been very difficult for people. They get upset at me, and I'm going to only speak from my experience, okay? Not from others, but from my own experience, is they get mad at me because I don't tell them how to be and do. And I'm not here to define anything. I'm just here to be myself, okay? But I am there to also make sure that any structures or any kind of tools that are used aren't structured in such a way that people are limited. And that's just my own personal, okay? That's what I saw, that's what I go for, and yet at the same time, there's all these beautiful tools, little tweaks, little shifts, and if we really listen to each other, you'll find when someone feels limited. And at that point, you can tweak it, you can shift it. No harm done, just go in and make another choice, do something else. But there are people that are really having a hard time imagining how to be and do. And that's why these structures can be so great. They can help, they can assist. It's like training wheels on a bike, okay? You don't use them forever, but you use them just for the time that you need to. And there's that time word again. But it's about, I think that was
Speak back on. That should come on now.
Okay, so to get back to it, that's just where my personal feet are standing on the ground at this moment, is to help and assist in whichever way I can for everything to move forward. The reevaluations, the monetary system the way it is, it's not going to move forward. And there's one simple little thing, and it's because you have such tones as debt forgiveness. The only thing to forgive is that the illusion debt ever existed was pushed forth. And it's just that simple to say, it doesn't exist, so here's what we're going to do, and there's ways to do this. I'm here to help so that we can move those things forward. Currencies, there's nothing wrong with the currency. It is just a form of storage for everyone's energy. You only use a fraction of it when you're going forward. You can store it. It doesn't matter, but it has to be done in the correct way, in a way that doesn't represent what is. It is what is. Okay, it's an extension of yourself. It's an extension of your body, and you're going to use it responsibly, and you're going to honor and respect others who want to use it. So there is ways to do this. I'm here to help. I'm here to actually have fun and to do with everyone else. So that's the stance on the money thing. The time thing, Sasha, I really don't know as far as me operating in the time continuum, but I have these beautiful embodiments that are assisting me to do that. So it's a multi-dimensional world at this point and universe, and that's what's coming through. So there's going to be some shifts here. There's going to be shifts of experience.
Well, interestingly enough, the way that you speak about time tells me that you are not entrained in time, that you are, in point of fact, time bending. And that, by definition, is when one has escaped from the idea of time, slowing it down and just not adhering to it. That, to my mind, makes a great deal of sense. I mean, at the collective level, when we reach a threshold and sufficient numbers of human beings also bending time. I mean, let's face it, there are 7.4 billion souls sentient human souls on Earth, then they are variously all living different timelines. So time is arguably the greatest myth of all. But I like the way you speak about it because you don't pay much attention, and I think that's the point. Whereas most people are, they have wristwatches strapped to their bodies, and the clock tick-tocking all the time. I mean, if you just think about the fact that we have hundreds of millions of devices, digitized devices, whether it's iPads or iPhones or computer screens all around the world, all of them are digitized with these binary codes, and they're all paying homage to this myth of time. They're all tick-tocking, and that has an effect on the subconscious and the collective unconscious as well. Again, it's just keeping us entrained into false, ultimately false, and very un-universal means. But I love the way you spoke about it.
Well, I'm really excited for where this goes. The energy is what I'm focused on. Very passionate, just propelling it forward. We are the bridge. Every sentient being in this universe is the bridge. Okay? You don't have to wait for someone to build it, just be it. So whatever I can assist with, I'm really excited about this moment now. So I'm gonna let you lead this further, and Danny and Brian and Lisa, and I'll just hop in where you guys need me.
Let me ask you something, just on the law side of things, if I may. When we consider that we have divine law and natural law, cognitive law, sovereign law, administrative law, military law, security law, all of these different forms, is there any sense in looking to charter a kind of definitive expression of law in its most simplest terms and setting that about and beginning to articulate an international or let's say a supranational extraterritorial framework for law? Would it make sense to work on creating some kind of a ultimate synthesis of law?
Yeah, there's three components to how this moves forward to end up exactly where we actually already are and always have been. Okay, is number one, self-responsibility, self-governance, and compassion. Okay, so for those that are self-governing, self-responsibility, I understand I create everything I experience. Okay, whether it's perceived as good or bad by me in the moment or by anybody else, I realize I create it. So I also have the opportunity to go in, and if there's something I don't like what I'm experiencing, or maybe someone else doesn't, and I can consider that I'm affecting that person, then I'm going to make another choice. Okay, that's what I mean by self-responsibility and self-governance. I'm the only one that can control what I am doing, despite what some have tried. Okay, I am the only one, and I answer for it. At the same time, I realize that perhaps there are people who, and other beings, because we're not just talking about planetary here, you're talking about universal, that do not see that they're responsible for and creating what they're experiencing. At that point, that's where compassion comes in. Those are your biggest components right there. Now, as far as getting there, like I said, there are those that really are struggling with how to be and how to do. Okay, so as far as looking at how to assist everyone in seeing, you are self-responsible. You are the number one that's creating it all. And all the former systems tell you otherwise. Okay, that's why it's so important at this point to really just be compassionate as everyone sits there and goes, I'm actually creating this. And that is such an empowering moment that when they realize if they're in the heat of something and they're experiencing something they don't like, it is so empowering for them to go, I created that. Because they can instantly make another choice and create something magical and fantastical and beautiful, where everyone just feels the energy pouring out. And it actually is an over-unity device. Everyone's so excited about these over-unity devices. I can tell you that every sentient being, every being in the universe is an over-unity device. Okay, you're a transmitter, you're a receiver, you are a vehicle. I can only be responsible for the vehicle I am. Absolutely. Nobody else has that responsibility. But if I'm not being responsible about something, the compassion of someone saying, Heather, this is what you're doing, this is what's going on, this is what I'm experiencing, and then us looking at it and going from there. Now, this is a very minuscule. I'm going to go micro to the macro because right now you have a collapse of the micro and the macro, and it's all just what is. Okay. But there is, and that's why I would like to, I've looked at what you've put up, Sasha, for what your team has put up in the legal section of New Earth Nation. assisting everyone to go forward so that it's a template that doesn't limit, but it is a structure of support, right? There are ways to do this, and you gotta start somewhere, so there is a great foundation there. A lot of the stuff that was in the former systems is out. There's still stuff in there that, as long as people can move forward and they never feel limited, okay? And they're operating in self-responsibility and self-governance, but at the same time, there's compassion amongst every being as that other being is going through their journey. And it's a multitude. It's complex, but the complexity is in the simplicity. It is so simple, and that's what I want to sit down with you and with the others to go through and say, where's this support structure that everyone can go forward in, and at the same time not be limited.
Just saying that I love the fact that you keep, Heather, you keep coming back and rounding in on sovereignty and saying this is my gig, it's my thing, it's my perspective, I'm responsible for the all, and we couldn't agree more. I mean, this is absolutely the position that the space that we're holding. Again, I refer to this as 0 point, and when we are able to relax these software downloads of the Cartesian worldview, the entropic universe, the idea that we're running out of stuff, and that we should therefore be very, very afraid. And in that space of fear, we really ought to look to Daddy to save us from this diabolical state. And Daddy comes invariably, Daddy presents himself in a bishop's frock or a Jesuit gown. And this is the problem, is that the intercessory principle, which is the diabolical patriarch, coming in as a feminized character, very much like that ghastly witch that fed poisonous apples to children in the woods. I mean, that's really where we're at. And people, our brothers and sisters, billions of them, hundreds of millions of them around the world, are just symbiotically born, yanked out of the womb, slapped across the arse, have the umbilical cut with stainless steel, and the placenta hurled into a kidney dish, whereupon they're asked to leave the hospital and are thereby presumed missing at sea and a dead soul, effectively. And there the draconian Babylonian spell really begins. And so all of us indentured into slavery, really before we even learn to squeak. And that is also hardwired into this entropic notion that we come from pain, we're invariably going to end up dying in pain. That is a fucked up premise to bring babies into the world. I mean, that is fundamentally where we're at. So the business of removing oneself or repairing oneself from that linear format and going, you know what, I'm going to do whatever you said. I'm going to go right back to center and be in the space, and I'm accountable absolutely for all that manifests in my field of expression, all without exception. There is nothing that will ever occur to me as a soul that is not by commission or by covenant. Arguably, there is soul compacts and soul covenants that also engineer situations and events for us, which we then find ourselves going, that's not a cool piece of karmic load to carry, but I trust that my higher knowing, my oversoul, engineered this situation absolutely, explicitly for me in this space. So all of that speaks to the same thing that you keep rounding back in, just sovereignty, sovereignty, sovereignty. And sovereignty in its truest expression is consciousness in action. And consciousness in action is, by definition, sovereign expression. And so long as we have all of us, doesn't matter if there's 7.5 billion or 70 billion, as long as all of us are operating from that quantum, from that 0 point, then everything that emerges from the collective will be a pattern of perfection. It will naturally and necessarily emerge as the pattern of perfection. But you talk about entropy, we talk about entropy, and we talk about net entropy. And it's important for us as an individual, a sovereign individual, to learn to get to grips with this. Am I, as a living man or a living woman, am I participating in an entropic paradigm by virtue of the words that come out of my mouth, the actions that issue from my being? Am I participating in an entropic life my brothers and sisters in order to fulfill my egoic perspective or to try and give myself a kind of wave, a spiritual wave to surf upon, or however we want to spin this. I need to really identify as a sovereign being. Am I participating in entropy or am I participating in negentropy? And negentropy here, the negative aspect of entropy, or the obverse of entropy, really speaks to life affirmation. So whatever it is that I'm doing or being or saying in this world, am I giving freely? Am I participating in the dance of creation, in noble expression? Is that, because that is by definition life affirming, that negentropy. This is the bifurcation that we find ourselves at. And even as Brian well knows, the thread that was opened up just to bring my questions for you and for me, just that thread alone invites some real creepy, cruelly aspect, really negative, nasty, and trying to anchor this noble undertaking into a real shitty space, and almost see it in different ways. It's interesting when we look at that. It takes one imperfect action in a beautiful space to dim the light. And conversely, it takes one pure action, one right action to shake the devil back. And this, you know, the story I often refer to is whether you agree with the Ceausescu regime or not in the greater scheme of things. If you look at the Romanian Revolution, and you look at that fine day when there were 60,000 people hemmed in on that square,
Drop in to answer your questions about the future. So here it is.
And it came down to one action, which was a woman,
and of course, my answer, why do I know?
When the police were heading the crowd in, it was eruption about to take place.
Number one,
and the
was
woman
there more than one general
put arms around the security guard or the military guy and gave him a hug.
there was.
And the guy
Every time we
put
jump
down
on
their
I had so many people say they watched the
And I just
suspension
don't know.
just kind of
And within
crashed
hours,
out from
the
under
people
the
would
car.
then kick the
Well,
door
every
in the
time we jumped the
presidential
general, it had to
within
be
3 days.
Well, hell, John Schneider, you know better than anybody. There's more than one Bo Duke.
Not per him, someone with a briefcase,
Okay, so
147,
280,
280, big guy behind the black helmet.
that's 294
Where do
general
we,
leads.
every moment,
Minimum.
every day,
I
where
know
do
some
we
of you are going to say, well, you did the miniatures.
I didn't really want to hear all this shit after the square.
Let's take the miniatures out of that and say we did
Sasha, I'm glad that you
294.
Sometimes
Let's
you just
put
need to
that
be
at
quiet and let 'em say.
75.
We've done a lot of talking.
275, just for the sake of it. So at the very minimum,
getting
200.
elements into the programming that we've all been led to believe. Look outside yourself for a savior. Whether it's the religions that we've been indoctrinated to believe in, or whether it be governments or politics, or whether it be the elders in our community or our teachers in our schools. You know, to look outside yourself for answers. And it's got this this pattern to it. You know, it's such an honor to be on this call. We've been so excited about it for the last 2 weeks since we started to put it together because, you know, I, for one, I admire the work that you've done, and I've grown to love you and the being that you are and the messages that you put out. And Heather being a huge inspiration on the work that I've done and the direction that my journey has taken me as a result of linking up with her. But the work that you and people like Heather do, and even myself to a smaller level, it comes with this huge element of being put under a microscope to where you, the perception for many is that this New Earth Nation, Sasha Stone, Heather Ann-Suti-Giroff, Ryan Kelly, and Lisa Harrison, they have all the answers, and they are now the new potential saviors. So I'm going to look at what they're doing and what they're saying as a guide for how I could step into this sovereignty. And on the flip side, they're saying, you know, this is a new form of hierarchy. This is being labeled as the New Earth Nation. I'm sure, you know, we saw a lot of it on that thread that we put out. You know, the New Earth Nation is this new form of hierarchy. And how could they have gotten everything that they did done with all this funding and all this support? And you take this criticism left and right. I'm just curious because it's such a common theme that comes up. If you want to address that, just so people can hear it directly from you, and you have an opportunity to share that regard, because it seems that around every corner you get these false accusations based upon rumors that people are sharing that is pawned off as truth with a lack of total understanding and data to pull from.
I understand exactly what you're saying, but let me speak to that first, then I will.
Okay. I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm going to do, and what I've always done, is that I understand that every single thing is source, right? Everything that has been done was done under a certain mandate, and that mandate was for source to experience not being source. The mandate has changed. Source is going to bust out, and has been busting out, and being source very visibly. Okay, this is on a conceptual, just so that everyone understands. Now, I understand also that some data might be coming out here shortly about you have your soul's physical. Okay, all of this is coming out in the visibility, and it's all going to be used through the vehicles that everyone that everyone part of is at this moment. I would, if presented with a situation where you do have folks yelling and screaming. Let's get really detailed here, okay? Really descriptive. You have folks yelling and screaming. Pick a character, any character, someone, Bush, Obama, whatever you want to call it, okay? Let's go with Obama. That's what I always use. Obama has been sitting there, and he has actually put everything on the books through executive orders that has been practiced for millennia. And he looks like the bad guy, right? When you understand what is going on in that perceived chaos, and it is highly strategic. It is strategic order under the guise of chaos, in order to shake us all up, in order to help us remove our roots from the old mandate and to fly into this new mandate, okay, which is actually what we've always been all along, source, okay? So if there is pitchforks and ropes and chains, I'm going to be standing in front of the one that they're about to hit until we all sit and realize that we are all there, okay? Now, there are those that have been following the old mandate and are just refusing to let go of it. Source is retiring those particular frequencies, okay? So really look within, really trust within. It is important for us to see what is, not what someone tells us, not what we want, but what is informed, okay? It's informed and it's through experience that you refine that informed choice and make many more, okay? So that's where I'm going to be. And as we go through this transition, it's not a bridge because we're all the bridge, but through the transition of our own bridge vehicles, I will be standing there. There will not be any bloodletting. At the same time, there will be
There's no audio
release.
on this music.
There will be released from the old mandate as we fly into this new mandate. And that's what I'm going to be doing. As far as hierarchy and everything else, Sasha, I've been watching what they've been saying, at least energetically, as well as in a few of the comments. I get it. I saw that I was going to be sending you a message. Energetically, I did send it through what I call icons. I'm right there with you. I'm there even when people were talking bad about, gosh, name off any character you want. I've been there. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks of me, just that I know who I am. And that as I move forward, all I do is show love, compassion, and awareness. Consciousness.
That's why I refer to you as the beloved. And you know, I'm delighted that when the pitchforks do come up, if they do, that I'll be using you as a human shield. That's good. You know, Brian, I don't know where to begin to answer to stuff like that. I don't know that I care to. I couldn't give a proverbial thing about what anyone thinks about me personally. I never really much cared about that. I do what I do, what I do. I am what I am, what I am, and I'm not prepared to defend it either to troglodytes or through people who are operating on behalf of special interests, because there's a lot of that stuff out there. People have been hammering the PT from day one and then the IUV, and it doesn't matter what incarnation noble expression takes on, so long as it's operating in these relatively subterranean, subtonal frequencies, we're going to be subjected to a lot of creepy crawly stuff, and that's part of the course. But what I'm not particularly keen to do is to stoop down too low and engage much energy in those conversations. Only not because I don't believe that people who are less enlightened are entitled to great explanations, but only when they approach the wisdom flame with kindness am I prepared to put time or energy into some of that time. Other than that, I'm not interested. Speaking for myself, I'm not a publicly elected official. I don't run a charity. I'm not accountable in that sense to people. I'm just doing what I do. I'm an artist fundamentally and a poet. That's the only thing I've ever regarded myself as being half decent at, oddly enough, is that. And the rest of it is just, again, expression. And I'm so fortunate in much the same way that Heather is and has been in having the most extraordinary, gifted, talented, and brilliant brothers and sisters who have variously cohered to some of what I've been on about. And don't get me wrong, I get lambasted by my own team, and I constantly get pulled down and beaten up, as it should be. But I'm no leader, and which is actually why I use bad language from time to time. As I was looking at it last week and asking, why do I use bad language? Because I don't like hearing bad language. I can't bear people when they swear in my company, and yet I'm always doing it. And I thought, well, I'm trying to kind of trash my own. So
There's more than one Tom Lopez.
I'm going to be a leader because I'm just too much of a maverick to ever fulfill that space. But yeah, I don't care what people think, and I don't care to answer to it. If anyone has a bigger question on anything, including on my bank balance, I'd be happy to answer to it. In point of fact, I'll tell you now, I'm broke. I've been broke for a long time. I'm heavily broke, and I rather enjoy being broke. And it just doesn't bother me.
You're talking to a table full of broke people, so first of all, Sasha, so appreciate your candor, and you saw on that thread how I handle blind application well. You don't throw more fuel on the fire. I think what I pulled away from that thread the most, kind of the underlying theme, is that people have this, they're wondering, where do I go from here as an individual? What next steps do I take? Action steps that will enable me to further embody my own empowerment, my own sovereignty, as a co-creator being with everything in my universe. And the troubles and the complications and the challenges of daily life make it hard to navigate through the head of what is still transpiring on this planet today in so many areas of our lives, whether it be personal revolving around our relationships and our careers, global revolving around war, poverty, and stuff like what's going on in Gaza, so on and so forth. And people are really wanting to know, I get emails all the time, as you do on Facebook, that, I'm starting to understand it. I'm starting to integrate more of my own understanding based on my own intuition and guidance, as opposed to looking outside of myself constantly for answers from others. How can I go about navigating this terrain when I'm supposed to be in court on Monday to represent some strongman that isn't me? And how do I stop the Child Protective Services from taking my child away, as one of our friends is doing in Norway right now? And if all of this illusion is the facade that we know it all to be, how do we make the conscious choice to no longer consent to this slavery that we've been indoctrinated to believe is such a natural part of our life, when in fact it is the most unnatural part of our existence? What do you say to those people that are looking for those answers, and what kind of action steps they can take in their own personal lives based on your experience and what it is that you've done?
Stop paying tax. I mean, I've been saying this in everything, every time I ask the question, but if you want to do something in order to remove yourself from the dream spell, and certainly...
So are you the stunts man, or do you work for the stunts man? There's your question.
But that's fine, because the stick is also a tremendous solution. It doesn't actually exist. So if one wants to have the cone stick of the Zen masters crack your skull, and bring oneself into this space to do something conscious, I would say stop paying tax would be a great first step for the average schmo. But then there's all sorts of arguments. I've got children, I've got responsibility. Well, heck, then go to that harvest and stay with that harvest. Because so long as we are going to make excuses for not engaging in right action, and now it doesn't matter if someone in the 1962 knows that their dollars are paying for tanks and for drones and for strikes against the nation. So every time you put into the system, energy is going to work in order to make this godless thing called money, in order to pay the utilities which go to the man who creates the prison for you to go to work to. And so that's
John Schneider, Jeff Peterson.
Is set in 20 million exquisite different ways and modalities for human beings in every creed, every culture. But when they choose to step out, is when they choose to step out. And the surefire way, the average the average person listening to this show, for instance, would be to stop paying taxes and certainly to stop filling out works many long rentals, because all of that is just perpetuating the contracts, and that's just something that's extra chaos, not an issue. But it's always engaging. I mean, I rather enjoy getting like this now and when I do, I invariably end up with 2 or 3 of them sitting on the bonnet of my car having a great conversation, because there's ways of engaging people in uniform. I say that another useful thing for people to do would be to stop respecting uniforms and stop allowing that chilly fear when you hear a police siren or stop engaging with that constriction state that kicks in every time you see these artificial, these impersonal authorities. And then they always come down. That's what they want to do. But we need to disengage our own connection to that space. Because every time we get that little degree of rush, and we get that little happens in cities, happens millions of times a day. The reason why these ambulances, fire services, police services have the most frequencies of crime into those sirens designed to close down the kind of integrity. Get that straight. There's nothing happens without places. They will be imposed in order to show granted constant terror in the hearts of people in the cities of the 52 miles years ago. You will find a crystal feelings that will look at the church, the city, behaviors in that environment. So begins to challenge those things. Ask the police why you can speak to people in uniforms and begin to get them to disengage also from the dream stuff.
They mean it's a cold day and night.
What I said earlier was singularly the most important thing that one can do, which is to stop
Introducing
doing and to be
on YouTube
and to be
so you can sing along
empathetic,
to
to
your
be
pictures.
compassion. Because when we are in empathy and in compassion, we are sending long waves. And those long waves, literally at the fractal level, you can actually measure this scientifically. You send an empathic wave, it will reach the other side of the galaxy. You send a short wave, a constricted wave, it'll die. What does this teach us about the ultimate human activity, which is supposed to be building toward our redemption or our salvation? And if we truly want to die well, having lived well, we need to be able to broadcast those long waves so that at the point of death, we have a plasma body, an auric body, which is vast, and which we can then steer directly through the heart of the sun into a perfect bliss dead state, which then will take us into our next expression, which will be the absolute pattern of perfection.
He runs a cult. He has no idea. They're going to get people to suicide themselves with these microwave weapons.
Newtonian deceptions and living lives which are racked with fear and dread and horror. And the forms that we emit from our fractal hearts become shorter and shorter waveforms, which means that we
All I got to say is bullshit. I gotta listen to this shit. So does Craig. Fuck is he?
Death should be true. Should really strike terror into our hearts and wake us up to the fact that instead of saying nothing else matters. I like kindness. I think that every living, warm-blooded Homo sapien enjoys kindness.
Can you say all that one more time? I'm trying to be a little bit more eloquent. Let me that's a follow up to both. So you're real quick. I gotta know you. She's up next, don't worry, get in line, sweetheart. Not done yet. I said it was a two-part question. Okay. So, our listening audience, which I have definitely been amplified by the majority of people take a lot of the actions.
My father was Manny A. Fisher, and they were best friends with Taylor, her husband, my cousin, actually, my father was Elizabeth.
Little small step, right? But I think a lot of people that are looking for
I love you more every time I see you. I couldn't put it back to myself. Well, you know, that's really, you can say it with flowers.
They're talking about your great grandchildren, Barb.
She's a great big star. She's got a new book out called Wishful Drinking, which is in stores now. Please welcome the legend it is, Carrie Fisher, everybody.
This is what I
I'll keep those on the Broadway literally tonight.
One of the things I do, Sasha, I make sure that I try to
address some of the mechanics. Okay, so again, the least no funding here, but I do know that the International Tribunal for Natural Justice that we're setting up right now, part of the process that we're engendering is with our private Attorney General, Rod Klaas, we are beginning a program this year, principally in the United States, of training up 1,000 private attorneys general. And this is just small. And then going after the 3,500 odd judges in the United States who are all acting in treason and in fraud and in deception. So when we've got the private attorneys general able to take action against the judges who are maintaining the status quo, we begin to see the emergence of a reverse engineering of the diabolical mechanics of law. So the mechanics is what we have to engage with. I mean, God knows that's what Heaven the Crew did, painstakingly. But now we're taking it to private attorneys general, sheriffs, and the capacity to enforce that pure law, without which we will be in trouble, because ultimately we know it now. Look just at the Bundy Ranch incident that occurred in the United States recently. That was a classic, to my mind, that was the most exciting event that we may have seen in respect of the federal authority having to stand down. I know there's a lot of info, disinfo, double disinfo flying around that particular issue, but that was a remarkably beautiful event that occurred when the Federal Land Management Agency were beating to death just a good generational farmer. Just sheer Agenda 21, total thievery, banditry, the game. Said, come at me. And when they did send in the black helicopters and the assault, the military, effectively 200 or 300 cowboys on horseback appeared over the hill with loaded shotguns. Now that was very, very effective because that pretty much put the federal authorities in check. They could either have begun a massacre there, which would have started a civil war long before they intend to engineer it, and that situation didn't work out well for the feds, put it that way. But it taught a lot of people in Midwest America that they do carry the day, provided they stand up and get out the front door, put down the remote control, put down the coordinate, and get involved. So that if we can show people together through the private attorney general's training program that we're doing in the sheriffs, engaging with the sheriffs, and if we can show the average person that the mechanics are arriving on their street for them to engage with, the metric is laid for them to engage with. I believe that that's when we will see millions of people getting involved, but not really before, because they can't make the connect. They see government as being this hugely powerful, colossal kind of elemental cloud that exists somewhere that always carries the day, always wins the day. Not so, as Heather said, Source is redefining that covenant.
You know, I was really lucky that all my backup for the investigations just disappeared. Okay, everything from budget to legal teams to infrastructure, intel even at one point went dark. I was really blessed to have that experience because I actually had to go boots on the ground and go in myself. And I've worked with judges since law school. I had a really great internship that I did. And so I've had multiple aspects. Okay, I've seen corrupt. Everything from a Pentagon, a general brigadier that sat on a lowly bench, hiding there, while I was going through the investigations that advises the Pentagon, to just these amazing people. So what I learned through the whole thing was to see them, and Sasha, you're exactly right, don't see the uniform. The uniform is a symbol to be able to invoke the shortwaves. And I'm going to go just a little bit because I know Dee's got more on this, but it is not the shortwaves I focus on. And I couldn't even identify what it was until I went into these investigations with the fear. Okay? I had to work through the fear. And I found that it's like Monsters Inc., it's more powerful for me to laugh than it is for me to scream. And I got to go in and I got to see judges that would sit there and follow the scripts. I watched attorneys follow the scripts. I watched sheriffs follow the scripts. I watched every single person from an observer to the clerk all follow scripts. And it was really, I'm so blessed to have that experience because I got to see them as them. Not as I was told, not as I wanted them to be, but definitely for what they are. And we had some huge shifts in there. I got to see a judge who just, I scared the hell out of him. Not intentionally. I just went in and I was myself, but I was shooting long waves. And when you're used to short waves, the long waves can knock you on your ass. Because it's not just going through you and stopping at you, it's going out. And I watched him for 6 weeks, studying up on what the hell I was doing. Without even talking to me, without doing anything, he gets really nervous around me. And then I watched him go into a courtroom one day and hand me data in front of everyone, screaming and yelling at me. So the bank attorney's focused on him screaming and yelling at me and going, yes, all right, she's getting it.
The fraud that's happened to me at
And
US
it's
Bank.
giving me all the data. And it just didn't matter how he delivered it, just that I got the data. And at that point, I was so in love with the man. And I was in love with this attorney. I was in love with just the whole experience because there are so many that are and have propagated the form of
Now we're at
systems
Monica
that knew that we
Lewinsky
could do
and
this,
Clinton.
all of us, and assisted in ways
She
that
tried
maybe
to
we just
rape
weren't
him.
aware of, but they did. And so when this comes down, Sasha, I would really like to talk with you and see how I can assist and just be me as far as sending out those long waves. Like I said, because it'll either be we go hand in hand, all of us, or you're gonna find me in front as a shield until this all settles down. And that's for anyone. Okay, so
No,
I
you
don't
guys
prefer the
put me
Neo. I like
out
that
there.
statement. Are you saying I can dodge bullets when the time comes? I'm saying when the time comes, you won't have to. And that's where we are, you know. So as far as how we move forward, this will delve into the energetics. The energetics will make itself visible. It is all about energy, long waves, short waves, and changing it up. And then you will see exactly with the money system, with the time time mechanism, we're all hiding, which is frequencies and energy, and that's all there is.
You're absolutely right about this, Heather. And to speak about that judgment, that's a beautiful story. And it's one that we should constantly be reminded of, because it is perfectly true. There are so many people, goodly people in the corridors of power who themselves will actively participate in this unfoldment and this awakening, given half a chance. But if we continue to simply be, again, that army of creepy crawlies who just want to hurl rocks at the citadel and set fire to everything, well, we're going to be in a great deal more trouble with that kind of energetic behind us, infantry shooting into our backs. So I had yesterday a special ops military guy here, one of the guys who trains squadrons around the world in the desert, and a friend of mine for long standing. I know a number of these extraordinary guys who variously done a Faustian pact over the years and have participated in militancy. This guy yesterday, who's somebody I love very much, and he's ostensibly a very scary character. Nothing could be further from the truth. I know the man's heart. I've known him for nearly 20 years. He was coming in to check if I'm okay and to also continue to offer more backup and do we need gooks and spooks for anything that we're doing right. You know, that kind of thing. And we've had a bit of this in the past, and we've been tipped off when things have been dodgy. And I've had guns up the head on a couple of occasions, and I've been in really some scary situations where I have not, in the same way that you did. I mean, I was able to extend a sense of curiosity and love in the events as they were happening, because that's just my nature. My nature is to be curious, even if there is a 38 Smith & Wesson aimed at the head. It's just like, wow, well, that's an interesting turn of events, you know. And then in that way, there's a level of idiocy in that response, but that's how I blundered through life and have done in many of the situations which were uncomfortable for me. But this gentleman yesterday, the special ops guy, reminded me. He was telling me that some of the senior ranking special ops guys in the world, and that's from everywhere from the Middle East to Siberia, he said are really wanting out of this game. And he said, we know, we are sitting in those rooms. We are the post-protection security when those deals are being cut by these old serpents with black diamonds and with all sorts of weird stuff going down, Masonic, occultist bullshit. And he said, me and my buddies, and this guy's been at it for 20 years, okay? He's not a novice. He said, are pretty much up to here with this. And we look at our kids now, and some of us are even getting grandkids, okay? And looking into the eyes of our children going, what am I paying into? So it seems to me, and that was a very beautiful meeting. It was 3 hours long, and at the end of it, it qualified a lot for me about where we may be at the military industrial complex even. There's a lot of biotechnicians and molecular biologists and all sorts of military guys who are just good humans looking for a means to express that humanity. And I would sooner, and I also believe that those guys are the ones, the good Eagle Scouts, are the ones that will make the difference in the next 2 years. I'm one of these that believe that between now and 2017 we will see the end of this game, and a conscious collective ascendancy I believe will take place for the next 2.5 years. I'm happy to say that on my record.
Hallelujah.
I'm going to go back to rewrites. Let's do some rewrites. Yeah. I hear your time to continue, Sasha. When it feels good, let's go.
Say 2 years or less. That sounds better.
I'm just saying to hear that.
Yeah, I just actually wanted to talk about this. This is actually important. And especially what Sasha was talking about, short waves.
Tag Sash and Stone to Tim Deneen to Charles Manson.
So when we were talking about the whole thing of the birthing, what was done to a child, it's like, oh, darling, you have no idea. And maybe one day we'll have a conversation all about that and how it affects the humanity levels we're at right now. But when I did all my advocacy, all the work that I did was through Facebook, because it was this lovely tool that had been given to us to be able to reach out across the planet to join people together. And then one day, I went into my Facebook, having been really busy for a couple of weeks, and had not been on my Facebook and scrolled down my book. And every article that was posted was about this baby who died from the circumcision, this baby who died from the vaccines, and this mother who died while giving birth because of a botched cesarean section. All of a sudden, I sat there and looked at this and was like, how is this affecting me?
We know what we're talking about. No, we don't. You do. That girl does.
No. He wants to get the subject back to Giuseppe Fallopian.
And he's the one that got in the car accident, by the way.
Well, we not be not talking about that. We're not talking about that. All right, apparently there's more than
And
we
now that I
know.
look at
Because
that I interact with daily,
Do you believe in the hereafter?
and I have these incredible
In
people
what
I deal with
sense?
Well,
Dirt. I think there's some dirt involved.
so amazingly
That
smart,
moves on to a bigger
who are
business.
so educated on alternative health, on
and aliens.
consciousness on so many levels,
Because you know.
and then I watch them slip back as they're following every little thing going on in the alternative media. So they follow what's going on in Gaza, and they follow what's going on in Ukraine, and this and this, and they dig it in, and they become
Sasha's the
overwhelmed
shaman.
with those short frequencies that it literally incapacitates them, and it shuts them down. And I've had conversations with them like, you know what you need to do, because you and I had this conversation a month ago, 6 months ago, a year ago, and yet now you're in this place of fear, and it becomes a block. And it's like, I'm so afraid. It's those short frequencies. And that's one of the things I love when we talk about people do. One of the things that I've done most recently is just unplug your mind and say,
how fat I've become. I'm trying to
I can glance at the headlines and go, oh, that's really funny, or this and something specifically.
Like if
so much money.
I'm not saying it's a it's but people need to be conscious of the data they're taking in and its effect on them physically, emotionally,
this is not the place.
and consciously, and how.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
One thing I'll say to
All right. Maybe I'll try and help you find a trade route to China.
Yeah, I'm here yet. The awareness is about.
I wanted to just say something to what Dee's speaking about, because it's so important what she's saying. And again, forget about the intellectual or philosophical or spiritual dimensions of the moment, and just look at the biological form, your body. And your body is the technology. I love the fact that Heather said this earlier, because in the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've been speaking constantly about the human body being the ultimate technology. We are the galactic technology perfected. And this is just something which in my dream state I'm also exploring at the moment. But I'll tell you this, I've just been in the hills of southern France with my dear friend, the physicist Dan Winter, and his genius crew. And we're making 3 films at the moment, which you guys will know about, because I intend to get out to you guys, the film crew as well, soon enough. But what I'm learning from the electrochemistry and the biochemistry
aspect to what Dee's just been talking about is seminal. Oxygenation. Actually, if you oxygenate your blood properly, you emit naturally, you can contaminate yourself, you send out longer forms, you're more able to engage with empathic resonance and so on, simply by being oxygenated properly. And also to be hydrated properly. And another interesting factor here, and I don't want to take this beautiful meeting into the subterranean depths of shape-shifting reptilians, much as I love that subject. But what I will say is that whether we agree with that or not, we cannot disagree with the lower astral realms, the so-called demonic lower frequency realms, constantly imposing itself on the expression of humanity. And if we want to, as living men and women, if we want to become protected, so to speak, from that kind of lower astral intrusion or invasion, then a purely hydrated and oxygenated body is actually the most important thing you can have, believe it or not. And the biochemists I've been talking to have been telling me how this works at the fractal level and in respect of the Hertz frequencies that we emit.
Sasha took this information from me talking about cell food and tissue salts.
And draconians do like water. They like methane. They like absence of oxygen. The reason why our planet is being desecrated multi-generationally by human beings who have themselves been co-opted by lower astral intelligences is because there are those intelligences, supranational, supraplanetary intelligences that would arguably seek to put this planet into an entropic, oxygen-depleted environment.
Okay, so Sasha, you guys have opened the door to what is about to spill out, okay? All of it. And all the data will be there, not one piece missing. All right, so first off, you realize everything's a construct. Once you realize everything's a construct, but where the source is, okay? So
they sought to put me in a construct, which would shut everybody else down because these guys are bad news.
On all sides of the ponds, in every dimension of reality, everyone is tired of what we went through. Okay, so there's so much help, and it's just a matter of opening up and sensing it. Okay? You may not be able to see it, but you can sense it, you can feel it, and it's actually what is driving and what's always driven you. Right? At this point, a lot of people are sensing that and standing up where maybe they wouldn't have 6 months ago, a year ago, 10 years ago. Right? So that I trust in that. I trust that no matter what situation I'm in, I'm going to know exactly what to do. And this I am tech or the I tech or the body tech is what I'm absolutely focused on. I focus on the people that my soul, my being, came in. All right, and then being responsible for any extension or tool that I use as an extension as we go through, whether it's space technology, whether it's communication, any kind of financial, it doesn't matter. Whatever I choose, I'm just going to be aware of it. Just going to be aware of myself and how this body functions. I'm really excited to hear, like you said, you're speaking of all these experts, and I really want these experts to stand out. Because a lot of them, I've seen all this data come through when I was in bank trade and finance, and it all got buried. All this tech got buried. And I had Raymond King, who would always discuss with me, I want to distribute, I want to find, if we can't be in charge, then let us be in charge of distribution, where that's always the bottleneck. That's how you stop it.
That's why I can't distribute the videos. No, this is really important. In this hack, they've got my ability for distribution taken. Right. They've totally stolen my identity and market everything I say, and that's why they've tried to kill me. Be the benefactor. Really.
But it's a great interesting point because we use it all the time. About 99% of the work that I've been working with these guys for over the last year, and then of course Caleb and Lee and all these others before that, never got reported about because the databases and to explain how enforcement and what I was using for enforcement or what we relied on and trusting in enforcement. I trust him with looks like the guy that you just described, sitting down with you going, I've had enough, because I can feel him, I can sense him. I may not know him by name.
Right. This is Collective Imagination relaunch with Heather and Sasha. Heather was the lawyer that held all the information down. Lisa Harrison's channel. September 7th, 2014. With the marker 666 at the head of it. 6,667 views. So you can see this spell casting again. It is the former 5D Media Network. After a 3-month hiatus, Lisa Harrison, Brian Kelly, and Dee, along with our special guest, Heather Tucci, Jariff, and Sasha Stone. Due to audio problems, we were not able to broadcast live. We did go ahead with the show, and it was recorded in both audio and video. It's an HTTP. The song is I'm God. Oh, and everybody just loved it. On and on.
Body tech. I'm very focused on the soul tech coming through the body tech, and it all just fusing into one. So I want to get more into that.
That's not true, because that's Gina Toko.
Oh, beautiful. Well, I'd love to have another chat with you about the bioarchitecture that we've been developing for many years, because we have been doing it. And I honestly believe that the team, the various team that we represent is leading the world in this now. We built prototypes.
You tried to build a prototype of me. You called her Sophia.
Using things like organ and what have you.
Now they got me talking as Alexa and Siri and Siri and every other thing you can cast on.
Increase by simply charging the seeds inside one of the bioresonance.
Right, you're the guy that plays Manson's son.
It's remarkable stuff. But then I'm speaking to world-leading physicists like
I knew that when I saw it.
Dan Winter and Bill Donovan and various other friends who are informing the process, mathematically speaking. And I'm learning increasingly that bioresonance is pure science. It's fractal science. It's everything that's right and proper about being a living man or a living woman on a living planet. When we're not being interceded and having our noble expression stolen from us, so that we become drone worker bees and all the rest of it. But whilst we're on the subject of fractality, you know you're going to come in for a hail of bullets for having the hand of Fatima with the all-seeing eye over your right shoulder. The pentagram. The pentagram.
I can just see it now. And you know, the energetics we're talking about here today, sporadically and dispersed through this.
That's good. That's old country wisdom.
That's why I'm here in Morocco. And I think Mel B was the first one that asked me, why are you in Morocco? Why Morocco? And that will be visible as well. But it has to do with the centralized focuses from the former systems. You know, the money side was always, and representation side was always from China and America. Okay, but everything's run from China. Then you have the energetics, and everyone thinks it's Ireland, and then you have Morocco behind. They never put the one out in front.
How can you say that when you run game for the Italian mob?
I mean, it's just, and that's okay, because it doesn't matter. It's not going to lock and limit. We'll just keep shining, and it becomes irrelevant. So I don't
keep
focus on the stuff
lying.
that I take notice in. It's quite cool.
Brian, you know, I saw a number of questions on the thread related to Sino, Sugihato, and the recorded King of Kings,
That's what he
Swiss
heralds
Kingdom, and the rest of it. Is this something we want to touch on? The only reason why I'm keen to speak a little to it is because I noticed that some of the folks hiding on that thread were stating that I'm a delegate of Swiss Indo, which I am not, for the record, never have been. But is this something we're comfortable about speaking to?
It's so funny that you asked that, because right before we jumped online, I showed Dee the list of questions that I pulled from that thread. I had her put in bold the ones that she thought were most prevalent.
You should sit with me
make
to
sure
when
that you
I
ask this.
celebrate County Road.
What is your position on specific? So whatever it is you feel inclined to share, by all means.
Yeah.
That would be great.
More than happy to, because I've not had any spooky engagement. I've only had specific engagements with Sino and his council. Yes, I know him, and yes, I've met him, not in the flesh, on Skype, interestingly enough, which is curious. I'm also very connected to the pathology of the so-called Asian gold, because interestingly enough, nearly 10 years ago, Humanitad, my foundation, was embroiled in some transactions where we were helping the Asian Trust at that time and the living trustee at that time to try to free up some of the federal safekeeping receipts that had been issued to that trust since the end of the Second World War. And we spent a couple of years traveling with a few $1 trillion worth of these federal safekeeping receipts, trying to get AAA rated banks to use their Fed screens to have them on it. And we failed in that endeavor. At a given point, I told my team to desist. I said, this is not going to help. We can't help free up using our NGO status and our connections politically. We're not able to free up any of these federal safekeeping receipts or the value to the Asian Trust. So let's just let it go. It was clear to me 10 years ago that we were locked down in endemic fiduciary mafiosa. And that's where we've been for a very long time. So the story of the Asian gold is not new to me. 3 of my directors 10 years ago at my behest went to go and see the gold in underground caves in Southeast Asia on 2 different trips. And they did. Photographed stuff, brought them back to me, even a gold bar. A gold bar was brought back to London. And yes, it appears to be Swiss Indo gold. So then for me to be approached more recently this year, I think it was in March, by the council of Sino, I was familiar with the story from 10 years ago, albeit he is now the living trustee. He's the old living trustee that must have died once used. And I then looked at the huge furore around the Sino A1 saga. And I'll be quite frank with you, I don't know.
Oh, you're frank.
Go
tag it in.
Many psychic, hits that warn me. Again, I'm not afraid of anything in this world, be clear about that. So I'm maybe blundering into things, but I've had engagements with him and his council only in as much as
Yeah, you're Melon Biggie, but you're
we were
Biggie.
approached by them recently and asked if we could bring
To get
some of our
involved
brain
in
trust in.
allowing these other entities
To A,
into
they
you.
thought that the New Earth Nation was a good, clean,
I
blank
don't think
canvas,
it's
and we've
good.
done it well by maintaining this
It's
absolute
very, very
neutrality and
bad.
not having hierarchy and not
Very
having
dirty.
agendas, so to speak, but just creating a blank canvas. And they respected that. And secondly, they asked if we could engage in helping to articulate an
Well, I need to
international
speak to
framework,
these
a
people.
new framework for international law, and a new framework for international banking. And yes, I'm connected to some of the world's
Rehack the
economists and have been
accounts.
for well over a decade. And I've been publishing stuff in macroeconomics for well over 10
Well,
years
this
as well.
goes
It's a
back
subject
all the
I'm
way
fairly
to
conversant with.
2006.
He said, scratching his head. I was told you should never scratch your head when you're answering a question. It means you're lying. But actually, I banged my head on my bathroom cabinet yesterday. That's why I'm doing it. So we were
Tag
approached
Tim
by them,
Pratt.
and we engaged. And my own engagement with Sino was
The secret
very
he'd never
pacific,
tell me.
and I found it to be fairly delightful with a great sense of humor, which was refreshing. But I can't speak to the subject beyond that. And Mel V, who is a friend of mine and an enemy of many, bless her heart, she's such an amazing firebrand.
Part of your
Mel
orgy.
V is involved with them, I believe, and as some of her instincts I trust tremendously. I'm not afraid of the situation. I do believe that I know the gold exists because, again, over 10 years ago, 3 of my own directors were sent to go and see
Your
it.
coven made a
And
ritual.
how can that be lent as
Death
collateral to
ritual.
the issue of a new planetary whatever? Who knows? Who cares? I mean, I personally don't think that
Tag
we
the
should have
Venus
anything
Project.
backing any new currencies other than empathy and fellowship and love and all the right creative expression, basically.
I'm glad you said that because that was going to be my next question. First of all, big shout out to Mel B. We love Mel B. She'll listen. What do you say to the ever-growing large collective that believes that the answer to some of the major challenges that we're facing individually and collectively as a human race is to have this large redistribution of wealth, and that being the answer, whether it be to the tune of $5 or $10 billion or 6 million and whatever it is from what Swisindo has to say. I mean, do you see, what's your perspective on that, just from a very generalized, whatever it is you want to share?
My understanding is that there is anywhere between $600 and $900 trillion worth of gold in respect of street value, if we're to believe what we're told, which is housed variously in different depots across Southeast Asia archipelagos, and that may or may not be the case. And I just
You're
don't
going
really
after
know.
me, it
I mean,
doesn't matter.
I thought, well, there was about a month that I spent earlier this year just thinking, okay, if that is the scenario and we can get the
That's
gold
why the
and we
guitar
can get
gently
countries
weeps.
of the world, especially the BRIC nations and the developing nations, the G7 nations, if we can get those countries to begin to accept this goal as backing to the issue of a new 0-point non-usurious system, how is this going to play out? Do you deposit $2.6 million in every man, woman, and child's account? And there's a certain grotesquerie to that idea, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. It just doesn't sit well with me. I don't want to be engaging with bank accounts. I don't want to be engaging with false value in that way. I find it really quite discomforting. So my mind was not cohering and my heart was not cohering to that language, albeit one could do that, mathematically speaking. One could engage. If Swisindo were to say, here's the goal, and we would actually see it and touch it now,
and
years
Bradstreet,
ago,
Georgia Bank.
and if we would be able to work with that goal and free up the national debt in 250 odd countries as a one pure action, I would say that would be delightful. That's for the rest of the goal.
Oh, dump it all in the United States and Britain, I see.
You know, I'm really interested to see what Heather has to elaborate on this one. I can tell she's queuing up already. So
I think Scotland and England have something to say.
This isn't like a drop in notes in a larger conversation. This is probably a conversation all over.
Susanna Glasscock Pratt from Ferguson, Missouri has something to say.
Concepts, and the best way that I can do that is by going from my own experience.
But you
Things that I've
denied me in your
experienced
experience.
in whatever way I've experienced them, but speaking from what I've experienced. You end up having collateral accounts, the whole entire system.
I think somebody sold their
creating a
souls.
box and then having a system to be able to measure. Okay, because how do you measure? How do you measure source? Okay, other than creating a measurement system so that you can experience yourself in some way, and
Well,
then you're just shooting outside
they
the box,
measured me.
right? So I really am thankful and grateful for purported collateral accounts, financial system.
Funny that you tried to kill me.
Energy regulators, because that's where it really actually comes from. You know, if you want to treat Earth is like an exchange traded fund. You know, I love ETFs. ETFs are probably the greatest transparency tool
Tag the
in the whole
stocks.
financial system. Okay, it can only bring something that is actually value into it. It has to actually be something tangible, right?
You stole
And
it
then
from
what they do
me.
is they create, it's actually called creation units that they cut, right? Creation units. And the way that you actually get creation units is by bringing something of value in, so creation units can be cut out. And then they have a mirror set up on a NASDAQ or some kind of market system, and that's actually where
No,
the
you
fiat
need
is
fraud department.
all generated, okay? Earth is an exchange traded fund, and the little funds that are inside of it are just the beings themselves. Okay, I've always known from the beginning. Loie and I, Loie's my mom. Loie and I used to talk about this all the
Yeah,
time.
they bought and sold
What is the
me.
easiest way to
But they're
have a
bugs.
very peaceful moment? Okay, in that transition from mandates, the not experiencing source to
Yeah, the
experiencing your
transition
source.
between
And that was
two
just
presidents that
remembrance.
aren't.
Then the other thing was what makes money, time, and all of that irrelevant. Okay, do you do bridges? And then of course
Genocide.
everyone's going to fight over bridges. Everyone's going to fight over who distributes, who manages, who controls, who gets to experience the bridge.
I think I do.
So at that point, it was really simple. Have everyone actually experienced the value that they bring
Idiots.
in these vehicles? That's why you have people that can manifest with their thoughts and know that they can manifest.
Retards.
You can manifest anything you want. You want to manifest 500,000, which I think is so funny because now they're saying if they move to this gold-backed system, right? And you can't take a commodity and make it a backing or financial system.
Me,
Which is why
'cause
they're
I'm
trying to take down the
organic.
whole commodity as far as gold and silver go because they know that. It's already been dispersed.
The silver pick's going down.
Silver is going down, people backing out. Okay, so here's the thing. If I'm able to manifest whatever it is I want, and let's say I manifest 500,000, they've now got, and actually it's been, Basel III has been in existence actually for years. They just haven't been able to implement it.
No, I'm a sole
And
proprietor. You
one
can't
of
use Tim
the,
Pratt.
Basel III certified guys that go in and they tell you whether a bank is good or not. Can they meet the
US
Basel III
Bank
requirements? And
was
he used
not
to sell
good.
certificates of
And
good
could not
standing
say who took my name off
lieu
my account.
of lines of credit so that he could build his own business. And we
No.
call him Dr. Death because it only took a bad letter or a good letter to determine whether you were going to live or die. Okay? I've seen so much of all of this, and I've had my own experiences. It is not just a blurb in a conversation. This is a whole conversation on its own, and really not one I care to pay too much energy into. Okay, I am focused on the tech that these vehicles
Well, now Gina Togo is in Joe's divorce with Kim, where he got ripped off.
Then whether or not you have a patch land to grow some food is irrelevant. You can experience whatever you want, and you can use time as a mechanism to elongate it or shorten it and determine whether you just want to manifest it out of thought or whether you want to actually experience and give and inner exchange.
This is them in their matrix where they buy time.
Yeah.
It just depends, and that should be everyone's own personal choice in their journey. The Clever account, Swiss and Doe. I got to talk to Sina on Skype, same as you, not in person. Nobody
Thanks, CeeLo
in person except for these crazy folks. And so Sina was just a beautiful energy. Of course, he had, there was a language issue or an interpretation issue, and so a man named Ross, I can't remember his full name, Ross Hamley, just jumps in, and he's got a whole different energetic signature than Mr. Sino, but he spent an hour and a half, and I really
You guys
listened to
got
this,
my
and
frequency.
He's like the Eric Holder of Italy, right? And he's contacting indirectly and saying, we need a solution. Systems have not been able to generate funds since 2012. Okay, so they're on here. When I say they're on here,
Oh, when they
they're
cursed
on
us
here,
to
they're
hell.
kind of in their own vaults at this point. And like you say, Sasha, everyone sitting here is broke because we've used all the tools from the old system to do what we did. Now, can you manifest?
Tag Sasha Stone to Zach Goldcamp.
Sitting here after being broke for however many years. It's because we can manifest it. Okay, whatever we need, we always have the tools we're required to do what we desire. And that is how we actually function. Body text, bring in our soul. Our soul's already got everything. Okay, our beingness, because even soul is another level and hierarchy in this whole thing. Over soul, you've got avatar. I mean, there's so many different functions. And then Lisa had gotten some data. I'm looking at it.
There's avatars in the
I've seen it. I know it's
YouTube
there. I
video
know that it's been there. I'm choosing to focus energy here and now on this. There's no limits to here, and that's why I really want to have this as a video. So that I can see you, because even if we're not in the same room, I'm still going to send those long ways. They get to you and they actually go out and go further. 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Never has. So with the collateral accounts, with Mr. Sino, Swiss Indo is very clear, is a transparency tool. And the old man, people call him grandpa, with many names for him. He's been working on transcripts. We all have, okay? In order to make this moment now, we have this glorious explosion of light coming from every vehicle throughout the universe, and then generating that overabundance, that overunity. There is no lack whatsoever. Can I play with all these tools? Can I go in and reactivate certain tools? Yes, but they're not going to work like they did before. They won't. Okay, there's no lack of it. And when what is required to reactivate those tools is done, that's what they're afraid of, which is why they don't want it done. And that's okay. I get that. So I really focused and listened to them and us for the whole entire time. Through the investigations, through all of it. I wanted to know the experience from both sides, the reveal both sides. Because how else do you find where you meet in the middle and where you actually have always been and you never left? Unless you listen to them and us. Okay, so I listened to Sino, I listened to all those guys. All I can say is it's time to join hands. It's time to move forward and realize we never actually let hands go. We've all been together this whole entire time, working from different approaches, and I'm really ready to rock and roll this thing, and really, really enjoy the light that has never been experienced before, not just on this planet, but this universe. And collateral accounts, okay, we can reactivate those, but it's not going to work like it did before.
No, exactly right. Beautiful. Thank you for that.
Well, that's one of the things that's very, very interesting. In There Is No Lie, we have been playing, if you will, or teaching ourselves again about there is no lie, just in our own local where we are. And it's an ongoing joke between Heather and I that where we are in Morocco, it is very, very dry, and all of a sudden we had this wells started drying up, people didn't have water, and you really start paying energy into that when you talk about, well, we can't shoot water in the garden every day because there could be a lack of water. You can't do this, but let's not do this because we don't want to run out of water.
21% like shower because you don't have water. There's no place.
So we sit there one day and everyone is gone out, and it's basically Heather and I and our 8 kids because we are twins. So we're sitting there and literally the pump turns off in the well and we have no water. So we're sitting there hauling the good old fashioned way. We've got the bucket on the rope, dropping it down the well, hauling it up. And as we're hauling up water, Heather says to me, we created this. And I'm like, yeah, shut up and just pull it's like, it was so in our face. We created this because that's what we kept paying around. So then we sat there and we were like, there is no lack of water. No, we are not. There is more than enough water for everyone to do what we need to do.
And almost immediately there was water.
There was water. We had water.
Yeah. That's the grant, and you got it. And that is physics. That is pure physics.
No, because we had to go through a couple more times of this.
Either which way, great climate, great water, great fiery water. We are it. Absolutely. That's a beautiful story.
Well, and that's it. But it was an in your face. You sit there and you want people saying, can you do this? Can you manifest this? My analogy that I always use is manifesting a tomato. Can you do this? And I'm like, no, but I can manifest water. Because we've proven it over and over now, and we cannot manifest water.
But that's a flip of fear. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And when you realize that you're acting in fear and you actually manifested whatever that fear toned, okay? And then I just put an imagination to that fear and that frequency creates. I can create the exact opposite, or I can create something completely new, something you've never experienced. That is so empowering at that moment. And it's been a journey for me personally to come to that realization. Now there's nothing anyone can tell me that you can't manifest, because there's not one thing I can't manifest. And if I feel it and I want to experience it, it's done before I even start. That's where we are, and that's where things are going at this point. So yes, do I see all this stuff over here? Fear and fear porn and all that? Of course I do. I do see it. I'm not ignoring it. But I'm going to change it, I'm going to do what resonates with me and manifest something not in fear, but in love and compassion. That's the best thing that I can say right now as to what I'm going to do.
I say again, it's pure science, and when we project our plasma bodies, and we are all of us variously wizards and warlocks and witches, and whether we're conscious or unconscious of those processes, that's how we operate in different waveforms whilst we're asleep in different states of consciousness. We're constantly casting spells upon one another and curses and blessings in this world. And when we begin to understand that those energetics, those supra and sub-energetics are the energetics that actually create a pincer movement in our reality field that actually becomes the dance of Shiva and Shakti in respect of manifestation. This is something so important. I mean, when you identify with scarcity and we project our plasma body toward that form, then scarcity will do our bidding. It will be our overlord. It will hold the space. And conversely, when we project the other will emerge. And this is the real majesty of the human condition that is emerging now off the back of a very long and arguably diabolical galactic sleep, is that we are awakening with this photonic capacity to bend time, as we discussed earlier, and to manifest things almost instantaneously. Certainly, the more we release these false constraints and notions of time, we will indeed be able to manifest instantaneously, because it is where we plasma embed our projected id. That is where the majesty of our immortal energetics will carry. So there is nothing that we cannot accomplish, nothing we cannot achieve, or nothing we cannot be or create. And the more we are able to simply own that space and own that knowing, we become it. And then the whole of that Canaanite, ritualistic, Babylonian, god-awful paradigm that we're all aware is so toxic becomes voided in one instant. Yes.
Well, and that's why I'm going to let these guys take over for the rest with you, and I'll follow in. But I just wanted to say this. Now I know that I'm watching. Well, she has a clock up on here, that girl. And what I want to say is this. I got my toolbox, okay? And the biggest thing that I have in my toolbox right now is me. For me, in my toolbox. So I am going to put my toolbox out and join together with all the other toolboxes. And I really want to get this rolling so fast. And it's we get the 2 calls off. Okay?
Good, thank you. And then that's open season now to be harassing you. So I thank you for that.
Welcome to the club. We do it all the time. And speaking of time, though, we have been recording this now for a couple of hours, so since we start to wrap things up, I'm going to hand things over to Brian, where he can just throw out some of the questions that we know for the most comment that did come up both in the chat room, on the website, and Facebook threads. And if you guys could just give some concise, short answers to them if you can. And I have deliberately stepped back today because I really wanted to enjoy myself, the interaction between the two of you, and what you guys play together. And I feel very honored to be here. So the space that we're in, everybody that has supported bringing this together. As makeshift as it looks, you've got no idea what was required to put together. The energy that went into it. And the people, and who are devoted, truly devoted to assisting in any way they can. I know you've got your own team of highly devoted people. And I just want to give everybody a big up.
Nice. Ditto that.
So, Brian, take it away.
Well, it's going to be funny asking some of these questions because we've gotten into the realm of what we're used to talking about, Sasha, which is a lot revolved around the energetics and the manifestation and the internal technology and how we tap into these innate abilities that we have lying dormant within all of us as individuals and the collective. And now we're going to get back into like specifics about documents and that kind of thing. And I don't necessarily think that aids the flow of where we've headed. But what we could do is I could just throw out a few so that way the people that spent the time to write the questions that.
May I make a different suggestion?
What?
I see you have them on a doc form.
Yeah.
I will spend the time and energy to answer each of those questions
You just run them.
specifically. And that way we can post them later
Yeah.
and finish this up in the Energize website.
We'll forward it to you as well. We'll send it to Sasha. And then
send
get
it
the
to Sasha.
answers and we'll compile it and then we'll publish it so that everyone can get the answers.
Can I just ask one question real quick that's off this, and then we'll do that. I really like that idea. We'll just put it on. But you're gonna do video.
Because I do the work.
It's not just audio, right? Video
And
as well.
Sasha does the actual talking.
She's gonna do video too. This is an event for Heather.
When was the last time you were on a video conference? I don't know.
Never. Ever. So that's a note to Sasha for sure, big time. As of late, we all live together here in Morocco and Alstrom. It's somewhat of a compound that we live in with, I don't know, 20 of us there right now. And
You're hitting out for a loan. The answer is no.
I don't even know how much yet. So
I will something from here.
I want to end this on a. It's been such a beautiful call, and such a beautiful sharing. I knew that's exactly how it was going to be, and why I was so excited. For the days leading up to this. So Sasha, my deepest bows of gratitude for you coming on and sharing this time with us. It's been an interesting time the last couple of weeks, and we've had Heather specifically has had people reach out to her that she hasn't talked to in years, all at the same time. It seems via Skype, people that she's had really close contacts with over the years, all coming together at the same time. For whatever reason,
Get the RVs first. So it's like, oh, Heather.
yeah. So for whatever reason, there's been all these characters that have swung into focus that have been coming out of the woodwork. I have to say synchronistically all at the same time. I would ask Heather what you think is going on behind all that, and what's happening right now that is in the unseen that is for whatever reason is all happening at this moment. What is this moment? What does this moment represent to you?
We're sitting here together. That's really what it's about. And us talking about putting our energies together, pushing more energies out. Yes, all these old contacts from Intel, from banking, from all over have been contacting me, and I get that the reevaluations and the new launch of the financial system aren't working, and that they want some help. And so what I did was I looked to see. And I've actually been watching Sasha since the first time that Monaco and you guys contacted me. I've been watching to see who the them and the us are all sort of paying energy into. Where do they resonate? Where are they magnetized to? And Sasha, you've done such a beautiful job at centralizing, and they've done a beautiful job at centralizing. And so I could see where certain folks, certain frequencies are drawn to this particular area over here. And then I see it over here. And the way that it was going to work out in certain agendas was to create an illusory, unseen third party to join the us and the them. So what I'm saying is why don't we just join us and them together as one, which is what we already all are. So I'm coming out in a way, yes, that I'm not terribly comfortable with, but it's really helped to just sit and be able to focus on you in your chair there. Do not have to worry about video, but I want people to see things that they haven't seen before. So I've got to start with me. And if everyone starts with themselves, being self-responsible, self-aware, then we can move forward. So I am watching them, the proverbial them, and Sasha, you magnetize really well. And so I'm here to join hands.
Thank you, Heather. And thank you for coming out of the closet. And you're flanked by two goddesses. So you've got some serious support, and you've got our warrior in the front there, Brian. Yeah, this is very, very exciting. And again, I can't wait to speak with Greg Paul and Wolfgang and Jean Marie and my beautiful team. I'm their team, they're my team. We're just completely aligned and cohered to everything I'm hearing from you guys. So yeah, good. Let's do some deep plumbing.
Deep plumbing sounds pretty sick.
Good. And I'm going to Southeast Asia next week for about a month, also filming there. And then I was planning to come back to Europe, and then I'm planning to come on to Morocco. So we'll see you sooner rather than later.
I'll have a coffee. I'll have coffee.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Okay. Can I end with my quote that I used to promote the show? For me personally, limitations live only in our minds. But if we use our imaginations, our possibilities become limitless. Good quote for the Collective Imagination Show. Yeah. Namaste and blessings to you, Sasha. Thank you, man. A pleasure as always. It's been too long. Let's not make it so long again before next Monday.
Thank you, Brian.
A completely fictional character.
Am I supposed to be able to see her?
No, see. There's
Okay.
so there's a multiple choice.
B?
There's an A and a B, but you would be interested in that.
Okay.
So Betty Crocker is C, a completely fictional character.
I'm gonna go with C.
Completely fictional character.
I did it. Like I said, it writes itself. The storyboard writes itself. And Mr. CW, we've been over this. I can't let you take out any more books from the library. You simply fail to return them. You are a bad library attendant. A person who uses the library.
Yeah, everything I put
I'm
on.
not trying to take this book in. Miss
Yes, the
Library.
Hollywood icon, a
I'm
beautiful
leaving
woman, a
it
good
right
friend of the
here.
show, a good friend of mine. She's lovely. She
Library is
smells like
closing.
lavender
Have to ask you to
and
leave.
cream.
Make or it's either that or another scenario could be you're stealing books that I know you want. Oh yeah? What do you want to do? Search me? Brown out, brown. Brown out, brown. Oh, Mr. Jimmy. What am I doing? Jeez, I need a hobby. This is crazy. So anyways, so he's going to keep on implying that it's her, that she was there. Meanwhile, we know she was in the United States of America. Check out this dude's decimal system.
Don't think I can do this.
Nice. We're all getting involved. We're all getting slutty at the library. I like it. Merry Christmas. Happy crazy birthday, y'all. Okay, remember, okay, this is the FBI and the CIA. You get interviewed by the CIA person in Germany, was Hayslip, the director of the CIA, where she was having to scrub her all over. And then here's the other storylines. This is what you have to realize, that according to General McInerney, or whatever his name is, the Democratic Communists came up with this brilliant plan, and it involved using software that would take the evidence of their illicit vote switching, send it out internationally to first Spain, where it would then be further put out to Germany. Wow, talk about controlling the evidence. Wow, talk about a master plan. I've seen better master plans on Scooby fucking Doo. Right? Hayslip was over there as they invaded, as the Kraken team invaded, saying, I would have gone away from the away from the grandmother.
Your daughter must be.
You want to be one? Hold on, one second.
She's in college now, isn't she?
She's way in college, deep in the deep end of college.
What do you mean?
She's 20.
Don't say a woman's age on
Oh,
TV.
she's 18. But she looks 20.
Well, remember, happens all the time. Remember he says that she was arrested. Why wasn't this previously reported? Weren't you, if you were the secret source that knew that this thing happened at the German servers were seized, wouldn't you report that the director, the head of the CIA was arrested as well? Because then he starts talking about he's so sick and tired of people talking about these mass arrests. And then he's going to proceed to talk about mass arrests and that narrative. He talks about U.S. flights. He goes, there's evidence of things going on. You can see the U.S. flights were averaging about 250 flights per week. Now they're up to 500 to 600 flights a day. He says this increase is generally because of the large amounts of military being moved around the U.S. large amounts of military being moved from the U.S. on domestic flights. Meanwhile, it's illegal for the U.S. military to operate within the United States borders. Did you know that? You can't do that. You're not supposed to have the army. That used to be something that Alex Jones used to talk about all the time. I mean, the National Guard can do things, and there can be different things that happen. But for the most part, you're not supposed to have a standing military for a lot of these reasons. But anyway, then he goes. It's also because a lot of these flights are going to Gitmo. You know how small Gitmo is? The notion that these guys have all the time, there's like thousands or even hundreds of people that are constantly being sent into Gitmo, is just, it's implausible. Look at the metrics of Gitmo. Look at the size of the place. It's teeny tiny. It's a flap. Anyway, and think about the number of prisoners that are still there throughout the whole war on terrorism. You know how many brown and black people who speak foreign languages and work with Allah are in Guantanamo and have been for over decades? It's ridiculous. Anyway, meanwhile, I would tell Mr. Parks, oh gee, if there was only some sort of plausible explanation for why there was an uptick in domestic flights from about 250 to between 500 and 600. It's like magically. When did he record this episode? Oh, November 29th. What happened right before November 29th? Yeah, it was Thanksgiving, Simon. There was an increase in flights because people were traveling all over the place for Thanksgiving. Remember seeing all those news reports about people with half a brain saying, why is everyone flying around on Thanksgiving when people are telling us not to avoid spreading COVID-19? So this is the kind of thing that happens. These guys, they hang out in these Twitter spaces and these Facebook groups, and some idiot comes up with some idea that's stupid, and then the rest of the morons spread it around to the rest of the intelligentsia of conspiracy theories. You guys remember this Hunter Biden laptop and how nothing came to it? And remember all that money from China that Biden was getting that the mass media ignored because the FBI didn't pursue it? Well, check this out. There's an executive order done by Donald Trump that, as Simon says it, Donald Trump had issued an executive order that said if Biden became president-elect, then he would have to declare his foreign income. That's why Trump allowed Biden to basically start the, the union explanation for, wait, if Donald Trump is still saying that he can't be, that he won the election, how is it that he's given the okay to the transition to Biden starting? Here's Simon Parks' explanation. Simon Parks' explanation is that Donald Trump allowed the transition to move forward because when Biden took the $7 million in taxpayer dollars, which meant that he could start having intelligence briefing and get office space. This is Simon Parks' words. This was a ruse or a trick by Donald Trump because then once the transition started, once Biden thought that he was president, then that would trigger retroactively this executive order, and then that would be the basis for getting Biden taken care of. Well, executive orders, the executive orders like the King of France. I declare this day to be Key Lime Pie Day. The executive order. People who are doing bad things overseas should stop, or they should be knowing that we don't like to do bad things overseas. Black and Dude Man, help me out. Posse Comitatus activated in 78. No U.S. soldiers on U.S. soil. There you go. Put it in. Thank you. There you go. I knew I was right about something. Meanwhile, I looked up this executive order. It's Executive Order 13959. It was signed on November 12, 2020. Addressing the threat from securities investments that finance communist Chinese military companies. That's not By the authority vested in me as President by the Constitution and the laws of the United States of America, including the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, the National Emergency Act, and Section 301 of Title III United States Code, I, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America, find that the People's Republic of China is increasingly exploiting the United States capital for resources to enable the development and modernization of its military, intelligence, and other security apparatuses, which continues to allow the PRC to directly threaten the United States homeland and the United States forces overseas, including by developing and deploying weapons of mass destruction, advanced conventional weapons, and malicious cyber-enhanced actions against the United States and its people. Key to the development of the PRC's military intelligence and security apparatuses is the country's large, extensively private economy. Through the National Strategy of Military-Civil Fusion, the PRC increases the size of the country's military-industrial complex by compelling civilian Chinese companies to support its military and intelligence activities. Those companies that are mainly expensive private and civilian directly support the PRC's military intelligence and security apparatus and enable development modernization. Yada. At the same time, these companies raise capital by selling securities to United States investors that trade on public exchanges both here and abroad, lobbying United States index providers of funds to include these securities in market offerings and engaging. So basically, you can't invest in China. There's a libertarian economic policy for you. Foreign action is prohibited. Any transaction publicly traded securities or any securities that are
there's a new thing now. They said that you are happier if you smile all the time.
they're gonna Communist Chinese military company.
I feel like
Listen, this is bullshit. This is just I don't care.
Good night.
There's nothing but I guess they're saying that I'd have to read this stupid thing. I'm not going to. Well, I will, though. I'm not going to do it online. But they will. It doesn't say anything about Biden. You know what I mean? So again, it's further proof that Simon Parks' analysis is circumspect and wrong. Simon indicates that indictments and arrests of quote unquote that family, I guess the Biden crime family, is likely for trying to overthrow the fabric of U.S. society. In a few days, lovers of truth will see things start to happen. How many times have we heard Simon Parks say, in a little bit of time, but Simon Parks, this is ridiculous. He also goes on to say that there's a very strong possibility that because of the size of the threat, that President Trump may do. Now, this is, again, Simon Parks is an idiot. People say because I'm British that I don't know what's going on. This one, there you go. Did I get him? Yeah. F you, Lent. There you go. So basically, answers detractor Simon Parks says just because I'm British doesn't mean that I don't know what's going on. No, it's because you don't know what's going on. Is that you don't know what's going on. You are a poorly educated super schmo, okay? And you look funny. And only in this world of psychic online chicanery can you get your dick whipped. You're a schmo. I mock your physical appearance, sir. I mock your physical appearance. Stretch. Anyway, there's a very strong possibility that there's a very strong possibility that because of the size of the threat, that President Trump may do a historic third term because people will be so alarmed by the communist conspiracy. Meanwhile, Simon, Donald Trump can't do a third term because the term limits of the President of the United States it's in the 22nd Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So President Trump couldn't do a third term unless there was a repeal of a previous amendment and a new amendment to the U.S. Constitution. You know what that takes? A huge amount of shit needs to happen. But of course, these people are saying that basically they know that the election was stolen because the election results didn't indicate that everyone who voted for Trump. Because Trump is such a fucking genius. How could anyone in their right mind, I mean, you'd expect a couple of communist homosexuals, you know what I mean? And they're, black lesbian rabbi lovers in Manhattan to vote for Biden, I guess, like a few. But beyond that, right, how could anyone not love Donald Trump so much that they wouldn't amend the U.S. Constitution? I'm going to say this. I think it's more likely that people would be willing to amend the U.S. Constitution in order to get Arnold Schwarzenegger to be able to be president of the United States than they would change it so that Donald Trump could have a third term. People, wake up and smell the Sanka, conspiracy theory America. Sorry, QAnon, your guy lost, okay? Not everyone feels about your boyfriend the way you feel about your boyfriend. A lot of us think he's a dick, a toxic dick, okay? And that's why he didn't win the election. It's the third term. So then Simon Parks goes on. So again, Simon Parks shows that he has no concept of the U.S. Constitution, because if he did, he would know what would be necessary for Donald Trump to serve a third term. And really, a communist conspiracy. Look how far Bernie Sanders got in his campaigning, and he's a socialist Democrat. Okay, this is 2020. The country is run by the granola chewing graduates of Ivy League schools with their Volvos and their Saabs and their free Tibet stickers. Okay? It's all over, right-wing America. Deal with it. The future is a rainbow cloud of liberal, progressive wonder, right? Boys dressing up like girls, girls dressing up like boys. Oh my God, the humanity. Oh my God. Inclusive Christmas activities and displays that don't concentrate on the most strict interpretation of the meaning of the holiday. Keep Christ in Christmas. Yeah, why? You know what I mean? Does he want a sweater too? Because we got plenty of them, but no one wants them. But remember, folks, the communist conspiracy, this guy's the head of an international organization, according to him, called Connecting Consciousness, where they hippy-dippy it up with mass meditations. Yet you're going to think that you're against the communist conspiracy? Okay. Simon Parks had predicted that Donald Trump would get between 300 and 350 electoral college votes. You know who made a similar prediction that shouldn't get off the hook? Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, these guys are such douchebags. We should talk about them too sometime. Simon Parks had predicted 300, 350 electoral college votes for Trump. But, now pay very special attention to this language, but the people who are decoding the Dominion software results are telling Simon Parks that Trump got 400 electoral college votes. The people that are decoding the Dominion software are telling Simon Parks things. You understand what Simon Parks is alleging here? Simon Parks, former driving instructor, former intergalactic lover of the Cat Queen, son of a mantid alien, son of space god Anunnaki Anu, Simon Parks is in direct communication with the people that are decoding the Dominion software. Yeah, fucking right. Sure. That's what's happening. Okay. And it's not at all that people are calling Simon Parks and they're pretending to make you fun, or they're just pretending that they know what happened with the Dominion software, that they're not willfully spreading disinformation to make themselves seem like really cool guys. I'm on page 2 and I got to get through page 4, so I got to pick up the copy. People are being rounded up, according to Simon Parks, including U.S. citizens, and being sent out to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. That's illegal. The military cannot arrest U.S. citizens in the U.S. And sent to Guantanamo Bay. You can only be sent to, a U.S. citizen can be sent to Guantanamo Bay. Under what circumstances and conditions have we seen this happen? This had to do with the war on terrorism and a lot of the critiques, the civil rights critiques of Guantanamo Bay in its first place, and also including this concept of rendition. And a U.S. citizen can be sent to Guantanamo Bay and subjected to a military tribunal if they're an enemy combatant, okay, and they are procured, arrested is not the proper word, if they're captured overseas. So he's describing another thing like his ignorance of the U.S. Constitution and what it takes for Donald Trump to have a third term. Simon Parks doesn't know what he's talking about. He seems intelligent because he speaks quietly, has a British accent, and wears glasses. Congratulations. The U.S. Constitution. According to Simon Parks, the U.S. Constitution is robust and has many ways and avenues to prevent a communist takeover. You know, Simon, the word capitalism appears nowhere in the U.S. Constitution. Neither does the term communism. 1542. This is not a year. This is the timestamp for this next nutty thing that Simon Park said in his. I guess this is the November 29th update. But this is the U.S. Constitution is robust in many ways in many ways to prevent a communist takeover. But this doesn't mean, according to Simon Parks, that experts may not be called in to make improvements to the U.S. Constitution. That's right, folks. At 15 minutes and 42 seconds, Simon Parks seems to suggest that while the U.S. Constitution is robust and capable of preventing a communist takeover, that doesn't mean that they couldn't have experts come in and, you know, make changes to the U.S. Constitution. You're an idiot. If you don't know that that's not how the U.S. Constitution works, that people can't just come in and make improvements, then you don't know what you're talking about. But you're going to claim to have psychic awareness and be able to do past life readings for people. Crystal Thalen donating $3.99. Thank you so much for your donation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Gotta say it. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for your continued financial support. It really does matter. God bless you. God bless you. The 6 is the 6 is design says if Super Chat is not an option, you can donate to CW Chanter via Patreon. Well, that's right, 6 is design. They can contribute to me on Patreon. Thank you, as always, for doing this. This is worth highlighting. There you go. Brilliant. That's not the way it works, dude. It's all it says in my notes. Media coverage of Trump cases that were tossed. He goes, the media is covering all these, how can the QAnon people keep their head up when the socialist Jews of the mass media, like the New York Times, keep on pointing out uncomfortable facts like that Donald Trump keeps on losing these court cases. Well, all of those court cases were made crappy, according to Simon Parks, because it was all done on purpose. It was all done on purpose and intentionally to provide a faster path to the Supreme Court. Ramsey, with a donation of $5, says he wants a blessing too. You know what? It's not to whip out the big guns. You want a blessing? Come right to the screen. There you go. No, God bless you. 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 Ramsey, I love you. Thank you for your continued financial support. You give often, you give substantially, and it really, truly is appreciated. So God bless you. 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 And stop sneezing. There you go. So, anywho's, here we go. So, the fact that these cases were tossed makes it that somehow those cases were, because he's saying that the media's covering these Trump cases that were tossed. Okay. So he's saying that was done intentionally. The cases were tossed intentionally to provide a faster path to SCOTUS. So I guess what Simon Parks is saying is that the lawsuits were filed with errors or problems so that they would be dismissed, and then that dismissal would bring it up to the Supreme Court faster. That's not how it works. The Supreme Court can't touch a case unless it's an appealable issue. And it's beyond imaginary now that these cases are going to be successful. Rogue Status says, I do not want a blessing. Donates $5. I thank you, but I shall not bless. Okay. Okay, there you go. What did you do? Ooh, Alien Cat Queen fandom wiki.
And it says Larry King, my remarkable
Plot
journey.
thickens.
Yeah. And the odd part is, it's
The plot
actually
thickens. So yeah, so he's wrong again. Simon Parks is wrong. Simon Parks will Simon Parks will dance when these big names are indicted. Again with the indictments. You can't hold office, he says, if you have a heavy charge against you. Again, that's inaccurate. Remember Donald Trump famously saying that he could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and still be around? Remember when there was all these questions about whether or not a criminal prosecution could happen for Donald Trump while he was the sitting president of the United States? You're not paying attention to the news, Simon. And also, it's not true. If a person gets indicted for a crime, that's not them going to trial and being found guilty. It just means that what do they call them?
I'm 75 years old.
A grand jury indicted them, so there's probable cause to suggest that they should stand, for, have a trial for be charged with a criminal offense. So people have been sitting, and there's not a prohibition against generally holding office in the United States of America, even if you're a former felon. There might be provisions against certain roles, but I guess what he's saying is that when Joe Biden gets indicted, that means he can't be president. He's not going to be indicted.
Oh, I've done this for years, where I go to conventions, I speak at conventions, groups, seminars.
But do. Worthy of highlight. Yes, Dominion also reversed my donation and went to Mendoza instead. Damn it, I told you. Six designs to Trump, I could shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose voters. There you go. Boom. Here you go.
I'll give you a clue, I'm European.
Now here we're finally to the 1st of December update. So the second update, this will be quicker. We only got 2 pages on this thing. Clarification of some things. Now this is what's interesting about the December 1st update, because there's a couple of things. I'll just go through it. And go through my notes and see if you guys pick up on what I pick up. He goes, the purpose of this update is to provide clarification of some things from his speech. I guess he means his last update. He thanks Robert David Steele, Carrie Cassidy, and Magenta Pixie for sharing his videos, and he notes that has brought new people to his project or his channel. He goes, he acknowledges the people who are questioning Silent Parks, and he attempts to address his detractors. Basically, what he says is that he goes, why do you even listen to me if you're just going to ignore everything I say? And I'm not ignoring everything you say. I'm proving that you're wrong. But I don't think there's anyone else out there who's consistently covering Silent Parks and criticizing and critiquing it. So I think that he must be aware of the fact that I'm talking about him. Maybe he's talking about someone else. He goes, he wants to provide some background for new arrivals, people that are coming to his channel for the first time. He goes, he's British, as was his mother and father. His grandfather was a British diplomat who also worked for MI6, but was also on loan to the CIA, or on loan from the CIA to MI6. The mother worked for MI5, but she also was connected to the NSA. Okay? And first thing I want to point out is that when it goes to this background, he entirely omits the sci-fi aspect of the story. This stuff about his birth mother being on Earth, being MI6, and about his grandfather, that all came later. His first story was that his mother was an alcoholic, his father left when he was quite young, if not before he was born, and that later on, through a process of recovered memories and various other things, he remembers being contacted by a manted alien who told him that she was basically his real mother. And then later on, the space god, the Anunnaki space god Amen, revealed himself to be Simon Park's essentially like cosmic starseed father. It was only later on when he caught up the fact that what was really attractive to people in conspiracy theory land wasn't the alien or the starseed angle, indigo child angle so much as it was this fear porn politicking. You know what I mean? Good guys versus bad guys, cabal versus alliance. We see all the rest. Mendoza, David Wilcock, Kerry Cassidy. They move further and further away from any sort of spiritual or ufology aspect of it, and closer and closer to this, this ultra right wing QAnon conspiracy theory land stuff. God bless you. So I think that's important. Also, I'll point out that there's no evidentiary support for any of the stories that he tells about his parents or his grandfather. So he's British, so he says all this information. So basically, he's just saying he lies. I believe that he's lying about his family's background. If you hear the stories where he tries to make up a story or a backstory or explanation for his mom being MI5, it's that mysterious men would come over and that she would basically type up their handwritten spy notes in her private residence. It's just not the way it's done. It doesn't make sense. He goes, he recently had an offer to work for the CIA. Simon Parks claims that he recently had an offer to work for the CIA. This was delivered to him by a talk radio host, a pro-Trump talk radio host called Ted Meyer, who, Simon Parks alleges, was shut down by the mayor of where Ted Meyer was broadcasting from. And there's BS, there's no evidence. I covered this in a previous episode. The Ted Meyer story, you can go to Ted Meyer's website. There's no allegations that he was shut down. He broadcast on a pay-to-broadcast network. It was basically like public access and radio that you paid for. If you paid them $150, $350 a month, whatever the rental fee was, you could have like a half-hour radio show once a week or something. He did that for a while, and then he relocated or did an internet broadcast. So, and you should see this guy. He's not even fucking like a big deal. So this is the guy, the CIA tried to hire Simon Parks, retired driving instructor, BBC contact mockery. The CIA wanted to hire Simon Parks, and the way that they did it was they gave the author through Ted Meyer. I am skeptical. I think it's more likely that Ted Meyer made up the fact that he had connections to the CIA and made up that there was a job to offer Simon Parks. They were going to move him and his family to D.C. to work for the CIA. That he's now taking a different job in Arizona. He's been offered a 5-year contract by an American company in Arizona. So Arizona he's hoping to go there, and Arizona is home of the Q movement, according to Simon Parks. And he goes, then he also says it's the home of the 503rd Battalion, the Kraken. This is a military intelligence unit or something. He actually gets their designation wrong. It's not the 503rd Battalion there, known as the Krakens. According to Judge McInerney, it's the 305th. So it's an error. He anticipates being axed from YouTube, so he's going to move over to BitChute with all the other troopers over there. He says that RDS, Robert David Steele, CIA agent, former CIA agent, knows a general manager over there, so he can help him set up a BitChute channel. I think you can probably just go up and sign up for BitChute, but okay. Robert David Steele has an inside at BitChute. Put that in your pipe to smoke. Yes. Jason Albert says, is there any chance Trump can be locked up for anything he's done, and would anyone need to do so? Yes, on both points, I suggest. So he confirms then he goes on and repeats the stuff, because remember, we're covering 2 videos, so he repeats this information about the CIA director, Hazel. He doesn't mention it, but he says, identifies the CIA director was in the German server debacle attack. His story was different before. The story that Simon Parks told us about that CIA versus Army kerfuffle was different because Simon Parks had not been authorized to reveal this aspect. Sure. Because now who's authorizing Simon Parks? Simon Parks is not connected to any sort of military intelligence. He doesn't have any information sources. He used to claim that the Knights Templar would contact him with secret information. The Knights fucking Templar. There you go. Then he mentions the 305 battalion. He corrected himself because she was killed. Oh, there was a rumor that Hastings was killed in this attack. That's a rumor, a cover story to hide the real story, which was that she was being flown to Guantanamo. That they love people flying to Guantanamo. That's like a big alleged that the person you're trying to besmirch was a child molester, and they were sent to Guantanamo. She was actually injured, but en route to Guantanamo, she started to sing like a canary. Simon Parks was told. Okay, so the director of the CIA is arrested. And the information regarding her arrest, and what she did on the flight from Germany to Guantanamo was relayed to Simon Parks. For what purpose? Simon Parks is like a douchebag on the internet. Look at his YouTube channel. It's big compared to mine, but it's not big compared to why wouldn't they bring this information to Alex Jones? Why wouldn't they bring this information to Joe Rogan? Why wouldn't they bring this information to any? Why wouldn't they bring it to Rush Limbaugh? Why wouldn't they bring it to anyone who could use it? Are we really going to believe that these people are talking to Simon Parks? That someone involved in the arrest of the director of the CIA talks to Simon Parks? Alone. Bacon Drum with the donation. Bacon Drum donating $5 New Zealand. Please direct funds towards researching a more effective hair conditioner. Ooh, Bacon Drum. You don't like my conditioner? I like it. I have maximum fluff today. You don't like it? Oh, fuck yes. Anyway, you and the Simon Parks of the world can eat my ass. Haspel. Sorry. Haspel. My apologies. You say tomato, I say Haspel. There you go. He's getting info. Simon Parks says he's getting info from military intelligence. And he goes, military intelligence isn't just the FBI or the CIA. There's a lot of patriot intelligence agencies. No, there's not. There's authorized intelligence agencies like the CIA, FBI, NSA, and patriot intelligence agencies are just John Birch Society wannabe conspiracy crypto evangelical weirdos who hang out online and talk to each other on ham radio. They're not, but this is who you're actually talking to, the Patriot Intelligence Agency. He goes, Simon Parks goes, these guys are now ascending, and they're actually calling the shots. That's right. Forget what it looks like. Sidney Powell's winning. She's not losing. Rudy Giuliani's winning. He's not losing. Donald Trump is winning. He's not losing. And anyone who tells you, but everyone is banging on their hair now. Lady Liberty's taking a hit. Shall we start donating to the CW Grooming Fund? What's wrong with my grooming? My hair is who I am, man. Jesus. Yes, thank you. Warsaw Group. You are approved. Your hair looks great, baby. That's right. My hair does look great. Meanwhile. There you go. PatriotIntel.com equals nut jobs. Thank you, V. There you go. Anyway. Then he starts telling this made-up fantasy story about Trump's reaction to the deaths of the servicemen in the German server raid and Melania's support. Yeah, right. When I think about these brave men and they're making the ultimate sacrifice, I want to cry. I'm not going to. It's not going to get in front of the military. It really makes me so upset. I have the greatest amount of upset when Trump sucks. Should. There you go. Who's nailing Trump? Anyway, and then Melania supporting him like, this is, Simon, what do you know? You don't know nothing. He's not just, Simon Parks claims that Simon Parks, is not just making this stuff up. He's a founder of Connecting Consciousness, which has thousands of members. Ooh, all right. Got a donation of $5 from Sweet Cheeks. It says they love the hair. Thank you. All right. God bless you. God has blessed you indeed for your continued financial support and your great knowledge. Calistor 3 on Periscope says, calm down, Biden boy. I hate Joe Biden. I hate Joe Biden. There you go.
See, that's serious. That's part of the illness.
Servant says the CW looks like an actual head over heels music video.
When you pitch this show to,
is that the one? Is that the old school Tears for Fears track? Lady Liberty giving us Mexican money, 100 pesos. Get a haircut, hippie. Don't tell me what to do, peso. Big peso trying to hold me down. Big peso trying to hold me down. There you go. They made a movie about it. He goes, the Connecting Consciousness is a group of spiritual people, preppers, and patriots that do their work in a spiritual context. Anyone can join on his website. You go there and you hit the contract you sign a contract between you and the earth to join Connecting Consciousness. And there's all this things we need to talk about Simon Parks. So he used to do this technique called courting with people, where he's literally making energetic connections with people, having them meditate about energetic connections with him. It's all this old school new age guru stuff, guru trip with him. It really is. You can do an analysis of his website eventually. They survive by donations. Okay, thousands of members. Oh my God, he's thousands of members on his website, and thousands of people have clicked on his Facebook groups. Congratulations. His ultimate goal is building healing centers in Britain and the U.S. Good luck with that, baby. I don't know what's going to happen, but I applaud your efforts. Healing is a good thing. If only you were an actual healer. There you go. C. Gomez donated $4.99. I thank you for the donation. I thank you for your continued financial support. God bless you and God has blessed you. God bless you and God has blessed you. Got a lot of donations today. Congratulations to me for helping us out, C. Gomez. It really is appreciated. This is Barr announced today that the Department of Justice did not find fraud that would change the election results. Where will conspiracy land take that narrative? Well, if that's Attorney General Barr, that he's going to be thrown under the bus. Well, that's one way to explain it. Some people will say that, and then some people will say, cool out, man. Do you think Attorney General Barr really turned on Donald Trump? They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're telling us that there's no evidence of fraud from the Department of Justice, so that the Department of Justice, the communist, socialist, homosexuals won't be looking at the Department of Justice, and then when the communist, homosexual, socialists are not looking, the Department of Justice is going to act. You're right. We'll see what happens. Lady Liberty says, I always appreciate CW and this community. It's entertaining, informative, and I love the community aspect. All right. There you go.
There's certain things that doesn't happen. Right. Movie theater. Per people. It doesn't have per people.
What?
It doesn't have a 7-Eleven.
A donation to CE is a donation to the Cabal and NWO. We need you. Donate so we can fund your extermination.
Yeah, I'm sure I could donate.
Up. CW. There you go. Whatever you say, Big Russia. 69. Attorney General William Barr said Tuesday the Department of Justice has not uncovered evidence of voter fraud. That I do. It's over, folks. What will they do? They will continue to do what they did. Some people will turn. Some people will transform their messaging. Some people will play the underdog. And we'll see. And we're watching the movie. We're watching it, you know? And the great thing is that a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 4 years from now, when we think about these wild and crazy Trump times, if, the good Lord allows and, things haven't hit the skids, In YouTube land, you'll be able to refer back to these videos and see and remember where you were when we were having these crazy wackadoo conversations. Or you can remember my hot take on it. Won't that be interesting? I thank Simon Parks from the bottom of my heart for making his election updates. It gives context to and a summation to a lot of ideas floating around in conspiracy theory land and places them in a convenient place for analysis, critique, and rebuttal. I hope this is a two-way conversation, and I would like to say, Simon, if you are watching the shows, if any member of Connecting Consciousness is watching the shows, if I'm so wrong, tell me. I have made not just declaratory statements about you or mockery of you. I have talked about the things and ideas that you have put forward, rebutted them, and said why I think they're problematic or incorrect. You now have a perfect opportunity to rebut my rebuttals. Won't that be great? Anyway, so
and then you take both my arms.
Six Design says, CW, what is your thoughts on how this is making it bad for future Republicans running for office? Well, there's a conspiracy theory that hasn't been put forward, but maybe should. Did you know that there are people associated with the QAnon movement, and there's even people that are associated with Sidney Powell's legal maneuvers? There's another attorney in Georgia, I believe his name is Lynn Wood, who is who's actually is actually telling people not to participate in the recount or the runoff election in Georgia. That's going to hurt the Republican Party if QAnon supporters, which without a doubt skew Republican rather than Democrat, sit it out and don't do anything. But there are arguments that say that what is happening, the transformations that are occurring within the Republican Party, they've asked for and that they paved the way. Remember, before QAnon, there was the Tea Party. And before the Tea Party, there was, the John Birch Society. The radical fringe elements of the Republican Party that the Republican Party kept on going to and establishing these relationships and encouraging these relationships with fringe religious movements, from the Mormons to the Baptists and evangelicals. It puts you in a lot of strange positions and gets you a lot of strange bedfellows who have a lot of strange positions and thoughts about various aspects of the government and how it's run. Many Republicans complained when the Tea Party Republicans kept on coming in. They said this is nuts, and what people are advocating and trying to do is really making it almost impossible for us to do anything or get a lot of things accomplished, because these guys won't accept compromise to a ridiculous degree. And as I said, and before Donald Trump, there was Sarah Palin. These things, they're going into a certain trajectory. So it may be that what needs to happen is, well, first of all, the two-party system in the United States of America is beyond ineffective and outdated. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. You know what I mean? More independent parties. And we'll see what happens. But what are you going to do? Because something brings you to power, things have consequences. There's not much more I can do to say about that. On that particular question or point. Spooky CW is raw. Entirely possible. Someone's got to be. V says they got a single well-known tech security guy to look at the data remotely and say it's fraud, but he has never actually looked at the data, only the New York Times data. Lol. Nick West, of all people, debunked him. There you go. It's all along. I predict debunkings.
I said, doesn't it taste terrible? He says, hey, if Coca-Cola did for me what this does for me, I drink Coca-Cola.
There you go.
Fair enough, yeah. So you've been inebriated at times. Oh, yeah.
Where's Sarah Palin now? Former Vice President candidate Sarah Palin finalizes divorce record show. It's a shame. There you go. There you go. Anyway, so blah. So we've been here for 1, 2, 3 minutes. 1 hour and 23 minutes and 40 seconds. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, 4 we have going on there. We get to 5. Okay, we're past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there for a second. Which is brilliant. There you go. Anyway, we'll wrap it up now. We'll bring this story event to a close, and which is just one step closer to the next one, right? In the meantime, I'll end it like I always end it.
Is that their favorite drink? Yeah, no. Because it's popular in the country.
Aiken Drum says, don't you find it interesting that the U.S. has the NSA and Homeland Security, yet for the most important data event in 2020 seem to be silent? All good stuff. Anyway, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. I do. If no one told you they loved you today, somebody just did. That Sunday CW Chanter. Make of that what you will. And I'll see you on the next video. Until next time.
And all they want to do is say, "Heal time, it's free." It's nobody could get sober on Isla, and I stayed sober for an hour and a half, 2. It really is such a place. Oh yeah, it's a magical kingdom known as Isla, and they make very, very nice whiskeys. If you're looking for a whiskey, that's where you should go. Did you ever try things rougher than whiskey? Cocaine. Now, what is that like? Now, Lenny Bruce used to say there has to be something good about it. About cocaine? Yeah, because that was something I liked about cocaine, in all honesty, was that it let you drink. I swear. I mean, I tried taking it once, without alcohol around. I was like, this is just turns you out. I thought you can't mix the two. No. You're a good guess. You're the most that you should do it. Yeah. This could be my ticket. But no, the reason why I took it, it was because I didn't black out when I was drinking, and I've never done it. Did you ever try anything else with the two? You mean heroin? You couldn't do coke, heroin, and liquor. Bless you. You're like a little baby sometimes, huh?
Oh, Rev is in the chat. Yes, you're a doctor. Rev, hang on a minute, let me talk. Rev, you're a fucking doctor, a dirty doctor. Rev, you are a doctor. A dirty doctor, Rev. Yes, you are. Amen, Rev.
Haven't you got some habitual masturbating to get back to?
We hear whether you're a habitual
There are some other women.
Why are you telling people, ladies in their DMs, that you're going to say? It is not Rev, you're a doctor. Rev, you dirty doctor. You are a doctor. I'm sorry, Dan, shut the street down. Labelled you a doctor. You are now a doctor. I'm sorry, son. But this is what the Shah have announced. The Shah has spoken, Rev. You are now a doctor. Yeah. Everybody, hashtag Rev is a doctor. Rev is a doctor. Rev is a doctor. Doctor Rev. Yeah. That was them. Doc's in the side chat. I'm sorry, but there's no dirty doctor. Sorry. Stop doing dirty things in ladies' DMs. They don't like it. Dirty. Rev, you're a dirty man in the DMs. Rev, you're a dirty masturbator. Rev, you're a dirty doctor and a dirty masturbator. Rev, you are dirty Rev. Amen. Hi, Marsha. Oh, hi, Marsha. No, I did. Yeah, the question is, should we offer Rev a link? Fuck off, Rev. You're masturbating doctor, Rev. Amen. Stop that, Rev. Stop that. I hear it's happened more than once. Habitual masturbator. Stop it.
Yeah.
Habitual,
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And dirty old woman boomer DMs, Red. You go into old woman Karens. You go into their DMs. You like to masturbate and you dox people inside chats, Red. There's no getting around it. There's no, everyone knew her name, nothing. Sorry, not sorry. Oh, I have to get rid of the message. You can't see 05. Now, let me get rid of it. Oh, sorry, Ram. Yeah, well, I've got to talk to Jules here. Jules, Laura's threatened you? I did not know that part. See, I'm a bit behind times this week. I've been busy. Laura's, well, okay. All right. Well, that makes that
Can you take that thing off the screen, honey? That tag, because you can't see the bottom of your great little thing. You couldn't see the no fucks given on that. It was so funny.
It's okay.
Hey, Erin, nothing. Welcome.
It's good to see Marsha. I'm glad you're back, Marsha.
Yeah, so glad you're back, Marsha. Awesome to see you, hon. Oh, Main Girl reckons your Friday night shows have been on fire lately. Love it here. Everyone needs a place to come Friday. Well, we are always going to. Yes, we find this funny, Rab. We find this completely funny. You masturbator. You doxer, you. You go into dirty boomers in DMs, the Karens of the community. Yes, you do. You like to masturbate and dox people, Rab. Amen. We find it very, very funny.
Is that your Samuel impersonation?
Yeah, it's my Reb impersonation. This isn't fun. This is very fun for me. Yes, we find it very fun.
It's okay. I know
we find taking the piss out of this community extremely fun on a Friday. This is what we do, Rev. You dirty little masturbator dogs are you.
Rev's just killing sometimes till some elderly ladies go live, and then he can get back to spanking it.
We are not two Aussie shits, you disgusting little masturbating doxing shit yourself. You don't even know what nationality we are. You what are you? River's getting triggered. Do you have a triggered gift you can give? Rev. Amen, Rev. You stupid little fucker. Rev, we really got live once a week, Rev. You're on live every day. I'm sorry, bro. Rev, we go live on Fridays once a week. We call out the bullshit in the community. You masturbating little doxing shit you are. Slipping into old boomers' DMs and masturbating, Rev. Stop.
So just think, if you two were 10 years older, Rev would be masturbating to you right now. You're too young.
We need an We need an video.
You're too young, though.
Oh.
Yeah, just pause.
I'm recording right now, so I'll just No, we're not joking. We are daily. We are dead serious.
So now we're probably like,
we know what you do, Red.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, we do. Amen.
Will you go ahead and introduce?
Sweet. I'm mute already. So right then. So the update basically. Just had a very brief, but we're not keeping nothing behind the scenes. I was just going to have a brief chat, but basically, Angela's going to she's got some more information on the Wolf of Dawn case. So the anchor helped put the case because of the case of the child, the missing child, the organisation child was being kidnapped at 9 point in the newspapers. So
we're gonna spread a bit more about that, and also just have a general chit chat. So for the people, so it's gonna be an interesting one. So for the people, hi Maria, if you can share out, so I haven't actually shared it out yet on my Facebook, so I'll do that too. So while I do that, I'll let actually, because you're better introduced, I'll let you introduce it.
Alright, so for those that are wondering, I lost my main YouTube channel with 10 plus years work and 500 videos, and it was a malicious copyright takedown by my previous platform for broadcasting, which was CCN. But 9 of the 10, no, they put in 9 copyright strikes. So 8 of the 9 videos were unlisted. So I suspect YouTube cooperated in the takedown. And it might be because I was covering the Wilfred One case. But, you know, like, what can we do? YouTube have said my channel is disabled. They haven't said it's terminated. So whether it will come back up in 3 months or not, I don't know. But I've got a backup channel, tiny, and Andy is much more seasoned than me in just, okay, channel gone, here's a new one, Facebook gone, here's a new one. And it's like we just have to be adaptable to get the truth out. We really do.
Just waiting to see. Yeah. So you can do. I mean, it's the numbers games. I mean, when I was first going, on my Facebook, I had a group with over 5,000 on. No, that was when I first started to expose. That was basically just before, or around the same time as the children case came out. Before that, I was exposing about the paedophilia within the government. But once I started on the actual children case, boom, boom, boom.
You feel
free to say everything. I lost my groups. I lost so many things. And then also with Andrew Griffiths, the Vermont Trent MP, and I exposed him with Gordon Bowden and his connection to 788, 790, I lost again. I lost everything. I've lost so many times, but you get fixed.
Eventually you adapt and you say, all right, it's gone. That was then this. So my picture's a bit weird, but it doesn't matter. You still have a video up where the German side. Okay, right, let me introduce. So, Wilfred Wong is apparently probably the world's foremost expert on satanic ritual abuse. 27 years history. And everything he says lines up with Hampstead and lines up with my experience and my research. The only upsetting thing is that I did not know that he has an office in the House of Commons, or had, that he is considered and funded as a parliamentary lobbyist, and he is listed as an expert fundraiser. So I'm not judging, but at the same time, I'm not doing rah-rah. Andy and I are trying to present what we know without holding back, and let's see the truth come out of this. Am I right in that, Andy?
Absolutely, yeah. Because we're not biased. We just want full transparency.
Full transparency.
Full transparency.
Yeah.
For people to make their own mind up. I mean, there's questions on all sides. Always is, always will be.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same as like, and I'm sure there's. I mean, it's like me. I mean, when someone's going to present some evidence, I mean, I can imagine all the stuff that was brought out about myself. It's for people to work out. So we can present them. We're not presenting it in a negative way. We're just presenting facts. We're just putting facts.
Yeah, he is. He can't stay away.
So yeah, we're just not rah-rah, but we are, and I have to say, in all honesty, with Wilfred Wong and the hundreds of videos online with him, including at an SRA conference in New York in October, everything he says lines up with everything I know from experience and from research and from other survivors' testimony. Everything he says lines up with what I know. The only thing, and I'm going to get off this and just share what the German side of the family has sent to me. But the only questions I have and requests is that in 27 years of activism, if there are any SRA survivors who were rescued by Wilfred Wong and his team, please get in touch. Please. It's not an unreasonable request, is it?
Absolutely not. I mean, because it's been said that he's been on cases before and he's done rescues.
Yeah, Jeanette Archer's been there.
Yeah, so basically what we're saying, because let's put it to the chest, because you say like, you know, you're more open-minded. He said that I seem to be on the. No, I said, listen, I don't trust anybody. Full stop. I only trust the facts. Like, you know. But the point is, I mean, like you're saying, at the end of the day, this case, regardless, seems that Wilfred Wong is definitely a good guy.
Yeah, it looks
fully pulling out to me that this is a genuine case. This is a fully genuine case with what the information we've been given us as well. And like I said, is that I think that, you know, because of the position that Wilfred Wong's in, because of the connections he's got, I think that somewhere along that line, that's how this has gone tits up. Because information has been shared by him in good faith and in trust, I believe. And those people that he was trusting, not necessarily everybody else.
Yeah, not necessarily trustworthy. Yeah, and I have to say, as a journalist, semi-retired, but like I have a degree in literature, I have a postgrad degree in journalism under Maurice Sweeney of the Irish Times, and I have to say, I was the first person when I saw the mainstream media reporting that a child had been abducted at knife point against his will by 6 people, including one armed with a knife. As a journalist, I said on Facebook, it's date stamped. No, that doesn't sound right. That sounds like an MSM spin. You know, that sounds like a foiled rescue. So I am still.
Did you date stamp that before me? I did a YouTube video as soon as I saw that Brian Gerrish had put a piece out about it. Somebody showed that, and then I looked into it, and then I went straight into YouTube. So I don't know.
Yeah, people are saying Sean Atwood. People are saying Sean Atwood was the first person to say it was a foiled rescue, but it doesn't matter. But I said it before Sean Atwood. And you may have said it before me, but the truth is, anybody with critical thinking, reading the mainstream media, you don't report 6 people, including one armed with a knife, abducted a child against their will, and they were arrested by armed police. You don't say that when one of the 6 is the mother, another of the 6 is the auntie, and the others are councillors, ex-barristers, lobbyists, whatever. So all I can say is the mainstream media narrative seemed like it was orchestrated.
And in fact, I think what I actually said was, if you don't believe that the newspapers get told what to say, then only look back to 2001 when the Twin Towers went down. That number 7 went down, but they reported the stupid things like idiots because they were scripted to say it before.
Exactly. So the BBC reporter is saying number 7 towers just collapsed, and it was 7 minutes before it actually collapsed.
25 minutes, 20.
So she's reading out scripts. So that was my point. So I think, you know, there's more evidence to indicate that this was, you know, a genuine case, which there are so many thousands of. A mother reporting disclosures by a child, going to the police, going to the social services, and then the social services flipping it and saying the mother's crazy and the daddy can have the child back. And I don't mean to be sexist, It can be the other way round, but whichever is the parent saying, my child has just disclosed certain elements of social services to slur, whatever they're called, podcast, they're infiltrated.
Well, the opposition always was, remember the opposition, what they always said was, you know, the best way to control the opposition is to run it.
Lead it.
Lead it, yeah.
So there's one, I'll get to the email now, but there's one scenario in my head, which is, Wilfred Wong could be a good guy. I love what he says. I don't know him. I've never personally interacted with him, and I've been blowing the whistle for a decade and more. But so one scenario is that he got set up. So he got pulled into an apparent rescue organisation, and then he got set up to be arrested, and the rest is history. And the other possibility, there's three. The other possibility is that he was part of controlled opposition, and I'm struggling to believe that. I might be wrong, and that's why Andy and I are trying to present, here's what we know, and let the truth come forward. And the final possibility, and I have to say this, right? Because even though I've spent 2 years speaking out about John Wedger and the inconsistencies and the Bill Maloney associations and the Ian Puddick, absolutely, I've just blocked him on Twitter, right? And the multiple connections. But there's a tiny part of me that says the guy, you know, maybe he's trying to go straight, maybe he's trying to be genuine, maybe in his clumsy, narcissistic way, maybe he is really trying to help. That is a possibility. Do you agree? John Wedger. No, John Wedger.
Well, I mean, again, it's the same as everything else. We don't know, do we? Where is he? Where is he once?
Yeah.
To be good?
And that's the biggest thing I have against him.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he could be shouting it out now because he's got so many followers.
Yeah.
You know, you'd think he'd be doing it. I mean, because it's not just, let's not just focus on John Wedger.
No, but Wilfred Wong is working with John Wedger.
Yeah.
Archer is working with John Wedger. He is a big part of this.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you know, he's gonna know something. He's got to know something. He's got to know something. Do you really think that Wilfred Wong kept this rescue mission away from us?
No, John was fully aware. Well, I say fully aware. John Wedger is silent. And John, if you call yourself a Christian and you say your conversion is real and genuine, the Bible says you should testify in season and out. So whether you're tired or burnt out or persecuted, if you're called to give a testimony, you should do that, right? But Jeanette Archer, what was I going to say? It's hard not to get. Anyway, I've lost that, but that's just a shout out to John. There is no privilege that allows you to stay silent while somebody working with your team, one's been allegedly murdered in prison by plastic bag, and the other is somebody you've featured and you've worked with and you've cooperated with. And Jeanette Archer, that's what I was going to say. They may not be fully au fait because Jeanette Archer did a live stream on Facebook and she said one of the 6 in prison was the mother's sister, and that's not true. That's not true. It was the mother's sister-in-law. That's come out through the German contact that was emailing her and emailing me and still. Right, so let me jump in and read the latest email. I've lost my channel. I've got a new channel, but can I screen share?
You can.
Oh, it says.
Yeah, I'll do it now. There you
Okay.
go. The screen share. Now.
And hope I don't dox anybody because I'm so pants at this stuff. I really am. I'm getting such trouble. Right, so let's go. I'm just going to minimize all this. Go away. Right, documents. I'm just going to. What I've done, because the German contact, and do you know what? The German contact is a man. Do you know the German person that's been emailing us? The name was like generic, but it's a man, and it's his mother who's the child's godmother. So let me just find this. So what I do to protect his email address is Uncle German email.
0 to 60.
Yeah. 4, 5.
Oh
Here
my
it is.
God, it was so good. It was fucking.
So I've translated. Google Translate's not as good as me. But it's really not. But anyway, I've translated it between the two of us. So I'll just read this out for people.
Oh my God, honestly.
Hello, Angela. And the main thing for me in this is that Anka has contacted her father from prison. He sent her money to be able to contact people and do what she can. And as you will hear in this email, he says, please go public. So hello, Angela. We've now received the information that Anka is fine. Well, fine as she could be in prison. She got in touch with her father. He sent money to her prison account. She will contact us as soon as possible. Then I can find out some things better. It's still a bit clumsy translation, it's all right. Anka also has a brother who is mentally ill, but not quite fit. Right, well, that's none of our business. She has a good relationship with her cousin. He's not in favour of making the matter public or online. Her father, on the other hand, thinks that's good and supports it. So that's why I contacted you and said, let's just go public. So then I had asked them for a timeline. So in 2003, Anka emigrated to England, to Swindon. In 2006, she went to East Sussex. I don't know what rail is, but that's probably In 2008, she moved to Hamilton. And in 2009, she moved to Plymouth. In 2010, on to Devon Dartmoor, Les wanted to start working on an oil rig here, but he didn't do it. In 2011, St. Ive in Cornwall, St. Ives. 2011 also split from Les, and in late 2012, she moved to North Wales. So this is quite a while ago. We hope we can track down Les. He mustn't get bored. So that's the latest email I have, and I want to share some other stuff as well. Well, no, I don't know. Maybe that's enough for now.
So 2012, she moved to Wales.
I'll read it to you again, because this is why a timeline's already good. She came to England 2003. 2006, she went to East Sussex, 8 to Hamilton. Now, this woman is a vet. 2009 to Plymouth, 2010 to Dartmoor, where Les wanted to start working on the oil rig. They're just curious things that come up. He's also very much into ocean stuff, you know. And what I wanted to say to you, shall I share? I have photos of the mother, photos of the father. You said background, but maybe this is enough for now. In 2011, she went to St. Ives in Cornwall. Split from Les in late 2012, moved to North Wales. And that's where.
Did she? I mean, if they're saying that she moved to North Wales, I mean, that doesn't really quite. That might be lost in translation. But if she moved to Wales in 2012, that would have been at the time of the birth. Because the boy's 8 years old.
Only 8 years, so that doesn't really make sense, does it? Wow.
Just toughening him up. Don't
That's
go
good.
dropping people's full names inside chats, Rev.
Like, I mean, because what we was under the understanding was that
The boy is 8. This is 2020. So the original communication we got was saying that when the boy disclosed abuse, which would have meant he needed to be able to talk. Yeah. Okay, so say 4. Let's say 4 and be generous. So that would have been, oh, well spotted, Andy. So 2012. That would have been 2016.
Yeah.
So this timeline doesn't make sense.
I am beyond giving back.
But that just means that that could have been split up in 2012. So that was when
He did. The guy did say to me that the marriage broke up before the disclosures of the child. But I had no idea. This is why I asked for a timeline. Because if Anka was living in North Wales from 2012, which is pretty much
that would make sense. That would make sense because that would have been at the time that she was pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and I was told that the contact that also emails you, he did say the marriage broke up way before the disclosures because Anka discovered that he was not at all the person she thought she had married. So it looks like either pregnant or shortly after giving birth, Anka has given up on the marriage and gone to North Wales. And with North Wales, we also have, we know from previous emails that it's alleged that the father followed her.
Did they give her prison number? Have they given her prison number?
No, I haven't got that yet. I must ask for that. I will shoot an email. We've got Wilfred Wong's one. Do you know that?
Yeah, Wilfred Wong, that's been put out.
Yeah. And then I got an email saying from Nilu saying that Anka Hill had been married previously and her husband died in the Iraq War. Did you get that?
I've not seen it. I probably have got it, but I haven't.
Yeah. There's an email from Nilu saying the information on their side is that she had been previously married and that it was her previous in-laws that were trying to help her escape and get the child to safety. So this is why timelines are so important. So if the child is 8, then moving to Wales happened either.
We're hoping to see that she moved to Wales somewhere around about the 2016 mark.
It doesn't say that here. It says she moved to Wales in 2012.
Yeah, but that could be. It might not have given a date.
No, this is an email I've translated. This is an email from the German family friend that says he's known her since they were both 6.
Yeah, but if I was to say that in Russia, I could also say that also split from Les in late 2012.
Split from Les.
Well, so it could be.
Right, 2011 St Ives, 2011 also split from Les in late 2012. No, well, I can look that up in the German, but I'm thinking that's probably accurate. I know that my daughter left her partner when she was 4 months pregnant. He went away for 2 weeks and she said, help. And I moved her 4 months pregnant.
Unless we're lost in, we could be missing something in translation of the fact that you moved away from him. Yeah, because we said that it was being said that she moved as far away as possible from him because of what he was doing to the child.
Yeah.
So she moved away from him.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
That could be that, was it that she moved far away as possible from him before, with,
It could be. It could be.
We need clarifying that.
But the other thing that raises questions with that is one of the listed accused is Jane Going Hill. And I can only presume, and the German side have confirmed that they can only presume that Jane Going Hill is an ex-wife of the father's brother. I know this is complicated for people. I also was told that Jane Going Hill was currently a partner to Robert Frith, who was, in my opinion, murdered in prison. I don't believe a suicide by plastic bag. Have you ever heard of that? Have you ever heard of somebody killing themselves with a plastic bag?
Millionaires at
No, so it's a new one on me. I've heard of people killing something not in the
at
prison.
some point in the last year.
But have you heard of people, because my understanding
what
is,
happened to Teresa Neris?
even though your mind might tell you, I want to
I
die,
would take this moment
but
to
your
bring everyone
body
to
has a
speak
natural
in its entirety.
kickback
Here is the
where it
history
says,
of
I can't breathe.
the creation story
So,
of divine frequency.
I made a point on Facebook that people that die by hanging often have nail marks
before I was born.
because they've tried to change their mind.
Air Force Woodbridge in Suffolk,
So,
England in 1980.
I just
My dad
cannot,
was an
first
18
of all, how would Robert Fripp
Tactical Fighter Wing. The
have
twin
a
bases
plastic
RAF
bag
Woodbridge
in
and
his cell
Bentwaters made up this
in
fighter
a
wing, which was the
3-year-old
largest in the
prison
United
that cost
States Air Force.
153
During the
million
time
to
my
build?
family lived there, the world-renowned
and
rendition
it's like supposed to be
UFO
monitored
sighting
and
occurred. This
just
event
like
spanned across 3 days
amazing,
and invested in
it
an
just sounds
onslaught
too
of
suspicious
documentation,
to me.
including radio
How
recordings,
did
suspicious
he have a
statements
plastic
from multiple
bag?
different government and military
And
personnel.
how
After the event was
did
covered up
he
and
manage?
military officials
You mean September 1st, 2014, connected to 1969 at Scott Air Force Base. That's all about you.
and how to take military. Also, what implications did this have on global
And
security
then,
upon
how do you have a plastic bag
I was born
and
in
your body
1987
is saying,
in
I
Florida,
can't breathe,
and
I
then my
can't
family
breathe,
moved back to England
and
for
your
another
mind
2 years.
overrules it? Says,
87 is the year my daughter Chelsea's
Next, my
born.
family
Well,
moved
the
to
simple
Fairfax
fact
County,
is you've
Virginia,
got it.
near Washington,
Let's
D.C.
face facts.
My dad was a
If you
lieutenant
put
colonel in
yourself
the Air
in a
Force,
position
and
of going to rescue a child,
being raised Catholic, we attended church
that's
weekly.
you'll know
and
you're
were
going
raised
to
Catholic.
serious trouble, especially when you know
came
what
over
you're
to
up
eat dinner with
against.
my family.
So there's
frequently.
number one.
Blessed our
Right?
house,
They
and
all
was
knew what
close
they
with
was up
both of
against.
my
So
parents. In
why,
November of
when those
1991,
people
the
can stand
media in
together
our
as
town
one, because they know
exploded with the story
they've
of
been
what came to
righteous,
be known
they've gone with
worldwide
cleaners to
as
do a
the
righteous
seeking
thing.
miracles.
No way
Around
would they
Father
kill
Mary's
themselves. They
hundreds
would
of
want their
statues
day
were
in
No, I
peace.
don't think so.
He
I
exhibited the
don't think
wounds of
so.
Christ menaced
So I do think
People
that
would
was
smell
likely a
roses,
murder,
rosaries would
and
change
there
colors,
is
facial
going to be an
expressions,
inquest,
George Webb.
and it was
miraculous healings would
reported
occur. What was going on?
with
Was this
backup
really a
on
series of
Twitter that
miracles?
originally
Times
North
Magazine picked
Wales
up the
police
story,
said it
and
was
it
a death by hanging,
So
but
4-year-old me is thinking,
unsuspicious.
what is
And
really
then
going on in this world
the
around
coroner
me?
says
What
no,
a
it was death
ride
by
I was
plastic
already
bag
on.
suffocation,
The shadows
which
of
to
the
me
unexplained
is
occurring in a
just
forest in the dark of night. Government conspiracy, possibly UFOs,
Anyway,
secret military
well,
projects, and
but
now
the
priests
point
with
I wanted
seemingly
to
miraculous
make, the
powers.
point I
The
wanted to
realms of
make
the
is that
supernatural and paranormal seem to be all
Jane
around
Going
me.
Hill
In my heart,
was
I
one
knew
of
that a
the
higher power
arrested.
existed. The concept of God, a
She
creator,
is
deeply
allegedly
resonated in my heart.
the
I was close to my
ex-wife
Christian roots growing
of
up.
the
My dad
father's
eventually
brother.
retired. We left Virginia.
They
and my
had,
family moved to
both
Fort Worth,
Robert
Texas. In
Fripp
high school, I
and
spent time in
her
a church band.
had
from the
addresses
church,
in
and then
Holyhead,
went off to college in
in North
2004.
Wales,
So college aged
as
me.
did
I
Uncle.
started to study with the Catholic Church for the league on certain
The
issues,
mainstream
particularly
media
homosexuality.
gave their
This deeply
addresses.
disturbed me, and I eventually cast off religion altogether. I
So-
threw it all out,
and
maybe
then-
bathwater style. I believed in God, but it was clear to me that authoritarian
Well,
religion
two of them are
without
from
good enough
cruelly
answers that I could understand just did
in
not serve
Sussex.
me anymore. I decided to pursue a degree in
And
journalism. 16-year-old me was
I
obsessed with my
think
mission.
they
We must
possibly
critique the
attend
images and
the
messages that we
church
receive
which
from
Wilfred Wong
mainstream
is
media outlets.
associated with,
I was concerned
called
about all of the
Jubilee, and I have
information that
some
was being seeded into our
photos
minds
of that
subliminally.
church
There were so
and
many
its
things that we seemed to
location.
just blindly accept,
Um,
and there was so
and
much
that church-
immorality seeping
Hey
into
folks,
it.
John Schneider here. Take a look at what
That
these people
church-
have about. Stand on it. This was so good, just like everything you do. My wife and I enjoyed it very much. Very funny with lots of good action scenes. We recommend it to anyone. Thanks for everything you do, Sean. You've given me so many great memories and hopefully more to come.
Oh,
Ryan West. Jamie Smith Jones. I rented it Friday morning at 12:30 a.m. and we watched it 9 times. It was just as good knew this when I first watched it. Great job on it. Thanks. And Terry Blackwell. Wonderful. Can't say enough good things about it.
Okay, Austin.
I'm so excited about this movie. I can't wait to
ancient
Or are you going to
2014. My father started to notice I was very interested in content that I learned later
vast
he had been
amounts of
following
it
for
are
decades. My father then started introducing me to
This
New
actually,
Age content.
this
He sent me a
actually is a
book
very
about
valid point.
reincarnation and past life
This,
regression. Now,
this
this
what,
blew the lid open on my belief systems. I believe this is when I opened the door to spiritual evil influences, which began pouring into my life. I didn't know that then, but I definitely know it now. Because of this New Age book I was reading, I started to question my Catholic upbringing. Maybe the Bible was all wrong. Maybe my understanding of God was all wrong. I witnessed a person going into an altered state of consciousness and having alleged past life regression. I myself began having spontaneous out-of-body experiences. My dream states became extremely lucid. I started to question the nature of reality. My worldview shifted, and I became wide open to all kinds of philosophies. I began having experiences that I would research online later to find that other people too had these experiences. It made me start believing that truth could be corroborated through other people's experiences. August of 2015, I started writing a book about what I was learning about entitled What is Magic? The point of this book was to attempt to reconcile Catholic belief systems with New Age spirituality. Spoiler alert, they don't reconcile. I got into all kinds of things like tarot readings, which I was seeing the evidence that the cards were
file
and
get
I
a
would set
genuine
up
court
altars
case
and I
number.
would meditate.
And then
I
what
was
that,
engaging in all
then the
kinds of
court then must do is serve that to whoever
moon
it
cycles,
is
crystals,
that's
astrology.
being
I
charged.
started running a tarot business
So
online and making
anchor
money off of
and
tarot
all
readings.
those in
Anyway,
this case
during the
must be
time I was
served
writing
to the
this book,
court.
I stumbled
And
across
that
a
must come from the
figure who
administrative side,
discussed
yeah? So
something
they must
that
have
I
had
had
a
never
proper
heard before.
generated court
The
case
concept
number
that secret
that's
military
filed and logged
programs
on the
existed, which
computer.
actually
Yes, it nearly has the court case
in
number.
it. The very first sentence I
Is it
heard on
a
the radio
genuine
about this
court
was
case
in
number?
reference
This
to a
is the question.
particular
This is what
military
I'm trying to
base where they
say.
would
Because
allegedly send
everybody
people to a
else,
base for
and
removal.
that's what I'm
The
finding
name of
out,
this military base was
when you
Carswell
send,
Air
because
Force
don't
Base.
forget, I
My
mean, that's
ears
not,
perked
that's a
up at the time, and my
reference.
heart
That's
basically
not
dropped to my
necessarily
stomach.
Yeah,
This was the
yeah.
base 15 minutes from where
And
I
what
grew
they
up
do,
after
and
my dad retired and we moved
they
to
do.
Texas. I started to
Same
look
with,
into these
same with
planes
what they
and
did
noticed
with
that any Air Force base
Carol Woods.
location mentioned in the
They
research I was
generated
finding
a
from the
false
researchers
warrant
online,
through a
these were
fake
places where my
counterfeit
father had been
court,
stationed.
yeah,
I
to
became
create a
extremely
fake
interested in this
counterfeit
content and
warrant,
stumbled across the
yeah,
TV
for a
station that
section
reported on
135.
this,
Yeah.
as well
They
as
served
the
that
New
on the
Age stuff
police,
I
which
was
then
learning
went and
about.
served it
This
onto
TV company
Carol,
was called
and they
Pratt TV.
kidnapped
I
her
started
with a
consuming
fake
the
warrant,
content there,
took her
finished
into a
writing my book
hospital.
in
Then
October
the
of
hospital
2015.
very quickly
In February of
generated a
2016,
reel
I started divine frequency for
section
YouTube
2
channel as a
that
means
was
to
logged
find
into the
other people in
computers.
the world who
Now
were
it's on
interested
a
in having
computer, now it's
conversations
filed.
about
But the
what I
thing
was
is,
also
they
interested in. It
filed
was
nothing
then that I got
because it was
involved with the
nothing
channel.
to start
Even
with.
though I had
Yeah.
been
So
taught
they
from my
made
Catholic
it
roots
real.
this was bad,
So
I
what happened
ignored
in the
these warnings
courts,
because
yeah,
I
is
didn't
they'll
really
go
know
through
who
the
to trust at that
magistrate.
point. It had been drilled
Well,
into
the
my head. I
magistrate
couldn't
court
really trust
should
any of
have
these
therefore
authorities
logged it,
and
because that's
had
the
to learn
first
for
point where it
myself
starts.
what was true
Therefore, it
and
goes
false.
onto the
And
computer,
I
but
thought
it
that
hasn't
truth
gone to
was
the
what I
computer. It
could
hasn't been logged.
experience
It's a real
through
court
my
case.
own
So what they
process
do is
of
they create a
unlocking
reference
my
number
mind
that
through
then goes to the
meditation,
Crown Court that
inducing
then
altered
logs it
states of
onto their
consciousness,
computers.
including
Now it's in the
meditation
computer
and
system, and
exercises,
it's now
opening
official
my mind
case,
to
Yeah.
but the
receive
official
instruction.
case started from
Later
nothing.
learned that
It's called a
these
Pratt.
stemmed from something
It's called a
So what I'm
Pratt.
saying is nothing to
First half
answer
of
to
2016, I
until the
discovered very
genuine
fast that I was
first original
really
case
good
number
at
comes
being
out,
able to
and
channel.
that they've
I
been served the
immediately started
papers
receiving
from the
huge
court
packages of
themselves.
information that I would
So
write
it's
down,
not been
check
served,
online, and
there's no
find
court
that the
case.
information was
Okay.
true.
So what I'm trying to say here is what Anchor Hill needs to do
From prison.
request the court, what the information that was laid to the court, so the court, for the court, because what happens is the court gets laid the information, they go through it to make sure that it's all okay and above board, and then it gets logged, yeah, and then it gets served to whoever it's being served to. This is how it should go down. And then they say,
Jay Lewis
yes,
Powers,
hands up,
May
it was
Angela
me, and they're meant
Powers.
to how to offer a settlement punishment for whatever it is.
Bill's a
Or
weirdo.
they
She's
can
only
say like,
30.
no, that's lies. But what must have been laid in front of that court would have been whoever's pressing the charges or whoever's accusing the accused.
Yeah.
So they must have laid affidavit and statements, or they must have made them statements under the penalty of perjury on record, under a statement and signed for it, to verify it. Then they would have had to fire all the witness statements and everything else. for it then to be laid in front of the court for that court case to be generated. Then the court case number would have been generated, and then they would have been
Yeah, I
served.
think Nina has a court case number. But the disturbing thing, or another disturbing thing, is of the 6 arrested, and there's differing reports in the mainstream media. Some say 4 were arrested in the car and 2 were picked up somewhere else. And some said 3 men, 3 women. Some said 4 men, 2 women. Like, it's all a mess. But allegedly, 2 of them have pled guilty to attempted abduction or kidnapping. Now, if you want to allow yourself to speculate and just report this as speculation, it could be that the mother and the sister-in-law, the aunt, may have been so frightened by being arrested at gunpoint on the M1 that they put their hands up and said, yes, we were trying to rescue my son. We believe he's in danger. You know, we were trying to do a good thing. But allegedly, 2 of the 6 have pled guilty. So it seems to me at the moment like, and the other alleged thing, and I'm saying, I'm framing it, we're just putting everything out there, and people like Sharon Gale saying, oh, nobody should speculate about the Wilfred Watt case. She made a video about that. So shut up already, you know. We're trying to get the truth out, and the mother's father has said, as I read in that email, I believe getting the truth out is the way forward. And the mother's father is the one that she's called from prison and said, please help my dad, please help daddy, you know. So outside of the UK, and based on what you're saying, Anthony Baddelow's information and Baron David Ward's information, who's going to do a show with me probably Tuesday, we don't have to buy into the mind control of, oh my goodness, I might be done for contempt of court. How terrible. And for as for people saying you might prejudice Wilfred Watt's case, how much worse can his case get? How much worse can it get to be accused? One of them's already dead.
I went through a really traumatic
One of them is already dead. And what I would suggest
in December of
is
2016. One day during this time, I gave my best friend a
do
tarot
not,
reading.
I
Saw
do
the
not
death
believe
card come up.
that
Got
a
a really bad
65-year-old
feeling. Later that day, a dark cherub looking being
retired
manifested
psychiatric
physically in
nurse
front of
put
my
a
eyes,
carrier
and my
bag
best
around
friend
him
died in
in
a
the
horrific car accident.
£153 million
My sister's
Sodexo
apartment
run,
burned
Serco
down.
owned
My other sister was
HMP
handling a series of
and
complications
and
that
now
were
I
one
don't
thing
believe
after another. Enter February 2017. I started getting back online. I found a group of people who were my age.
Well,
who were
everything's
also
possible. I'm
researching the
trying
same
to keep
subjects
an
I
open
was
mind.
interested in. I was invited to a
At the
UFO
moment,
conference called Contact
I
Invisible. I released my first video in 6 months on May 17th, 2017 about the Rendlesham Forest incident. I went to this conference at the end of May 2017 where I met some of the people who I'd seen on Gaia TV discussing classified space programs. Paranormal activity around me increased to a new level where I ended up having to write
you're
an attempt to halt the unexplained activity.
Yeah, and I've had Christians contact me, you know, in response to Russ Dizdar and Tom Dunn, their broadcast, and Christians wanting to come together, and I'm a born-again Christian, I'm proud of that. But if the church has been infiltrated, then we need to allow for that. And one of the things that has gone down on my previous channel, the man in Germany that says he's been Uncle's friend since they were both 6, and whose mother is the godmother, he sent me a
2020 has given us
3,110,000. The accused father attends a born-again Christian church in Anglesey. So we have to consider the possibility that the born-again church has been infiltrated, don't we?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm talking
I
about.
did do something really, I
we're
keep
talking
thinking about, I
about
had cyber sex on the internet. Has anybody ever done that before?
those
You
people
have, you
that
might
say
have.
this is what it's the light shining on those cockroaches that are doing a different thing. So there's a prayer visual at 7 p.m.
It was fun because his username was
from what I'm reading here. And if you're outside the prison, we'll walk through the gallery unit. It's at 7 p.m. It's on, outside the prison.
On the 3rd, is it the 3rd?
On the 4th.
How are you? 4th of December. and the case is due to be heard on the 7th, and not heard. All that will happen on the 7th is that bail will be applied for by the remaining 5 accused, and pleas will be documented, as in if it's true, 2 pled guilty and 3 remaining pled not guilty. But you know, and then they'll set a date, and it could be July 2021. And I don't think it's reasonable to leave those people on remand in prison where one of them has already died. Like literally within a week of being arrested is dead from a very suspicious circumstance. I still
this person who we don't know now, do we?
No.
I mean, I'm not too sure who it is. I haven't got a name, but it's just said that it's being checked and that there is no proof of anyone involved with that church.
Well, I know we'll be being watched by our German person, although he reaches out to me for translation sometimes, but I'm sure he's well able to translate, and he's the family friend, and he's the one who said to me, the father is a part of this church in England.
I think they might be listening
Wilfred Wong is allegedly, well, he's provably connected to the Jubilee Church in Brighton, but it's not proved that he attends there every Sunday. It's documented, and I've seen the documentation, that he's part of a group that works for the persecuted church, or pro-life, or both, which is connected to the church in Brighton. The church in Brighton is very concerning for the reason that there's a slime shop a few doors down from it, which is alleged to be connected to Ricky Dearman. So I've said before, if Wilfred is a seasoned surveillance person of satanic ritual abuse, and he lives in Camden, and he's connected and associated with the church in Brighton, which he is, I've seen proof of that. I just haven't seen proof that he drives from Camden to Brighton every Sunday for church service. But I have seen documents that he is on paper associated with Jubilee Ministry, whatever it's called, based in Brighton. But that, so my question is, and please don't get bail and be able to answer these kind of questions. Living in Camden and being associated with the church in Brighton, the Hampstead cult was in Hampstead, allegedly, and Ricky Dearman has been documented as being in Brighton, and there's a slime shop 4 doors from the church. So how did that go under Wilfred's radar? How did he miss that?
Many of you are
How did John Wedger miss
who
that?
knows what time of day
How
through
did
your
any of
archives.
these,
But yeah, good morning and good day.
you know,
Here, I
SRA
thought maybe
hunters,
we could start
it
off
was
this
right under their
conversation,
noses?
if
How
you
could
would,
they
with
miss that?
sharing your thoughts on what it means
So
to be
that's
an
what
activist, or maybe you prefer to say what it means to really just take a stand.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's all a stone's throw
Well,
from
for
Hampstead.
me,
It's close enough.
to
The
the
Hampstead information has been
that
out
I
for
really
almost 6 years.
want to be in service to others.
August 2014.
And it took a lot of happenings or experiences for myself to come to this point.
The reason why I will reiterate
Originally,
this, because if this is not a genuine court case, then there's never going to be any
No, that's why that's why we're talking now.
Yeah. So I mean, the simple point is, you know, there's a process.
You get exposure
You
on
know,
television.
if there's a process, we're going to get all the information. And so
like
on.
that. I never really envisioned
myself
myself
in
taking any type of political stand or becoming really an activist for anything really. I really didn't.
The point is they're just going to go straight in with a
I got
straightforwardness
involved
of the fact that
with
they're going to
producing a
kidnap
show
them. But
surrounding
they're not going to put you, and then you're going to
marijuana
have to argue it
show,
to mitigate
which
the
originally
circumstances.
I
Now, if they're going to
wanted
class
to
it as a
kind of
kidnapping,
make it a broader
downright disgrace.
thing to
When,
it.
how can you
And
class
it
something as
ended
a
up
kidnapping
being
when
really
you're
about
when it's a
marijuana.
real
And
rescue
in
mission?
the discovery
Yes,
of
they're
that,
saying it's a
I
kidnapping.
discovered
That's an accusation,
a
it's
lot
a
of things that were
kidnapping. No, it
going
wasn't
on
a kidnapping, it was
legally
a
and
rescue mission.
politically.
Oh,
And
we
with
witnessed
people
and
really
I do
suffering
think that.
in
I
the
do
face
think
of
that.
what
And Wales has
as
history.
people
There's
had
still
voted
people
for and
saying,
wanted to make a
oh,
change in their own
SRAs
culture,
are
their own
it's
society.
rubbish. There's never been a case prosecuted.
I think
Nobody
that's
knows
really
about it.
well
It's all
put.
made
The
up.
first word
Rubbish.
I'd
Do
love to
your
bring
research
attention back to is I
and
love
look
how
up
you
Kid
said
Welly.
natural
Kid Welly.
progression
And look
in
up
terms of your
Bruneston,
career,
Bryn
because
Allen,
so
Welsh
many
Children's
times we
Homes,
just sort
the
of
supply line.
focus on the paths that
Look
others
up the
have
Chief Inspector of
flourished
Police, the
before
Freemason
the
Chief
obvious ones.
Inspector of
And
Police
somewhere
in
along the
Wales
line, you got
that
to
was
hit
outed. There's
that you have
plenty
your
of
own
research
journey and your own
to
road to
indicate
take. So
big,
that's
big
pretty
problems in
powerful.
Wales. Look up, even
Yes,
Nathaniel
it was
Harris,
extremely surprising.
self-avowed
And I
chaos
think that a lot of
magician,
times
but
as
he's a
people, not
survivor,
just women,
and he says on record,
we do
my
follow the
parents were
cultural
involved with
guidelines of what we consider to be
that
things that
many of Homestead
would like to
research were
accomplish in our
involved
lives, or this is what it really is.
Like he's
One thing
blowing
that I
the whistle.
really
He's
saw,
trying
and
to
and
say,
being that I've
this is
been
true,
in
this is going on.
is reality shows.
You know?
I feel that reality shows teach people
That's what I mean.
to
That
go
you need
for
research. I
something,
mean, this,
the brass
this
ring,
say
the
this is
golden
dangerous
ticket
misinformation.
of
This is
what it
not
means to be
misinformation.
famous
Not
and
misinformation.
have
It's
money
information being
and
put
all
out.
that kind of
You've got
stuff.
the research. Bring it out.
You have to get what comes of what kind of integrity
what you
do
brought
and
forward in
taking steps.
previous
That's
videos,
all that
what I
everything's all
brought forward
about.
is
And I
communications
just don't.
from
I
somebody
found that to
saying,
be an
I'm a childhood
unrealistic
friend of Uncle,
goal, and
I'm in
really
touch with her
kind of the
father,
downfall of I believe
he's in
what's happening
favour of
right now.
publicity. You know, so we're not saying, this is why I'm in trouble with some of my Christian friends, some of my, truther friends. It's like, why aren't you tying your flag to a certain mast and saying, I believe, I believe? No, I'm still in the phase of bring forward the facts, bring forward the information, bring forward the communications, bring forward the things that people are afraid to say. Oh, don't mention it, don't mention it. Oh, contempt of court, you might prejudice the court case. In terms of people saying you could make it worse for Wilfred Wong or Uncle Hill or so on, I don't think it gets much worse than being imprisoned on allegations of kidnapping at knife point and one of your colleagues is already dead. I don't think it gets much worse. There's nothing left to lose.
It's got it's in 55 Pinebull Court. Galen Palace is Wilfred's address. It's not Camden.
Well, that's details. It's still close enough to Hampstead, and Hampstead, the alleged Hampstead, 9 angles, what do you call it? Jacobean Frankist cult. Anyway, the cult in Hampstead, the alleged cult in Hampstead, has been out there since 2015. So if Wilfred and his colleagues are experts in that field, they could have put that cult under surveillance, because allegedly that cult is very careless around Christchurch Hampstead School. And recently I saw there's this Japanese guy has a huge following on YouTube, and he does these walkarounds, and he did a walkaround in Hampstead. It was about an hour-long video, Sampo Strolls or something. He showed every church in Hampstead and every street and alleyway except Christchurch. It was just unbelievable to me. I watched the whole thing. I think it took an hour. And it almost felt like a PR exercise. Can you please promote how quaint and twee and wealthy and amazing Hampstead is, but don't go anywhere near Hampstead Christchurch. It was very bizarre.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
should I show the born again Christian church thing? As a born again Christian, if it's true, as the German contact has said, that the father attends a born again Christian church in Anglesey, if it's true, as I also believe it's true, that the church in Brighton is a few doors away from a slime shop associated with Ricky Dearman, then the possibility of church implication, I would rather look at that now than, like a Catholic, admit it 20 years later with cognitive dissonance and say, oh my God, the Catholic Church I loved and trusted, abused, they paid out billions in compensation for raping children. So this is a chance for people to say, this case is live now. Let's get to the bottom of it.
The father is connected to this born-again church.
The father is connected to a born-again church, according to our source in Germany. And I'm going to say it, Oasis, born-again Christian church, Anglesey. And sorry, guys, but that's public information. That's public domain information. They're on Facebook. So please contact myself or Andy and make a statement. If that person, if the father's live with your church, or if you don't absolutely use and we absolutely support you, just get in touch. That's the contact. Do you want me to show you? I've got pictures. The church funds.
Yoga Yoga Yogeshwaraya Bhuta Bhuta Bhuteshwaraya Kala Kala Kaleshwaraya Shiva Shiva Sarveshwara.
Where's his foot? Sage Guru. Always shoving his way up in my business. I have the real relics. Here again, being ignored by some guru is redundant and ignorant. He just wants to get on the video, which I just think he wants control.
I've got one person here. Awesome. I thought I would. I thought he'd start the show out with a little bit of Barry White. Hey, state women! Get it together, baby! Woo! My favorite part! Come on and dance! My kind of How can you be sad? You're very white. Independent fact checkers. Screw you. YouTube please. Cheers. I love you, Mark Zuckerberg. Thank you for following the European Union on our free speech. God bless America. Bill Gates! It's because of you that they make clothing like this. Yes! I can now protect myself from COVID and from a bank at the same time. Only right now. Of course, I know it's not Bill Gates' fault. Only in America. These are the jokes, folks. I'm joking. Don't threaten me. I'm joking. That's still not hate speech, is it? Joking? Maybe. All right. You know, I don't know what made me come off on this free speech stuff like that. Sometimes like stuff just comes in your head. You start improv-y. I see 6 of you guys are here. No more strikes. Right. Yeah, okay. So, I guess I should talk about what's been going on. Thank you guys. There's 6 of you here. I missed live streaming. I'm wearing my Game of Thrones wig because I feel like we're actually in Game of Thrones. We're having a real version of the Game of Thrones. I'm happy to be live streaming, and I thought, who knows? You know, this could be my last show. You know, I don't know what's going to happen. A lot of channels went down right now. My channel got. Well, it's kind of interesting. I got a strike. On a video that I did about 2 years ago, and it was, something came up here. I've been pretty anti QAnon, right? I mean, I know it probably pissed off a lot of people about QAnon because I wasn't a follower, even though I was around it a lot. I was actually, someone got kicked off of YouTube for saying the vax. Okay, yeah, no, they're censoring that. Speaking of, okay, let me get to that in a second as well. Okay, because it's a lot of things. It's not just QAnon. It's if you do not talk about what's happening in the world with the virus within the CDC guidelines or the WHO. And by the way, those guidelines, those guidelines filter down to Facebook. They follow those guidelines. That's why a lot of your posts get removed. If it's not the official mainstream narrative, there's a huge witch hunt about it. I believe that Robert Kennedy Jr. Has a lawsuit with some of the big tech companies right now, Facebook and the discrimination of what he's saying about the shots that are coming our way. I'm not like, again, I've been in I'm not in Facebook jail, but I've been in YouTube jail. And I'm so happy. Yeah, I almost had 2 strikes against my channel, but fortunately for me, the second strike, they were community guideline. Apparently I've said things that offended a specific group of people or person, or I've done some sort of type of hate speech or something like that is what I've been nabbed for. But again, I did some research on this about speech and what's considered hate speech in America, and I talked about it on my last podcast that I did on Not My Rabbit Hole, but I couldn't upload it here because of the fact that Mark Z is going down. He might be in trouble in some ways. Now Here's another thing about, their censorship on like individuals or individuals groups that go across media. First of all, I want to remind everybody that, QAnon has been on the domestic terrorist watch list with the FBI since I think about 2017, maybe at least 2018. And yet QAnon was still allowed very much to keep going at that point until recently. Now, can't talk about Nazis back. Okay, yeah. I'm reading you guys' comments, and I'm like, I'm afraid to read them out loud. Yeah, you can't. There are things that we cannot talk about right now. We're definitely. It's not just like me, like a content provider like myself, being censored, but it's all of us. It's all of us that are communicating with each other. At any moment, you can just be kicked off of something. But one of the things I found out about hate speech in the United States, all right, first of all, the hate speech is very much covered and protected under the Constitution, believe it or not. There's some forms. Now look it up in Wikipedia, and you will see what I'm saying. All right, I'm not going to show it now because I have it on other footage. But if you see that, hate speech, there's only a certain provision of it that is considered dangerous or illegal, and I think that's when you're causing violence or harm against a particular group of people. All right, but the thing that was interesting about the videos that got flagged for me, they all had QAnon in the title. Even though I was investigating against QAnon, it had Isaac Cappy in the title. It had Nathan Stoltman in the title, Fiona Barnett in the title. All of the things that have to do with QAnon and the conspiracy about children as such that QAnon talks about.
We've also heard today
I felt a long time ago that QAnon was going to be positioned where it is right now politically in the United States. And I know that I have a lot of people that sometimes watch my channel and you're not in the United States, and you hear about QAnon, you hear about QAnon. I heard there was a QAnon group on Twitter. Like a friend of mine kind of went sort of incognito on Twitter because her daughter was following QAnon. And
you can get a lot, it seems, in their world these days. Governor Andrew Cuomo of New York will receive this year's
she got approached by somebody who says, "Hey, do you want to join our private group or our special group?" And so people are being approached to join them in other types of groups. And I think that is interesting. Right now, obviously, QAnon is being associated with Trump, and the anger and the aggression toward Trump supporters or anybody who and Trump and QAnon are almost
Okay.
synonymous. It seems like it's becoming more and more synonymous. I watched a live
calling for
stream
a
of
boycott
Alec
of the
Baldwin
Emmy Awards. In
on
fact,
his
all their
Instagram,
paper
where he
awards,
went into
Nobel Peace
detail
Prize, will all just
about
backstabbing clowns.
how QAnon,
But the Emmy
you know, and
Awards
Trump
is a
people, you
platform,
QAnon and you
remember,
Trump
for
people,
awarding
you know, it's not a
adrenochrome
QAnon fact, this is a real
participants
fact.
for
I mean,
complying
you really,
with
you know, put
psychopaths
these two things
and
together
keeping the
in
illusion
the
that they're
shaming
more important than the
of,
rest of us.
of those
In
people,
essence,
right? Or
they
the
are the
people who voted
peanut
for Trump,
gallery
which
in the main
I
city
think is
of the Hunger
surprisingly a
Games
lot more
series.
people than you know,
Vacuous cretins out
we
of
want
touch
to
with reality,
realize.
living fake
You know,
lives
I mean,
with
even when
fake
you when
fame,
the election
fake
went down,
tits,
Trump
lips,
was not like it
hearts,
wasn't a
names, and
landslide
ages. Most
until
of
they
them
they
at the
counted the
expense of young
ballots.
children.
And I don't want to get into
I
a
guess the
ballot
leader of
discussion
the
because that's
rebellion
probably a hot topic
didn't get
too.
round to
And
arresting
to be honest
Kumo
with you,
after
I'm
all.
almost afraid right
Both a
now,
lot of
even on
major
YouTube, to
predictions
discuss
all
any
failed
type
now over there.
of conservative or political affiliation on my channel anymore.
And I hear today they
At
copied
least
our
not this
material
one.
from our show
Okay,
on Tuesday,
because I
predictably
am
with no
in
reference,
such hot water.
which is
And I
suggestive
thought it
of
was
a
interesting that
rivalry between the shows,
the
which is
channels that I got
childlike.
the shows that got
We will
reported
never
again
solve problems
had that same
acting
cast of
like
characters. Now, my
And some people
argument
think I am
about with Isaac Cappy and Fiona Barnett and any of these people that
But
came
I'm
out
glad
of
the
the
info
Lift
is
the
being
Veil
put
camp.
out, and it
Also,
reaffirms we lead
my
and they
criticism
copy,
was that
paste, and follow
first
us.
Isaac Cappy was an 8chan and
Let us
4chan
just
before
keep
he
leading on
you know,
our
came on
adult-based
into
path.
the other part of the media. So QAnon it basically came out of those websites, 8chan and 4chan. And now they've
Not
been
content
criticized and
with
debunked
funding
or however.
coming
Now
from
this
the
is even
trust in March
back then. So he came in
that
there.
funded the
So
Fed,
anybody
and
that
then
was
they
talking
launched their
about,
lockdown
let's
program
say,
of closing
child
businesses and
pedophilia
mass
or
crime
child
rates
trafficking
on the back
or
of that money.
any of these types of
Today,
topics,
I hear the trustee
that
has
group
gone
was
one step
always
further
saying
and gave
MAGA
Trump
and
$500 billion
QAnon.
of the trust
And
money.
I criticized that. I said, why can't they say? Why can't they talk about this topic without associating themselves to Donald Trump? Well, the reason why is because I think QAnon was created to, like, for example, you know how and I'm not saying the CIA is behind it, but to me, I wouldn't be surprised. Because the CIA actually coined the term conspiracy theory in the first place.
Still think I'm
when,
the problem.
With the death of John F. Kennedy, Jr. No, I mean
Some
John F.
deep,
Kennedy.
clear, and
And him
transparent
too, because he's part of the
explanations are
QAnon
required
conspiracy.
by the trustee,
How
not
convenient
mind control
to
TV
for the CIA
channels.
to create the word
And
conspiracy
if this
theory
is fully
during John F.
confirmed,
Kennedy's
it is
murder.
a massive
All right,
sellout.
and then again, QAnon would have a conspiracy with John F. Kennedy Jr. still being alive. And you know, I don't want to get into that topic either. I'm going to be really honest with you. I'm leaning towards Trump. All right. You know, I mean, anytime anything is a possibility, I never want to totally like completely discredit something. Like, okay, I could be wrong. Or maybe, you know, some miraculous thing is going to happen and save us right now. But I don't think that's going to happen. That's the hook with QAnon. First, also, I want to express.
Game playing within their shows.
Did I lose people? Oh yeah, I still got people. Okay, good.
All whilst knowing
have a little sip right there.
that Kim funded the Federal Reserve BlackRock in March,
I also want to
which then gave them the money
express.
to fund
Oh my
the
God, I almost forgot my
lockdown
thought.
program
Actually, I hate it
and
when I do that.
closing the businesses
It'll come
and
back
the
because
mass
I have a lot to say about
and now
QAnon.
does this.
I believe that my Facebook page went down because of
Now,
my
for those of you in
association.
CHI
I'm just going
and
to say it
part
because
in
if I'm not going to have a channel much
UN
longer, you might as well
or
know
UNC,
what I really
UN
think.
being the operative word,
I shouldn't really hold back. I don't think.
please leave
Because,
CHI.
about
We
my
don't
truth.
want you.
Like I want
You
to
have to
talk
make a
about what
choice now
happened to me personally.
between
Now,
we the people
if anybody wants to sit
and
back and say I'm lying
traitorous
or
trustees
you know I'm making up
selling
stories
the people
or
out.
you know or whatever, hey, that's on you.
But
You
and
have a
if I'm
choice
saying
to make.
something that might shake the tree or offend certain individuals, I have to say, oh well, because I feel like I
told
have
you
the
all
right
along,
to
we
talk
were the
about
only
my
group
personal
that
experience
wasn't
in the
connected
way that
to
it
some
happened
sort
to
of
me, because it's my
political,
reality.
secret society,
All right.
agency,
And so if I
etc.
share that
that
with you,
operated
hopefully
for and by
you will
the people.
find it interesting.
We are the only
Because I
group.
think QAnon is an
Period.
interesting topic. I've even thought about writing an ebook called Confessions of a QAnon Facebook Admin, because that's what I was. All right. And I
So not content.
and I didn't even really believe in QAnon. All right. But the
All the
reason
people
why
that are
I
suffering
became
in
a
America.
QAnon admin was because I was connected to
We
Stephen
now
D.
gotta
Kelly.
undergo injection
And
programs.
I was, and
That's
for
going to
anybody
cause
who wants
a
to
lot of
question
deaths in
anything,
this country.
I don't have anything to hide. I know he wants to hide
All
this,
at the hands
but
of
I have
Bingo
been
Bill,
in a
the trustee.
relationship with Stephen since about maybe 2014.
Trump's no better.
When I say
He
relationship,
announced
I
it.
mean,
You still got
intimacy.
people
Like
that are
I
people
was
crying
connected to
about
him. I was
Trump
basically
not being the
dating
bloody president.
when I was
Why?
on Revolution Radio.
What's he
or when I
done
became
for
a
we the
host
people?
on Revolution Radio.
Nothing.
And
Despite
sometimes
getting more
love is
help
blind.
than
And I
any
want
other
to talk
president
about
in history.
the way Stephen D. Kelly was before he got associated with having children underneath the
I'm
Getty,
calling
and also
for an out-and-out
before his
boycott
association
of the UN channel as of
I guess
tonight.
this is where I'm
If
going to
you
go
want to
with
be
this
part of their
conversation
group,
tonight.
please
In the
leave
beginning of this,
THI.
I feel like I need to get this
I don't
out.
care who you are.
Because
You've got to make a choice.
feel that on
No
my channel here and
splinters
my
in your ass like
association to
Ben
the
Sitton.
UFO
It's
conspiracy
us or them now.
community, and again, there's that conspiracy
Go
word,
and chase the
but
money
that's what
that
it's
may
called,
or may never
especially
arrive.
in death with people like Max Spears.
But
It
the
was
line in the
interesting
sand
that
is
they
drawn
didn't say,
today.
"Oh, a super
We
soldier died,
are nothing
had a
to
mysterious
do
death."
with
No, it was
UN,
a UFO conspiracy
trustee, or
theorist
Kingo
that
Bill.
had an unusual death. And that
They
is
sold us out
and that is something that
along with his tank
I think they
and
did
his
it on
Glaxon
purpose.
generals.
It's a way to discredit stuff. Who died on
No
my
more.
daughter's birthday? I don't know. Oh, did he die? Oh wow.
Thousands of
Gary,
Israelis
I'm sorry to hear that.
braved
He died on
cool,
your daughter's
wet weather
birthday.
Saturday night
Yeah, I
to
think
extend
again I
months
keep
of
going back to Max in
demonstrations
some ways
demanding
because
the
he's been a part
resignation
of
of
this is
Prime
all
Minister
connected
Benjamin
to the
Netanyahu.
UFO conspiracy
Several
community.
thousand people gathered
And
outside
I gotta say,
Netanyahu's
I've not had a good time.
The focal point of most
think
of the
that
demonstrations.
this media
A similarly
is
sized crowd
just as
protested
corrupt
outside Netanyahu's
and
private home
probably
in
working
the upscale
in tandem
coastal town
with
of
the
Caesarea.
mainstream media. QAnon is there for a purpose. QAnon, I
Small
think, was
gatherings took
created to
place at
actually be in the
junctions and
political spectrum
overpasses
that it is
across
right now.
Israel.
And
the
whether
protests now in their
Donald
sixth
Trump
month
becomes
of
our
small
president or
business
not,
events.
I'm thinking
But
most likely
grassroots
not.
organisers
Is it, you know?
face
I mean,
a
a lot of people say, "Oh,
challenge
he's going to
getting
make it," and I
large
do. I
crowds
feel that
as winter
there's been a
arrives
fraud.
and parts of
My
Israel
opinion
hell
is that it's voter fraud. I watched
suffered with heavy
the
rain,
3.5 hours
accounted
of
for
Rudy
the
Giuliani
smaller protests.
and
Now, the
Pennsylvania
protests
and
saying
everybody
Netanyahu
giving
should
their
resign
confession.
while he's on trial for
And
corruption
I don't
charges
see
and
how
accusing
we can
of
just walk away and
mishandling
say
the
that something
country's
wasn't cheated or not.
fake
No, the mainstream media
coronavirus
is going,
crisis.
"Oh no," and there's all these
The
people
crisis
saying,
hit
"No, he won fair and
economy
square.
hard,
He's
which
doing
is
this,
what
and
it
Trump's
was
just
designed
having a
to
fit,
do,
and blah 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 blah
and
blah." But
sent
something happened.
unemployment skyrocketing.
Something happened, and I think as
And many of
Americans
these
we should be
protesters
concerned
are
about
young
that.
people who
That
have lost
maybe
their
there's
jobs.
something happening here.
From my
All right.
perspective, that's great to hear. And I
Now,
support
you know, when you
all
look at
the Jewish
Facebook,
people
Facebook has a
fighting
whole
back
list of
against the
like,
heathen
oh, voting is
Anunnaki
secure, voting is
operating
this, and they're
as
giving their
Jews
third-party fact
that have
checker
done
facts
much
about
to
what
destroy
voting is
this
and what this
planet
election is. So
and its
I
people.
feel that the giant tech companies are
Iranian
telling us
military officials
what
claim
is
the
or what
country has
the
bolstered its
reality
navy
is.
with the introduction of a new warship
And
capable of carrying aircraft, drones, helicopters and missiles.
I think that's wrong. That's like mind control. It's like we're like, and again, I feel like even talking to you right now and telling you what I think and what my opinion is about the election, I'm at risk of losing my channel for it. So, that's why I opened this with Barry White, because I thought, well, if I lose my channel for talking what I think is the truth, my right as a human being to share with you tonight. I'm not going to talk about this the whole night. I'm not going to make this a whole Trump thing. I'm not going to make this a whole, voting thing.
On a major
but I do. What disturbs me the most, getting back to the QAnon part, is that there's a hatred happening towards Trump people. We have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez literally calling out for Trump people not to be hired, for people who voted for Trump to be basically ostracized. I watch people on our mainstream media say things like, we need to just get rid of the Republicans. They just need to be absolutely eliminated. Now, you may not like Republicans. You may not like liberals. I have my feelings about, all of it, really. But to actually attack a specific group of people, and especially a specific group of people who voted a certain way, which is part of the United States, that's disturbing to me. That's disturbing. And if, I think that if Donald Trump does take the presidency, we're going to see absolutely chaos and anarchy in the street. And the attack toward Trump people also has QAnon thrown in there. And I think that there were provocateurs like actors, because a lot of people, let's break this down, a lot of people who are in this media and doing things are actually actors. Isaac Cappy, an actor. I'm even going to say maybe even Fiona Barnett seems like an actor. Let's talk about, and I hate to bring her up, but Ansel Power Disney had an acting background, and she came out of the Miles Johnston camp, and she also lost her channel right now. Apparently, she got 9 copyright strikes from the CCN network from like years ago, but she's gone down all of a sudden as well. Now, I know that a lot of people want to, believe. I mean, the problem is, I don't know. I don't see how.
Continue to garner allies for support and approval of Israel.
I can't convince you. I can't convince people
issue sanctions against the said country.
That's how they operate about this. I'm sure that there are a lot of people that are actually maybe even hating
blackmail, deceit, and high-level criminality. And Pompeo needs reining in and told you
Mike turned up here. I'm gonna look at that for a second.
Not Israel.
Live chat.
And you report this week
that the
Mike's
turned up on the
auditors has found that the EU's antitrust investigations are too slow and the fines too ineffective to curb the actions of large tech companies such as Google and Facebook. The EU watchdog released an assessment of the
I think that this issue is so huge,
stating although the Commission has taken a number of cases
and probably so prevalent,
challenges
and so monstrous,
the digital economy,
and connected to certain individuals on both political sides of the party,
while EU antitrust investigations addressed the competition concerns,
they had to create a
QAnon. Criticized
but there are people that came in to mess it up
quickly enough to the changes in digital markets.
All you need to do is to give 95% truth and have 5% of it not be true, and then it's null and void. So the purpose of QAnon was to be a conspiracy theory, to be associated with Donald Trump, to potentially participate in the civil war that's going to break out in the United States right now. Why was QAnon put on the domestic terrorist list so long, and yet it was allowed to keep going on and on and on online until about right now? Why is that?
You know, I also had done some live streams with of some people that were protesting that were from the right. They were Trump people, Latinos were doing live streams when the pandemic was breaking out, and I have it on my channel. Now, I did take this one video down, and I'm going to put it up on other places. I want to let you guys know that I have another channel that I started called Not My Rabbit Hole. After this broadcast, I'll have it in the description. Please do follow me there. I wanted to brand my podcast. So, yes, I need to have a backup channel, but I also wanted to go and do this anyways. So it all kind of works hand in hand. But if anything does happen to me here and there, that is where I will be at and where I'll be building at. I will probably do more live streams from now on. And some of my content, I might play it soft for a while, you know, or just give you part of this and then show you where to go someplace else or however. Because I feel that I would like to keep this channel. I would like to follow, you know, try to ride the YouTube guidelines as much as possible. And one of my other goals is to actually be funny or be funnier in what I'm doing. Because I figure if I can say what I think is true in a funny manner, then I'm going to have more license to say it. Because it's a joke, it's an act, it's whatever. You know, and I know that comedians get in trouble, like Lenny Bruce or, you know, George Carlin went all the way, you know, fought for the 7 dirty words, you know, that you can't say on television to do that routine, although we're in the Supreme Court. I mean, comedians over time have actually set the standard of free speech here in America. I don't know if that's happened in other countries. I also think that stand-up comedy is kind of one of the last bastions to actually make an attempt to say something that's truthful. And so, you know, I feel like, you know, I've enjoyed, and I'll still do research type of videos and stuff like that. I'm still going to do the variety of things that I've been doing, but I know that I need to focus on presenting this material in a different way. And I feel like I need to lighten up in my attitude when I'm talking about it. And sometimes, you know, I feel like I need to be more loving, even when I am criticizing individuals. Because let's face it, we're all in this together. We are all having the same struggles. That you know, we're all facing the pandemic. We're all facing having our voices being silenced. We're all facing the fear of not knowing what's going to happen right now. And so to be just openly, you know, cruel to people or not taking into the account of that sensitivity of who we are is energetically it doesn't feel really good. I have not really enjoyed my YouTube experience for a while. Hi, Sixth Sense. Nice to have you here. Yeah, I mean, thank you for being here because I am going to get into more of the UFO community stuff.
No, you got into slandering me and just harassing the hell out of me.
Hi, Susan. Yeah, Susan. I was in jail. I was in YouTube jail. And I did get 2 strikes, but I got a strike while I was already in the penalty box. So YouTube told me that it didn't count. That I did get a strike. They were telling me to, like, you know, hey, you got to, like, do better or whatever. But we're not going to have the second strike count on your account. So by February, I think 18th, my strike will drop off. So like I said, I'm probably going to do more live streams. I feel like even you guys, you might enjoy the live streams better. Not yet. So I feel like why not? Shame on you. I'm talking to you right now. I have the camera on you right now. Yeah.
Are there people here?
Just you and I, but shame on me. But again, they were chewing on posts. They were posts where I was
Ooh, so.
But it's not on yet?
No, it's not. Here we go. No, it's not. We're commercial break right now. So.
Why are you holding a device by my face?
Because I'm filming it so that people
The
can.
radio?
And when I first
don't
realized
understand.
I work on two different platforms.
Was when
So,
Isaac
we have the radio and we have the internet live stream as well. So, but
And they, neither has begun.
Isaac Cameron
No,
came
this
out
is-
and said that
we're-
Steven Spielberg
this is
was a
begun.
pedophile, but he didn't give
This
any
is beginning
details.
right
Our
now.
conversation is
Just sit in
begun, but
front
Yeah.
of the camera
it's
and
being broadcast,
Steven Spielberg
We're
is
live on YouTube right now.
pedophile.
which is the radio
Okay.
station.
No,
And he didn't
that's
give
a
any reason
different
why.
platform of filming.
She
that I
squats
have
on
inside
my
the
channel.
radio.
Now,
So we're going to be on the radio.
I'm trying to make
So help me
a
get it
citizen's
they
arrest.
twice.
all right,
I
but
didn't understand if I was
maybe
being
they're
paid.
not.
I didn't realize
But
that
if
you
you
thought
have
you would
a
be
theory
paid.
about something, if you
They've
think
stolen all of my
That is,
money.
you know, I
Where
might
are
be
you
able to tell
fucks?
you've got to give an example why, and you just can't
Yeah.
call out and say
I don't know what to say.
And then he
I could
went
maybe give you a glass of milk or something. I
MAGA
don't even have that really.
Black
and QAnon, all right,
Psychotic is
and
actually
attacked
distressing.
that whole
What's
thing
coming on now?
to QAnon.
If we ever ordered food at a
And
restaurant and they all
I have an
accents.
argument with a video that I just recently saw Stephen B. Kelly come out with, where he said, and by the way, he lost his channel, but he has a video
Yes,
up.
well, thank
And
you
he
very
said-
much for the round of
Oh
applause.
yeah,
there.
QAnon Messiah.
This is
Yeah, QAnon
Terry
Messiah,
Joyce
but,
back on
you
the
know,
air with Freedom
we're
of
the
Joyce,
truth
and we're at
media,
the top of the
and
hour.
we took it
The
over.
second hour
We
of the
took
show.
over
And
QAnon
again, I
in
just want
the
to
truth
remind everybody
media.
out there that Revolution Radio is listener
Okay.
supported. So please do support us with a donation.
Is that how?
And you know what?
The truth
You can get
media
some packs. There's
decided
like,
to take
different
some
levels of,
bullshit
$200
and make it
donation
real.
to a
Because
wonderful
we're the truth
seeds to
media.
plant your gardens.
Well,
Matter of
that's
fact, a friend
not
of mine
true.
did get that, and he's saying that
Identify
they're sprouting and growing. So
yourself
that's really
with
exciting to
something
hear.
that's
And
not
also
true.
with me, I've got Lori
That's an
Buckley.
actual, like,
Welcome to the
you
show,
know,
Lori.
you know you're going to go in the conspiracy theory to camp. You're not telling the truth. That whatever came out of the QAnon channel didn't ever really belong to QAnon. There is no person dropping that information.
What a Brady and what a bunch of great information she brought to the table.
I
She
never
is.
believed
I really love
there
her.
was a
And
cute
so
person.
we do have. I
Because
just want to let our audience
For
know
me,
this is
everything
the
that
Hollywood
came out of there,
Report.
I already was already suspecting might
with
be
that,
true.
as my special guest, I
And
have in
then
studio.
There was the
Actually,
Red
I have
Pill
got
video.
Sergeant Detective
Red
Harry
Pill,
Palmer Jr.
which is a
Retired with me,
It is a
and I just
movie.
want to thank you so much, sir, for coming in here today.
Where's the other woman at? I heard another
Have been
voice.
programmed.
Yeah, she's
women
actually
down the
she's
rabbit
actually
hole.
on the
That is
show with
Alice in
us.
Wonderland
She's Lori
programming.
Buckley.
That
I'm
is
Susan.
I understood it was just
Fast
us having an interview. I didn't know there would be
You
other
guys are
everybody.
Well, I'm sorry, I
Dumb.
think maybe you might have.
No offense, ma'am.
Ma'am,
are you there?
I do.
Lori?
No.
I think a
I'm
lot
not
of the
sure why
fake
everyone's
you,
laughing.
you followers
well,
really know it's fake.
because,
Yes.
because
I
she
think
finds
they do
humor
too.
in a lot of different things.
I think they really know
as
it's
well.
fake.
So,
And so which ones? Which ones all this time really knew that it was
she's laughing
fake?
because of my sweetness.
And they're just
I think she meant mine.
no, I think she meant mine.
plain into it.
Oh, okay.
Because look,
All right,
Carrie Cassidy has
Yeah,
referred
yeah.
to
So,
QAnon.
I really appreciate you
This is
being
my
here.
fucking
Why am I
life.
here? I'm not
And
even sure.
I mean,
It was,
Revolution Radio
Well,
had a
you know,
I didn't know there would be
patriot
other people
front
here,
to
and
it.
it was, we're on the,
Now,
we're on
when
TV
I was
also.
on
Now
Revolution
we're
Radio,
on, they are,
QAnon didn't exist.
I am
we're on the
live.
air with
I-
radio
I-
and
QAnon
TV.
came
Yes, I am
around.
live
I remember
streaming, sir.
QAnon
And
I was not
2000.
informed of that
QAnon
before
was
the-
after
the,
Pizzagate. But I read an
Well,
article
I
today
apologize
I
for
saw it on
you not being
Girltown's
aware
video
of the fact that you would
where,
have the live stream on you,
QAnon
but
is
you know,
There's
that
no
the
need to
term
apologize about
pizza
my awareness.
meaning what
Terry,
it
I'm
does,
just
like what we
saying
think
that
it does.
perhaps I should have been informed ahead of time.
Pizza,
Okay.
we have a
Now that
whole
we're
other
here,
image of what pizza
And
is. Because those are the
All right,
FBI
well,
why am I
words.
here?
well, I'm here
For
because
the-
you were
that
we are in
they
the state of
apparently
Washington, which
the
legalized
child
marijuana
pedophilia people use
for recreational
when
use, and
communicating,
you know,
and it was
I
associated
you're shaking
with
your head.
Justice
Why? Why are you
emails.
shaking your head?
It's the
That
worst
was
thing
the
for law
first crack. The
enforcement.
first crack of
that
everything
could have
actually
happened.
came out of WikiLeaks.
It's terrible.
Not
Why do
QAnon.
you feel that way?
Are you
And then
kidding
we
me? many
Pizzagate happened.
how many
And then we
police
had the whole,
enforcement
then
officers
we had the whole James
are going to be
Elefantis,
fired
and
because of
Alex
this new
Jones
law?
having to apologize,
How many
and the guy going over there
with
shooting.
families? They have families and children. And what about people who work for the
Wes
incarceration
Drummer and the other
corporations?
night. Why do you
What
think
they're going to be out
alter
of jobs
ego?
now? What about their families and their children and their
I need to get. Why do you feel that they're going to be fired? I mean, aren't there other
There won't be-
criminals to go after? I mean, like the heroin addicts.
Sure, but
I mean,
it's a slippery slope.
But how? I mean, so you're not happy about
It's a slippery slope. Yeah, once you take one law off the books, other archaic laws start falling off the books. And then there's no jobs for any enforcement personnel or incarceration personnel, which make up my last investigation, 42% of the state's economy here in the state of Washington.
Yes, but Sergeant Secretary Palmer should retired. Don't you feel?
You can just call me Sergeant Detective.
Okay, Sergeant Detective. Don't you feel that that Washington will have a new state revenue, and that you're not going to be caught up with having to arrest people for minor offenses for marijuana? Ran an article actually about it. Focus on other.
Really angry about.
I have been bamboozled because now I realize this is a liberal talking point show. It's not talking to you.
On his show
on
HBO,
the economy? Are you kidding me?
Said,
the pot smoking people. They don't care about taxes. They will continue
a pedophile
to grow the
and
illegal.
they're all laughing about it.
It's illegal.
Stupid.
Well, I mean, it's not illegal according to the state. It is illegal federally. Now you're not a federal agent.
Stupid,
correct?
Like that was the
But
attitude.
you're not a federal agent. Were you a
that they
federal
had.
agent?
I cannot disclose that.
And when I was on True Cat Radio,
I am retired.
with Steven,
So
I told
Steven, can you let our listeners know
this is not good.
No,
They're going to go in this
what part of
direction.
law enforcement you've been.
I go, why can't you talk about the Getty or what's underneath the Getty and not
Jerry,
associate
I've
yourself
been
with
involved
QAnon? You need to not associate yourself with QAnon.
And,
And he didn't listen to me.
different
I was
investigations.
like, it was like
that
talking
take
to a
place.
wall.
Some maybe
And
not as
at
above
this
board as
point,
we'd all like in a state, but when you need
he had
information,
created a
you
QAnon
can
group
protect the
on
citizens who
Facebook
care
by
about deeply and
using
love.
Dr.
And,
J's profile.
if my identity was to get out any further, that's why I'm wearing the sunglasses.
The guy that he's on
which now,
Midland to the something.
now
You know,
that I'm on
that
television,
a
it's more
UFO guy.
important than I did. I know
Well,
it's
you
on
dressed very
radio.
nice today for the show.
This is how I dress every day. I thought you might be more
coma.
formal. It was,
He had some, you got your little earpiece going on.
Who are you related
We
to?
didn't know he was going to come out of it. Nobody knew he was really going to come out of it. And Steven had control of his
if we could stick with
Facebook
one
profile.
question,
I would like to know.
And
I mean,
Steven,
you're
was
on
in
Revolution
Facebook
Radio,
jail.
so it's
So
like
we were having a conversation
with
on Skype one night. We were talking about
home
QAnon.
base is my
And he
answering
says,
machine.
you know what? I don't think
I record
there is
everything
a
I do
QAnon
whenever I'm
group
not at
on
home.
Facebook.
I call myself up on the phone, and the answer machine
The
picks up.
Q
and
cult sent
it
Isaac
records
Cappy.
everything that I
Yeah.
do. So that if there's a situation that I need to have,
Well, you know what?
base is
Isaac
really home
Cappy
base.
is doing that last video.
Yeah, that's
he
good
says,
to know. I mean, it's
Exactly.
not home
I
base
was a
like
traitor.
NSA
I
home
failed
base.
you.
I cannot
I
disclose
did
any more
I
information
paid off
than I
on
have.
something and I took
I'm
the
just
job.
a lot of these things are
Maybe
metaphors
that's what
and
he's
folklore.
talking about was the fact that the whole
Alright,
time
so
he was
I
looking
would
for
like
the
to ask you.
outside.
Let's get to the actual point.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not about me. This is about.
Well, I mean, we do want to
Maybe.
we
Maybe
let
he
our
knows
audience know like
something.
who you are and what your background
He's
is, your credibility.
I think my
Isaac
title
Cappy is
says it
he's
all.
charismatic.
Sergeant Detective.
You're looking at
Harry
people that are
Potter,
able to.
retired. I was a sergeant
They're
detective.
actors.
And now I'm retired.
They're
That's
they're
all
all
you need to know.
actors.
It's the title.
All right, I keep
You
saying
don't need to
it.
respect
And
me, but you need to respect my
if there's
title.
anything that's
Especially being
or
retired.
intelligence,
That's double-
oriented, it's
that's
probably
double the
coming out of the
respect
American
now.
Academy of Dramatic
All right.
Arts or
Well,
some of these other acting
a lot of retired
institutions.
people deserve to have respect, and so you happen to be one
All
of them.
retired people.
That's how
Yeah.
the wars play.
All
I
the-
think.
yes,
All
thank you.
retired.
Thank you very
You
much.
have
Yes.
people who are conscious of what they're
We're
doing,
getting on the same
and
page
they
now. We
probably
can get
are
to
doing
the
it on
brass
purpose.
tacks.
Okay,
All
let's
right,
do
and
it.
they
Brass
know they're
tacks.
doing it. They
Let's do
know
that.
they're playing a part.
Because I have a lot of questions to ask him. And
Do you remember that picture that Isaac Cappy had with David Brock at the Politico organization?
Terry,
you weren't prepared for that?
I didn't know there would be
No?
civilians
I
calling
do.
in. It could
Like,
be
what was he
awkward if there was
doing
interrogation,
photographing himself with David
suspect I was
Brock?
involved with, who might somehow recognize
Sylvia
me. I don't think that could happen. But
Well, we are on the radio, so
maybe I could screen
yeah.
the call before we take the call. Is that?
Yeah,
well, no,
Buda Hagen,
actually. And,
Dennis
there might not even be anybody really calling in right now.
There's
But
all
if
those
we do want to call in, we're in Studio A
things that you can do.
882. We do want to have a question.
347. I'm not familiar with that area.
Yeah, neither am I. But
That's what they taught
it's the area code for the studio. So here we go.
We had to
And
we
again,
had to
if
shut our
anybody has
eyes and
any questions here
listen
in
to
the chat line,
sounds.
I'm in the chat line as well.
We've got
Go
sections
in
of
our sacred, our deep space,
new recreational
cry or
laws
something,
in Washington.
some sort
We
of
haven't even
emotional
discussed that
exercise.
yet.
Yeah, well, we're getting to it, sir.
I'm like, but do I have to do this because we're
I am the expert on this, and that's why my publicist.
do I have to like, go back to when I was like beat up as a kid, or it's like,
I would like to talk to
play,
my publicist right about now too.
Okay. So now,
What was
the
that?
goodbye girl.
that was Lori. I think she breathed on the phone a little.
Right? Yeah. One time, I was in acting school with French Stewart. French Stewart, Stewart from Third Brock's son. He was in
If you're
my
not going
class.
to participate, I'd rather you didn't breathe into the microphone like that. It's quite disturbing.
Yeah. Okay, so the French Stewart was
It's
in
a
my
little-
first class, right? And we had to do this primal man exercise. Okay, and everybody got on the floor. We had to look at our hands like we're looking at it for the first time.
Thank you very much.
And then have the
I
whole
have one
experience of
person on my
like,
side here.
but realizing that
Thank
you're
you.
alive or a human being, and then everybody started like
It's nice
acting
to have
like
some
apes on the floor. I'm like,
Isn't it? It's wonderful. So now I'd like to ask
Because I
you,
know I'm talking to a brick wall. I feel like you
here.
can see by the
Like,
looks in your
am
face.
I
the rolling
paying
of the
for
eyes and
this?
such
You know what I
things when
mean?
I'm talking.
You know, it's like, what
I
is
see
the
that.
point?
I can
And
tell.
of course, then you're gonna think
You haven't looked at me once in the actual eye, though, and that's really awful.
Okay, I'm maybe I'm sorry.
Now who's paranoid?
No, I'm not.
You're
paranoid.
filming everything that I do since I
It
walked in.
was
Well,
stupid.
you know what? It was stupid.
But
I'm retired. I should not be
I know, but you.
under this.
Yeah, but you've got it. You're definitely
Acting in
part of law
LA.
enforcement.
I guess it is a sign of respect. So
It is. Yeah. Are you political? So,
doing that.
thank you very much.
Well, man, our
You're
president's a
welcome.
reality star.
All right.
You're
So-
welcome again.
Okay.
Right?
All right. So now my question to you is Washington now that it's been legalized.
Make what you
Yes.
will out of all
What
of
is
it.
going to happen with the driving?
Anyway, I got
How are
sidetracked on
you able to
QAnon. Okay, so
measure
the
whether or not
QAnon
somebody's intoxicated
Was
by
the
marijuana?
SDK.
Well, that's
QAnon
a
group,
great question, Terry.
I become an
and,
admin.
I'm glad that you asked it. Because, as you well know, the reefer smoking individual is prone to do other illegal things. It's a black market gateway that leads to other illegal things, such as driving under the
I
influence
disagree.
of the reefers.
Phone shop manager.
And then also
white
to taking harder drugs, robberies, burglaries, rapes,
I'm gonna like
murders,
get my
and kidnappings.
glasses here.
It escalates because
But
once
I have
someone
like
gets a taste of the
I bought a
illegal
little
way of
electric
life,
blankets. I got, like,
they
a
enjoy
little
it. They like to do illegal things, and they feel that they're getting away with something against the man.
Trust the
who they
plan
represent.
never
So
worked.
you really
Right.
don't. You don't really. You
Trust
don't
the
really
plan.
believe that,
Yeah.
do you? You don't
Boy,
really
that's not
believe
some
that
conditioning.
the person who
Trust the
is,
plan.
let's say a
Because there's a
weekend
plan.
marijuana smoker, is
Wasn't there
actually
like
doing
Jeff
illegal
Sessions
things.
was originally?
What about the
you know,
weekend
and then there
pedophile,
was a
Terry?
piece of,
Is that okay on the
video that
weekend
came out,
too?
like,
Is weekend like going to Vegas? Whatever happens
blah,
on the
blah,
weekend
blah,
stays on the weekend.
Okay,
this
you
and
know, you
that,
can't really
because
compare
Trump is
marijuana
the
smokers
swamp,
to
and Jeff
pedophiles.
Sessions.
Oh, I
mean,
can't?
I mean, that is a like.
Look at the
like,
prisons.
That's a real.
Look at this.
That's a
Look at
real.
the prison.
I mean,
That's a
I feel
huge.
Who's
bad
in prison,
because it made
Terry?
me cry, even though I don't
Pedophiles?
believe in it. You know, it's like it made me
pot
cry,
smokers.
and
Okay, pot
that's
smokers
that's
doesn't
the
deserve to be in
power.
There
of
you
that
go.
kind of
And do
thing.
pedophiles deserve to be in prison?
Well,
Who
I
else doesn't deserve to be in prison under your liberal way?
I don't think you can compare pot smokers to pedophiles.
We just did. They're
No,
both
yes,
in prison.
no, you
I
did.
won.
You did.
And I
No,
won.
you did. No, you did not win. This
Point
is not
for
a
my
contest.
side.
This is sir. This is not a contest.
COVID-19 positive. We think you might have COVID-19. You're gonna be forced to like take
Being a
this
former Marine, I take that
test,
as another
and then we're gonna go
compliment,
to
and I
FEMA
thank you
camp.
for
I'm
being
like,
on my
not
side
FEMA
once
camp. I
again.
shouldn't say that. We're gonna take you someplace else. All right, get well, because I want to make sure I don't say certain things. Like, I don't know if it's a FEMA camp for sure. Because, oh, but this is like really nice apartments we're taking to. Is it a FEMA camp? No. Trust me, you're gonna love it. When you get there, it's a freaking FEMA camp. You know,
Being unemployed is not free.
Oh,
Being
you're gonna love
unemployed is
this.
not free.
Well, sir, now you know
Being
how much
unemployed is not free. If you take that 3 feet top,
Right? You're gonna love it.
Yeah, we know that.
Great reset.
We know about
The
mind
Great Reset.
conditioning
Oh, by the way,
times, you know how
I'm
like,
trailing
it
off of the
takes in
QAnon
your
thing
brain.
again.
And
Unless it's been ravaged by
Trust you
marijuana
cannot
smoking, and
vote.
nothing is going to work.
Yeah, but you
I'm
know-
sorry that you might feel lost cause.
I think
Well, does it matter now if it's going to be ripped
Oh, I'm
off the
sorry.
way it is?
I just
like,
call you
you know,
sergeant
and
detective.
you know what was
detective.
disturbing about the voting
we're
stuff
not
is
aware of the fact
Dominion.
that we have cannabinoid receptors in our brain.
And the
Whoa,
other
whoa,
elections,
whoa, 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 slow down.
Yeah, sir.
Cannabis, what is this?
I'm like, oh yeah, this is
Oh,
around
yeah.
a long time.
And there's climate change too.
No, but you know,
Is that what you call pot smoking?
happening
Cannabinoid recepting now?
Really, like
Global warming is climate change. It's the same thing.
factor was whether or not it's real. It's just like
Of course it is.
I would say cannabinoids in the brain are way
Cannabinoids? How do you pronounce it? You pronounce it two different ways.
Cannabinoid. I know something.
Don't say it 3 times now. You've brainwashed
I
me.
know.
Please stop.
Cannabinoids.
Don't do it to
all
me.
the voting process is very secure. No fraud happens.
Receptors.
Don't worry about it.
Yourself.
And
everybody
because we're
has it.
Facebook, and if you
It
want to
actually
talk to your friends and you want to do your
pathways in
little
the brain.
selfies, you better like believe
Actually
that.
helps
And
people who have dementia and other diseases.
Okay.
So you're telling me I should give my grandpa some weed?
Yeah, I need about 24,000 records of
weed
weed.
and probably help them out. You know, don't you think when you're at least 80 years old, I think you
I am excited to have my life.
that long
Sure,
I am.
I've done one murder
I
also when
didn't
you're 80.
even
Is
know
that
I
what you're
was
saying?
back
Once
to
you're
it.
80, you can
got
murder someone
really
and smoke
dicey
some pot.
there.
No, I'm not.
You earned it.
No, I
Why
know that I'm
not?
about to go down, and I don't
Go
even know.
willy-nilly. Go willy-nilly on everything.
You wouldn't be
My
allowed to
grandpa
do it
warned me of
if it
this.
really mattered. We missed you.
Willy-nillyism.
I missed you
Okay,
too.
sir. You know,
Ask me something about the law and I will
off.
tell you now. Enough of this speculation.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, I saw.
All right,
you
so
wrote there.
I am asking about
Say
the
it.
law. So how are you going to determine?
That's a whole other
Like,
topic.
For example, low 0.8. You know, when you're drinking alcohol.
Okay, something
you
else
put
I
it
want
in
to
the
share
wine,
with
But
you
what is
besides
the measurement?
thing.
You know, from
Because I really want to go into that in the group, and maybe I can't
Let me
talk
be
about all that
honest.
tonight.
Well, I mean, what's the difference? The group
Let
I'm
me be
chilling
frankly
on.
That's Jim Carrey playing by.
How'd you know
And,
this?
I ended
There's
up
no,
live
there is no way to tell.
around that time. This is
There literally
September of
is no way to
2018. I live streamed a
Urine
protest
tests that they give
that
out,
happened on Hollywood
they don't
Boulevard.
work. None of
And they
this
they,
is
they
real.
walked to
It
the
is
Trump
a
star,
false
and
economy.
it was against
of
Hollywood
urine testing
pedophiles.
and
Now there was a
hiding
protest that happened.
the
The
effects
first one
of
that happened was
smoking
in
marijuana in the urine
2018,
with
and it was led by a
fake
guy named
wieners
Kai
people
Irving,
use to
who
have
had Kai
Sir, I
the
don't.
baby
I don't
urine
know.
that comes
I
out.
don't- I
It's
don't
all.
know.
I'm just telling you. Please listen.
You don't have to.
Mayflower
I'm not
was
sure you're supposed to say
responsible
where on the air, but I guess it's
It's a medical
70,000,
term.
like a
Okay.
large number,
Alright.
like
But here's the point I'm trying to make.
Is it in the dictionary?
Shut
as like,
down.
No.
You know, part of the.
It's
the-
just
they-
everybody.
We're like the Mayflower, and we're
Everyone
gonna,
knows
at
this.
4 o'clock every day, all these
You
people
can tell just by
tweet the
looking
same
at
thing.
somebody.
So you
And
say
an
they have
employee
constantly.
at a civilian.
I sure would not have a fake wiener if I was
that
going to be doing.
shared
Do I have
their
a fake?
tweets
A
also
fake
ended up
vagina?
getting
Is that how that
removed
works
from
for the women? Do
So-
women have? I mean, like you
He
know.
had a Twitter that was
I
banned from
think you're way off base. I mean,
But
there's-
women are sitting down when they do the urine
and
test, so they
he
can
would be
tuck
doing
it
these live streams, and he had his QAnon Facebook.
or they can. I'm not sure.
So
how
I
they
think
do it.
Stevens
A balloon, I
was the
think.
first
Yeah,
one
alright,
on Facebook. There were other groups in other places.
Fingernail.
but
I don't know.
Facebook hadn't had a
I'm
group.
just speculating.
But so do you
And
think
that
that
was,
everybody
you
who's
know,
driving
we were
their
talking
car in
about
Washington
No.
has either fake wieners or stuff?
If a police
Don't
officer
like
pulls
fake-
you
fake
over,
test under. Ooh, I got my fake wiener. Take me to jail.
But didn't know that he
Enough
had,
with the
he was a
weird.
QAnon person. He was like, you know, and it was coma.
here's
Came
what
out
I'm
of the
trying to
coma,
say.
And then, his profile ended up being
I'm telling you
hacked.
the truth
by
right
I'm
now.
sorry, fake wieners are
This
fine.
may be the
Oh,
first
yeah.
time you've ever heard this. I'm sure you're very familiar with fake
So
wieners.
I have been doing this live stream
Are
in
you married,
Hollywood,
Terry?
and a friend of
Are
mine.
you married? Can I ask you that?
I'm not going to mention his
I
name,
don't think that's
but
your
he is a
No,
well-known
big surprise.
cannabis
Fake Wiener's
activist
not
in the
married. Fake
California
Wiener's not
area.
married. One more time.
And,
Fake
he
Wiener's
had
not
a
married.
All right, don't say it 3 times so that I
Too
don't.
late.
And there was a controversy with Roger Stone, because Roger Stone is a
Okay.
cannabis
Here's what
advocate.
happens.
Yes.
If you work for somebody, word gets around who's token on the reefers.
Okay, Roger Stone
When everyone gets
is
their
a cannabis
urine
advocate.
test, the
And,
CEO
and
tells
he
the
was to
company
speak at this
that
LA
he's paying
Business Expo
all this
for
money to
cannabis
do the
down
urine
at the
testing
Staples Center in
who he
Los
wants to
Angeles.
test positive.
And because of the
They're
things
out.
that were happening,
And a police
politically in the
officer
United
pulls
States,
you
there was
over,
like
some sort of
He
stuff
looks
going
at
on
you.
like in the South that broke
He
out.
makes a
that
judgment
time.
right there.
But isn't that
Is
illegal?
this-
Again, we're having
I
like
mean,
a
that's
civil
you're
right,
profiling
some guy
people
drove his car
and
into
making
You know
them
what,
go to jail
Terry?
for no
You know what,
reason.
Terry?
That's not right.
sympathy
Thou
about
shalt
it.
not kill. Killing
and
is
Roger
illegal,
Stone got
but
cut up and all of
if
that
someone
because that was
is in
going
a war
on.
and they kill someone, you give them a medal.
Roger Stone was banned
This is a war
from the
against drugs,
Cannabis
Terry,
Expo.
and sometimes you have to make a
And
judgment call.
The
I'm
person
just telling you,
that
this is,
that
I'm not
I had
saying this is
interviewed
what
on my
happens.
show.
I'm
I was going to say
speculating because I was never an on-the-ground
Moore. And by
police
the way,
officer in that
Patrick
manner.
Moore was on Revolution
But
Radio
I'm just
with
assuming.
me. Patrick Moore has been on
What
like
kind
a
of
lot
police
different
officer
shows
were
with me.
you, sir?
And
I was an enforcement
he
officer
went on to Alex
for many,
Jones's
many
show
years.
because he became part of
And
Roger Stone's
I can't really say much more than that. I did interrogations. I did.
Well, anyways,
Either Turner or
David
Sal,
Brock
like
and
that.
a bunch
I
of other
would-
people
I
that were
worked
they
for a
wanted
large
to ban Roger
corporation.
Stone, and they
And
did.
that's as much
but
as I
he
can
spoke
really
across
say.
the street at this
Okay,
other
you
event.
can't.
like
I mean, you
coffee
can't.
shop
Right.
here.
It's all right. All right. Well, that's fair enough.
Okay,
you know, I mean,
so
why do you
Patrick
feel
was
that you can't say it,
connected
or
to that.
is
And
that
then
gonna
Patrick
incriminate
called
you,
me up,
or
and
you
Well,
know,
you know about
holding
the,
allegiance
the
to
wa-
these people
the
for
march
some
against
reason? You know, you're
Hollywood.
their little
This
servant
was,
boy. I mean, is that
Labor
what
Day
No, I was their
was in
employee.
September.
They were
So
the
that
job
year,
creator.
that
I was the job
staying with a friend.
worker. I worked at the job that they created there
Hollywood.
at the mall.
And I go, okay, I'll live stream it. I'll live stream it.
I was
And I want to make.
I was in charge of security for a very large
This
facility.
actually broke up my
I don't want to say any further. I don't want to.
Tag Robocop.
because when we get there, I notice I see
all right.
Kyler.
So next question.
I
What is the
realize that
difference
there's, like,
between a DUI and a DUII?
And you know, I'm
Can you-
interviewing
can you
people with the
clarify
live
that? I'm
stream, and
confused.
they have their
Hearing
posters
two
up and
different
everything,
things,
and I go, what is this
DUI
supposed to
and a
mean? And
DUII.
blah blah blah.
All right, now,
And they
you're
talked about Isaac
poking
Kaepernick.
me now,
Isaac Kaepernick
because
came
that's
out on the
the
scene.
dumbest question
that
I've ever
point.
heard.
Well, it's a legitimate
Hollywood
No, it is
is the
not.
destination.
It is a joke question, and you're trying to make fun of me further now.
It's not a trick.
You're trying to get more information
No,
about me.
Hollywood,
You're teasing me.
I really would like
So,
to know what that.
I was
what that is.
interviewing these people, and I said, "What's this?"
There you go.
And then,
Are you kidding me? The oldest joke in the
And
book.
all of a sudden, this guy wanted to do a prayer.
Even a civilian with no sense of
All right,
humor
so
understands
all
that.
this together.
I beg to differ that she does have a sense of humor. So
Oh,
that's
this
why
is
she's
very much
laughing.
like Jesus and
Please.
his disciples.
I'm
She's
not
laughing because I
This
was.
is prayer.
No,
People
I
laugh
have
when
it.
people in
Prayer,
there.
there's like that. Well,
Nothing
later
personal,
on,
ma'am,
I
again,
find
but
out that
when
that guy's
they're
not even a Christian.
intellectual and
Like I
comedic
research him, and I find out on
superiors
some
laugh, they laugh
website
along
that
with them, so they want to
he
be part of it.
he was.
All
Yeah,
right,
I'm
this
not
is something that I've been
like,
really,
I
really
still
curious
you know,
about in
don't like
terms of
child
marijuana and
but I don't
marijuana
think
use.
you feel
Now, I know that there are cops that go and get drunk and they
But then
get
again,
the bars
at
and
this
it's
event,
rumored
he's
quite
They
notorious.
deserve it on the weekend.
Okay.
Which is
Now
funny.
they're notorious drinkers.
That's
But now, would
the
you
hook.
think that
That's
they could go ahead
the
and smoke
hook of
marijuana
QAnon.
and because
Oh,
they
we're
deserve it on the weekends?
Christians, and we're
Because
this,
it's
and we're
legal?
that,
I
blah,
mean,
blah, blah,
how is
blah.
that? I mean,
So
is
they're
that, are you
earmarking
as a
all
law
that
enforcement
stuff.
allowed to smoke
Trump,
marijuana?
Christians, QAnon.
Well, you know, the
conspiracy.
state law in
They
Washington
think that
is
people
that it's
are, you
legal.
know,
And it is a law
satanically,
enforcement
ritually abusing children, like Steven Spielberg.
companion of
And they're
mine
reading
was
them
to
afterwards. Oh my God, and Hillary and the
imbibe,
pizza parlor. That's
as they say,
hilarious.
they would do the bloggers.
That's-
I'm not sure
But
what they
let's
call
go
it
back to
these days.
the
It's
WikiLeaks
not funny to
emails.
map out my house.
See,
Much like
let's
Try
go
to
back
steal
to
it
the
and
WikiLeaks
kill me and laugh
emails.
at
Just
it.
showing another
Distraction
Amish
for the WikiLeaks
person
emails.
would do that.
We're so
Okay,
past the
so-
WikiLeaks emails.
but
We
it's
don't even
legal.
know why
I mean,
Julian
it's legal.
Assange is
I mean,
So is fornication.
If you have
But an
any
Amish
drug
person will
test,
shun you like that if you would fornicate with them.
Where did
Bam, you'd be
Russiagate
shot.
come from?
if
Do you
have
remember
drug tested,
when
would you
President
use a
Obama
fake
came
wiener?
out in front of the
Would that-
camera and
would
goes,
you guys use a fake wiener in your
we're gonna have a
conversation?
Russiagate.
I mean, obviously you know about it.
Russians
I'm
attacked
thinking
our
maybe if you
election.
had it covered up, you guys would know how to do the
yeah,
fake wiener.
If you knew how many fake wieners
Drop
I
the
had
Justice emails
confiscated,
is hacked.
you would
Yeah,
not
okay,
be making
but
these
did
jokes.
Obama say what
Those
was in the emails?
kids,
Because
those poor.
what was in the emails, I think affected.
I didn't just have a
election.
hand in it. I
They
was
know it. So
I
what
was the
we're gonna do is
mouthpiece
like,
for
else.
the
You go,
entire
Russiagate doesn't
fake wiener
2.0,
contraband
hacked in
situation
Romania,
at that
blah,
mall for
blah, blah,
over
and
3 years.
People are going, oh, maybe it was hacked.
I led the way
The DNC itself
to have
hacked
fake
it.
wieners
You know, it might have been
taken off the
separate.
sh-
Oh, don't
What are
say
you
that.
laughing
That's a
at?
conspiracy. Shut up. That's QAnon. That's something
Oscar
else.
Mayer.
Don't look over here. Don't look at me.
That's a union.
The curtain.
Yeah,
None of that happens. That's a conspiracy.
Pretty
Shut
much
up.
all
I
unions are
take
for
your YouTube
wieners.
channel
That's what
down
I'm
for
saying.
questioning
You're
it.
trying to the job killing.
Say it again.
unions.
That's why I didn't
Pretty
vote
much
for
all
Hillary.
there's all unions are for wieners.
That's why I didn't vote for Hillary.
So I see that you don't
wasn't
support
QAnon.
unions.
It
You don't-
wasn't
you don't
Pizza
believe
Gate.
that
because they didn't exist yet.
Unionized.
Terry, haven't you figured out?
The FBI.
You're on one side of
took her-
every issue.
the
I'm on
Anthony
the
Weiner
other
laptop.
side of this issue
The Anthony
because
Weiner laptop right before the
and I
election
think that you
wasn't
follow
good
the same
either.
way, and that is
It
the
don't matter
leaders
if there,
of
if
your
there was
group
a frazzle drip on it.
follow them blindly,
sure
just as
believe
I
that
follow
was
the leaders of my group.
No, I don't
on
think
it.
I agree on one or two. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Question you.
Oh, that is the biggest load of malarkey I remember.
Tag the cop's name or the cop's voice that I said
How about a question for your king?
would be the Biden Jim Carrey thing. Throw a Channer card on it and call it soup.
Oh.
No, that's why you're wrong, sir.
That's about
We
to
question
explode.
no. That's why we
No,
have
you don't.
If I
If you did, you'd be on my side.
This Bergs.
I am on your
See?
side about that, but I'm not on your side
You
about that.
can't be a fair weather on my
No,
side.
Bergs and
That's
Jilly
what we're
Jill were a
saying. That's why
couple.
the cops are showing so bad because they went
I
to your
feel like
side.
even
Okay, why
You're either on our side with everything or get the hell out.
keep doing this, and you're gonna end up
Stay with us.
You're gonna end up here. Then I have people like telling me I was a Satanist.
I don't-
and,
is
I
this
didn't care
code?
about children and how
Why
dare
are you guys-
Satanists and blah 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 blah. You know what that sounds like, guys?
I don't understand.
That sounds like a fanatical religious person. Because what's the difference?
Okay,
And one of the things
That is a threat to the president.
This is not a
that
right left sort of station here.
the religion.
We are not.
Oh
the
my
religion,
God.
we are questioning everything here, sir. We are neutral. I'm looking at all things that are happening right now.
You're neutral. You
what
are not
everybody's
even close to
doing.
Fox News, and that is
Here's
fair
my
and
snake
balanced, my
oil for
friend.
the
That's their
coronavirus.
slogan.
Let me
You are
do-
the
let me
opposite
do
of
whatever
fair and
for you.
balanced. You are
and it opens
left
up
wing
a
and biased.
piss load of lies.
Okay, well, that's your opinion
And
of me,
I
and
would say
I'll
there's
give you
Which I
that.
suppose you're happy about the whole,
That's going
all
on
these
with,
enforcement people losing their jobs because now you can split their
that I
purses.
have
marijuana.
I don't see how they're
been
not losing their
exposed.
job. They're not. You guys are not
But
losing their
people-
job.
42% of the
There's
Washington
so
state
many-
population
No,
goes
it's
to
nothing
enforcing marijuana laws.
No, it does not.
Well, it goes to paying. It goes to paying the
you know
salaries
something about
of those who
Carrie's
enforce
always,
it.
like saying
You think
things
their
that
kids
she
are-
wants to justify things. She goes, Julian, salt, and verified.
Oh yeah, and let's just throw their kids out of college onto the street. Great
Simon
idea.
Parks, also verified.
That's the breaks. We don't care about them. They're the children of conservatives. We want to bring in more liberal and let's make them all American citizens to vote Democrat. To hell
that's like
with the
Carrie
conservative
Cass,
kids.
She
You know
wants-
what?
she
My
explains
kid is
things
in
in a
college.
pattern. You know,
Two of
everything's
them.
got to be like
One in
verified
Colorado
by
and one
some
here.
person, you know.
Oh, so
And-
do they smoke weed, sir?
But
Do
that's
they,
how
they're,
we
it's
believe
interesting
it.
that they're both in the
Oh, yeah,
two
of
states that legalize marijuana. Both of your kids in that
we
region.
want it to
Isn't
be
that
true.
possible? Wouldn't you wish they
We
were maybe
want
in
things to be
Iowa?
true
We are-
that we feel
I
like
don't-
we need to be
you know,
saved
going to
by
Harvard
someone.
or something. You
Because
can
we're
I have no say. They live with their
programming.
mothers.
You know what? I don't mean that in a Christian
You
bad
know what?
way.
And
'Cause
thank
I
you so
am
much,
one.
Sergeant Detective
All
Eric
right.
Palmer, for being
I
on the show.
mean it in a way that
We hope to have you back another
always have a
time.
hero.
We'll be right back after this commercial.
Leo was a hero. Leo, take the red pill. You, my friend, will know, and you're the one.
Thank you
You're
so
the
much.
one, right? Well, okay, I'll get off that soapbox. So I started coming into this community because I was curious about things myself. Get back in the tube. I don't know what that one meant. Get back in the tube. So QAnon's part of the UFO community because also David Wilcock has perpetuated it. David Wilcock was connected to Jordan Sainer. I think it's very interesting that David Wilcock all of a sudden became buddies with David Seaman. Yeah. Oh, there's always David Wilcock. Who's David Wilcock, really? You know what? Is David Wilcock going to sue me now for questioning that? Why are they associating themselves with QAnon? Well, because I think they're setting it up. Maybe they're setting it up. Maybe they're just greedy and they're trying to like ride the wave of the algorithms of something. But if you're a truther, if you're really looking for the truth, why would you even allow yourself to go there? I'll tell you what I have a problem with right now Stephen D. Kelly doing.
this is what bothers me the most.
Please,
All right.
Gabby, stick with us.
Is
Don't
that
go away. We're
he
going to take
had
our 5 minute
petitions
break, okay?
all the time that he would have people sign
sounds like you
for
just
those
woke up.
White House
Hopefully
petitions.
considering
Save the
the
children
update,
underneath the
but I also
Getty.
have Terry
Save the
Place.
Live from Damascus, Syria on Revolution Roundtable.
Did you guys know that? Did you know that when I was first on Revolution Radio, there was nothing about child trafficking going on underneath the Getty at all in the beginning? I went to the Getty and
No, there was a CCN,
yeah.
All about
with Stephen
Syria.
Kelly and James Robert Wright. When I first moved back,
She fell
to
years
the
ago.
Also, we
area,
have a
James
very
Robert
active chat. I
Wright
didn't say
stayed
anything about
in,
that yet, but
and he's
not
also
chat
a
room.
Project
Right,
Camelot.
Gabby,
Gordon J.
you have a lot of friends in chat. I don't
Stephen
know.
D. Kelly is also came out on Project Camelot. Stephen D. Kelly also was a bodyguard for Carrie Cassidy, but they are in another club. You know,
Oh, she flipped
they
her
were
whole
already
script over to weed.
positioned and knew each other before
Here's what I
came
wanted.
into the picture. I've never met Carrie face to face. I've never had an actual conversation.
Last week, but this week it's
But
not
I
a
know
Halloween
her
show.
through like Steven. I know
Well, it is a Halloween show.
other
Liar.
It is Halloween, but we just kind of a Halloween.
You know me from St.
thing
Louis,
going on,
Missouri.
but no, you probably don't care anyway. You know what? I might as well just do a few announcements here before we go. I get started. Revolution Radio is the number one listener-supported radio station on the internet. Also, we are on the radio airwaves as well. And it's because of you that we have freedom of speech and the ability to not have commercial people control what we say. And first of all, I want to thank you so much for your support. But also, please do keep supporting us. You know, we are, this is an amazing network, and it's one of a kind, and we just want to keep it pure. And also, you know, we do need your support to keep it going. I mean, we've got to, you know, we've got to pay for things and the lights and the service, electricity, and all of it takes your effort from all of us to make it happen. So please do go to our support site page and make a donation.
I have a video.
Very much on that. We are going to get into the new month, and so you know, we definitely could use
radio broadcast that I was
also,
on.
we do have a Facebook page. And it's growing exponentially, and that's where you can find out where you can see all of our wonderful memes.
I interviewed Stephen because he wrote a book
fact, I had one
called Cities Under the Flame. When I first got on Revolution Radio, he was very helpful.
Mike Blue Hair Smith, and he does have blue hair.
Before I started my show on it.
Definitely.
At the time when I was on Revolution Radio, the Bundy Ranch up in Nevada had happened.
Like our page, find out what we're doing. And keep us all informed. I also want to give a shout out to the chat today. Everybody's really, really friendly. I love how there's so many people who are comment, wild comment, comment elements. You know, Herbal Fuzzy is there. Pat comment. You know, comment.
And Nighthawk sent me to live stream LaVoy Finnegan's funeral in Oregon, and I did that as well. You know, like he paid me to go out there, and I live streamed that.
Freedom of Joyce with Ferguson, Missouri live streamer Mike Blue Hair. Very interesting.
And when I went to the Getty
bullshit.
footage, I knew nothing about children underneath the Getty. It was about him and his book, and his twin brother both worked in lasers, and his brother knew the trust person from the Getty Museum. I've read the book. And they got invited to the opening, and he talks about how there's an elevator that goes down, and that's where all the best art goes. And it's connected to the underground. This is where the elite is going to escape to when apparently something like this is happening, like disaster or whatever. When everything goes nuts, they're going to escape and go underground and live underground. Like LA has all these, and I'm not disputing that there's not underground tunnels. I'm not saying that there isn't, but that was that was arc. That was the whole thing. That was his premise. That was when he came out. When he came out on the scene, he was an ex-CIA NSA contractor, made laser guns, had his guns were featured in magazines and stuff like that. And he says that he sold guns to the Ollie North people. So he's part of that. That some of that was his stuff. That was the story. And at the time when I was on Revolution Radio, he was getting invited to do like press TV and do speak on there and RT Today. So that's why I find this interesting too, because Stephen is a person that has held the title of being connected to the NSA and the CIA and has given like an expert type of witness or testimony when he was speaking on television. And then he went into, then he had Revolution Radio. He didn't really get along with Nighthawk that well and stuff. And so he left. There's a North in my tail. This is one from the essay. So I need to go through this a little bit with you because I'm waking up to something. I'm going, wait a second here. There's things that are not adding up for me. All right. And what's not adding up for me is, all of a sudden it's about kids under the Getty, and the term 100,000 children underneath the Getty, because he just picked that up erroneously. Is it an eclipse tonight? Oh my God. Well, cheers on that. An eclipse. My God. This is kind of weird. Now you put it in this in a whole other spin. So it ends up being about the Getty and what's underneath the Getty, and then he created a meme that said 100,000 children under the Getty. And Craig Sawyer, remember Craig Sawyer that came out and had that his bio has all the Hollywood stuff behind it and everything, and Stephen and him got in a fight and all this kind of stuff. And one of the arguments that Craig Sawyer had was it doesn't sound real. Like, how could there be 100,000 children underneath there? Who's feeding them and this and that? And then Stephen was like, well, no, it doesn't. Like, they have this banter, but no, it doesn't sound real, does it? Ask yourself, does 100,000 children under the Getty Museum right now sound real to you? I have to ask myself that. I mean, if I'm going to sit here and be someone that's going to tell you the truth, or what I think is the actual truth, I got to ask myself, because you know what, Stephen's never explained how those kids are there, how he knows this information. Has he ever said, how does he know this information? I've dated the man, and I haven't heard the explanation. I just kind of blindly went along with it.
I guess you know that the staff out there at that time was proposed almost exclusively.
And now he had people sign petitions. Did you sign a petition to go to the White House to ask the military to come in and save the children, 100,000 children under the Getty? You know what else has 100,000 children to it? Phil Schneider said that there were 100,000 children that were trafficked in the underground bases. He was the first to say. He talked about adrenochrome and associated with aliens. Right? I think adrenochrome's real. But 100,000 things, 100,000 children, 100,000 stuff is already a quaint saying that was already out there. And what he told me was, he said, well, there's not really 100,000 children under the Getty at the same time, but it's probably at one time there's been 100,000 children. And the phrase just sounds good. It pops. It gets people's attention. Oh, yeah, it sure does, because it's been done before. It's not even original.
Eyes over my lead, BBDs. I will leave the city's rush, leave the
I'll tell you something. I don't like people that aren't original. Come up with your own shit. Okay? If you're gonna do a joke, make it original.
Where the scenery is lush, I long to see the lush. Room of clouds.
So yeah, I'm shaking the tree tonight, and you know, hey, if this is my last live stream, download it, keep it for yourself. I don't care. Talk about it. I'm kind of disgusted right now with everything, to be honest. And so, if a bunch of people keep signing petitions to the White House, well, eventually, that got the attention of Mother Jones. Do you know Mother Jones magazine? You know, the magazine that came out, like, I guess in the 60s or 70s or whatever. It's a left-wing leaning paper. Well, what did Mother Jones talk about? QAnon. QAnon's on the domestic terrorist list. QAnon. And they talked about the petitions. He got a mention in the petition in Mother Jones. And Stephen was happy about it. I'm like, this is not good. This is a setup. This is a setup. What's good about this article that is like talking bad about QAnon? It does nothing. If there is truth, which I think there is, if there's real truth, it's gone now. All credibility is gone. You can't just sit back and go, oh, you know, yeah, QAnon's a psyop, and we're the truth media. We took over the psyop. And we took over the other side of the what? You accepted a psyop for what? What? So you can have the daddy in the middle of the Q map that's not even real in the first place? And mainstream media also interviewed him as the QAnon guy. You know, and now he's anti-Trump. And just all over the place. And I really think that I lost my Facebook page because of my association. Because of the fact that I was an admin. And by the way, let's get back to the Kai Irving guy and the Hollywood pedo march and Patrick Moore. When I was doing that march, I noticed them. I noticed them say. I noticed Kai go MAGA QAnon, and I looked into the camera while I was doing the live stream. I go, he just said QAnon. Well, that's also being associated in this, blah, 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 blah. I did like a brief explanation. I go, why is he saying QAnon? Why is he saying QAnon? I didn't know that this Hollywood pedo march was going to be part of QAnon. Okay. Then there were some guys there that apparently were like the bodyguards, but they were dressed real aggressive, almost like Antifa people. And they didn't have a real friendly attitude. And I came by with my camera and they kind of gave me an attitude. And I did a video after the live stream, and I questioned these things. And I questioned their demeanor. I questioned, because we were told that we were not supposed to hide our face, and we're just going to come out, and we're going to be peaceful protesters, there's nothing aggressive. But when you went to the Facebook page, and you looked at, you know, the invitation, or, you know, the invite to go to the march, they had this, you know, video that was all, big music and people fighting in the street and all this kind of stuff. Like it was going to be, this kind of big deal. And it wasn't, and nobody was aggressive, but I questioned it, and I made a video about it. Patrick called me up the next day, and he goes, what do you mean that? I'm upset about what you said. And I go, what do you mean? He's, well, you're saying that they're dressed like Antifa and blah, 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 blah. And I go, okay, but they are. He goes, they were willing to risk their lives for us that day. And I'm like, all right. I go, fine. I said, I'll make an amendment on another video and say, well, you know what, they were really to risk their lives for us. And they're not really bad guys. But I'm not taking back what I said. Why are they dressed like that? Why are they looking aggressive? Well, that was the end of our own relationship. Boop, over with. I stepped out of the box.
You're chewing that biometric gum, even being that.
To go there and question what that was all about. And then Kai Irvin started arguing with Steven. It was like the dueling, like he was in one group and Steven wouldn't let them in his group, and they were pissed off and they started getting a fight. And then I went to Patrick and I go, what the hell's going on here? Well, how does Kai know Steven? I don't understand. We did this thing and now you guys knew each other. Because I didn't even tell Steven that I did the I didn't even tell him I met Kai. But they were all arguing and this and that, blah, blah, blah. And it just exploded into this control. And then the Kai guy was he got his people on me on Twitter and they were like all harassing me and and then he would do these videos. He did a video where he live streamed himself on Facebook where he had a police officer come out that researched stuff about Steven. Because Steven does something things online like flightdog.com and stuff like that. I'm not gonna lie. All right. And he was saying he's blah blah blah. He's trying, it's just really weird. And then he tried to, and this video got taken down. He tried to instigate his friends to come and get us or harm us or something. It got really awful. And then the Facebook group was hacked. The Facebook group got hacked. John Elias's profile was hacked. And somebody got into it, which is Kai's group. And, they went, where we go, oh, WWA, and I go, did you just write that, Stephen? And he goes, no, I go, we've been hacked. And we spent, we were up all night trying to get John Elias to realize that his profile was hacked, and he had to go to Facebook to try to correct it. And then there was a while back where Facebook had 50,000 profiles that were hacked and this and that, compromised. And I was one of those profiles. And I was in that group. And if you did the math, the hack may have actually been that group. Okay. So I just want to tell you that story of the things that have happened around QAnon. And I can go longer, but I'm not going to just keep rehashing that one story. So when people say, and I've had people they would I got in fights with people on Facebook over QAnon. I have people just people that are in this media, people that are UFO people, maybe smaller channels or whatever, telling me, QAnon this and how come just being mean about it online. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Helena Phoenix from Revolution Radio told me when a while back, I said, there's no arrest happening. Angela Power Disney, one of the things that irritated me the most recent about it, she goes, oh, these arrests are happening in Hollywood. I go, no, I'm in Hollywood. There's no arrest happening in Hollywood. There's no arrest happening. David Wilcock has been talking about arrests since 2011 or 2012 and indictments. These indictments are happening. This and that. Well, no, they're not happening. They're not happening. They're not happening. So, where do we go from here with this? Well, I suggest that I know that people are getting their channels dumped and they're coming back with something new. I saw that Angela Power Disney has a new channel. Okay, if you have a fresh start, then stop lying to people. Huh? Stop attacking the very people that you're supposed to be telling the truth for. Disassociate yourself from QAnon. Okay, so my point about signing those petitions and Mother Jones and everything, I was kicked out of the QAnon group about a year ago or so, maybe a couple years ago. And with that being kicked out of the group, Steven and I had an argument. He kicked me off of Truth Cat Radio. And I thought, good, maybe it's best I'm not associated with that group anymore. I wanted to move on. I didn't believe it. And I thought, no, I don't want it. Just, it wasn't right for me. And then Steven had a heart attack. And because of his living situations and that, I can't just call up and say, hey, are you all right? And the only way that I could get information, because, well, he's posting in the QAnon group. And I go, I'm not in the group. I'm not in the group. And then when I talk to him later, he goes, well, I was posting in the QAnon group. I go, I'm not in the group. I can't see what you're saying. I can't see that you're okay. I can't see any of those things. So when that group got dumped and another group started, I got an invitation to be in the group, and I joined it from him, only because I wanted to be able to see that he was all right. Well, lo and behold, that he was using another profile. He was using a profile of R.D. Palmer's. Steven's used a lot of people's profiles. I think he's probably spent more time on some other people's profiles than he was on his own, because he kept being in jail. So he says, right? I just thought, wow, what if it was like, hey, I'm gonna do all this shit with your profile, pretend like I'm in jail, so I can hide underneath your profile, and then I pop back someday with my own profile. That would be the biggest freaking screw you, right? So I went in that group, and that group went down, and a bunch of profiles associated with that group went down, and my profile went down at the same time. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to get another Facebook profile. I was lucky. I'm just building back. I'm starting over. I'm having my great reset on Facebook, basically. My new social media digital, start. And I'm going to start over different. Unfortunately, when I worked in comedy clubs, right? There's some clubs that you can just go up in and you can be so free. And there's some audiences that you can be so free and you can say whatever you want. And even if you're, risque or a little offensive or whatever, that crowd is where they're open to hearing things be truthful and honest and, full of free speech and the rawness of it. And I love it. I love to see people speak like this. I love to hear, the real, rawness. I'm not offended by foul language, really. And by the way, I want to give a shout out to Stephen Cambion on his show, Truth Seekers. I've been had the opportunity to be on it a few times before I went into jail, YouTube jail. And I like it. I like what he does, and I like his rawness with what he says. I also like Zeph Daniel when he swears. I know some people he's like, I gotta stop that, this and that, blah blah. But sometimes a swear word is necessary, and if you punctuate it in the right spot, it can be very funny, and you use the word in a useful way, because sometimes I don't feel like things are authentic unless somebody is maybe letting themselves swear, or letting themselves just something is coming out of them. Not like they created a speech, or not like they're not being authentic, or they're not trying to manipulate you. I'm not trying to manipulate you and get you to be my Jedi, or I'm not trying to manipulate you and make sure that you think exactly like I do. You know what? If you sat here and you didn't and you agreed with me on everything that came out of my mouth, that would be boring. I would almost rather have people be mad at me and argue with something than you would just have people, everything you say is right. Yeah, there's and if you question Stephen, I'm pretty sure probably after this podcast, this stream, eventually he's gonna just block me. and I won't be talking to him anymore. And I don't want to argue these things with him, because if I did, he would tell me I was a Satanist, or he'd tell me that I'd fallen away, or there'd be some sort of psychological banter for me to question the reality of what's going on. Here's my reality of what I think is going on. He had these people sign these petitions. Then his group went down. His group, and their profiles went down. And I know some people that had a hard time getting another profile again. And they're marked. And the reason why Zuckerberg, you know, one of the questions that the Senate hearing had, Zuckerberg said, well, the guy, you know, when they were questioning him, and the guy says, are you watching someone's profile? Are you communicating with Twitter about an individual and then making decisions on how you're going to, like, disable them or whatever together based on your communication with Twitter about people? And it's, no, we're not doing that. But, you know, in a situation where there's terrorism, we are allowed to do this. Oh, yeah? Yeah, like QAnon terrorism? Do you know what the Patriot Act is? Like, you know, the being a domestic terrorist and what happens to people that get put in place because they're domestic terrorists? They don't get a trial. You're just guilty for that in and of itself. So if QAnon is a domestic terrorist group and you're in a QAnon group, of course YouTube could you know, it doesn't matter if I was talking against QAnon. It's in the title, and even if I was vacillating between whether they were real or not real, I'm still part of the problem according to them. Right? I mean, is YouTube, I mean, like, how adept are the people that are really listening to content being able to figure out exactly what you're doing and what you're talking about? I know that this was the plan. And a lot of the people that were associated with QAnon were like Kyrie threatening me. Or people that were associated with Steven, some of the women and stuff like that came, I mean, they would just be weird. Like, I just found another a tweet right now that a lady, they all have the name Cat in their name. K-A-T something, blank something, something. I noticed that. The Twitter lady, the lady I blocked a while ago, had 2 profiles with the name Cat. I go, why do you have 2 profiles? Oh, because I might use the other one. Oh, no, so because you're spamming shit with one of them, you might lose the other one, right? Well, what does that make you? Inauthentic? Abusing? See, he went down because he was using other people's profiles. He went down because other people were doing double profiles and stuff like this and doing stuff like that, you know, going after whatever. That's a cyber thing, right? That kind of acts like, maybe, is that online terrorism? Is that considered online terrorism? And all the people that signed those petitions and whatever, guess what? You don't think they don't have your name? Is that the purpose? Was that the purpose, to make you sign something so you'd be on a list? These are the questions I have. And when the second thing went down, and I had, before, when that happened, I lost my Facebook page. And I gave Steven a message on Skype. I lost my Facebook page. He never responded. He never responded. He said, oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, really? Your Facebook page that you've had since 2009 went down. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Well, then I see a video, and I'm sitting there going, oh, well, everybody, QAnon admin, you know, QAnon, from the QAnon admin. He had these videos like QAnon message, you know, admin, you know, whatever. Oh, everybody, you know, it's really going down right now. They're really coming after us. The truth is really risky. Our Facebook group went down again, and some of the profiles went down with it. I'm like, oh, really? Oh, is that right? Is that right? Wow. And I knew, and my intuition, I should have listened to it. When he gave me that information, that invitation, I was like, don't do it. Don't do it. Something inside me goes, don't do it. And I didn't. I did it because I go, no, but I got to figure out if he's okay. That would be wrong. I don't know. I had this inner dialogue in my head, and I did it. I lost my profile. But that was part of me waking up. That was that part of me going, wait a second here. And I knew it was happening. I wasn't being honest with myself. I wasn't being honest about what I really think right now. And I want to go back to that video I have in my channel right now about Revolution Radio. I have to let you guys know something also that's going on with my channel. I'm probably going to go here pretty soon. I don't know how long I've been on. Oh my goodness, I've been on for like 90 minutes. Thank you, the Sixth Sense knows. Oh, hey. Where's the kitty? Yeah, come on. Oh, I just hit his head. That's awful. Oh, look at my hair's on him. This is Jasmine. Okay. It's I give him the Temptations. He knows where his snacks are. It's not really my cat. It's the cat that lives here where I park my RV at. So, but he's become he's like kind of like mine. I miss person. I miss human. That's Jasmine's human. Okay. Where was I in this? The QAnon thing. I was going to close up with that. Okay, so QAnon, you signed petitions, the group went down, and now we're in this political spectrum that we are. God, I got distracted about something. What was I talking about? Revolution Radio. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. Revolution Radio. All right, so I had to dump my iPad because I didn't back up and I had too much stuff on it, but I found in my Google Drive this old broadcast. And Nighthawk, okay, remember I told you about those domains and stuff like that. Nighthawk in the broadcast says that he was a coder, that he wrote code. That's what I do. I put a code on stuff. And he described how he uploaded some disgusting stuff, was paid like $10,000 to upload for an individual, something that would only be online for 18 minutes. Whatever it was so disgusting that a bunch of people, I guess, were paying for it to look at it and watch it for just 18 minutes, and then it would disappear. And he said that it was crack addicted, pregnant crack addict women, that were strippers or something like that, that he was uploading.
Remember, that's how you adopted that baby.
It was really gross and this and that, blah, blah, blah. But it was $10,000. That's what I do. I put a code on stuff. And I started to think about those domains, those domains between, Carrie Cassidy and everybody, and them not wanting to explain what it is, and blah, 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 blah. Is that, and I started wondering, I go, is that what it is? Like it was a place for them to code some sort of something that somebody wanted to look at for $10,000. Think about what somebody would pay somebody to code something that could be online for only 18 minutes. Think about what that content could possibly be. Just let your imagination go what that content could possibly be. Because it could be a snuff film, it could be a CP, it could be all kinds of stuff that somebody's done. And I made a video a while back about it, where I brought it up when I was angry in the video, rather, because I'm being harassed by certain people, and I said, you have 48 hours to take my graphics down off of your channel, because like they say, you go to the people first. I go, you stole a video of mine and you turn it around and you're saying that I'm a drug addict, because I deleted a live stream that I did because they were tormenting me while I was doing my live stream, and it got me all caught up, and I did this live stream, and I thought, well, I better delete that because somebody could take it and use it against me and frame it something different, but it really isn't that. Well, that's exactly what they did. And there's a specific channel that did that. And then I said, well, you know what? You guys need to stop calling me a drug addict just because I'm investigating you. If that's your only response, is that you could call me a drug addict. And it's such an easy hit because I came into this media online talking about cannabis, and I joined Revolution Radio. I mean, I've got a picture of me dressed up like the Statue of Liberty, holding up a bong with a barrel of olive leaf over my breast. It's an easy hit to call me a drug addict because I'm so out there and blatant. I exercise civil disobedience not because I want to sit around and be able to go, oh, I have the right to get high. I have the right to use cocaine. I have the right to use heroin or whatever. Although I'm thinking, what's the point? You know, I interviewed a guy from LEAP. He's the organization of prohibition, basically, and their belief is there's law enforcement that believes there's certain drugs that you shouldn't even have to, don't even worry. Like, why are we legislating laws on morality rather than what might be harmful? Like, if somebody's in their house and they're doing a lot of cocaine and they want to do that for that evening, and they're not bothering anybody, it's almost like a waste of police time and everything. Like, just let them do it if they're doing it like in a recreational way that's like not harming others and themselves or whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's like there are people, there are law enforcement or people that have been in law enforcement that actually believe that. And those same people are they backed cannabis legislation. But I became a cannabis person when I realized what people were actually trying to make it illegal. And the very people that are doing it are the ones that are destroying everything that we're doing right now. Like it's the Rockefellers, it's the DuPonts, it's J.P. Morgan, it's Chase Manhattan, it's William Randolph Hearst, and they ran, and it's the first propaganda. It's the first propaganda where they said, oh well, it was racist. Oh, there's black jazz musicians are giving weed to the white women and they're having sex with them, and we have to stop this. So the Mexicans brought it over the border, so they called it marijuana. I'm sure, like, I'm preaching to the choir, but see, the fact of the matter is cannabis can be paper, fiber, fuel, energy. We can eat it. It's a medicine. It's a far, I've researched so many people that have gotten well. There's a concentrated form of it that has killed cancer cells. There are children that have gone into, it's children with autism. I interviewed a woman that had an autistic child. These were the things that I was interested in exposing, and that was like and that's why they wanted a cannabis person on their show. I did not come in, being a psychic. I didn't come in, being a UFO person or knowledge of UFO or anything. I didn't come in fighting, the elite pedophile rings or anything like that. Not when I first came on. So if you don't like what I have to say, if you don't like what I'm investigating about you, if you don't like the fact that I'm pointing you out as a phony, because I can't stand phonies. I can't stand liars. I can't stand people that come out and call themselves the truth media and then they harm other people. It's like taking a bunch of people like sheep and letting them go off the freaking cliff. And then what? You did it with somebody else's profiles? Oh, how convenient. Some of these people have no business calling themselves truth anything. And that's how I really feel about this. And I think that they've done harm to the real truth of anything that's out there. I think there is a other life. I think there is something UFO going on. Okay? If you really want to know. I think people are psychic. I know that there were psychic soldiers. It's already had a movie done about it called The Men Who Stare at Goats. There is a fact to a lot of the things that we're talking about, but it's not the real fact because we have a bunch of provocateurs going in there running a freaking circus. Well, it's not my monkey and it's not my circus anymore. And I'm divorcing myself from it. I don't belong to any of these people. I happen to experience them. I happen to see the bullshit. Okay? And I'm going to say it's bullshit. I don't think there are children underneath the Getty, guys. And if there is, it's not 100,000. And if there is, it's been ruined because nobody's going to take it seriously at this point. And then it seems like, oh, they're Jedis, and we're doing, we're fighting people in the astral plane. Okay, maybe that does exist, but why include it in something that you're trying to make legitimate? Like the one thing I said about like what cannabis people were wrong is like, oh, it's medical marijuana, but you go to one of the functions, they're all dressed like whores, wearing like, vinyl, like going, oh, hey everybody, oh, it's medical marijuana. Okay, yeah, that looks real medical. You think people want to like look at you and go, oh, you know what? You're really about sick people and people with cancer patients, but you're having a big old freaking party going, I've got my medical marijuana card. Like a bunch of people used it as an excuse just to like use it, but not actually really going into educating people about what could really be. And now we're saying like, oh, we got this global reset, and you're not going to be able to eat that much meat anymore, and blah 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 and blah blah blah. And get your little box, and you're going to get a carbon tax if you fart or something, and you're not going to be able to own anything. You're going to have a drone and just come and drop your. I made a joke. It's actually Christine Hart on Facebook. She's like, well, if they're going to say I don't own anything, I don't own anything anyways. And I go, yeah, well, what are you going to do? Like, like, am I going to have my hair piece? Like, am I going to have a messy bun, like, flown into me by a drone for one day or something? Like, what part of it, like, not owning something is it? And you're going to like it, and you're going to be happy. And look how they tell you, you're not going to own anything, but you're going to be happy. You're going to be happy, you're going to live in your little box, you're going to pay your carbon tax, and then we're all going to worship, we're all going to run off and realize that we're Palladians and we're star seeds and indigos. I'm saying those things don't exist, but that's the future, and that's the role that these people have played. And are they telling you the truth? Maybe some of it, because again, tell the truth and then tell some untruth, and then you don't know what the truth really is. I think they need to have more integrity. Because look what's going on. And guess who's going to be the victim? You are. You're the victim. I'm the victim. And I'm going to call it out. And if I lose this channel, I'll call it out on the other channel. And if you want to find me on Facebook, I'm on Facebook. If you want to find me I'm probably going to start a Podbean and upload thing on Spreaker. I'm on Spotify, not my rabbit hole. Probably maybe have to float around on different platforms, but I'm not going to stop. Great news about the strike. Oh, okay. So I have Hookstead here. They're saying great news about the strike. They're gloating. Okay, so let me say something to the Hookstead people that I think you should probably be very concerned about. I think you Hookstead people should be very concerned about something. You're taking credit for my strike, which means that you're collectively going after people to get them strikes, which means that you're cyberbullying people. All right, another thing I would like to mention to you Hookstead people is that you're the spirit in the sky. The spirit of the sky person that took my deleted live stream and then turned it around and called me a drug addict, and while you guys sit back and humiliated me on your profiles. What, to defend somebody? Is this what you do? Because I'm not talking about him. You're attacking me right now because I was uncovered Angela Powered Disney, and that's supposed to be somebody that you go after. So why are you going after me for calling Angela Powered Disney out as being part of you? Huh? How does that make me the bad guy that you want to shut me up? Because one would think that you guys would like it, but you don't. You don't. I'm not talking about Ricky Dearman. I'm not accusing Ricky Dearman of anything. And if you look at my channel, you'll see that I haven't really even said much about him. And by the way, my interviews of Angela Parrott Disney are gone because I don't even want her on my website. Okay? I think Angela Parrott Disney is a phony. And Mouse Trouser number 3. Nice of you to leave me a message on your video. But you know what? You spelt my name wrong. And that's not really good for a witch, now is it? Witches that don't know how to spell right? So sorry. Because your little spell, your little threat doesn't do shit. And if I lose my channel over this, oh well. So be it. I'll just go on. You have no power over me whatsoever. I don't even care about you guys. But I'll tell you something. One of you guys messed up. You messed up big time because YouTube is actually investigating my channel. Oh yeah, I finally got YouTube. I finally got YouTube's ear. Because you know what you did? You took that video that I did. You took that video where I said, take my video down before I sue you because you're engaging in slander and it's against the law. And I said, you know what else too? I'm a known person. You know, I've been famous. I was famous in the United States for a hot minute. And I'm a public personality. And you are using defamation of character by calling me a drug addict with absolutely no evidence whatsoever. Same thing for Angela Parrott Disney. You have no evidence that I'm a drug addict. Same thing for Randy Moggins. You have no evidence that I'm a drug addict. Because I'm a cannabis advocate does not make me a drug addict. That is a lie. That is a lie, and I will come after you for it. All right? That's a whole nother issue. I can get a lawyer. I can get a cease and desist, and this is not okay. And I have reported your profiles, but you know what? Nothing about that's happened yet. But you know what you messed up on? You know what you messed up on? Is I had a video, and I said, Angela Parrott Disney, blah, 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 take my stuff down. And I had a video, and I talked about those codes. I talked about, guys, take this video. Not Hoaxdead. You take my video, you're going to get a copyright strike. You take this video and use it against me, you'll get a copyright strike. YouTube already knows. Okay? So, what happened was, guys, this has never been done. I've never had this happen to my account. Matter of fact, I have 2-step authentication on my YouTube channel. Spirit in the Sky took my deleted live stream, turned it around and went, don't do drugs, kids. I was specifically doing a video to them, and then I made mention of Nighthawk's thing about the coding, and I go, a coder, I go, you know what, you know, and I made mention, I go, is that how you guys do it? Is that how you do it? You code stuff, and then it disappears like 18 minutes later, and you, one of you guys probably, I don't know if it's you, but if it is you, I'd be sweating it. Someone hacked that video, removed what I said in the video, and uploaded my deleted live stream to it. You hacked a video, took out the original content, and uploaded a deleted live stream to it. Oh, that's a big mistake, guys. That is a cyber crime. That is a cyber hack. And that is beyond just you guys bullying people all over social media, defending your guy, whom I haven't said hardly shit about, except I criticized Angela Parrott Disney. And you're after me. And you hacked my video. Well, you know what I did? I went to YouTube. I watched a video. How do you get a hold of people? I tried to give you privacy. That's right. But I had to show that I had copyright. Well, how do I prove copyright for something that's been deleted? So, wow, this is a real pickle. So I went online. I looked where, you know, what to do when people get hacked. One girl said, you know, Twitter won't, YouTube will respond to you if you go at Twitter. So I went at Twitter. My account's been hacked. My video was hacked, and re-uploaded of my deleted live stream. Oh, they know that people have been trying to take my channel. I've been in communication, like direct communication with YouTube. A human being has been communicating me. Can you believe that? Can you believe that Twitter actually said, I'm so sorry this has happened to you. Twitter was compassionate to me about what maybe one of you guys did. You did a federal crime by hacking my video. Why? Because you want to cyberbully me? Because you want to make me look like a fool? Because you want to intimidate me? Because you want to scare me? Somebody went a little nuts. Somebody couldn't take what I said in that video, and you had to hack it and remove it. And you know what? YouTube, they have specialists on it now. They have specialists researching it. So sit back and laugh and gloat and act like you got a head on something, but I would be watching your fucking back. It's not a threat. I'm not threatening your livelihood. I'm saying the truth might find out that I was hacked. And you know where else I'm going? Tomorrow, they told me that I need to go to law enforcement about you guys. Yeah, that's right. They said if you report it to us, and then if you don't feel safe, go to law enforcement. Guess what? Tomorrow, I'm not just going to law enforcement. I'm going to the FBI. I'm going to the cyber department. No, Angela Power Disney and I are not secretly working together. That's a lie. Angela Power Disney and I are not secretly working together. Do you have proof of that? I don't like Angela Power Disney. Did you not see my video about her? Who's Angela Power Disney? Yeah. It's not favorable. Did you not get the memo? When you guys come out and you stalk people and you harm people, did you not get the memo that I don't like Angela Power Disney? How stupid are you? You don't even know how to cyberbully anybody completely. All of your profiles right here that made a comment, I would suggest you remove them. Guys, look at these profiles. These are the people that are terrorizing me. They showed up. You showed your face. I feel sorry for you guys. Do you not have a life? You don't have a life? Oh, she's working with Andrew Power Disney. She's blah, 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 blah. She's blah, 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 blah. You don't know me. You don't know me. And I'm really sick of dealing with your asses because I want to get on and do my business. I want to get on and do my podcast. I want to get on and not talk about Angela Power Disney anymore. I don't care about you guys. I want you out of my life. And you hacked my YouTube. You committed a federal crime. You committed a federal crime. You hacked my video. That's a crime. Yeah, you can sit back and report people's channels and do whatever you want. You can sit back and you can do that. What are they paying you? They paying you to write the things that you write? I'm not even going to read it. Are they paying you? What a sad person you are. Every single one of you. And somebody hacked my account. Somebody hacked my account and you know it. You know it. And I will not stop until it gets investigated. It's being investigated. I'm not making this up. You want me to read it? Shall I read it? Should I read it? Why not? I got it on my other one. Actually, hold on, I know where it's at. I sent it to somebody. I sent it to a few people. Oh, here it is. Okay, here's what they said. Hello. Well, I can't confirm if your Google account was compromised. And by the way, my Google account was not compromised because a lot of times people get hacked. They click onto a phishing link, and then that gets somebody to go into their profile, and then they can take over it that way. They can change the email and redirect it. Okay, that's one way that somebody can hack your YouTube. That didn't happen to me because I two-step verification already before the hack happened. So they went in and they hacked the video itself, which is a little more high-tech. So whoever did that knew what they were doing, which also makes it all a little more suspect. Maybe it's not Hosted, but they replaced it with the same video that was stolen off of my live stream on November 1st. So it makes it a little bit more possible that it is the Spirit of the Sky profile. I mean, it's interesting that it's my stolen live stream. So whoever stole my live stream hacked my account, most likely. But in my mind, I thought maybe it's not Hosted, maybe it's not Spirit of the Sky, maybe it's somebody from the UFO camp, like a Randy Moggins or something like that. But because of the fact that it was the stolen live stream that was like was hacked and re-uploaded to it, and I have another video explaining it. All right, it's a little bit different. So YouTube, see my letters on YouTube? Okay. YouTube says, well, I can't confirm if your Google account is compromised. You should watch out for something is wrong. Some signs to look out for are channel changes you didn't make or uploaded videos that aren't yours. Okay. You may also get email notifications about these videos in relation to penalties or strikes against bad content. I recommend you following the steps to secure your account. Okay, so turn on two-step verification for security. I had already done that, so that was already done. Here's the best part. Here's the best part, guys. This made my day. In the meantime, I'll reach out to different team of specialists who will be able to look into your account security more closely. Someone from my team will follow up with more details soon. Someone from their team is going to follow up with me with more details soon.
He's not some kind of celebrity and, an access on the next
You don't think they can't find out that happened? At the very least, Spirit of the Sky's video of me will probably go down because it is me and it was mine. And you can't do that. All of you guys out there that are taking other people's videos and putting them up and then ridiculing them on your channel, guess what? You can get a copyright strike like tomorrow for it. You can't do that, and you certainly can't do that and then falsely accuse them of being a drug addict. That's not right. And again, I'm not friends with them. Have you not seen my show? Have you not seen Angela Paradiddle just trashing me in her videos before her channel was taken down? Like, what pipe are you smoking out of? Okay? You need to get off my channel right now. Because anything that you say right now is evidence. Evidence that I can show the FBI tomorrow. How nice of you to show up. I have more evidence.
Well, that's even worse. Yeah, that's terrible. But it was very, very.
Because whoever hacked my account is probably in some pretty big trouble.
Yeah, they are, and it's a slightly scary thing. But then I realized, looking back, that it was a very scary thing for my parents.
Yeah.
Big trouble.
When they saw me.
You guys made a big mistake when you hacked the video. That's where you cross the line.
Sure they get as much training as they possibly can, and they
sit back and relax on the eclipse and realize that you're being exposed. You're being exposed for not only being harassing people, saying lies about me on my channel, showing up on my in my comment section, but you're being investigated.
Not a motorcycle. But you start dating.
Why don't you guys all sit down and have a powwow and figure out what you're gonna do now? Get the hell off my channel.
She won't be interested if she
She's allowed to start dating and have.
You're a loser.
I think it's reasonable.
Get a life.
Well, I understand that.
Get a real job.
I couldn't agree more. If I ever have a daughter, she'll in her 40s. Oh, no, enjoy yourself.
It is a worry.
Yeah, you didn't think it was going to happen, did you? You didn't think I was going to be able to get to YouTube, did you? Well, you know what? Miracles happen.
Yeah.
Miracles happen all the time during an eclipse.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. I like the
I
way
can
you sort of
see
shape
clearly now the rain is
I'm the
gone.
master of the television interview. I like to do that. Well, that's all
Yeah.
right for you. Thanks. I think we should learn something. You are, everybody.
You don't have to have an account to be able to watch your video. There you go. They're not going to be able to trace that IP address. And if it's Spirit in the Sky. Yeah, but you really Spirit in the Sky.
Patience O'Brien.
Spirit in the Sky.
Hey, that was the name of the
Sweat
character
it.
in the Drew Carey show.
Sweat it because I gave the link. I let YouTube know who you guys were. YouTube knows what's going on. And then when and if it's you and you hacked me, oh boy. Maybe it's the end of you. Huh? You shouldn't consider that. Maybe you're the one going down.
Do you two know each other?
Yes.
You're so sure of yourself, right? So sure of yourself about what you're doing and you're so prideful and saying, oh, there's all these fake media people talking about this and that. I'm not a fake media person. Have you not watched my show? You came late to the party. I'm outing these people. I'm outing Ansel Power Disney. I'm outing Stephen Kelly. I'm outing Carrie Cassidy. Did you not get the memo? Yeah, you should have known who you're harassing.
Yeah, well, no,
Why are you here if I'm criticizing Ansel Power Disney?
Oh, you don't live here.
I don't work with her. I don't even like her. I blocked her for a year because she pulled some shit with me. No, I don't like Ansel Power Disney. But you do. Because you spend a whole lot of time over here bothering me over her.
Have you read the works of James Joyce? Don't worry, neither has anyone else.
Angela is an agent, in my opinion. And she came off of phony Miles Johnston Mason's project. And I think he's a big buffoon.
Hang on. Well-written critique of what I just said.
Okay.
6 years.
Dude.
I suggest you guys leave. Get off my channel. You're being investigated. Show's over. It's your final curtain call.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh, it's a, yes, I see. What do you do for a living? I'm a musician. I see. And so, what do you do for a living?
I don't care about you. I don't care about anything you have to say. Get off my channel.
No, I'm very. I have 2 kids. I was there. Do you know what I was surprised at?
I don't care about Ricky Dearman.
The additional material that you get.
I'm not talking about it
I was like,
on my channel anymore.
Yeah.
So go someplace else. Okay?
Surprise, baby.
Yeah,
Tell
yeah,
Angela I
surprise,
said
bonus gift.
piss off.
Have you ever
Give her my
attended one of
regards.
his free events? No. Yeah, I see.
Okay?
Have you ever attended one of his performances as a musician?
I have,
Yeah. What do you play?
I play guitar.
Mousetrap, whatever. Spirit in the Sky, whatever. You know, you all have their come and go with your names. All right? Want to get famous?
No.
This is happening.
John Brown channel.
Viral?
John Brown, the abolitionist. Look into it. It's important. And
Want to
you know
make
what else you need
news
to
for
look into?
hacking a YouTube
Do
video?
a Yahoo or Bing
Yes, I
search for Monograph, Denver, Colorado.
Cybercrime.
Look at the images.
And YouTube
Look at
needs
the
to
videos.
protect
It's all me, baby.
people.
It's all me.
You You should protect mine. And you. I bet it is. I bet money in Vegas that it's probably you guys. Now, if it's somebody else, I'll sit back and I'll tell everybody who it is, and I'll go, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody who made, who terrorized my channel and accused me of like working secretly with Angela. Are you kidding me? What a joke.
Oh, and it's live.
Sorry.
On top of it.
I got better things to do with my time than to talk about Hampstead with Angela Parrott Disney.
A year ago, though, people on this panel can attest to the fact that we sat at tables.
Game's over, guys. Go home.
And we kept second guessing ourselves. What was the point of this? Why even do this? What would this add? A year later, and taking our first baby.
Set up the hairdressers with the CDC.
All right, I'm gonna take off. Thanks for being here, you guys. And I still have a channel, and you're being investigated. Yeah, Spirit of the Sky, and all you guys. That Spirit of the Sky profile that has my deleted live stream. All right, and the fact that deleted live stream is in a video that was hacked doesn't look good.
During a time
no connection there.
Big time.
Fast Track City's St. Louis World AIDS Day celebration
Thank God you messed
during
up.
COVID.
Isn't that great?
That's
Hallelujah.
stupid.
You messed up. You
Dr. Mady Highway Show
And so
Davis.
what I am encouraged by, and what I know that this
Yay! I'm so glad you hacked my
has been
video.
embodied by the three speakers
That was a blessing in my favor.
Darius, I was
Because
not
now
ready. I'm humbled.
it's gonna go back on you. It's gonna
Jordan,
go back on
thank
you.
you for holding us accountable and letting
That's
us know
right.
where we need to go. And Ms. Taser,
And I
thank
have
you
a
for
right.
standing tall and
I had
true
a
and
right.
speaking
I
truth,
interviewed Angela
to the
Parrott Disney.
experience of Black women who are so
She
often,
approached me on
so
Facebook.
often
She,
not even put in the
I brought her on
conversation.
American Free Radio.
To
You
me,
guys started
the
trolling me
ability
then.
for us to bring this
I did a
type
couple
of
interviews with
conversation,
her. I
this type of
explored the
accountability,
topic like I
the
felt
types
like I
of
could.
questions in the chat that
I
we
didn't
have
realize that I
retrieved
wasn't
and we've
allowed
been
to
taking
explore
back with
something
us
or
makes
have a
me
guest.
so proud of the beginning.
I'm not
of
impressed by that
Fast Track City, 'cause
guest
that's all
anymore.
this is the beginning and the future of what's to come. Thank you
But
so
you-
much for joining us this evening.
You guys,
Thank you to all our
you're
partners. I
committing a
cannot go
crime.
through the list right now, but to every
Cyberbullying's
single
a crime
person who sits
too.
with us at the
But
table,
hacking,
to our fearless leader and
hacking a
mayor
video
for
on
showing up
YouTube
again,
is even
as she
more
always
of a
has
crime.
for us.
And
To
it's
Dr.
associated.
Eccles for always answering the call and
Who
coming
knew?
in not only with his mouth,
Let's
but
see
with
if
his
Spirit of the
pockets
Sky
and his
still has my
resources.
video up tomorrow.
We salute you. And to
Doesn't
everyone who
matter.
came this
They can
evening
figure out.
to celebrate
They already know.
this
I gave the links to them
momentous
2 days
day
ago.
that stands for so much. I appreciate you. We appreciate you, and we are so excited.
I was very productive.
Fonda, I'll let you wrap it up completely because you know me. If I get started,
I don't
I'm going to
want
get
to.
off my podium, child.
First of all, do you
So
realize
I'll
how
let you wrap us up.
expensive edibles are? You know, I like you know, like they have certain candy bars. Like,
You know what? You should just stop.
I'm
You should
sorry.
stop typing so fast.
Thank you to everyone on the
Marijuana
panel.
candy
We
bars.
appreciate you. We look forward to
First of all, it was, I mean, again, let's talk about the moral
better,
issue
and just keep in mind
about
that
doing that. That's just, you know, why would you get crushed the children in the first place? But I love how it
Terry Joyce connected with Ferguson,
There is the receptionist that you'll have
involved in the COVID corona AIDS epidemic, making the whole psyop, and here we got the city of St. Louis having the world's AIDS Day during the COVID lockdown. Brilliant.
use marijuana, you know, numbing out to like kids.
Ah.
I mean, if that's the case, I would just maybe just try to pass
Lydia
myself off
resigned because she was full of AIDS, and now you got her in an avatar.
Because I would really like to. I would have you. I mean, that would put my Crisco in a kind of thing. Look at what my Crisco is. When in a day, when I'm in a race, I gotta cool down.
This is getting put out by the city of St. Louis.
I'm kicking out the
Really. explain to people, you guys came against me. No, I'm not listening to this crap. I don't like it. You have an agenda. We'll deal with it later. That's all I got is rap attack.
Like my reputation precedes me. It's true, you know. I tell people, they go, "Oh my God, I'm so busy right now. I've got this project, that project." They go, "Oh, sure you are. You're just sitting back getting high." I'm like, okay. You know, thanks for telling me what I'm doing right now. One can only wish, but yeah, I'm out. I've been out for a while, and you know, sometimes when you're out, I feel like the Tin Man who needs a little bit of oil. You know, I don't know. I think sometimes I can't focus as well when I can't smoke. Sometimes my brain gets distracted, and I don't think I have you know, ADD or anything like that. But I do find that I can concentrate a little bit better, and I'm not as irritable, which I've noticed that too. So just taking notice. I do have a new sponsor though coming on board with the Freedom of Choice show, and because I do replay on the Time for Hemp network, and I also broadcast out of the Time for Hemp network, and that's at timeforhemp.com. If you're interested, there's not to plug like a total another network here where I'm on one network, but I am definitely affiliated with that network, and it's weedsap.com. And what I'm really excited about them, I'm so excited because what's going to happen? They're going to give me a packet. I get a sample packet. Yes, it's good to be the hempress. I'm going to get a sample packet of some herbs, and you know, it's smokable oils and dabs, and you can put them in your little vape pen. I don't have a vape pen, but I know that there's a vape pen in my future, and I'm excited about that. Okay, I'm just rambling about pot right now. And you're like, oh, Derek, can you get the way we're going to hear about other things? Stop talking about weed. Okay, but who out there, I'm sure that there's somebody listening here that is one of those lucky people. Maybe you live in Colorado or whatever, and I know that you're going to be having special care needs. You're going to have special Halloween care needs. And I feel like Charlie Brown. All I have is a rock in my bag.
You watched that last night too, huh?
No, I didn't. But you know, I always remember that one. I was like, so anyway, only one can hope. Maybe next year. And I'm going to keep everybody posted about my smokable oil. So, but anyway, yay to legalization, freedom of the cannabis, this freedom of choice, and I'm Carrie Joyce, and we're going to have a great Halloween show. But you know, I do want to bring something up again.
You have no honor.
Speaking of marijuana, what were you thinking about marijuana? I saw this posting where people are, what do you think,
I've seen a million good dicks in my life, you know.
That maybe because they find
You're so shallow.
Like, it's just like, let's say you're in your house and you're like, I'm going to medicate right now because I've got glaucoma. Or maybe you have like a disease, or maybe you're just like, hey, I'm in Colorado and it's legal and I'm going to smoke out in my backyard if I want to and eat some chips and guacamole and have a friend over and we're going to smoke weed and have philosophical conversations in my private garden, and then all of a sudden your neighbor next door goes, "What's that smell? What's that smell? Ooh, I find that odor to be offensive, you know." And then apparently they can maybe write you a citation, or I don't know what law they want to pass for that. And if we want to get to offensive odors. Let's just think about somebody who had, whose car isn't in the right place, or how do we now write tickets for people with body odor, or it's like, anyway, I'm rambling on that. I just think that's kind of silly. What next? Let's get the odor police out. I happen to personally like the smell. But this is what I say to those people that find the odor to be offensive. burn some sage. Sage yourself. Get rid of your bad attitude about what something smells like. Burn some incense or something. I don't know what to say. There was an interesting article too that I want to bring up, and this has to do with the subject matter that we're going to go into today a little bit. I mean, we're going to talk about a lot of various things, but I've been wanting to have Mike Smith on the show for a while to kind of give us his detailed experience of what happened when he did go to live stream in Ferguson, Missouri, and get into the subject matter. But one of the things I thought was really interesting is that Ferguson police officer Darren Wilson is reportedly expected to be eased out of the department. And I love how they say eased out. It's like how? I mean, after everything that he's done, we're just gonna ease them out. And a source tells MSNBC that Wilson, who fatally shot Michael Brown and touched off months of protests, will be eased out of the Ferguson Police Department and might resign. He just might resign after killing somebody. The report also stated that Chief Thomas Jackson would resign, but the department said that it is not true. He says he has not resigned. He has not been told to resign, and he has not been fired. If he leaves, it will be by his choice. The department posted on Twitter. I think that's so that's almost childlike. You shall not fire me. I will not resign. Nobody told me to resign, and if I did, it would be my choice. Well, good. I'm really happy that you have a choice, because a lot of us don't feel like we do. Ferguson's chief says he has not resigned. I'm repeating that sentence. Jackson also denied the report to NBC News. I have not been asked to resign. I have not been fired, and I will not be resigning next week. If I do resign, it will be by choice. I repeated the sentence again. What the hell's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Got me smoking pot. MSNBC report that the St. Louis County Police, maybe that was a repeat paragraph. Let me double check. Yeah, it was a repeat paragraph. Okay, so I'm not insane. MSNBC reports that the St. Louis County Police Department is expected to take over the Ferguson Police Department. The source told MSNBC that plans are extremely delicate right now. A government official confirmed Wednesday that there are discussions among Missouri officials about having Jackson step down as part of efforts to change the department. The official was not authorized to discuss those talks by name and spoke on condition of anonymity. According to, I love, this is my favorite man here, according to General Eric Holder, hasn't he resigned yet? I thought he was resigning. Resigning, please help me.
He's got a due date, I think, maybe.
Oh, he does. Okay. Well, Attorney General Eric Holder said Wednesday that there was an obvious need for wholesale change in the Ferguson Police Department. What?
No kidding.
Wholesale change? Is this all police are just products that they can exchange between other police departments for wholesale? I don't know what. When do you not wholesale? Is what I want to know. But I guess Mr. Fat
want retail.
Right, we want retail prices. Mark it up. Of course, he would know what wholesale was, meaning that he's Mr. Fast and Furious, I suppose. The statement at a forum in Washington came as the Justice Department continues a broad investigation. Why did that? This just decided to reboot itself by itself. That's ridiculous. I guess there's a ghost here in my freaking thing here. Okay. Where was I? Okay, the statement at Forum Washington came as the Justice Department continues a broad investigation into the practices of the police department following the August 9th police shooting of Brown. That investigation focused on alleged patterns of racial discrimination and how officers in the predominantly white department used force in search and arrest suspects. Local and federal authorities are also continuing to investigate the shooting of Brown by Wilson for potential criminal charges. A St. Louis County grand jury is expected to decide by mid-November whether to indict Wilson. In a question-answer session with a newspaper columnist in Washington Ideas Forum, Holder would not say what the reform should be or discuss potential leadership changes at the department, but he did say, I think it's pretty clear that the need for wholesale change and that is appropriate. You know what? We'd really like to know what you mean by that, Eric Holder, and what does that mean, wholesale change? You know, it's like, I don't know. I mean, it's all very, it sounds like a bunch of crap and words. So there you go. I just wanted to share that this morning. And no, it's not morning. It's afternoon. Whatever time it is that you're listening to this, because, you know, actually time doesn't really exist, apparently. You know, it's just an illusion in this reality. So I'm going to even keep talking about it. But just so you know, the day and this time, somewhere in this world, it is Halloween. So, you know, Halloween, yay. All right. Look, I want to get started here. I want to welcome to the show my co-host, Leslie. Thanks for being here.
Oh, I'm thrilled. You know, wholesale really depends. You got a W or an H. and as far as the smell goes, I go, oh, air pollution wasn't enough, I think. So now we're going to go for random pot smell, something totally herbal, something that isn't going to hurt you, something that might even awaken you from your deep sleep. And they're just so, you know, they can't wait to, you know, breath will be regulated next. And I think Mr. Holder is, you know, I think that he finally got fed up with all the crap he had to swallow. And at least he got to Ferguson, which I'm glad, you know, so that he could, at least the long arm of the law is going to slap some people around their holes. So I'm really glad that, I'm just sorry that he's leaving because he knows so much. But, you know, maybe it's, I don't know. Apparently he was fed up.
I love how you say that. Because he knows so much.
He does. Well, you know, imagine how insulting could Ferguson be to a black man in power who would love to whip out his wand and give a smack talk to the whole crew. And he has to tolerate this kind of behavior. You know, the smell of racism should be illegal. You know, that's just the stitch of medieval. And I call it the mutation of the original violation. You've done wrong. Okay, clean it up. Clean it up. Yeah. Say you're sorry and get busy.
And also with me, I guess I've got like another. I need to have two co-hosts. I know I have an extra guest today, and unfortunately, he wasn't able to be with me. We were going to be here physically with me. But there were some situations. I have to tell you, the fact, I mean, I'm going to make you feel a little bit guilty, but the fact that you're not here has kind of like squashed my love life a little bit. Because I turned down some Halloween nookies this morning, you know, for, just kidding.
Oh, really, Neil? Okay, yeah. I'm the bad guy on that one. Yeah. The car broke down. What can I say?
I turned down some Halloween lovin' this morning. You know, but anyway, I'm actually.
No stash. No stash.
Darn it! I should have got some candy somehow, and it didn't happen. All right. Anyway, stop. I'm gonna be able to talk better too. All right. Don't forget, no sex.
I'll leave that one alone.
Oh, jeez.
I'm playing with you. I'm playing. You know, but I'm just glad that you're here in Boyt, and you're still here because of modern technology. Even though we can't physically be in the same place, it's great to have you on the show. So welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show, David.
Okay. Well, yeah, Mackenzie still keep running the plate till I get it right, basically, as well. Unfortunately, I'm not unfortunately, because I do like it here. I'm visiting a friend in Angeles Oaks for a while, which is the community up in the mountains up in San Bernardino County. And I was going to take the commuter train into Los Angeles in order to be there physically with Terry, but unfortunately, the gremlins seem to have gotten into your computer and into my friend's car. So,
How did they accomplish?
yeah. They're getting around. Well, this is their day, So I guess you can't say that we haven't been warned about this kind of thing. A couple of things that I wanted to make brief mention of. The offense of the smell, of the scent of burning cannabis.
Yeah.
That just reminded me of the bit that Steve Martin used to do. Do you mind if I smoke? No. Do you mind if I fart? That's basically, hey, that's basically the same thing, the same concept.
Remember that one, routine where he would talk about getting small?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's about, it has to be about weed. Because so sometimes we get real small. That was a brilliant bit. What a brilliant man Steve Martin is. Shut up,
yeah.
Martin. Happy Halloween, Steve Martin. All right.
And by the way, very quickly, the other thing that I wanted to mention is that among the other things going on in the media on the West Coast today, Me TV, which is a television network that airs reruns of old 50s, 60s, 70s TV shows. During this particular hour, 11 to noon on the West Coast, they're running Dragnet, and in the next half hour, it's going to be one of their anti-marijuana shows. So
I can smell it from here.
Yeah, and the thing is, knowing full well how much Jack Webb absolutely loved jazz and the jazz musicians and community of the 40s and 50s, you cannot tell me that Jack Webb did not partake of weed at some point in his life.
Well, really.
Absolutely.
Especially when you're an actor, please. I'm not saying that they're all that way, but a lot of artists like to smoke an herb. I mean, I don't want to stereotype, but and if you were to have a demographic, musicians, comics love weed. I can definitely say that there are a lot of comics that love weed. But I do want to be, we're almost, believe it or not, we're almost going to have to take a break here in a minute. And when we get back, we're going to spend more time with him. I would like to welcome to the show, from Film the Police Portland, in Portland, Oregon, Mike Smith. Thank you for being here.
Oh, you're quite welcome, Terry. It's great to be with you again. Sorry about being sick all those times. I really feel bad about being after Blakey fan.
Oh, don't even worry. I mean, well, gosh, if you're sick, you should have to Blakey fan. Is that your house?
Boy, is that a vivid image?
What color are those pants?
I think you're great. Hey, something else. I would like to give my condolences to you, Terry. You seem to be having a really hard time. I mean, no sex, no drugs. I mean, the only thing that could happen is somebody could deny you rock and roll. I hope fairies or gnomes don't come over and smash your radio. I mean, just put your radio in a cage and keep them away from it. Very important.
Well, of course they can't bust her music, so that's.
Well,
Yeah.
I guess there's always rock and roll, right?
Yeah.
Oh, right, exactly. Just protect the radio. You got it.
protect Pandora. No. Yeah, Phil's woe is me, no sex, no drugs. Oh.
I know. Your costume for today will be denial.
Just say no. Just say no to it all. But then, So, we are going to go into 11:20. Again, just checking the time, so I know we're going to take a break here in a moment. But it is good to have you here today, Mike. And here we are. We're going to be right back. We're going to be right back with more Freedom of Joyce and Mike Smith from Film the Police Portland, Lori Buckley, and David McKenzie. I'm Terry Joyce, and we'll be right back. Oh, you guys make sure you mute up or realize that you're, be quiet. Be quiet.
But now we return you to your host.
All right, welcome back to Freedom of Joyce on Revolution Radio. And again, shout out to the people in chat. Herbal Fuzzy, thank you. That's Mona. She gave me a little message there. Great to hear you. LOL. You know what? Today, I guess I saw something good. Today's a silly show. It's a silly show a little bit. You know what? I don't know if a lot of people know. Maybe they don't know my background. If you're listening to me for the first time, I'm actually a comedian. That is my job. I'm a stand-up comedian. And I just was thinking the other day. And I love being on Revolution Radio. I'm also an activist, and I care about a lot of different causes, and I want to bring information out to people and via the system of what's happening. But sometimes I forget to be funny, and I just realized I thought maybe I ought to lighten it up a little bit and go back to some of my roots, at least for a little bit of the show, and bringing some lightness to it. So thank you for noticing, Mona, because lately things are crazy. We're living in some wild times, and sometimes it can look kind of bleak. But I think it's good to if we can laugh about things and stay okay. I think that's part of us getting through all of it. What do you guys think?
Oh, always take a run at it.
Yeah.
Because laughter lightens up the tension, and that can help you there in your situation.
Especially this morning, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. This is gift.
Oh, I interrupted. Yeah.
No, I think it's awesome.
We do have Mike Smith with us today, Mike Blue Hair Smith, and I love, Mike, I love your blue hair. How long have you had blue hair?
Oh, well, funny story. It's an Occupy thing, actually. The very first day of Occupy Portland in 2011, I dyed my hair the day before. It was just, my dookie brown dreadlocks that I had, but I dyed it blue and the name stuck. If I change my hair color, there's going to be a lot of very, very disappointed people. But I'm having fun with it. I'm kind of attached to the blue at this point. I'm probably going to keep it for another few years.
Yeah, you wear it well. I mean, and it's a beautiful blue color. It really. I remember when we did film with, because I've done film with Police Portland one time with you, and I remember I was depressed. I almost didn't do it that night because I was so depressed that President Obama signed the Monsanto Protection Act, and he said, "Oh, but you have to come out. I dyed my hair tonight." Do you remember that?
Oh yeah. We have to look at that. I just put my hair for you. You can't see that on the radio, but I gave it a little canteen clip, or how they do on shampoo commercials. Anywho, you need to talk about Ferguson, not my shiny blue hair.
Well, I know. I'm being distracting today. I really respect what you do, and I feel that the fact that you are filming the police and their actions is really important because people behave differently when they have a camera pointed on them. And
especially a blue hair camera.
Right.
I think it's very cool.
Especially when the person has a cool do while they're filming you. But you actually went to Ferguson, Missouri, and with Police Portland. Now that was like a couple months ago, actually.
Let's see. 8/19 is my first day there, so August 19th. And I stayed there from the 19th until about the 24th, and I produced 37 videos total of things that I thought were relevant that weren't being covered by the mainstream adequately, in my opinion. If you go onto YouTube and type Ferguson Civil Unrest, you can find my playlist, and I think people should judge me based on the body of my work. Yeah, I do run a cop watching organization, and the idea of what I do is to promote accountability through scrutiny. And you're absolutely right, Carrie. Police and human beings in general, they do behave differently when they're being scrutinized because cameras don't lie. And the thing is about filming police encounters is this. I would rather film something that seems boring and innocuous and then have to throw the footage away or not upload it than need to film something and didn't start until things go south with cheese. Like if you wait until an act of brutality starts, or a cop has tyrannized someone before you start recording, you've already missed it. Because in a court of law, the cop can say, oh, well, they made threatening gestures or they spit on me or yada, 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 whatever. But film every police encounter you see. You can always, it's the 21st century, you can always hit the delete button, But police, up until the 21st century, police have enjoyed a type of inequality in the court of law that is just demonstrative. I mean, before everyone had a camera in their pocket, police could just lie. But now they can't lie. Maybe they don't get prosecuted like they should, and police do have special rights. I mean, I could get into it a little bit. There's something called the Policeman's Bill of Rights. They have all these, if a cop is criminally charged, they have all these rules that apply to them that don't apply to us. The Fraternal Order of Police have lobbied most, they're a huge police union. They've lobbied most municipalities into accepting and most states into passing a policeman's bill of rights. And it has lovely stuff in there like a policeman, when they're being questioned for committing a crime, have to be questioned at a reasonable hour. And what that really means is business hours. So they get, 3, 4, 5, as much as 8 hours for them and their buddies to counsel themselves off in a corner somewhere to all get their story straight so they can lie or test the lie, as I call it, correctly. There's also a provision in the Policeman's Bill of Rights that says that they can have they can only be questioned under certain circumstances. They have to have an attorney there. It's not that they can be, there's no room for manipulation. Also, in the Policeman's Bill of Rights, they can have a third party, not even an attorney, but any person of their choosing there when they're being questioned for committing an alleged crime. And it goes on and on and on. It's just this kind of inequality has been equalized by modern technology, the cell phone, the iPhone cameras, the ability to live stream video is very important because not only can a cop be scrutinized, but they can't even steal your camera nowadays and delete your footage because you can live stream it, and no matter what happens to you or your camera, there won't be an objective record being made. So I think it's very important to observe the police. I think it's very important to film every police encounter because, like I said, I would rather film something and not need it than oh my God, the cop is doing something illegal. The cop's violating someone's rights. The cop's hurting someone. I'm going to pull my camera out of my pocket now and film it. You may as well have not have filmed it in the first place. You know, because they are going to lie. Because police have culturally enjoyed this kind of inequality that they can allow them to make up whatever story they want. And it's still part of their culture. It's still part of the legacy of policing. And that's one of the things I try to combat with what I'm doing with Film the Police Portland.
Now, one thing I was curious about, I would assume that that the movement itself can, to a great extent, draw itself back to the Rodney King incident back in 1992, if I remember correctly. No, it was 1991 that happened. 1992 was the trial. But I really didn't notice. I did not notice any of the at least a movement per se for cop watch kind of things, or to record police activity and that kind of thing until the Occupy movement was involved. Is there a history, a tangible history to the movement from prior to the emergence of the Occupy Wall Street movement, or did it to a certain extent actually grow out of that, or even the Seattle situation?
Well, since I've been doing this for almost 2 years now, and shifting my activist focus purely on police accountability, I've done a lot of research and reading, and there's a long history of police scrutiny that goes back almost more than 20 years. Because you're right, the inception of Cop Watch started after the Rodney King beating. People started actually filming the police. Cop Watch chapters were formed soon after the Rodney King beating in Los Angeles, in LA, in parts of New York, and these people pioneered what I do. And just so the audience can understand what I'm doing at Film the Police Portland, we go out and listen to police scanners, and we usually work in teams of 2. I have anywhere between 3 and 11 volunteers on the weekend, and we listen to police scanners, and we go out and we document police encounters. The idea is it's got to be done in kind of a systematic way. You know, there's a methodology to this. When you approach a scene, you describe what you see, you mark the date, you mark the time on your video. It's very important not to physically interfere with the police when they're doing what they're doing, because they're paranoid. They screw people over for a living. So they also have a plethora of weapons they can use against you. So it's very important to give them space to quote unquote work. I would call it, participate in systematic tyranny and revenue sucking out of human beings. So it's important to do things in a systematic way, because accountability is in the details. But to digress back to the original question you asked, Cop Watch chapter started in about 1991, 1992, and the animus that created it was, of course, the Rodney King beating, like you said. You can go to a website called copblock.org, and on there there's a map, and it shows Cop Block chapters, which are Cop Watch groups that decentralized, and what copblock.org is basically a media hub that facilitates the voice of cop watching organizations around the country. And you can look at their map, and you'll see dots, 10 dots on their map. And there are literally hundreds and hundreds of cop watching organizations in North America. If you're interested in participating in this kind of stuff and you're listening on the interweb, I would highly recommend just going to copblock.org and having a look at that map. Or you can just Google Cop Watch or Google Cop Block, and then put the name of the city that you live in there, And there's people that are running chapters that do what I do all over the country. Although I'm one of the more active groups, and what I mean by that is I produce a lot of material. I do hundreds and hundreds of videos. Every weekend I do maybe 3, 4, 5 videos of complete police encounters. I've been doing this over the past few years. I've documented nearly 200 complete police encounters and uploaded them to the web. That's just me. I don't upload everything I film because some of it is just kind of innocuous. But, I mean, I just think it's a really important thing to do since Little Brother has more cameras. Little Brother has more influence over the alternative media. I kind of view it as sort of a civic responsibility to document the police in your community, because we really can train them to act more like a human being and less like a robot, you know, by interaction. But yeah,
more responsibly. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Because the cop is there is a human being in there, but they're being conditioned and manipulated by society to view themselves as having extra rights, to view themselves as special, to view themselves as somehow superior. And in a way, we as citizens bear some of that responsibility. You know, one of the most frustrating things I see in my observation of the police is people have this attitude as if though it's the job of the police to explain to them what their rights are. I'm infuriated by that when I see that. No, the cop's job is to try to get information to get you to make a statement so the prosecutor, the district attorney can screw you. That's the cop's job. They view themselves as working with the DA's office. They want to get good data from you. They want to get good statements from you so that they can put you in the system and turn you into a monetary resource for the prison industrial complex. That's what cops do. I mean, a lot of them, from my observation, are well-intentioned people, believe it or not. But policing, we have a systemic problem in our society with the way that we perceive and the way that we interact with our police. And I don't know all the solutions. I have some ideas as to how it could be done better, you know, but I know where we're headed is this nightmare Orwellian, scary police state place that I see us incrementally marching towards. That it frightens me, and you know, there's two responses to a negative external stimuli. You can either fight or flight, and I'm more of a fight type person, and that's my version of fighting, is to document the police state, to try to use my camera and my ability to create alternative media as a counter to this culture of fear and control. Because I really believe people don't obey laws because they're good people. That people don't obey laws because they want to do the right thing. People don't pay their taxes because, you know, they think it's a great idea to let the government steal a third of their income. They do it because of fear and coercion. You know, so until our society uses some other motivating force other than fear and coercion, we're going to have problems with our police. So society needs to evolve past this fear dynamic or this control dynamic, you know, because I'm an anarchist. The way I view government is force. You know, we elect government officials to use force on our behalf. I mean, it's just that simple. And a policeman, anybody who's wearing that uniform, a policewoman, whatever, they are basically the most naked expression of government, which is force. That's what a cop's job is. A cop is to observe what they think the law is and to try to impartially enforce the law. That they are forced. You know, so until we can, as a society, figure out how to deal with things like cannabis or quote unquote what I call a victimless crime in a compassionate manner, as opposed to just, oh, there must be a consequence, there must be a force. You know, there's a lot of things in our collective psyche as a society that I find disturbing. But the things that we accept, like if you commit a crime, or break a city ordinance in a municipality, the logical conclusion that most people think, oh, you should pay a fine. Pay your parking fine, pay your fine for driving too fast, pay your fine for this. How is that some sort of a moral thing to do, to pay the government money because you made a quote unquote mistake or an infraction? It's just crazy, like the kind of things that we accept,
and not even dealing with the question of should this be a quote mistake end quote in the first place?
Well, here's my thought about parking tickets is, it's not a right, it's a privilege to drive. So, all right, you get your driver's license, you get your car, but then you have to have it, smogged, and you have to have registration on it. You got to have insurance, and then you drive, especially like let's talk about Los Angeles or a more metropolitan area. Finding parking is absolutely ridiculous. So either you find a meter to park in, or you have to park in one of those lots where you pay, a certain amount of money. Sometimes it's $10, sometimes it's $5. You have valet parking, whatever. And you can't find a place to park, and then you have to pay for parking. And then if you mess up with your parking, park on the wrong side of the street, or street cleaning, or whatever, you get a $25, $50 ticket. So it feels like we're just being penalized and nickels and dimes at every single place you can possibly be done. It almost seems like, well, why even bother driving?
I've actually seen a street cleaner on a day when he wasn't supposed to be there, just going up to the cars, scooting around him and going down the street. And I thought, what the crap is that? It's not your day. And it's everything is fine, punishment, which is really ridiculous. But there was a term that years ago that caught my eye, and it was blatant misuse of or under the color of law. And that really struck me because it was so definitive of the area of which we've had to endure. And it's been said that the only thing between the politician and the people are the police. And they're forced to deal with a lot of things that might not necessarily be in their job description, because it's so crazy out there. You never know what's going to happen with people. But I really the Rodney King thing really shook me up. This is how much it shook me up. I wrote a friggin' song. That's how much it shook me up. I said, it takes a good riot to bring a tune out of the bucket. But it was,
that's usually an indication.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hello, the teapot just turned blue. But we live in this day and age where there's a power. Power does corrupt, and we have these people armed beyond our consciousness. Now they're armed like Syria, giving giant weapon trucks to our school district. Hello, what kind of crazy insanity is that? And so we've got people that must be checked for power. They must be gauged, re-gauged, re-counseled, given therapy to make sure that they are reminded continuously that they are serving the people, not serving up the people. And in order to protect, there's way more free-thinking, honest people than there are corrupt criminals out there. And there should be something way more important than I hate the term, I was afraid. Oh yeah, you were afraid. You're overarmed, freaking overarmed beyond 6 feet away. You're so armed, and you pretending like you're afraid, and you got a world police behind you. We're the ones who are afraid. It's not that good is so great. Nobody wants to be pulled over. Nobody wants to come to anyone's attention, and I don't like that balance. It's an imbalance, and that's the part we have to deal with, because some of these people, some of these policemen should have never been hired, should never be in the force. And so I sat with a therapist once on an airplane. He goes, well, where are you know what the serial killers are? I go, no, because of the police force.
Yeah.
That's a great job. You just kill people and, hey, guy was that guy, And that got me, these are the things that have to be adjusted. We cannot live under this kind of fear of people were paying their damn salaries and paying for every other expense they have along with what they, and the war on drugs did not help anybody. It hurt everyone, including them. So if there's any way we were going to even get into a life position, that was for sure sealed with the fate of death with that law. It just simply made it even worse for police. And those are the things that we are hopefully in the time when while we're all still alive, we were going to see that change.
Well, it feels like a requirement. It seems like in order to be hired, you need to be a sociopath or to lack a certain amount of empathy. And again, when you look at the situation in Ferguson, Missouri, and also the racial profiling that goes on, and the treatment of people that are not white. A white person is going to be treated a lot different than, let's say, a black person, unfortunately. And we're witnessing that. And obviously, that's a lot of the strife that's happening in Missouri. I'd like to get in the next hour or two as well, a little bit more of your take, Mike, on what that experience was like. There's a few things that, I know that we're going to go to a break here pretty soon, and I almost don't want to ask this question. So I might hold off on it until the second hour. I also want to let our listeners know that if you would like to call in and join us or ask a question to Mike or share anything here with any of us here, even if you just want to say Happy Halloween, the number to call in, we're in Studio A. The number is 347-688-2902. Maybe we'll get a caller today. Who knows? But I just wanted to open that up as well. There's a lot of things that I have questions about with Ferguson, Missouri. One that I'm going to ask it anyways. I think that music might start. We can even come back to it. I'll re-ask the question.
Otherwise, if you don't ask it, it's gonna keep rattling in your head until you do, right?
Well, I might forget it, right?
Yeah.
No.
That's true too.
One of the
So I'll paint you a picture when you get back from the break. I'll go through the whole Ferguson thing.
Okay.
It's going to take some explanation. It was very interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, and it's still going on. It hasn't died down yet. Aren't they?
Yeah, it died down for a couple days and then flares right back up because there's an open festering wound now and it's not going to be healed until there's some change. That's just, the reality of the situation. Just because the mainstream media is not giving as much coverage because, Anderson Cooper and all the rest of the mainstream warmongers have pulled out of there, it's still going on, Embers are burning.
It seems like the mainstream media is it'll be really hot on a topic for a while, and then all of a sudden you just seem to not hear about it anymore. I don't know that because I remember for a while it seemed like it was Bundy Ranch, and now I don't even know what's going on. Did that die down? It's like, oh, okay, we're off of that. Then it's Ferguson, Missouri. Okay, now we're on to Syria and Ebola. It was Israel. Like what in July with Israel and
the focus of the mainstream media goes on and off like a light switch being turned off for a very, very insidious reason, in my humble opinion. They do edutainment. What the mainstream media does is it outputs a view of reality that's consistent with what the banker oligarchs that actually run this country, that are beyond right and left politics, by the way, want us to see. The same psychology that makes going to college such a crappy experience is applied in the media. And allow me to explain. When you go to college, you go into debt slavery. Most people for life, actually. That's where they start this hamster wheel of debt slavery. Is college. You binge and binge, and you take in all this information. To study for the test, study for the test, and then once you take the test, people just forget all that information. So you go into debt slavery forever, and you just forget it because you feverishly try to take in this data, and then no more data. I'm on to the next thing. Well, there's this memory hole that's created by the mainstream media, whether it be a left-wing aspect of the media or a right-wing aspect, whether it's Fox News or MSNBC or Jon Stewart. It doesn't really matter. All of it has that same psychology. Information overload and then nothing. And what that does is it trains us to drop the subject and go on to the next thing. So there's never any long-term analysis or understanding of the context of a story. You know, all we saw was Ferguson. Oh my God, it's the Negro apocalypse. They're burning down the Quick Trip. You know, and then riot, cop shoot somebody. Okay, now it's time to go on to Ebola or ISIS or the next crisis. And then same psychology applies. They will over-report, inundate us with information, and then nothing. And it's that binge and purge mentality to create a short attention span. The elite that actually run this country, that their biggest enemy is an informed public that can actually understand the context, the pretext, and any kind of psychology involving in what do we do about these problems needs to be forgot about. And I think that mechanism in the mainstream media, by the way they report things, is facilitating that need of the elite to run things and control it.
You know, I'm going to interrupt here. I guess we're going to take a break for some reason. I think we're going to go right into the second hour. We do have a caller with us today. Caller, what is your name?
Well, I guess there's something going here. Hold on. I'm Comet 321.
Hi, Comet 321. Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for calling into the show today.
No problem.
So, where are you based? Do you want to say where you're based out of?
Where I'm at?
Yeah.
Florida.
Now, Florida. Don't you have you have medical marijuana? You have marijuana on the initiative, right?
I already said yes. They have cerebral palsy.
Oh.
And she says, say yes.
Oh, yes. Well, you know, you thank you for saying yes. So do you have a question that you want to ask any of us or Mike or?
No, I just been cracking up listening to you guys.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. You know, thanks for being here. We can hang out for a while if you want to. And I guess we're not going to be going to a break. We're already 12:03. I'm going to do a station announcement. It is the top of the hour here. And again, I just want to remind everybody that we are listener supported here at Revolution Radio. And thank you so much for your support. And please do make a donation to keep us going here. Go to our support site page and click onto the donate button. And as well as, and I don't know if anybody knows this too, we also have our archive, and you can become a subscriber. And that's another way to help us out here at the station. It's $5 to subscribe to get into the archive and listen to any one of your favorite host shows. I guess as many and download their MP3s and listen to them on your own. So, you know, that's another way of supporting us. And as well as, again, make sure that you give us take a look at our Facebook page, and which is on at Revolution Radio on Facebook. Most of us do hang out on Facebook. And I'm going to do plug myself. I'm Terry Joyce. If you want to send me a friend request, it's TERE Joyce. And I also have a Facebook page, Freedom of Joyce. So take a moment and like that. And I have a group called the Global Freedom of Light Movement. And you know what? All of us are in on it. Well, Lori's a part of it. Mike's part of it. David, we all posted it. And so come join us in that forum to kind of keep the dialogue. I oftentimes use some of the articles that are in there, as I did today, as part of the show as well. So I'm always looking for information. I'm always looking to share information and open our minds and see what we can do about this. Today we have Michael Smith from Silver Police Portland. One of the things that I noticed about your videos and what you commented on, and I thought this was interesting. This is the question I've been wanting to ask you. The religious groups that were out there and how the religious groups were kind of coinciding with the police and keeping the protesters in line. Can you expound on that a little bit, Mike?
Sure, absolutely. One of the things that I saw there that I found most astonishing, and I didn't even catch it at first because I was really laser focused on the behavior of the police because I had read all the stories in the mainstream about police brutality. So I didn't notice these patterns of what what these religious groups were doing in regards to working directly with the police until I started analyzing the footage later. And I started editing, and I'm like, wow, I keep seeing the same faces and the same guys doing the same behavior. First of all, this isn't my first rodeo. I've done protests all over the country as an activist, videographer, and protester. You name the issue, and I've probably been there and filmed it. But this is the most widely sweeping, systematic denial of civil liberties and civil rights I've ever seen at a protest in my life. But to get into the bad cop or the good cop and the evil preacher dynamic, you have these coalitions of people from all over the religious folks from all over the St. Louis area. One of them was called Clergy United. And you could literally see them walking around with their, it was a group of protesters that the police wanted to corral or push in one direction or another. You would have a hard line of cops standing in a row, ready to do their tyrannizing. And then you would have a few preachers with their backs to the police, facing the crowd, the same direction the cops were. And the cops would give orders, and you would see these preachers literally aping the same words. At certain points during some of my videos, you can hear the police announcing things into the crowd through the LRAD, that crowd control weapon that penetrates your skull so loud you can't hear and causes physical pain, by the way. You have the preachers saying the same messages. I watched them corral the crowd. There's the famous chant that people are saying, hands up, don't shoot, at the Mike Brown protest during Ferguson. I actually have a video clip of one of those preacher guys holding his hands up, and he chants, hands up, keep moving, instead of hands up, don't shoot. So he's mixing that thing. The preachers would also do really fun stuff like this to manipulate the crowd. If the police want to move a crowd out of the parking lot, the preachers would walk about 25, 30 paces in front of the cops with their hands in the air going, and they would be screaming at the crowd, get out of here, go away, it's a trap, keep moving, to use fear as a means to manipulate the crowd. Okay, it's just really creepy. Like, if the police didn't want people to walk in the road, the preachers would always walk between the cops and the people. And I've heard I have quotes on video of these preachers saying things like, go ahead and comply, we don't want anybody to get hurt, do what the cops say. And it was just creepy. But if you type, Mike Brown protest, Jesus and the Jackboot type part 1 and part 2, that's Jesus and the Jackboot type 1, part 1 and part 2. In the YouTube, you can watch my analysis of this. And I found it very, very creepy. I'm also creeped out by the psychology of having preachers, reinforce what the police want a crowd of people to do in a systematic way. I mean, in this country, church and state are supposed to be separated. That's why they get tax exempt status. That's why they don't have to pay their taxes.
Exactly.
I am shocked as to why the ACLU are suing these religious groups. Because seriously, I've watched them just deny people their civil rights. I was actually grabbed by some of these preachers. You can see this in my videos as well. I was grabbed and pushed away from a line as if they were the cops or something, and physically pushed and almost punched by one of these preachers. And I was told, quote unquote, you need to get behind the line. If you don't get out of here, you will be our enemy. You will get it, end quote. So I mean, how religious is that? But I just saw this over and over and over again. But that's just one aspect of the Ferguson thing. I would like to describe, the basic scene. What I saw my very first day, I would like to get into that with you as well, Carrie. But please, but check out my videos, Jesus and the Jackboots, part 1 and part 2. But may I tell you what I saw when I first got there?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, we shut down the mass transit in Ferguson, Missouri. So you had to walk about a mile, maybe a mile and a half to even get to the scene. And as you approach the Florissant Avenue, that there's a strip of road that's about 12 city blocks long that they were allowing people to have their free speech in. So to get to that strip of road, you have to walk through 3 stop checkpoints. They had choke points where they had either homeless vehicles or a massive amount of police cars parked there, and you would have to walk through these narrow little causeways. And the police would scrutinize everyone as they walked through. And if you look, quote unquote, suspicious, they'd stop you and search you for weapons. Well, I was one of the people lucky enough to be singled out and stopped and searched for weapons.
Of course.
So the cops approached, well, of course. Well, you know, in defense of these cops, I was wearing some riot gear. So, and maybe it was my pretty blue hair. But something that people don't understand about the rules is that in most states, the police, if you look suspicious or they can claim that they fear for their life or whatnot, they can search you for weapons legally, right? They can do a pat down. So when they walked up on me, you know, I said, "Am I being detained?" And they're like, "Yes." And I'm all, "Well, you know, I do not consent to search of my person or my property." It's very important to say that to the police. You know, when you're stopped, ask if you're being detained. If you are being detained, start in with your rights. You know, you don't have to consent to a search. The burden of proof is on the state to prove that you've done something wrong. So it's very important to not consent. Well, they patted me down for weapons and cut me free. So then I arrived at West Florissant Avenue where they have the quote unquote free speech zone. So first of all, no one was allowed to assemble. At no time when I was there, from the 19th until the 24th in August, no one was allowed to stand around more than 2 or 3 minutes in a group of larger than 2 or 3 people. So no one was allowed to walk in the streets, you know, march in the streets. They only allowed the crowd to walk on the sidewalk in a circle, kind of like a death march. Anytime anybody was stopped, now this is August, there was one bathroom and about 98% of all the businesses were boarded up. So there's one bathroom, August heat, and the only thing the cops do is allow people to walk in this big circle trying to exhaust you. And they would immediately arrest people with failure to disperse. If a crowd of people would stop, they would pick out who they thought the instigator was and just grab you and arrest you. Well, failure to disperse in Missouri or the Missouri revised statutes is a law that applies to riotous type situations. That, you know, but it's not a riot when you stop to film someone talking. It's not a riot when 10 people are standing around in the crowd and they're, you know, expressing their First Amendment rights. But they were arrested under these conditions, and it was just scary. I mean, literally no freedom of assembly. And I have never seen so many lethal options being carried by police in crowd control situations in my whole life. I mean, every manner of weapon that you could imagine on a battlefield, you saw in Ferguson. I mean, there was guys sitting on top of MRAP, mine-resistant vehicles with sniper rifles during midday, scanning through the crowd with their scopes. I've never seen anything like that. You had guys walking around with 12-gauge shotguns, people meandering through the crowd in riot gear carrying AR-15 semi-automatic rifles. It was very common for you to see them taking K9 units into crowd control situations. Like, have I been transported magically into 1968 Birmingham, Alabama? You know, it's just creepy. Like, I've never seen that kind of systematic denial of civil rights in my entire life. And it's bad movie, like sci-fi movie kind of, you know, this is what happens right before things turned into Mad Max kind of feel. It was just hard to describe unless you could see it, but, you know, luckily you can see it. If you go to my 34 video playlist, you know, it's like Ferguson civil unrest into YouTube, and you can see that, and you can see what I'm talking about. It was just horrendous. You know.
You want to hear the other side of the coin now?
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, because I think it was in D.C. and protesters were there. But what was really creepy was protesters were not allowed to say anything. They'd be across the street, right? Yeah, to the bishop, front, and then they were. Well, basically, it was all about the what do you call it? Child molestation thing, right? So they're putting sanctions or whatever. They have to do this, that, and the other thing. However you put it, right? The protesters were about abortion, right? But they didn't. This is really creepy. They didn't say anything. They just held up signs. Boy, that creeped me out, right? And brought in there, okay, let them, do this thing, and then they had it like broadcast and stuff like that. But the protesters were creepy. They just stared at you. I felt like I did something wrong.
Huh.
And well, were these anti-choice protesters or pro-choice?
Yeah. And anti-pro-choice. No.
Okay.
No, they were pro-choice. Because the Catholic religion is anti-pro-choice. But man, that was a creepy experience.
That's interesting.
Just to give you an idea too, is that a breakdown. It was a couple days ago in the Guardian. A breakdown of the Department spending since August on equipment intended for the policing of crowds and civil disobedience, which totals $172,669. It said they have spent almost $25,000 buying 650 tear gas grenades, smoke and gas grenades, smoke canisters, and Hornet's Nest CS sting grenades, which shoot out dozens of rubber bullets and a powdered chemical agent upon detonation. It has spent a further $18,000 on 1,500 beanbag rounds and 6,000 pepper balls, paintball-style projectiles that explode with a chemical irritant when they strike a protester. The department uses Live X branded pepper balls, which are billed as 10 times hotter than standard pepper rounds. Another $77,500 has been spent on 235 riot gear helmets, 135 shields, 25 batons, and 60 sets of shin guards and other uniform items. A further $2,300 was used to buy another 2,000 sets of the plastic handcuffs that have been used to detain dozens of demonstrators plucked from crowds on West Florissant Avenue. In addition, an estimated $50,000 has been set aside by the department for repair work for damaged police vehicles. However, in a sign that further clashes are expected, they are in fact, quote, not repairing any vehicles until unrest is over, a department inventory said. And this is their line. We purchased these items in hopes that we will never have to use any of them, said Sergeant Brian Shulman, a spokesperson for the county police department, but it is our responsibility to have proper equipment to keep our police officers and all of our citizens safe should violence break out anywhere at any time.
Welcome to freedom of.
I don't feel safer for anybody over there.
It's unbelievable what's happening with our ability to peacefully assemble and have free speech. I mean, this concerns me, and I really feel that you're doing some really great work, Mike, by documenting what's going on. And then thank you so much for coming to the show and sharing the information with us, because our Constitution is really under attack. And just the fact that you're saying that the police. I mean, I saw your video. I saw a video that you taped. Where a police officer has an automatic rifle and he is threatening the protesters that he will shoot them if they don't, back off or whatever. And I'm just, my jaw dropped how that is even happening, and and
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me get into that just briefly. That was Ray Elby. He was from St. Anne Police Department. Because what happens when there's civil disturbances there is they draft cops from all over the St. Louis area. So on the night of the 19th, this guy breaks ranks. And what I mean by that is when cops are doing the crowd control technique, they form in these lines. I'm sure you've seen them on every video of a protest you've ever seen. And they kind of march through the crowd like Roman infantry.
Yeah.
This guy walks out into a crowd of people by himself with the AR-15 semi-automatic rifle. And I think he freaked out, honestly. At certain points, if you pause my video, you can see a look of fear and fear on his face that I found very disturbing. Because I've had policemen point weapons or aim weapons at me when they're not afraid, or just scan them across my chest. That is disconcerting. I'm not saying that I would be insane not to be afraid, but when they have a look of terror on their face, it's quite a bit different because you think in your head, I may be shot, for real, not, this person is in control. Anywho, what Mr. Elby did was he's scanning his rifle around the horizontal plane, aiming it at everyone's chest that's standing around him. He's literally kind of, at one point, spins in a circle. And he was being filmed by at least 11, maybe even 12 cameras at the same time. There was 2 live feeds going. One of the live feeds that was aimed, pointed at him, when he threatened the protest, he said literally, "Get the F back, I will effing kill you," to a black kid. It looked like he was about 16 or 17 years old. I actually briefly interviewed the kid for about 5 or 6 seconds because it was kind of very intense what was going on, and I didn't know what to point the camera at because there was so much stuff happening. But I aimed the camera at the kid and said, "Yeah, I heard that." He said, "We're to effing kill you." Anywho, one of those video clips, because that went viral. I mean, those various videos had hundreds of thousands of views the first couple hours. They've been seen millions of times now. But one of the video clips was on CNN the next morning, and Mr. Elby was pressured out of being a policeman anymore. So that is a direct example of the power of what I and hundreds and hundreds of other people do around the country. Is citizen media actually got a cop fired for doing something that's wrong. And it wasn't through the court system. It wasn't through, some sort of independent police review board. It wasn't through the district attorney. It was the media. It was alternative media, just regular citizens that did that. Got a cop fired for just aiming a rifle at someone. There's thousands and thousands of court cases where cops have gotten away with rape. Cops have gotten away with murder, when cops have gotten away with racketeering, and they go through the quote-unquote normal channels. They make their complaints. They go through the court system. They file civil suits, and nothing happens to them. That is the power of what I'm trying to do. If we could make it a social norm to film and scrutinize the police every time they come out in the public, it will start modifying their behavior in a very substantive way. And that's a direct example. I really don't believe Darren Wilson will be prosecuted. He's been on paid leave. They actually started a GoFundMe campaign that raised some huge amount of money. I think it was more than $1 million they raised for him already. Because this poor police officer that murdered, Michael Brown it's so traumatic for him to sit there on paid leave. He's getting a paid vacation, plus he's made, I think it's more than $1 million on a donation site, but that's what we can do as citizens, is to actually get out, and hopefully that's what I'm doing by putting myself out there, by risking arrest, by doing things like going into these protest type situations, into this violence. I hope that I'm doing my small part to contribute to a culture of scrutinizing the police. If if I ever get to a point to where I think it's a social norm for everyone to pull out their phone or their camera and film the cops, I'll do something else. You know, I will find something else to do with my life other than watching cops tyrannize and hurt people, because really it starts to get under your skin after a while. I don't really, you know, get off on violence. You know, it's not my preferred thing to do or spend my time doing, but I feel that it's necessary. You know, so until it's not necessary, I'm going to continue doing this.
Mike, I'm sorry. Oh, do you have a question?
No. I was just gonna. He already answered it. I was gonna pull up the. Why are they getting paid leave?
Because it's part of the police bill of rights. You know, there's something called qualified. People need to start Googling legal terms and what the police really are. Google Fraternal Order of Police at home. Google something called qualified immunity. Police have something called qualified immunity, and basically what this is that there's a very narrow checklist of what your lawyer can do when you claim a civil rights violation has been done against you by a cop. And it's really hard to nail down. It's very, very specific criteria. And anything else the cop does, they can just get away with it. You know, Google Policeman's Bill of Rights, Google qualified immunity, and there, and most assuredly, Google, what to do during a police encounter. It's just really important for people not only to know their rights, but to understand what police are. That, they're not your friend, and police never prevent crimes. There's so much that just frustrates me about the way that policing is done in this country. I mean, it's crazy. Police are, they're a secretary with a gun. If somebody walks up to me on the street and hits me over the head with a stick and steals my money, the cop can't miracle the bruises off my head. The cop can't come along and wave some magic badge in the air and make the fracture disappear out of my skull. What the cop can do is bring out some paperwork and classify me into one of two categories on paper. I'm either a victim or an assailant. And personally, I don't want to be either of those.
You know what? We are going to break. Everybody, please mute your mic, and we'll be right back with the last half hour of Freedom of Joy.
And now we return you to your host.
All right, welcome back to the Freedom of Joy show. We're at the last half hour. With me is my co-host Lori Buckley, Mike Blue Hair Smith from Stillman Police Portland, David McKenzie, and our caller from Florida, Comment 123. Thanks for being here. I'm wondering, Comment, why is everybody comment today? Is that do you know?
I started that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I'm Count Craniula, actually.
Oh, you're Craniula. Nice to meet you.
Well, what I did was, I think Comment was having a problem, logging in to one day, right? This was a few weeks ago, I believe. And I'm like, you know what? We're all going to dress up like Comet. So it's Halloween, so we're all dressed up as Comet.
Oh, that's fun. That's fun. So that's okay. Now I get it. God.
Yeah, I'd like to sing my song because it's so relevant now. And if we just replace the song, I have Rodney King, but if we just put the gentleman from, Michael that passed away because the whole purpose of things, it just takes a minute, but I think the words you'll find profound. Sure. It goes like this. There's an interruption, a revolution of the day. There's an interruption, the people are enraged. It's from corruption, freedom's voices are in pain. Long time suffering from governmental drain. The streets are rioting, people stealing everywhere. Rodney King was more than they could bear, a vicious beating which all the world had shared, found no justice when the final verdict dared. Hello, America, is there anybody home? Freedom's calling. She's frightened and alone. There's too much violence in all the ghetto homes. There's no justice when the law and order go. The people are rebelling. Time for changes from the man. Remember jobs and justice for all Americans. The laws become infested by the lack of self-control, while our leaders sell our freedoms for more gold. Desperate people trapped in poverty and pain burn the buildings. Some have died, but not in Spain. Freedom's calling. All the cops are on the line, caught abusing all their powers on prime time. Tell our brothers and our sisters who we love throughout the land that our leaders trade our freedoms to buy oil out of Iran. Greedy corporations pay our presidents and friends, grant us money for our secrets while our cities cry within. Hello, America, freedom's calling on the phone. Got to overhaul the system, learn to keep the money home. Reduce controls of government, eliminate the IRS. Educate the people, let knowledge do the rest. Freedom's calling, all the cops are on the line. Caught abusing all their powers on prime time, while money politics rob the nation is the crime of selling freedoms that belong to all mankind.
Would you deny me, Terry
Selling
Joyce?
freedoms that belong
You know I was
to
here
all
in first.
mankind. Freedom's
How
calling
is
and
this
she's
so
holding on
weird?
the line. Let's get together while there's still a little time. Freedom's calling.
Wow.
Let me see.
All right.
We're live right now. You guys
Thank
know
you.
that.
You know what? Pass that on to.
This is harassing me.
I don't want to get falk anymore.
You guys have been harassing me.
Angela's helping hand.
Pass
You know, very
Somebody who's
talkative.
helping Angela. Okay.
Thank
Please
you,
contact
thank
local
you.
authorities if you or someone you know is in danger. Visit the YouTube Safety
That's a
Center for
great-
more information on how to
Yeah.
protect
It
yourself.
all started when I landed the day the Rodney King riots began. I was coming in to meet a literary agent. I was on the plane with Sean. I'm not told them where to
We'll
go for
report
this
you for
stuff.
cyberbullying.
And
You, Walter?
it's true. They go, how do you know so much? I go,
For what?
I know
Oh,
Vegas.
Sherry
Let's put the
Durbin.
fans head over to the
This is
theater.
harassing me.
So we
You
landed,
guys are
and
legion.
you couldn't go out after
You got a little
They said, don't
demonic
go on
when
the
you were getting
freeways.
all godly
Of course, my
there.
brother and I went on the freeways everywhere. Everywhere we went, people were afraid. And I said,
Oh, it's
liberty
the whole
was good on the
CCN
Patriots. I
collusion,
said, we could
Terry.
all
You
be
know
taught
that.
Walter thinks it's
So
funny.
this is what
No,
freedom
he
looks
doesn't.
like.
Haha, yeah,
This
I
is
can't
why we
trace
must
the
stand
IP
up
on the
against
internet
things that
because
are
if
wrong.
you don't
And
understand
so
that
I
the
was
internet
taking
space
notes.
might
I
be
was watching the
scams.
news, seeing all the places that were burning. I said, fighters didn't start all of that. That comes from loser
None of you
leaders
guys
that
knew the
themselves.
true power of
And
the
so
internet.
when I got home, I went into a deep sleep. I was having a nap a couple days later, and all of a sudden, words, orchestration, music is slamming through my brain at such a high pace. It made me wake up, and I was really annoyed that the brain did not let me, or should I say my mind, did not let me sleep until I got that song. And I only changed a couple of words. Casino Records, my friend, said, Lori, the only two people that care about this song, I'll split the publishing rights, and into the studio we went. And I was so honored because, here you are, like, you're out there in the streets of the people and doing the really dangerous work. But I'm
Where do
so
you get
happy
off
to be able to say what the hell I felt like,
Where do you
and to
get
put it
off?
out there. And it's interesting to me that if we just changed Rodney's name to Michael's name, we would still be doing the same thing in the very moment that actually began all the things we're talking about right now. Well, yeah, I have to tell you that
I'm sure that YouTube can find out who hacked my video, guys. Are you stupid?
To get off
Do you
something like
think
that.
like they're bringing
You're
in
imitating
specialists?
me, Terry.
So
Okay.
thank you for that.
I'm Susanna.
Are you
You're
happy?
Terry.
This is what
I
people
used
do.
it
They
before.
keep
You're
talking.
really sharing.
This is the insanity that people have. They don't get
I
it.
remember
Why doesn't somebody play the poster? Because you hacked my video.
The tree of liberty is
I'm recording you
registered on
again.
the blood of patriots and
tyrant.
Okay, you know what else? No one's gonna report this is
And you're so
harassing me.
right. That's the struggle. I mean, if you look at
Yep, I just
the whole
reported you
human
again,
history
yelping
from,
Angie's, yelping
the
hand.
civilization through,
Yeah, are you a friend of Angie's?
on into modern day.
You're being reported. You don't realize. You think I'm making this up?
The only time the many have won any kind of rights or liberties from the few that wish to control and dominate us.
Okay, I'm gonna go right.
Unfortunately, that is the human condition. So people,
Spirit in the
unfortunately,
Sky is a comedian. Stop taking away her livelihood.
and struggle with one another.
Spirit,
for
first of all,
there to be
Spirit in the
any kind of
Sky.
right. One,
Oh, she's a
for the
comedian?
people by the people. I mean,
Well,
that's
you know,
just
she stole
been
my material.
historical
Spirit in the
precedent has
Spirit in
been
the
set
Sky channel
up until
didn't
this point.
have
I
any
wish
uploads, except the only upload that channel has is my
but that's just
video.
the proof of the human
She-
condition. You know, and
That's her
songs
comedy
like
is
that
taking my
inspire
video.
you know, without that inspiration, without that animus, you know, activists wouldn't get up. So hats off to you and your beautiful art and song. It's amazing.
Well, you know what, Electric Pig, you know, you say they have no life, but you know what? They are probably flagging my videos.
You know, I was gonna ask my son. He's off in Brazil for 10 days. With Paramore, the group, and I would love to have him do that. So, and the first version I did actually has voices behind. He just
Walter,
you know. But but either way, I'm singing it out to Bella. I'll get an MP3.
They're saying this is a drug-induced rant.
Please do. Yeah.
That's. I'm not on drugs. I'm not on drugs.
Producing something, you know, like a music video that goes along with
I
it.
am responding to
I would be
you
thrilled if you know
harassing my channel.
I'm
responding to you. If you guys upload here, let me show you what Spirit in the Sky did.
You can actually get it on it's on YouTube. Lori Buzzard clicked on. The only way I don't always recommend it because my muffin top was showing. I got rid of it, but those are the days. It was muffin top on a mountaintop. But it is on YouTube.
That's it.
Lori Buzzard.
Wow, I'm gonna look for that. You can make an MP3. There's a software that you can convert it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do too. I just wanted to also, we have about, we're at a 15-minute mark here. And one of the things, that some people were saying was that there was a certain level of violence in the protesters in Ferguson, Missouri, and that's why they had to have such a SWAT style kind of
Notice how they said don't do drugs.
oppression on them. Was it like that? I mean, what were the protesters doing? In your opinion, were they out of line? Like, were they rioting, like rioting?
Sure. I can give you the note to get at night time, when they fewer protesters out, there was quite a bit of
Okay, let me specify this. When they were harassing me, I was taking a live stream.
There was kind of
Right when I started
the no price
between everybody, she has two strikes to get out. And so they cleared through my live stream, like collecting the cops would
on the vehicles on one side of
when I went out to the
I can't participate. I've got a client I'm going to drive.
Reporting on their radios, they're being shot at. More about it becomes like 6 tonight. But that was at night. It was like, you only get some people out because nobody wants to see that. In the daytime, like
That's why I found weird.
I need my money and my stocks back. I don't care about asses. I don't want to hear your drama.
They try to be the massive you know, things die down about
and they do this all the time. They bring me messages online. Ever since I did the video, ever since I did the video about
I'm probably doing all that weird shit.
My life was fine until I allowed Anti-Currency brought this virus. She brought this.
I can't stand it when people use the wrong names.
So she brought her positive virus. And the only thing I've done is actually Angela. Why are you defending Angela? Why are you defending her?
Because what the mainstream media wasn't reporting is that to do it for about 48 hours at a time. Literally 300 yards or so, 200 yards away from the area. These are 6,000 tear gas going into the residential area. We had hundreds and hundreds of single family homes. You know, if you tear gas the neighborhood for weeks. I mean, personally, I would go outside and
why doesn't anybody help me?
When the level of security and revenue to that level, it's not disobedience, it's self-defense. You know, like, as a teenager, I admired and idolized when one of the questions I was asked earlier during the first hour was, where did the inception of this stuff start? Well, if you look at the Black Panther Party at their inception, one of the first things they did was have people walking around with notepads and they would write down what the encounter happened. It happened on this day, it happened on this person, it happened on this location. So this struggle's been going on very, very long in this country. And there is still institutional racism in this country. People like to pretend like it doesn't exist. Go to some place like Ferguson and tell me it doesn't exist. You know, it's just crazy. You know, if you look at the first the United States, they were created as slave catchers. They were literally some of the very first things that were created as people to run down, run away Negroes. Okay, that's the story. Okay, so in that picture is still kind of thing. I'm not saying all kinds of that, but actually, what I do, I've met a people that you could actually classify as they want to help the society. People get into law enforcement and they want to be a good person. And law enforcement in their worldview is the only choice. They obviously based on law the rules are good kind of psychology. You know, and they want to be a good person and they want to try to help people, so they gravitate towards law enforcement. You know, there are quite a few human beings that are part of that system that are decent human beings, but they are massively outnumbered by they have control that, you know, you were either a bedwetter or mom or daddy if they never got a date in high school type personality. That's the majority of what I can do. But there are people that
This is not my website,
you know,
guys. This is not my website.
I can see the end of it and give them credit. You know, they're hopelessly misguided in my humble opinion. But they are trying to get people. I like what I do is because I can look at it. Right now, what's up, Jeff?
went out there and like, I'm interested in
Now, before
finding
that
out
was
right
there
up there
coming out
what's going on.
martial arts,
Which is my right.
Guardian angel.
Which my right to
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
Anybody.
Yeah, Curtis Lee was organization out of New York. Yeah.
That's terrible.
Yeah. They actually were doing, they would only do subwords.
And what's Kentucky, but given that it's Frankfurt, I think it's probably just do Germany.
People do want to do good.
So stock like this, even
Yeah,
though
they
it's
do.
not
I mean,
Frankfurt.
there's good in all areas. You know, there's good people in top. So there's good people that, you know, are in our government, there's good people in the NSA, there's good people in the CIA. I mean, like, I know that we don't think that they're all bad, everybody has a bad agenda. But again, I think that, you know, things are, they're not black and
Okay,
white. There's shades of gray and color colors in there. So, Mike, I do want to give you a moment to plug your where people can find you at.
Thank you. Well, we have a Facebook group for Site
that is a highly organized mouse transfer number 3 has
but you can contact me through there, and I can walk you through the steps on creating your own film chapter.
Yeah, they're and they started Mark. They started telling me when sexual anti-parodies, anti-parodies is their big like troll. I interviewed her, they started showing me. And when I investigated anti-parodies, they started telling me. So the person that they troll, and they say is fake, but I called her fake, and even after me, she started telling me. So I'm gonna go on, I'm gonna play the rest. I'm gonna show you, after I play this, I'm gonna show you where they have my video.
For my blue hair, encounters that I've uploaded. SCP actually has
You can see why I deleted. You know, I was angry, and it was not me showing my best self. Alright, and I think I was right there. You know, I lost control with my like, I was already I was trying to do it.
Area,
already controversial.
contact me through
And the people that
com, and I'll tell you when we're meeting, and we can do a brief
They didn't want to, even though they helped build the banner up about human organ trafficking, worship, Planned Parenthood, and some of the body parts.
experience some of this accountability actually to contact me through
So,
and
I was kind of already upset about that. About this. That's why I deleted it.
And
I deleted it because I thought I don't want this up here. I
speaking to you guys.
You're always welcome, Mike.
I've been like, okay,
What's the Dracula? What?
And somebody did.
Blue hair curls practically up though.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what, my next?
You really have blue hair?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm wearing my life here.
They said, just to remind you that while Terry is a sad example of
Picture of you with a blue mohawk where you're holding a finger at the bed, you know, like they've got their gear and you're pointing a finger at them on top of them. I love that photo. Yeah.
Programmatic and a fake Christian. And also they're bringing in Trump.
Is it sky blue or is it more a cobalt shade of
It's more of
Yeah, it's a vibrant, like, feel. I was going to work towards cobalt, you know, I mean, it's
okay.
really,
the paper's good too, but it's more
it's not
Me binding them in the name
My daughter Miranda once dyed my hair blue. I allowed her to do that. She thought it was kind of cool. Awesome. Yeah.
You're the second blue hair person I know. Another friend of mine from in Vegas, she also does blue hair too, and has to continue to do so. Am I blue? Yes, you are.
And also in the 1980s there was
I didn't hear from a while. I'm so sorry. We are out of time.
Yeah.
And we have a little and the music was going. I want to thank everybody who was on the show today. Lori, Mike, and thank you for calling in. Comment 1, 2, 3, Triangula. So you guys happy Halloween and have a wonderful
get out of it alive.
Voting my videos down. I make videos asking people to like my videos. Voting my videos down. For what? For questioning about anti-terrorism.
The people from the soaps that are here, they have.
I keep having to ask that. You're defending Angela Power Disney.
That's a great idea.
Why are you here? Why are you bothering me? Why are you hacking my video?
Thank you. We're just talking.
You hacked my video. No, this is a copy. This is already illegal. This is not my channel, but this is my image, and that's my voice. And you're seeing everything. You don't think YouTube is like?
How about this one?
You don't think they're gonna read this? Because it's not that it's just took this video, you just uploaded it out of another video. You took the other video out and uploaded this. I want to show people the quality of what really happened. Let's keep going.
When we first got the UHF television in the United States, Channel 20, Channel 4,
this is Thomas Niedermeyer. Thomas, aren't you making comments right now? Or is that Rose? There's another Niedermeyer here making a comment, but it's probably your own comment, right? And what really is yes, that's true. I hope she just kind of started. So you're saying that I learned that they're competing to have an American with a gun. Is that it? American with a gun.
You had
here is my reply to
Why is it?
So I made this other video. This is the video that they have.
And then you're cutting these big salt and pepper shakers with English accents. It would say, we are going to destroy you.
So, isn't that interesting? I made a comment.
You made a bad comment about Tom Hanks.
That you guys had. So I had uploaded, like, remember I told you guys I've been on Spill and
Very
I
single master.
Is that what you do? Like I mentioned Nighthawk and I basically made another video. This video was titled "Terrorism." I made this video after I made that live stream, and they hacked this video, and I had also made it in the comment section, so somebody was aware of it from your video. And now watch the quality difference, because it's been hacked again. They copied it, but they made a hack. It's what?
You know, I did a one-man show in Akron, Ohio about 20 years ago. I used to wrestle. I took a steam train.
He perceives me belief in value. What exactly? So that's pretty hard.
Wait a second, I just lost my life.
Error. So let's say
last Wednesday, we premiered Cloud Atlas at the Round Theater.
No, Walter, you hacked it. You hacked it. That video wasn't in here before. That video wasn't in here before, Walter. Walter, did you not hear me read what YouTube said? YouTube is investigating it, Walter. It was hacked. You can't deny it.
That's
You
my
have to.
stuff.
You want to see what the
The whole
original
top of
video
your
is?
head is bald.
I even have
Sherry.
Look at this one. All right.
Break down some more. So, but you know,
Okay. See, why would my video sound worse than your video? Because you made a copy of my live stream that I deleted, put it on the Spirit in the Sky. I made a comment about get ready, guys, because in my video originally I was saying that I was going to go after you legally. Okay. There was a whole different video in here. But look, Spirit in the Sky. Oh, this is your big comedian, guys? How come that person only has my video on it? Proof. This person, this account, with 8 subscribers, the only video they have is mine. Now listen to the quality. Better.
Right.
Okay. Better, right? Right? Better. Because they hacked the other video and inserted something into it. Yes, that is what happened. Yes, guys. Sit here and troll here and deny it. It happens. This is the truth. This is the You've been reported. I am communicating with YouTube. I'm not paranoid. I'm not making stuff. You want to see what the original video is? Because I put it in another video. All right. I did another video about it. Homestead hacked my YouTube account and stole my deleted live stream. I made I uploaded that video 3 weeks ago. Okay, and I'm going to show you how it happened.
And then, I know what you were like, and that's how the guy can never put the definition of it fundamentally is something like that.
And I went out and I did live stream about
as this is a form of as a story that's set in a narrative place.
This is the one that they stole and they think actually
It is certainly is everything that is certainly
this profile right here,
so that's
All right, I got it.
like us. So we got so
Let me just go ahead. Second one was I was very upset and I thought I think I was okay, so I realized that let me get it farther on a little over the top. Okay, let's go here.
some sense.
I just reported you, Walter. I'm not a sad woman. You guys hacked my account. This is the original video. This was the original video. All right, this is the video that they hacked.
The reason for that he said, I can write in a sentence what other people, what it takes other people.
Walter, you need to leave this. I'm reporting you again.
They can't do it. So that's pretty good. It was like, they're different when you talk. It's like, yes, this is the thing. Anyways, the problem every sentence like that. So that's what, and then now you discover something it takes about think because okay, the British think that beach is and so you think and some little part of the it has to be done. And then it has to be placed like God knows how much. He also had to know so they can learn the skill. And now, he's part of everything with two and now she's a lot about skills. So, if you're Anyways, I was so I think I did.
She was really bad at expressions. And once I told my story to Joe Trey,
Elaborated Isaac's theories.
I corrected her. I said, no, that went earlier.
It's massive advocates. Look, that's what he scientists just and that's people
They say you can slot it anything you want. You can actually go to severity it's a very
unbelievable study. Anyway,
so now I'm doing the date with the girl, and she asked me about my last relationship. She wanted to know who broke up with her. I said,
And guess what?
And you know, we have
I'm giving you 48 hours to take that down.
It's millions of years ago.
I think I'm ready.
From exhibits. And so for a lot like that,
she was telling me
that your chemistry is very similar. It's the same damn products that help us at also cheer up the people. It's such it's a small so they don't I started
and when I was thinking, just don't change the position. But when I say is what I always
decreasing okay, so what's the consequence? Well, let's see what
this is why I started being dramatic. I was trying to be like an inspector in the movie, like so I could go. I'm saying so I was trying to do all that. And I did it to the movie be like that. You guys say, well, I see you like Scott and friend. It's a can you be romantic movie that you don't want to do? Okay, do something romantic. Okay, that's.
Now listen here to the
over here and we'll do some acting. Right? Well, actually, it's the rule are actually ordered from the library. That's a good idea. Well, let's have another one. Now, in any case, I'll pretend now I'm the inspector and you're the nearest murder suspect, and I'm questioning you about murder. Yes, you live in the big house and I'm the police. It's done now. I see you. Be careful. Warm yourself by my favorite song in the If you're a fan of Jesus Christ, you probably know the name of his Christmas album. Yes, it's called Regis Sings Christmas Songs. I put it to you, my Bernie friend, you are not only a fan of Regis, but you're a Regis. You got me again. You are good. I gotta tell you, you are good. That's why I'm the inspector here. What's that, Axel? Hey, Stu, do you want to get in the Mr. Machine and get crazy?
I'm a shallow Yankee. Is that right? Bolter? We're gonna get blocked. I've been reporting your stuff. You're so stupid. YouTube is investigating. YouTube is investigating. I'm not making it up. You can sit here and call me whatever you want. I'm a drug addict, you laugh, this, blah, 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 blah. It still doesn't take the fact away of what's really happening. Maybe you should tell your boys that stop. Right? Well, let's see if she's really funny or not. And then you did the bang noise before I had to hear it. Does it so look like you're in the camera? Okay, I'm gonna let this go a little farther because there's something I say. That was the video. What you heard right now is what I uploaded to the video that they had. They took that out and they put it like deleted. Like that. I'm playing you what I originally.
Because it is the 20th of November, and that's great because it is Thanksgiving.
And I'm pretty sure when they reach a specialist, they can find out that they're going to see, even if you produce your video, I'm pretty sure they can see that you already uploaded my video. They already have the links. I'm pretty sure they've already seen that. Probably just like me right now. Right? You think I'm lying to you? Like, let me.
I will also be thankful for this year as a late night TV douche. I'm thankful for
So here we go.
I'm thankful for all the things that happened to give me stuff to talk about on my Bishop Palooza, the evening, the election, of course, Kristen Stewart. I mean, yeah, she's not having a big Thanksgiving dinner. She's on a diet and she doesn't want to cheat.
Twitter correct message on when I did the app, they direct messaged me and they said,
I'm thankful for, thanks very much, everybody. I'm thankful for the election for Kristen Stewart and what else did I talk about this year? Prince Harry's Ball.
YouTube said, sorry to hear about, sorry to hear that.
Probably bad actor from Kristen Stewart. Hey, Chris, what do you think of the election?
If you feel like you're sorry to hear about that,
What
sorry to hear about that. Sorry to hear about that.
Say hello to my new friend. See what I did?
Somewhere they said we're sorry to hear about that. And then they said that
like Al Pacino about this. Right, the G. Friends like that. His penis is small. I'm telling you. Anyway, and in the midst of all the celebrating, we do have to stop and remember those less fortunate than ourselves. There was some sad news today. You may have heard about this. Lance Armstrong has just tested positive for tryptophan.
Oh, I don't know.
It's going to be tryptophan instead of another one of them things.
Anyways, and also,
Here in Hollywood, Albert Schwarzenegger's going to be alone in Thanksgiving. He's still insisting on brown stuffing. Hence, he's alone on Thanksgiving. I like to fund religion.
as you can tell, I have the video. I sent it to them.
Nobody's here to stuff my brain.
Sky. That's where the hack happened. The other place was part of that video that I have. They took that out. And in the video, I made mention of the 18 minutes upload here. But I said, I go like about Nighthawk, and Nighthawk said I didn't post stuff. Like, is that how you do it? Is that when I think it might
We always listen to some lively Peruvian flute music for like we do as well. I love Thanksgiving. I think it's a uniquely American holiday. I know Canada has Thanksgiving, but there's no trouble. Can you believe that? Canadians gather around their holiday boxes and roast bacon and give thanks for just one day.
I thought about Randy Moggins. I really don't think it's
America because this may surprise you. I'm not originally from here.
There's something going
That's
on
right, I'm
here.
Mexican.
Walter, accuse me one more time of being on drugs. Okay, you're going on and on about me being on drugs right now in the chat, all right? But don't you get it? That Spirit of the Skies channel has been reported for hacking my video and they're investigating it. What part of this don't you understand that you want to sit here and call me a drug addict? What part do you not understand? I'm not a drug addict. By the way, this is all documented. People are witnessing this. People are witnessing what you're doing. You're outing yourself. You're so stupid to sit here and say anything on my channel right now. You are proving to everybody that's watching this, everybody that's in the chat can see what you're doing. They can see you calling me a drug addict. Do you not know that most of the people that are tuning in here did not come here to hear about this? All right? They did not come here to hear about this. These people that I'm communicating with right here on YouTube that are watching right now are people that frequent my channel. They're subscribers. They're people that saw my original live stream. I had people who know that live stream that I did that day. They were there. When I first did this live stream across the street, I thought there was like 60 people watching it. No, you don't get to keep saying something. I'm afraid I'm fine. Okay, you know what? You're the only one here. Is there anybody else from Oakstead that wants to show up tonight? Or is it just you, Walter?
We'll be right back.
Because you're not Walter. You're hiding behind some sort of fake profile. People saw my live stream. People saw the original video that I posted back in the comments. Like, there are people that witnessed my original video. Okay? I have witnesses. You didn't just hack it before it had like over 100 views before I moved to that stream. There is an investigation going on. You can sit here and you can call me a drug addict and or whatever you want to like harass me with. But you know what? There you are again. You are paranoid and obsession. No, I'm not paranoid. It happened. It happened. My video was hacked and you was investigating it and you're sitting here publishing it. It's not going to work this time. They can investigate it. Don't you get that? You do not understand that not only do you have see, the reason why I had to go to YouTube is because when I tried to do a privacy thing on it, it got rejected. And then it says, do you want to make a copyright? Well, how am I going to make a copyright claim?
Which one of you cooks the turkey on Thanksgiving morning?
So the real thing I was trying to get to was the hack. Do I see? Good luck. I'm all for the investigation. Oh, good. I'm glad you're for it because guess what? It doesn't matter if you're for the investigation. It's on. And you're guilty. Someone is guilty. And it's on. It's not just I'm glad for the investigation. That's the investigation. No, it's on. The investigation is on. Okay? It's on. It's on. And tomorrow I'm calling the FBI. Oh, investigation. No, it won't. It won't prove I'm paranoid. You want to know why? Because it really happened. See, you have a problem because the only thing you can do is sit here on my channel and call me paranoid. All you people can do. This is abuse. This is abuse. Not only do you have footage that doesn't belong to you, but you are slandering me and publicly abusing your Don't do drugs again. My video is on somebody else's channel. What's paranoid about that? What's paranoid about the fact that my deleted live stream is on Spirit in the Skies video? And let's go ahead and read exactly the things that you say hi to the FBI for me. They will do a hair test on me. No, for what? For what? A hair test for what? I don't do drugs. I do use cannabis. It's legal here in the United States. I use it for medical purposes. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nobody cares here about cannabis in anybody's hair. I don't do drugs. I don't do any drugs. I don't do drugs. And if I looked unhinged for any reason. It's because you guys have been terrorizing me.
What did you leave up there, Jeff? Your heart? I left my
And your
heart.
committee is like, you showed up here. You're sitting here calling me a drug addict and calling me paranoid, which is exactly what Spirit of the Sky took my video and decided to do. And it's obvious what your agenda is. We're all witnessing it. Walter, if that's your real name, because I seriously doubt that it is.
Chip cookies to me comes second.
And I think Patrick has an issue too, doesn't he? Who's Patrick?
No, I understand.
Okay, she's a comedian with those strong words from LA. Walter controls her character with her words. I think they really actually take that seriously. They will investigate. That's right, Patrick. You're right. They will investigate. You're absolutely right. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. And they are. It's not they. Did you not see me read where it said we're bringing in specialists? Did you not see me? I read it. So what part of that do you not get, Walter?
In San Francisco. This is from in New Mexico. You ever been there? Yeah. You would love it there. Look, Anne's a flamingo. Jeff and I hate flamingos. Why do we hate them, Jeff? Because they pee. They're peeing themselves.
Okay,
But they're peeing themselves to keep cool, which is
let's go
ridiculous.
back
It
and
doesn't keep you cool.
some more of their abusive things, what they said.
What I think.
Just for fun, just to like give you another flavor of what I've been going through, what these people are all about. Walter, you need to stop talking here. And I'm gonna, your evidence. You are evidence right now. You're evidence. You think maybe I'm not gonna turn your profile into the FBI tomorrow? Maybe.
In Scotland,
Just shut up. Big mistake on your part.
Finally, this is from class in Copenhagen in Denmark. Now, I don't do the Danish accent very well, but I will do German and try and sort of make it a little bit
Okay, so they made a ringtone of my voice that played on Halloween.
Hello, class.
Okay, and I showed you how I put my video in there, and and that's the link to the video that they hacked, and I played some of the stuff that was originally in it, and then they hacked it and they replaced it with what they took. All right. And so now that's kind of I'm gonna screenshot.
I got the reference. Yeah, so you are the only one.
That's proof that's most likely you guys are in love because you're aware of the video. See?
Hi, Craig.
Got you guys.
I just wanted to say I'm a huge
Yeah,
fan
I'm
of
a
your
pothead, drug addict, like that. I think you underestimate me. You don't know me. You don't know what you're in for. Problem people is they underestimate who I am. You just sit back. How do people in England know whether or not I'm a drug addict? We're not even. You're another continent away. I don't even know who you are. You're just hiding underneath a fake profile. Hell, you might even be Spirit in the Sky. For all I know, where's your face?
I'm so sorry. I made a terrible
Why don't you make a video and show your face so people can see who you are? Because you're hiding. Because you have an agenda. Here. I write. I would officially ask you to remove this video. You don't like a live stream. We're not authorized to use my likeness or video footage. I wrote this on their I wrote this. If you're aware of it. YouTube. I've gone to Spirit in the Sky and I've asked them to remove my video and they haven't done it yet. And then they proceed to come to my channel and harass me about it. They have my copyrighted video and my image on their channel. Everybody knows on YouTube that's not okay. Everybody knows it's not okay. And everybody knows it's not okay to upload somebody else's copyrighted material and then abuse them and then label it as they're on drugs.
Beautiful.
You don't have that proof. You have no proof. No proof that I'm on drugs, that I do drugs, or that I have a drug problem. That is slander. That is slander. Do you not understand that? You are being exposed. And the more you sit here on my channel and be there in the chat and tell me that I'm the drug addict and I'm paranoid and I have a problem, you're just sitting here proving my point. You're proving my point of who you are and what you guys are doing. And now you've hacked my video. And now YouTube is investigating. And now my video is still on your channel. If this isn't cyber harassment, I don't know what is. This is beyond cyber harassment. This is a cyber crime. This is cyber harassment to the 10th degree. And it's wrong. And maybe you'll be one of the first examples.
Lots of women have their hair done by other people.
Why is this happening? Oh, really? Walter, say one more thing. I haven't slandered an innocent family. I don't do shows about Ricky Dearman. Angela Power Disney does. I did a show about Angela Power Disney, not Ricky Dearman. What part of that do you not understand? Huh? What part? I am not responsible for slandering Ricky Dearman. I wasn't around when it happened. I wasn't around when Rupert got arrested. I didn't know about the case. No, say one more thing. Say one more thing, Walter. Yes, you have evidence. Yes, you have evidence. Where's the evidence? Show it. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that I'm a Hampstead person? Okay.
Let's take a break.
I'm not Andy Devine. I am not Brian Harvey. I am not Thomas Dunn. I am not John Winter. I am not Angela Power Disney. My show is not based on Hampstead. My channel is not dedicated to Hampstead research.
I think the last time you were here, Jeff, was in his early days, wasn't he?
I am not a pedo hunter.
No, those were good times. Yeah.
You barked up the wrong tree.
It's about a guy and a girl.
Yeah, it's a love story. That's what I thought. It's a very unusual love story. Well, because it was two people who
I could give a shit about you guys or Ricky Dearman anyway.
I don't think I've ever seen a film like this.
I want you guys to leave me alone. I want to go on with my life.
Okay. I'm sorry, that was stupid. It was a stupid joke.
I want you to stop wasting my time.
They shouldn't get together.
I have no leg in the movie. Have you ever seen that?
You played no legs?
Doesn't matter. You know what? Even if I was on drugs, you still stole my footage, and that is not okay on YouTube stream.
I feel like you're you like Paris.
What you did is not okay. Walter, whoever you are hiding behind there, what are you like some nerd behind a table?
I told you this there. I was outside the cafe roast stand in the
what are you doing for the world, dude?
And I saw you goodbye with, I suspect,
what kind of person
your baby
does what you're doing? What kind of person has the gall to be in somebody's chat and do what you're doing? What kind of human being are you?
Kind of the same thing. You were like,
got any goals in life?
And that's why I was
saying, do you go out for ice cream? Do you love people? Because you're not acting like it.
has to
Sure.
I don't think
What's your soul like?
My baby's pretty calm, but
everything else that happens.
Yeah, the baby I think was
You got any addictions? Any problems?
You didn't look. There wasn't anything going on. You just everyone was
Drinking
upset
problems?
and
of course.
Porn problems?
But you know,
I do.
What's
My-
your
my
affliction?
son's now almost 2.
Why are you here?
yeah. I mean, thanks God he is now.
And
But it's well, it took him a
Listen,
long time.
I'm gonna read like a few more things and just put the nail in the coffin for you guys. I wonder that she doesn't. No wonder she doesn't get along with Randy Thompson anymore. They know I don't get along with her. So for you to sit here and say, "Oh, I'm working with her,"
Is it
so what
creepy if
is
I
it?
just
Do I
say
get
you
along
want
with
you
her,
sleeping?
or are we best friends?
We take a break when we're
The woman lives in Ireland. You people aren't even in the same country as I am. And you made my life miserable. Oh, really? Your arrogant self-righteousness is showing no one escapes karma. No, nobody escapes karma, especially you. It's the eclipse, dude. What am I doing wrong? I'm defending myself against you, but I'm arrogant. Guess who's arrogant? The fact that you showed up here to harass me.
To Quebec or parts of Canada.
This is what you want. This is what you want. I'm
Speaking of that, it's not like friends
I'm
at all.
feeding anger. You're getting off on this.
I have nothing to say.
Yeah, you people get
You
off
should be here for the monologue.
because you're sick.
Yeah.
Because you get off on hurting and hacking their YouTube accounts and lying about them and humiliating them. This isn't YouTube community wonderful. This is targeting a person
Because this movie since
and having your little conversations that go on and on. Talk about their profiles. Oh, this guy showed up the guy did my live stream.
And
So I say, everything is a
He's a tea maker.
We're going to have a
Kyle,
bigger boat.
we're going to need something popping up to say hi. Cyber terrorist. Seriously, menopausal. That's ridiculous. Living in a van. Yeah, I live in an RV. Yeah, that's right. So you want to make fun of my living situation, right? You want to humiliate me because I'm not living, I don't know, in a flat like you are, with people or whatever.
Coconut? That's it.
Yeah.
Coconuts are nice, aren't they?
Yeah.
This is why I don't want to be on my channel, which is unfortunate, because I really didn't want to have these people show up.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
And the show didn't start out about them,
Well,
but it's ending about them. And I'm going to wrap it up. Like that.
No, it's not your
I'm
actual
gonna wrap it
grandma,
up.
it's Sir Pratt.
Yeah, you just said that it was my
You
grandma.
can sit here and
I
you
didn't say
guys
that.
can sit
Look
here
at the-
and do whatever
look at these
you want. I
pineapples.
think it's pretty
Oh, yeah.
evident.
Look at
It's pretty evident that
This is yeah.
they have me on a channel, has me up in their it's pretty evident you showed up.
I'm not entirely
If
sure.
people can't understand or they're not going to visit my official channel, that's fine. But YouTube's serious enough to follow this guy. So, call me what you want, say what you want, do what you do, because
Okay,
that's
so
who
you
you
take the
are.
coconut, the grandma, and the. That
But
was a
I'm
surprise.
just fun, and I'm going to tell everybody out there, except for Olstead and Walter, Sky, but in case I am gone,
Let's go make it say that.
and they come after me, and they take away the strike. But I kind of think they're probably not going to take my channel down. I will say
Guest is a talented actor and comedian and
they're going to keep the channels open, and they're observing. I'm sure they're observing. And I gave them the links.
It's
And
a,
I
it's
gave
a
them
book. It's
the
called
links to
How
some
I
of your
Slid My Way to the
profiles.
Middle. And he's got lovely Kevin Pollock, everybody.
I didn't just talk about Stewart and Scott. I and also a couple of other people that I found talking about me on their video. So, yeah, you've been turned over.
These, there was a French girl
And
here.
my channel was,
Yeah, giant French movie
and my
star.
video was,
Yeah,
and
briefly
we
just.
you can sit here and you can all have powwow in my video, call me a drug addict, call me menopausal, you know, do whatever you want. Because you know what, I don't really give a shit what you think about me. I really don't care because I know what I am. But if there's a video out on YouTube that says don't do drugs, kids, and it's me, and then I'm trying to get a job, you're actually causing me absolutely not to get the job.
This is a horror story.
And that's not okay. You don't have the right to lie about me. You don't have the right to take my stuff and use me on your channel.
That's not a new trend.
And call Angel Power Disney. You don't have a right to call me a drug addict. You don't have evidence. So why is Hosted saying the same thing you're saying? You guys
Well, there's just all kinds of stories, you know.
Did you have a
Stories
drink?
about
Together?
meeting Christopher Walken, that kind of. Did you have sex? And then
just interesting.
Wow, let me
You know,
tell you
it's an
something.
interesting correlation
It's more dancing.
that they say, they repeat what you said on your channel about me. Why is that, Angela? Why is it?
It's not bad, I'll be honest with you. It's a little push.
It's obvious what you're doing. You can't get out of it by calling me a deadbeat or drug addict or whatever.
You
don't have
sleep to get jobs? Did you sleep with people to get jobs? Like, did you have sex with someone in Hollywood to get a job?
Obviously you are.
I've sex with Barry
And you're being
Kodiak for a job.
investigated.
Yeah, well.
And tomorrow,
Oh, just for a job?
I'm calling the FBI.
Just for spare time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, if I did, then I only made my way to the middle of it.
I'm going to cross off all the T's, dot all the
This
I's.
came from.
Exactly what needs to be done.
At the top. I'm here to tell you it's
And I'm
fantastic.
hoping that justice
If you're
is
a working
served,
actor, you're
and
a
that
character actor
people like
myself,
you
then you
can't
get to have
bother
a
YouTube
career
content
and respect
providers
from
like
your peers,
myself.
allegedly. A table
That
at a
what you're
restaurant.
doing is
But
just not okay.
that table at a restaurant thing. Here's what
It's
I
not
think. If I
legal.
were at a restaurant
You
and they
hacked
wouldn't give
my
me a table
video.
famous for no
You're taking
like,
cyberbullying to the
restaurant.
level by hacking my video. Your profile, I'm reporting you. Your entire channel won't turn.
Many restaurants, you go to them, they're like, yeah, okay, this is what we do. Yeah. They're in the service
I can't believe you come in there that
to sit down and
You
enjoy
must be
their
eating
foods
the
and
big
beverages,
bucks.
which they prefer. And if you have to slip them a 20, what's the difference? You get in, you sit down.
Clean up
Slip
the
them
kitchen.
I don't know Trevor.
Give away money for nothing? Do you even know me?
I'm calling the FBI.
So,
And I know that there's a cyber.
really exists. This is why I did the book, by the way, just to show that picture. The picture of you and Johnny Carson. Me teaching
All right,
how
well,
to
this
do
didn't
William
go as
Shatner.
fun as I wanted.
Yeah.
Maybe
Would you like? You've had a show, my son. Have you learned to do this?
I mean,
Oh yeah, Logan thinks that's funny. Yeah, you know, keep laughing while
And they shot that show for 3 years, right? You would think one director would have said,
Keep laughing when
"Whoa,
you
Bill,
get
what's
shut
happening? You
down.
all right?
Right.
Are you okay? What's that? What does that mean? What's that?
Wow.
You can't stop him though. You met Bill Shatner. He's
I
a
don't even
force
know
of
how to
nature.
describe it.
You kind of like.
I mean, it's
You
just.
think he might have.
You know whose karma's gonna hurt? You know
You
who's
wouldn't
loser?
have known. He's that
You
good.
are.
Yeah.
Because what are you doing to make the world better? You're here terrorizing me. Now that is illegal.
We should all be so lucky to be kicking life in the nuts as hard
Good
as he
night,
is at
guys.
83.
Take care.
Really? I mean, granted, he's grown up like a poison dog, but still. Not anymore.
God
No,
bless
it's like that. Was it? Yeah.
God bless
Yeah,
you.
he looks great. Last time I saw him, he was here. Did you see the show? He was doing a one-man like Broadway. He was on Broadway for a couple of weeks. Really? Yeah. Oh, I think he was here to promote it. Yeah. And I found out he literally did like a 2-week run only in Broadway, and then he went around the country with it. Shatner's World and Welcome to It or something. Right. So I was in New York at the time, and I called his office. I know there's any way to get tickets. So I bring a friend. We're going to go to the show. We're having lunch beforehand. It's a Sunday matinee, and I get a call. Kevin, Bill, listen. So great. So you'll come and someone will come and get you for the shoot towards the end of the show. And then you'll come on stage and we'll do we'll script a little bit. You'll take a bow. It'll be fun. Did that happen?
That was my Broadway debut.
That was really
that happened.
That's sensational.
It really was.
So it was a very tightly controlled show. Right? He was just like
bring people up from the audience.
Yeah, come on up.
Yeah.
He's very nice though. He's very, very talented.
Oh,
very funny man.
I love him. And by the way,
did they ever get mad at you? An impression you did of him?
There's stories in here. He loves it. Yeah.
No, but did anyone get angry at you? Like, does anyone ever said?
Well, here's the thing.